else? The fatal question left Li Mu speechless, unable to utter a word for a long time. Only then did he truly realize, "You're right, I really am a worthless jerk." Li Si, as a good friend, reminded him, "Cherish the person in front of you. While she's still by your side, don't wait until it's too late. There's no time for regret." Then, Li Mu Chachamu was still not enlightened. "You mean I should express my feelings to Tu Shir?" Seeing that his buddy still didn't get it, the love guru Li Si felt helpless. "The feelings between you and Tuer haven't reached that point yet. At that time, Tuer wasn't willing to stay for you, and you couldn't have kept her." Hearing this, it seemed like he understood a little. "I understand this very well, so you mean I should cherish Liu Hanyan?" After going around in circles, Li Si got annoyed and teased, "I want you to cherish me. If something really happens to me, where else will you find someone to give you relationship advice?" Li Musha made a disgusted face. "Although I really want to do something for you, my limbs can't control my brain." He rolled his eyes and prevaricated, "If the prefect really wants to do something to you, then there's nothing I can do." This time Li Mu advised Li Si, "You shouldn't be too despairing. There's a saying, life is like, if you can't resist, then just close your eyes and enjoy it." At this time the carriage arrived at its destination, and the coachman informed the two of them, and they quickly got off the carriage. The gate guard was curious about the appearance of the two strangers wearing constable's uniforms. Getting closer, he realized they were new colleagues, and Li Mu and Li Si gave him their transfer orders. The gate guard quickly led the two in. "Hurry, it's still in time." Li Mu wondered, in time for what? But the gate guard was evasive, saying, "You'll know soon enough." It seemed that Li Mu had seen something that surprised him greatly. The courtyard was packed with people. Glancing over, he saw all nascent soul cultivators, and the person in purple unexpectedly had a spirit transformation cultivation. The gate guard reported to Constable Zhao, "These two are colleagues who were transferred from Yangqiu County, just arrived here. Why don't we let them participate in this inauguration assessment as well?" Li Mu and Li Si quickly paid their respects to their senior, paid their respects to the constable. He sternly pointed his finger. "You two immediately join the ranks." The two saw that the other constables had lined up neatly, as if they were about to participate in an important exam. Even though they had joined the ranks, Li Mu and Li Si still wondered, "What is this inauguration assessment?" Constable Zhao took out a Bagua bronze mirror and began to reprimand. "The constables of the prefectural yamen are not jobs that you can do just because you want to." The Bagua bronze mirror in his hand emitted a light that enveloped all the constables. "Only after passing the assessment will you be qualified to stand in the ranks of the prefectural yamen." The light from the bronze mirror shone directly into Li Mu's eyes, catching him off guard. He couldn't help but close his eyes tightly, thinking, "This light is so blinding." This light seemed to pull his consciousness to another dimension. Opening his eyes, Li Mugo wondered suspiciously, "Where is this?" The surrounding space was dark, making him realize that this was just an illusion. Suddenly, a chest appeared at Li Mu's feet, making him think that this was the assessment. As he opened the chest, he pondered, could there be something dangerous in this chest, or something else? There was nothing dangerous in the chest. Just a chest full of gold, silver, and jewels, enough for a person to live a life of wealth and luxury. Suddenly, a seductive voice appeared, like magic, that could easily shake the minds of those with weak will. "Just take one more step, and these jewels will be yours. You'll be able to eat and dress well for the rest of your life, enjoying glory and wealth." Fortunately, Li Mu Shena recognized that the assessment of the illusion was the allure of money. He had some contempt for the illusion. Although people's greed will increase many times in the illusion, and the mind is easy to fall into a state of loss of control, this level of charm is too much of an underestimate of me, he thought to himself. The mountain of gold like Liu Hanyan, constantly flashing gold in front of me, still can't make me move, let alone these jewels. Because of this, Li Mu remained steadfast, while others rushed to the treasure. Constable Zhao pondered and commented, "If you can't resist the attraction of money, then even if you become a constable, you will only be a threat to the common people." Without hesitation, he immediately called for people to take out those who were controlled by the charm of money, and issued an order prohibiting them from ever being accepted into the yamen. At this time, Constable Zhao was unexpectedly attracted by three people. The first was a young man with a furrowed brow. Although he was being bewitched, he was still trying to maintain his steadfastness and restrain himself. The second was Li Musei. With a calm expression, he guessed, did he not have any interest in money at all? Finally, there was Li Si, whose nonchalant expression made Constable Zhao wonder. Did he even see the jewels that appeared in the illusion? The light from the Bagua mirror gradually faded. The three opened their eyes at the same time. He asked Li Mu why he wasn't tempted, and Li Mu replied, "I'm not interested in money." Next, the young man replied very seriously, "As government officials, We must always be responsible to the people, not be greedy, and absolutely not casually take advantage of others' feelings. As for Leonci, he was completely clueless because he didn't see any jewels at all. This surprised Zhao Butao. I've tested many people. Some are inherently untempted, and some are steadfast enough to resist greed, but this is the first time I've encountered someone so distracted in the illusion. However, this guy's yang qi is quite weak. He must be obsessed with women normally. He definitely won't be able to pass the second round. He congratulated those who passed the first trial. I hope that after taking office, you will still be able to resist the allure of money and maintain your righteous hearts. Zhao Butu continued to use the Bagua mirror to open the second trial. He promised, if you can really pass this round, you will be recognized as constables of the county office. Li Mu was no longer as surprised and expectant as he was when he first entered the first round. In the illusion, a beautiful girl appeared and reached out to caress his face. The girl's figure slowly receded, followed by a coquettish call. The girl was dressed revealingly like a courtesan. If this young master comes here, this humble servant will let you tease me as you please. Li Mu quickly realized that this trial was testing lust. A voice in the illusion tempted, just take one more step, and you can be with her. The girl became even more enticing. This humble servant has been waiting for you for a long time. Faced with this seduction, Li Musi was unmoved. Is that all? In his mind, only Liu Hanyan existed. He unconsciously compared, her face isn't as beautiful as Miss Liu's, and her figure isn't as curvy as Miss Liu's. The girl in front of me is nothing. Zhao Butu held the mirror, speechless at the sight of the constables controlled by desire. The bewitched ones were displaying all sorts of expressions, from infatuation to contemptible, and vulgar actions began to appear. He coldly gave the verdict, these people are all eliminated. Take them away. Zhao Butu was once again shocked by the endurance of the three from before. He assessed with satisfaction, Li Mu, the constable transferred from Yangqi County Office, has an extremely steadfast mind and a fairly high cultivation. He can be directly given an important position. But what is he recalling? Could it be his wife? Zhao Butu sighed. To be able to get to this point, and still not fall into the illusion, he can be considered a devoted lover. Turning to Lia Si, he was once again shocked. Why does he look so relaxed? Could it be that he doesn't desire women at all? The Bagua mirror's light went out. Zhao Butu spoke. Congratulations on passing the second trial. He taught a moral lesson. As officials, you must not only resist the allure of money, but also control your desires. Your performance was very good. From now on, you are officially constables of the county office. But before taking office, Zhao Butu wants to use a third trial to select a deputy to be exempted from patrolling. Li Mu was interested when he heard about being exempted from patrolling. He would have more time for what he wanted to do. At the same time, he was curious about the third trial and decided, if I can't rely on myself to complete it, then I'll have to use the pure heart incantation. The Bagua mirror in Zhao Butu's hand lit up again, and the third trial began. A shadow rushed out of the mirror, its shape resembling a monster. The shadow rushed forward as fast as lightning, making Li Mu only realize that it was a ghost. Although a bit surprised, he reflexively reached for his sword. But Li Mu realized in time that this was just an illusion. Knowing this, he gently sheathed his sword, feeling confident. So, the third trial is to test courage. Looking at the waves of ghosts rushing towards him, Li Mu couldn't help but sigh. The aura of these demonic creatures is quite realistic. But his eyes were firm and unwavering. I've faced nascent soul demonic cultivators, flying zombies, and even the primordial spirits of Xuanxi devils. These fake things created by the illusion can't possibly disturb my mind. Unlike him, the others screamed in fear at the sight of the ghosts in the illusion, constantly dodging everywhere. Zhao Butu secretly assessed the standard in his heart. As a constable, in addition to resisting temptations, one must also be courageous. A person who cherishes life and fears death cannot be a good constable. Your minds are considered quite steadfast, but your courage still needs to be tempered. Looking at the three still standing motionless, not afraid at all, he couldn't help but praise. These three are indeed very strong. Approaching the three, Zhao Butu assessed, you all performed well, especially Li Mu. He made a judgment. Could it be that you have fought with these evil creatures before in Yangqi County? He only replied with a few words, secretly assessing in his heart. In the illusion, the demon beasts are at the third level. The zombies are jumping zombies, really terribly white. Turning to Lin Si, Zhao Butu was curious. Aren't you afraid of death? He replied indifferently. What's so scary about death? I don't want to live anymore anyway. Hearing his answer, he felt a sense of confusion. This guy is just a mortal. But he was able to pass 3 rounds in a row without being affected at all. and even passed a test that most Qi condensation cultivators can't pass. Zhao Butu seriously pondered Li Si's case, but no matter how much he examined him, he couldn't see anything extraordinary about him. Did he really pass these 3 rounds? Finally, he made a decision. Maybe I should ask the county lieutenant for his opinion. Zhao Butao asked the county lieutenant, how should this person be dealt with, and received his reply, keep him. Even so, he was still hesitant. But he's not a cultivator. An ordinary person, according to the rules, can't be. The county lieutenant directly stated that he was designated by the county magistrate himself. Zhao Butao could only remain silent after hearing this, realizing the underlying reason. Over here, Lin Si rubbed his forehead in annoyance and complained to Li Mu, tell me, if I couldn't pass the test just now, I would have been able to go back, right? Hearing this, Li Mu quickly advised him, in principle that's the case, but don't mess around. Damn it, I messed up. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Chief Zhao turned around to congratulate those who passed the assignment test. Now I'll show you around your accommodations. Li Si wanted to slack off, using the excuse that he couldn't resist the allure of money. Chief Zhao, having been warned, just gave a fake smile, figuring he could slowly correct him later. Then, he claimed to be obsessed with women, saying he'd be miserable all day if he didn't visit the pleasure houses. Still, Chief Zhao didn't dare go against the magistrate's orders and let it slide. Strong vitality was a good thing, after all. Finally, Li Si pretended to be a coward, saying he'd run at the sight of a monster. Chief Zhao wouldn't let him escape though. A constable needs to value their life. If you can't beat it, run. That's a sign of intelligence. Li Si asked bluntly, what do I have to do to get you to kick me out? The guy had been warned by the magistrate, so he wouldn't let him go, saying firmly, you passed all 3 tests, why would I kick you out? The county office is one big family, just make yourself at home, no need to be polite. At the magistrate's office, the magistrate asked his subordinate, you're saying he passed all 3 tests? Money and beauty couldn't tempt him, and even the monsters in the 3rd illusion couldn't scare him. The subordinate replied respectfully, an ordinary person unexpectedly passed all 3 tests. The magistrate just sighed. As expected of someone personally chosen by Yu Juju, he put his hands behind his back and ordered, bring him to me immediately. At the county office, as the sun rose high, the new recruits had been properly settled. At the new constable's residence in the county office, Chief Zhao explained, the county office isn't responsible for providing housing, but the magistrate thought of you all and had the guard room renovated into dorms. He added, these are the only conditions the Yamen can offer. If you don't want to stay here, you're free to rent a room outside. Li Mu thought to himself, a room with 8 people? There's no privacy at all. He temporarily put down his luggage and considered, I have too many secrets, and cultivation needs a spacious area. Finally, Li Mu made up his mind. I'll rent a room outside. He thought about the past, which only strengthened his resolve. Even though the monthly salary is just a bit of silver, I'm no longer the poor constable who had to borrow even 2 coppers. A subordinate of the magistrate arrived, and specifically asked for Li Si. He wondered what was up. Chief Zhao recognized him and quickly asked, does the magistrate have any instructions? The subordinate just waved his hand. The magistrate wants to see Li Si, please follow me. Li Si's expression turned gloomy, and he despaired, I knew I couldn't avoid it. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Li Mu, if I can't come back, tell Xiangxiang, A Qin, Xiaohui, Ping and Kuihua that I love them. Li Mu watched Li Nixi leave and silently wished, may you and Chen Miao Miao live to a ripe old age and have many children. One constable whispered to Chief Zhao, and after hearing him he was confused. Our county office constable. Chief Zhao interrupted. Everyone can finish organizing their things later. Follow me first. They quickly followed him to a spacious front yard where 2 people were waiting. The little boy saw Li Mu appear and tugged at his father's sleeve, pointing at him. It's him! This big brother saved me! The little kid ran closer to him. It was this Jarraj who saved me. Li Mu also recognized the boy. The father thanked him profusely. Thank you, kind sir, for saving him. This is my only child. If anything happened to him, I wouldn't know what to do. You helped the Shu family protect our last heir. The Shu family is extremely grateful. I have prepared some gifts. I hope kind sir will accept them. Li Mu politely refused. You're too kind. Eliminating demons and protecting the common people is my duty. No need to be so polite. I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept the gifts, as it would negatively impact the Yamen. Chief Zhao asked, you're the one who saved Manager Shu's son? He recounted. Yesterday, we stopped at an inn and encountered 2 demonesses who specialized in sucking people's yang energy in the middle of the night. I secretly followed them back to their lair. After eliminating all the demons, I conveniently brought him back. The man bowed his head. Kind sir's virtue is lofty. I was too hasty, and almost damaged your reputation. If you won't accept the gifts, then I will donate to the yamen. I only run a small business in the county. If you ever need anything from me, kind sir, just say the word. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Li Mu smiled. This gratitude was truly touching. Chief Zhao put his hand on his shoulder. I thought you used some trick to resist the temptation. It seems you really have no interest in money. Manager Shu offered you 1,000 taels of silver, but you actually refused. Hearing him say that, he started to feel regret. 1,000 taels as a thank you gift. Chief Zhao mused. Manager Shu is a well-known wealthy merchant in the county. 1,000 taels isn't a large sum for him. Li Mu felt his heartache. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so polite. 1,000 taels is probably enough to buy a mansion in this county. Seeing his complexion turn bad, he asked, Are you regretting it? Li Mu's face turned pale, but he denied it forcefully. Chief Zhao put his arm around his shoulder. Having a constable like you is the county office's good fortune. On the surface, he said, you praise me too much, but in his heart, he said, it's too late to regret it now. Just a small thank you gift was already 1,000 taels. He's much richer than Liu Hanyan. Thinking of Liu Hanyan, Li Mu felt itchy inside. After cultivating together so many times, I think I'm starting to fall for her. All Li Mu could think about was Liu Hanyan. But the Clarity Heart Sutra only worked temporarily. How was he supposed to kick this Yan addiction? Either they had to be apart for a long time and she'd eventually fade from his mind, or they had to live together so he wouldn't have to suffer this unbearable longing. Right now, Liu Hanyan was in the remote Yangqi County. He had to think of something else, like that big bad devil they ran into last night. He turned to ask, Do you know anything about the Prince of Chuling? Zhao Butu immediately replied, Of course, who doesn't? Li Mu wondered. That Prince of Chuling is only at the 5th realm. Can't the county government handle him? The constable quickly explained. It's not that we can't. It's just that those devil cultivators are sneaky, hard to track down. Prince of Chuling is easy to deal with, but the Netherworld Sacred Ruler is another story. Li Mu, clueless, asked, Who's the Netherworld Sacred Ruler? Zhao Butu countered. Have you ever heard of the Celestial Joy Grandmaster? Li Mu remembered something, his brows furrowing, looking serious. Heard of them? Yeah, Zhao Butu quickly explained. The demonic sect has 10 subsects, 10 Grand Elders. The Celestial Joy Grandmaster is the Corpse Sect Elder and the Soul Sect Elder. They're both at the peak of the 6th realm. Prince of Chuling is a subordinate of the Netherworld Sacred Ruler, ranked 2nd among the 10 Yama Kings. Li Mu's body stiffened. The Celestial Joy Grandmaster was just wiped out, and now there's a Netherworld Sacred Ruler. Why do I keep getting mixed up with these demonic figures? Actually, there's nothing to worry about. The Netherworld Sacred Ruler is a demonic sect elder. He wouldn't care about a subordinate of a subordinate. Li Mu sat there, absent-mindedly. Even if he did hear about it, there's no way he'd know I was the one who did it. He turned his head. Besides, what I need to worry about right now is Li Si. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the house. Despite the tense atmosphere, Li Si calmly stepped forward. He bowed his head, introducing himself. This humble one, Li Si, greets the county vice magistrate. The vice magistrate slammed his cup on the table, shouting, How dare you? Do you know what crime you've committed? Li Si knelt down and reported. This humble one doesn't know. Please, County Vice Magistrate, enlighten me. The County Vice Magistrate questioned him. Do you think this official doesn't know what you did in Yangqi County? Li Si looked a little troubled, then said bluntly, If the County Vice Magistrate wants to do something to me, just say it directly. The Vice Magistrate asked, Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Li Si replied frankly, What's the joy in living? What's there to fear about death? If you want to kill me, no one can stop you anyway. The County Vice Magistrate used a hypnosis technique to interrogate him. Li Si, in your heart, what kind of person is Ru Ru? In a moment of unguardedness, he fell victim to the Vice Magistrate's hypnosis. Li Si obediently replied, She's the purest and kindest girl I've ever met, the County Vice Magistrate continued. Don't you think she's very ugly? Li Si truthfully answered. Ugliness and beauty are only skin deep. In my heart, Ru is the most beautiful girl. The County Vice Magistrate suddenly burst out laughing, simultaneously breaking the hypnosis. Well said, Li Si. He raised his hand again, presenting his conditions. This official gives you 2 choices, the County Vice Magistrate said seriously. First, stay by Ruru's side and make her happy for the rest of her life. Whatever you want, I'll grant it. Money, power, or cultivation. I can satisfy all your desires. Li Si lowered his head slightly, his eyes cautious, as he spoke hesitantly about the second option. The Vice Magistrate smiled more sinisterly. Next year, during the Qingming Festival, this official will come to light a few incense sticks for you. Hearing this condition, Li Si started sweating cold bullets, his eyes widening. He immediately bowed deeply. Father-in-law, please accept a bow from your son-in-law. Outside the courtyard, the sky was clear, a vast expanse of blue stretching to the horizon, with a few white clouds drifting lazily. Inside, Li Mu asked, Li Si, how did it go? Did the county vice magistrate give you a hard time? Li Si, now looking dazed, muttered, Xiang, Jin, Xiaohui, Ping Er, and Kui Hua too. Farewell, my loves. Li Mu, caught off guard, asked, have you really turned over a new leaf? When you went to see the county vice magistrate, was Miss Miao Miao there? Li Si, still with the same sorrowful face, replied, one step at a time. Miss Miao Miao isn't in the county city right now. She'll be back in half a month. Li Mu put his arm around his shoulder, comforting him. Turning over a new leaf is good. No matter how many women there are outside, they can't compare to having a thoughtful wife at home. Li Si turned to look at him, hesitated for a moment, then asked, what about you then? Li Mu pointed at himself, bewildered by the sudden shift in topic, but Li Si still had that melancholy look, sighing, let's talk about it another time. Right after that, Zhao Butu took out a map and placed it neatly on the table. He began to explain in detail to everyone the eastern city area of the county city, along with Yang County and Yu County to the east. We send people to patrol every day. Yang County and Yu County only report to the county when they encounter problems they can't handle. The daily work you need to do is to maintain security for the East City area and be responsible for the safety of the 10 villages in the eastern outskirts. Then Zhao Butu turned to instruct Li Mu, who was standing beside him. Li Mu, you'll be my deputy. Then he instructed, all right, I'll give you 3 days. After you've taken care of your affairs, you must report to the yamen. 3 days later, in the duty room, Li Mu couldn't help but sigh. The houses in the county city are really hard to find, he pondered. I've been looking for 3 days and still haven't found a suitable one. If I can't find one in the next few days, I'll just settle for whatever. I can't stay in the inn forever. Suddenly, someone called, interrupting his thoughts. Li Mu, someone's looking for you outside. He chuckled to himself. In this county city, the only people I know are the Shu father and son. Could it be that Manager Shu felt the money he donated to the yamen last time wasn't enough, and brought more as a thank you gift? Li Mu Shu cheerfully tidied up his clothes and said loudly, I'll be right there. Li Mu hurried out, only to be disappointed. Why is it you? Zhang Shan looked rather displeased. What's with that expression of yours? I made a special trip to the county city for this. He couldn't help but wonder, and immediately asked, what did you come to the county city for? Zhang Shan happily replied without much thought, to bring people to him. Then he looked toward the carriage behind him. See who's here. Liu Hanyan and Wanwan stepped down from the carriage, cheerfully waving at Li Mui and calling out loudly, young master. He couldn't help but be surprised, turning to ask Miss Liu, why are you all here? Wanwan excitedly ran forward to show off. Young master, Miss said she wanted to open another branch in the county city. Hearing this, Li Mu thought to himself, they arrived in the county city this afternoon. Calculating the time, they must have set off last night, which means that after I left, Liu Hanyan only took 3 days to decide to open another branch. He turned to ask, you want to open another branch here? Liu Hanyan replied. Yangqi County doesn't have much room for business anymore. The county city is crowded, and there are many wealthy people. Business will definitely be smoother. Li Mu stared blankly and asked, have you chosen a location yet? Liu Hanyan nonchalantly replied, not yet. He asked further, have you hired enough people? She still answered the same, not yet. Li Mu helplessly asked one last question, then have you found a place to live? Liu Hanyan shook her head, decisively replying that she hadn't. She raised her voice, displeased. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Who knows more about business, you or me? She turned around and walked away, complaining, let's eat first. Wanwan is starving. Li Mu didn't answer, standing silently and watching the carriage drive away not far from him. He chuckled helplessly, his voice softening. She really is something. Li Si came out and patted Li Mu's shoulder lightly. What are you hesitating for? It's come to this, why not just marry her? Li Mu blankly replied. You don't understand, but in his heart he understood clearly. She just wants to engage in dual cultivation with me. Anyway, I was thinking about going back to find her for dual cultivation. At the real estate agency, Liu Hanyan was carefully considering a house. After a while of selection, she chose one from the available map. The agent immediately flattered. Miss truly has a good eye. So many people are trying to buy this apartment. Liu Hanyan ignored him and decisively handed over a stack of money, asking, we're moving in tonight. When will everything be ready? The agent enthusiastically replied, Miss, rest assured, Everything will be done in just 1 hour. I'll call a few more people to clean it up for you, ensuring you'll have a satisfactory place to live tonight." Zhang Shan, carrying a wooden barrel, stood in front of Liu Hanyan's house, sighing. "It's so good to be rich," he kept muttering. "When will I be able to afford a house like this?" Li Si, hearing this, joked, "It won't be long. Just don't eat or drink, and you'll save 5 taels of silver in a year. In 200 years you'll be able to buy a house." Liu Hanyan continued. "If Lord Zhang Shen stops being a constable and is willing to transfer to Yunyan Pavilion, I guarantee you'll be able to buy a house in just 10 years. He then suggested, "Didn't you say earlier that Zhang Daren's transfer order has been sent down? He's about to be transferred elsewhere." "You two should move to the county city," Zhang Shan, wiping sweat, thought. "But I don't know anyone in the county city." Li Si lightly put his arm around him. "You just move here, I'll back you up." Zhang Shan glared at him. "You've only been in the county city for a few days, who can you back up?" Ling Mu also chimed in. "Lin Si can back you up. To be honest, not many people in this county city dare to mess with Lin Si." He was surprised. Is that true? Just a few days apart, and Lin Si has become so powerful. Li Mu verbally said, of course, but also tacitly admitted. He stepped into the county governor's mansion, and has a father-in-law who is the county governor. Even I have to rely on him. Zhang Shan hesitated and thought, "I'm just an ordinary person, and this constable job is really too dangerous for me, but if I go to the county city..." Seeing him hesitate, Li Si spoke into Zhang Shan's heart. "Do you want to stay in Yangqiu County to be with your wife? Don't you want to reduce your struggle by 200 years? Hearing this, he decisively made up his mind. "I'll go back and resign immediately." He put his arm around Zhang Shan, inviting him. "Brother, we won't go home until we're drunk tonight." Zhang Shan was about to refuse. "I have to go find a place to live first," Liu Hanyan suggested. "The new house has many rooms. If Brother Zhang Shan doesn't mind, please stay here tonight to rest." As soon as he agreed, Li Si complained. "The new house doesn't have blankets and pillows. It would be too much trouble to prepare them." Zhang Shan still wanted to stay. "I can sleep on the floor. It's better than spending money on a guest house," he still persuaded. "Just sleep at my place after getting drunk tonight. My bed is wide and comfortable." After a while, Zhang Shan agreed. "All right, then I'll go with you, Li Mu." "Miss Liu, goodbye." Li Si winked at his brother. "I've already taken the light bulb away, Li Mu. Give it your all tonight." Liu Hanyan looked at him intently, as if calculating something. Seeing this, Li Muyang blushed, looking at Liu Gunyang's eyes with a trembling gaze. Could it be she wants to dual cultivate? He clenched his fist. "No way, I've already decided to quit this addiction. I can't repeat the same mistake." Li Mu. "Gu Lang, avert your eyes. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first," she asked with a hint of displeasure. "Where are you staying now?" He hesitated before replying. "I haven't found a suitable house yet, so I'm still at the inn," Liu Hanyan boldly suggested. "There are so many rooms here, just pick one. Don't stay at the inn anymore." She coughed lightly. "Staying here with me will be more convenient in the future, convenient for cultivation. If you feel uncomfortable, I can also buy the house next door. You can stay there and just pay me rent each month." Li Mu thought to himself, "Even a Gunyang like her isn't afraid, so what am I scared of?" So he agreed. "Buying another house would be too much trouble. I'll go back and pack my things now. I'll be over tonight." The sky quickly darkened, and the moon rose high outside Liu Hanyan's house. Li Mu sorted his things. "I never expected that even after coming to the city, I'd still end up living with Liu Gunyang. Can I really not resist the urge to dual cultivate?" Outside, Liu Hanyan walked lightly to Li Mu's room step by step. She gently, shyly looked at him sorting his things and asked, "Want to?" Li Mu finally realized. As expected, this addiction is impossible to quit. The two sat down to dual cultivate, but in his heart he couldn't stop thinking, "I'm starting to understand why those demonic cultivators start harming people, and why the righteous sects are so strict in forbidding disciples from taking shortcuts. I always thought I had a steadfast will. But I can't resist the allure of this temptation." A worried look appeared in Li Mu's eyes. "And Liu Gunyang, she's even less resolute than me." "Of course, I can only not resist dual cultivating with Liu Gunyang. As for concepts like soul devouring, I've never even thought about them." "But Liu Gunyang rushed over here from Yangqiu County so hastily. Could it be she really has lustful feelings for me?" Thinking this, Li Mu secretly examined himself and switched to the Dao guidance technique to test things out. He discovered that a golden aura of desire emanated from Liu Hanyan, startling him. Liu Hanyan was reproachful. Her face flushed, and she was shy. "Are you absorbing me again?" Li Mu was remorseful, with a bewildered look in his eyes. "Sorry, I just wanted to test it out. I didn't expect it to be true." She resisted fiercely. "You think you're the only one who knows how to absorb." The energy of the two people kept absorbing back and forth endlessly. Suddenly, Li Mu realized. Could it be that I also have desires for her? The energy within him also erupted more violently. Alright then, let's see who absorbs more. At this moment, Liu Hanyan felt the energy within her being gradually sucked out. The two of them faced off fiercely, both displaying determination, neither yielding to the other. After a while, the two of them collapsed. Exhausted, panting. They spoke in unison. No more playing. Too tired. She turned to question him. Li Mu, you actually dare to have desires for me? Li Mu immediately retorted. You're the same as me. Liu Hanyan immediately defended herself. That's me doing it for cultivation, you're just copying me, and I'm doing the same. She sighed, her tone softening somewhat. I don't have time to argue about these things with you. Li Mu, with a flushed face, lay looking at Liu Hanyan beside him, who was breathing evenly, and then he spoke. Tell me, we are an unmarried man and woman. Every night like this, aren't you worried that you won't be able to marry later? She pouted, and replied confidently, I don't want to marry yet, I don't care. But he calmly, with a somewhat serious tone, said, But I want to marry a wife. Liu Hanyan was surprised, and immediately sat up. What do you mean? Li Mu was also shocked and quickly explained, Don't regret it, what I mean is, since we're already like this, we're all stuck with each other, so let's just be together. And don't waste the pure yin and pure yang essence. Liu Hanyan heard this, and her heart beat fast with excitement, and she blushed when she heard Li Mu say be together. She shyly asked, But you said I don't have the strength like Li Biu Tao. I'm not as obedient as Wan Wan. I'm not the type of person you like, right? He didn't expect her to remember these things. Liu Hanyan continued to ask, Why did you suddenly change your mind? She seemed to realize something and turned to question, Is it because you want to get money from me? Li Musai awkwardly explained. Of course not. In his heart he was no less panicked. Good and evil are rewarded, the cycle of karma, and no one said the retribution would come so quickly. Liu Hanyan didn't let him explain and stepped down from the bed, put on her shoes. Forget it, I'm going back to my room, you rest. Li Mu couldn't hold her back, stammering and flailing towards Liu Hanyan, as if he couldn't make it in time. He regained his composure. Forget it, we're living together anyway. There will be opportunities to prove that I'm not after her money, but simply want her body. In the past 6 months, I've never been serious about love. If it weren't for Lin Xi's words waking me up, I wouldn't have realized that my heart has become a home for both of them. Lin Qing is the one who guided me to cultivate, taught me how to practice, helped me condense my soul, and protected me everywhere, saving my life several times. Although Liu Hanyan's cultivation isn't high, her temperament is kind, and she's meticulous and thoughtful. The countless good points about her, after dual cultivating with me, have become a fate that cannot be separated. Li Mu sighed. Li Si said to be careful of the person in front of me, and I immediately thought of Liu Gunyang. So when I saw her today, I already had plans to start wooing her. Except it's Liu Gunyang, not Wan Wan. But winning her over ain't gonna be easy. Oh well, she's in the city now, so the future's long. I'll hit up Li Si tomorrow and ask for some pointers. Suddenly, Xiao Bai pops up, jumping over to Li Mu, all excited. Benefactor. Wagging tail, Xiao Bai missed benefactor. He pats her head, praising. Your cultivation's improved a lot, huh? Li Mu felt a bit worried. Even though Xiao Bai's never hurt anyone, she's still a demon beast after all. Exposing her to cultivators might attract unwanted attention. When I used Buddhist light to cleanse the snake's demonic energy, I not only lessened the demonic energy on its body, but also prevented it from being harmed by Buddhist light later. Might as well try it with Xiao Bai too. Xiao Bai seemed to understand, gazing up at him adoringly. Benefactor. After Li Mu channeled energy into her, she exclaimed happily, I think I can transform into human form soon. Meanwhile, the lights were still on in Liu Hanyan's room. She hadn't gone to bed yet. Her mind was a mess of thoughts. What exactly do you mean? What's with the who? Who is sticking together? Why not just be together? Does this mean he likes me? But hasn't he always complained about me? Saying my cultivation isn't as good as Liu Qing's, and that I'm not as cute as Wan Wan? Could it be he's like me? That he got poisoned during dual cultivation? Liu Hanyan collapsed on the table, her thoughts spiraling. My confidence is already low, and now he says all this. Those 3 days when Li Mu left, I was in a daze, feeling like a piece of my heart was missing. Li Mu isn't as affected as I am. If I'd known this would happen, I definitely wouldn't have drunk that wine with Li Mu in the first place. If we hadn't shared a bed that night, I wouldn't be in this predicament today. But that guy does have some desire for me, which is kinda nice, I gotta admit. Besides wanting to marry a bunch of wives, Li Mu doesn't have any other major flaws. If I were to marry him, it wouldn't be that unbearable, I guess. It's too late for you to realize my worth now. How things go from here depends on your performance. Liu Hanyan suddenly snapped to attention. Wait a minute, marry Li Mu? Why am I even thinking like that? She stomped her foot in frustration. Liu Hanyan, you're not even married yet, and you're already trying to steal Wanwan's man. From inside the county office duty room, Li Mu's voice rang out. Li Si, I want to ask you, how do you pursue a girl? Li Si heard his question and fired back. So you're finally admitting your feelings for Liu Gunyang, he admitted. That's right, but I have zero experience with this stuff, Li Si began to explain. It depends on the person. There's no one-size-fits-all approach. Sincerity is the only truth that never changes. In this world, sincerity is both the most priceless and the most valuable thing. Back then, it was because of my sincerity that I, Li Mu, confused, interrupted. Can you be more specific? Liu Si got back to the main point. Liu Gunyang has a tragic background. She's gotten to where she is today through her own hard work. A girl like that will often close off her heart, making it difficult to trust others. You have to use your sincerity to open that tightly shut door of her heart. He glanced to the side, trying to memorize everything he was told, muttering, "Treat her with sincerity." At Liu Mu's house during lunch, he took the item from Liu Hanyan's hand. "Let me do it so you can rest." Liu Hanyan stared blankly at Li Mu, as if she felt his actions were different from usual. Li Mu got an apple and gave it to Liu Hanyan. "Have some fruit to cleanse your palate." She was confused and asked for confirmation. For me, he held the apple in his hand, smiling awkwardly. "Is there anyone else here?" Liu Hanyan told him directly. "Li Mu, don't be like this, it's making me nervous." Hearing that, he could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. After that conversation, Li Mu sat on the bed, thinking, using Liu Si's sincerity didn't work on Liu Gunyang. I should probably just focus on cultivation. I've finished cultivating the first of the 6 consciousnesses in Buddhism, the I consciousness. I can see through illusions and am immune to magical enchantments, which is much better than the common heavenly eye. The next day, he strolled down a bustling street filled with people. Li Musa recalled what Zhao Butu said. Yesterday, the Yamen received a request from the residents of Zihan village. They discovered something strange in Guao family village outside the city. You should go take a look. Without hesitation, he quickly made his way to Guao family village, the location of Li Mugei's assigned task. He knocked lightly on the village gate. "Anyone here, official, is here to investigate." Hearing the noise outside, a young woman inside went to open the gate. She pleaded desperately. "Sir, you've finally arrived. Please save my husband," Li Muqi asked. "What happened?" The girl tearfully recounted everything. "My husband's been going out every night for the past few days, only returning home in the morning and falling asleep as soon as he hits the bed. No matter how much I call him, he won't wake up. He's still sleeping now. Sir, please, take a look at my husband." He observed the man's face and judged. His 7 vital spirits are still present, but they're dim and lifeless. He's had a lot of yang energy drained. The girl was flustered. "So what do I do?" Li Mush instructed. "When he wakes up, don't say anything or ask him anything. If he goes out again tonight, I'll follow him." Time passed quickly, and the sky began to darken. Li Mu was observing from a tree. This thing that sucks human yang energy for cultivation? Its cultivation level can't be that high. This afternoon, when I reported back to the Yamen, Head Constable Zhao even hooked me up with a high-grade divine movement talisman, so if things get really hairy, I can still bail. And seeing that guy down there, running and laughing, that's when his chance arrived. Li Mu's dropped to the ground. "I gotta see what kind of thing is harming the common folk of my great prefecture." He quickly pulled out the talisman he'd had ready in his pocket. Li Mu secretly trailed the man into a forest. It seemed the guy didn't even realize someone was tracking his every move. Li Mu stood back a bit, watching him open the door and walk into the house that had lights on inside. Li Mu started using his skills to observe his surroundings. A purple queue enveloped the house, he figured. That thick demonic energy coming from this bamboo room definitely means it's a transformed demonic creature. The man's voice echoed out, "Lady Xiao, I'm back again." A girl inside started sucking yang energy from the man's body. Li Mu figured, that twitching guy? He's probably totally lost in some illusion by now. This demonic creature uses illusions to bewitch minds, then sucks their yang energy for cultivation, and it's even taken on a human form. I can't beat this transformed demon without lightning arts, but I also can't just zap it into oblivion with lightning arts. He held his sword, hiding behind the bushes, instantly getting ready for battle. This is the way to go. While Ting Xin was greedily sucking the man's yang energy, completely relishing it, strange noises suddenly came from outside the door, making her raise her guard. Ting Xin wasn't scared at all, roaring loudly. "Who's there?" Li Mu recognized the green snake was inside. He feigned ignorance. "You rotten egg, you've been secretly sneaking out for days. Turns out you're keeping a woman up in the mountains. If you don't hook me up with some benefits, I'm gonna go tell your missus, and she'll break your legs." Ting Xin was secretly thrilled. Just a fool, she thought, deciding to play along. "Oh, come on, young master, what kind of benefits do you want? This humble servant will do whatever you ask." Ting Xin exhaled a stream of pink, illusion-inducing Q from her mouth. It floated in the air, slowly approaching Li Mu. He played along. "I want you." She came closer, embracing Li Mu, her voice cooing. "Oh, young master, you're so naughty." Ting Xin gazed at his face, seeing he was quite handsome. "I'm a little reluctant to let go now." She reveled in her harvest. "Such dense yang energy, I'm gonna get quite a haul today." Ting Xin suddenly felt something was wrong. Why am I barely getting any yang qi, and I feel so drained? She gradually became so tired that her feet couldn't even stand steady anymore. Ting Xin broke into a cold sweat, finally figuring out this guy wasn't just a mortal. But by the time she realized, it was already way too late. Li Mu swung his sword high, pointing the tip straight at her. "You audacious green snake, surrender at once." Ting Xin immediately leaped backward. She stubbornly argued back. "You rotten man, I can't believe you tricked me." "You're a cultivator," Li Mu frowned. "If you're not cultivating the righteous path, you should have seen this coming, right?" Ting Xin jumped out the window and ran off. "We'll see if you're capable." He was totally flustered, standing inside and looking out, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" Li Mu ran outside, couldn't see Ting Xin anywhere, when suddenly, a giant snake tail appeared behind him, lashing out. That green tail slammed hard. Li Mu reacted quickly, putting his hand out to block it. Li Mu's eye was knocked back a few steps. "My physical strength isn't any weaker than her demonic body. Maybe I should try Xuandu's method and just overpower her directly with sheer physical force, huh?" Ting Xin charged forward, yelling and cursing him viciously. "Damn cultivator!" But this time, Li Mu managed to grab her tail. By the time Ting Xin realized, startled, it was already too late. He grabbed her tail and spun her around like a dizzying top. At this point, Ting Xin could only scream helplessly. Her body slammed hard into a tree. After that, Ting Xin's body was probably so messed up she started coughing up blood. She clutched her stomach. "You and I have no beef, so why do you keep getting in my way?" Li Mu explained. "You're sucking other people's yang energy to cultivate. That's already breaking the law. If you come back to the yamen with me and accept your punishment, you might just keep your life." Ting Xin looked annoyed. "If I go into your yamen, do I even stand a chance of surviving? Isn't refining demon souls, taking snake gallbladders, and eating snake meat what you humans love to do the most?" His attempt at reconciliation failed, so he got ready to fight. "Guess I gotta go all out then." She didn't hesitate or show any fear, instead fiercely charging towards Li Mu. Because of that carelessness, Ting Xin got a painful punch to the face from him. Seeing Li Mu act decisively without holding back, she fearfully backed away. Ting Xin made excuses. "If my strength wasn't drained by you, you wouldn't be a match for me at all." Hearing her say that, he immediately summoned a bolt of lightning to strike the ground as a threat. Her face turned pale. "If I get hit by lightning, I'll definitely be reduced to ashes." Li Mu raised a finger, revealing a mischievous expression. "Let's make a bet. How about it? If you win the bet, I'll agree to let you go. If you lose, you come back to the county office with me and accept the punishment of the law. But I guarantee the crime you committed isn't punishable by death." Ting Xin, hearing him make such an attractive offer, became interested. "How do we bet?" Li Mu grinned mischievously. "We bet on whether you can disturb my focus." Looking at Li Mu's confident and upright appearance, Ting Xin couldn't help but feel he was strange, actually daring to bet on whether I could seduce him or not. In the end, she was provoked. Ting Xin didn't believe that any ordinary man could maintain his focus under her charm offensive. Seeing her expression, Li Mu knew he had successfully provoked her. He grinned, spreading his arms wide, ready to accept the challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, a green snake tail appeared, wriggling towards Li Mu. It wrapped around his lower body several times and gently tightened to support her upper body. Ting Xin wrapped her soft arms around Li Mu's neck and said in a seductive voice, "Does Gongzi usually cultivate alone? Cultivating alone is so boring, why don't we do something more enjoyable?" Even though she tried her best to seduce him, he just stood there like a statue. Ting Xin leaned in closer, breathing into Li Mu's ear, while inwardly planning whether she should just swallow him to avenge that painful punch earlier. Then, she carefully caressed Li Mu's features. Ting Xin couldn't help but admit, this cultivator, though annoying, was quite handsome. She leaned on his shoulder, contemplating that if she could get him and absorb his yang qi for cultivation every day, wouldn't an endless supply of yang qi be even more beneficial for her cultivation? From Li Mu's perspective, Ting Xin's flames of desire were burning fiercely. Just how much does this snake demon crave my body? While he was smirking, observing the ever-growing flames of desire, she suddenly felt her whole body go weak. Ting Xin frowned, feeling like something was escaping from inside her body. Thinking of this, she immediately reacted, jumping away from Li Mu's body, and shouted, questioning, "What did you do to me?" He blankly compared it in his mind. The lust that this transformed demoness brought was far less than that of Liu Hanyan and the two female ghosts. Never thought there would be a day I'd have to cultivate with my body. Thinking this, Li Mu calmly looked down at Tingjin. You lost. Hurry and come back to the county office with me. She crawled on the ground, grinding her teeth in unwillingness. If only elder sister was here. At this time, a terrifying demonic aura suddenly appeared outside the small wooden house. Approaching. He was startled, and immediately realized that this powerful demonic aura was from a fully transformed third-realm demon. Li Mu knew he wasn't a match for this demon. In contrast to his tension, Ting Xin happily cheered. Elder sister, you've come. Then, as if she had struck gold, she excitedly raised her head and shouted, Elder sister, come and save me. After Li Mu pondered it over, he decided to take the person lying on the ground and run first. Li Mu immediately pulled out the talisman. Lucky I still have the high-grade swift travel talisman that Zhao Bu2 gave me. Then, he hurriedly rushed out the door, into the forest, leaving Ting Xin sitting on the floor shouting accusations. Elder sister, he's running away. A breeze gently swept past, signaling a sudden appearance in the sky. She angrily told Bai Yinxin to quickly capture that human cultivator. Hearing this, she just calmly lectured. Don't think I don't know about your secret siphoning of Yang Qin for cultivation. Hearing Bai Yinxin say that she came here to catch her, Ting Xin was furious. So, you don't care that I was bullied by that human? Bai Yinxin pinched her ear. Serves you right. If the authorities find out, see how you explain it to father. Hearing this, Ting Xin suddenly remembered that Li Mu seemed to be from the authorities. In the end, she couldn't help but retort. Didn't you sneak out before too? Why don't you look at yourself before talking about me? She immediately became angry, turning her head to threaten. Dare to talk back. See how I'll deal with you when we get back. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them turned and teleported away, only seeing two vortexes appear in the sky. At this time, in the forest, Li Mu was running like the wind towards the front. He didn't see any demons chasing after him, so he assumed it was because the speed of the swift travel talisman was too fast for them to catch up. Although he didn't know if that core formation demon was related to the green snake, he couldn't help but be cautious. If they had bad intentions, Li Mu wouldn't be able to escape today. After a while, he finally made it back, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The woman immediately rushed out to greet him anxiously. My lord, you're finally back. Looking at the man lying on the ground with his eyes closed, she asked in confusion. What happened? He sat down heavily to rest and replied, Your man's mind was bewitched by a demon. He goes out every night to have his yang qi sucked by that demon, so he sleeps so deeply during the day. Just keep an eye on him and don't let him go out, and nothing will happen. Hearing the words, demon, the woman was immediately frightened, worried that it would come looking for them. Li Muka smiled reassuringly. Just keep a close eye on your man. He coldly glanced at him. It was ultimately because this guy couldn't resist the temptation that the demon had the chance. Li Mu was secretly glad that the snake demon didn't see human blood as food. Hearing this, the woman's jealousy as a wife immediately ignited with rage. She angrily carried the man on her shoulder. Thank you, my lord. I will tie him up in a house. If he runs out, I'll break his legs. Seeing this, he could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. After that, Li Mu took out another talisman. It's better to keep this high-level talisman for protecting my life at crucial moments. He stood up, dusted off the dirt on his clothes, and decided to go back to the county office first and report this matter to the on-duty constable. I'm just a newly entered Qi condensation level junior constable. Li Mu pondered. I still need to hurry up and cultivate. If I could absorb from that green snake once every day. He smiled regretfully. Looks like my desire cultivation could have reached completion in less than a month. Should have just forced her back to suck desire essence every day instead of putting it off. The night at the county office was still. The cool breeze under the moonlight so quiet you couldn't even hear a pin drop. A moment later, Li Mukan gently pushed open the gate and stepped inside. He glanced around a bit. So late, I bet Miss Liu and the others are already asleep. Li Mu dejectedly rubbed his rumbling stomach. Didn't get a chance to eat dinner this afternoon, guess I'll just whip up a quick bowl of noodles. Suddenly, Liu Hanyan came out of nowhere to greet him, and he was surprised to see she wasn't asleep yet. Liu Hanyan yawned widely, covering her mouth, saying she was a bit hungry and couldn't sleep. I was thinking of making some noodles. Want some? Li Mu was overjoyed, instantly raising his hand. Then make me a bowl too, please. And so, in the dead of night, the kitchen lights flickered on again, filled with an enthusiastic voice. Here I go. A little later, 2 steaming bowls of noodles, blown on before being eaten, were placed on the table. Li Mu didn't hesitate, picking up his bowl and slurping down a few mouthfuls with a smack of his lips. You still make the best noodles. Seeing this, Liu Hanyan rested her chin on her hand and looked at him with concern. You must have been hungry for a while, huh? Suddenly, Li Mook was confused, noodles still in his mouth, and raised his head to ask, "Why aren't you eating?"
Hearing Liu Hanyan say, "I'm not hungry anymore. If you want, you can have my share," Li Mu immediately happily agreed. "Then I'll eat it all." Afterwards, he reached out to grab the bowl of noodles across from him but accidentally revealed the bruise on his arm. Liu Hanyan immediately noticed and grabbed his arm tightly, not letting Li Musa pull it back. "What happened to your arm?" He casually said he hadn't even noticed it until she mentioned it, then recounted his fight with the demon earlier that evening. Li Mu's attitude made Liu Hanyan angry, and she scolded, "Why are you so careless? Your skin is supposed to be fair and smooth, and you've made it look so ugly." Finishing her words, she hurriedly got up and ran inside. "You eat first, I'll go get some bruise-reducing liniment for you."
A moment later, Liu Hanyan gently rubbed liniment on him while mumbling complaints. "Why are you always getting yourself covered in injuries like this?" Li Mu smiled as he watched her movements.
"Bruises like this will heal on their own in a couple of days at most.
But since Miss Liu insists on rubbing liniment on me, are you trying to take the opportunity to grope me?"
He thought this, but he didn't feel any desire essence from her. Then Liu Hanyan asked if he was going to cultivate tonight. After receiving an answer, she told Li Mu to wait for her in bed.
A moment later, on the large bed, the two sat facing each other, reaching out to touch each other's hands. Liu Hanyan hesitated and said he could suck her desire essence if he wanted. Absorbing a little each day would definitely lead to core formation. But he still closed his eyes and flatly refused.
"I'll find a chance to suck someone else's later."
She immediately became alert and asked who he wanted to suck it from. "Do you want to marry a few more wives or something?"
Hearing this, Li Mu opened his eyes in surprise. Isn't that pretty normal? He remembered Li Xing saying that when wooing girls, you shouldn't pursue them blindly, you have to play hard to get. Could that moment be right now?
On the other side, Liu Hanyan was still stunned. Currently, they are just tenants and cooperate in dual cultivation. Even if he wants to marry several wives, she has no right to interfere. Thinking about it, Liu Hanyan lowered her head and said in a deep voice,
"I asked because of Wan Wan. You must know how much she likes you. If you do this, will..." Li Mu was listening, but in his heart he was calculating. Although he wanted to make her feel insecure, he knew there had to be limits. Thinking of this, Li Muju spoke. "At the moment, I only want to marry one person." Hearing this, Liu Hanyan felt a little better, but then she suddenly thought, if he really marries someone, what about Wan Wan? Wan Wan likes Li Mu the most. If I snatch Li Mu away, she will be heartbroken. Liu Hanyan glanced and mumbled. But if you want to marry 2 wives, Wan Wan can also handle it.
He pretended to understand and said with an "So, you mean she'll accept it if I marry 2 wives? But Wan Wan is just a cleaning servant, so she can't take a position, right?"
Xiao Bai will definitely repay the favor with her body after transforming, but according to her, she is a person. Is she implying Li Qing? Li Mu misunderstood and then became confused. The next morning, when golden sunlight shone on the duty room inside the county office, a talisman was pasted on his forehead, and a stream of qi like a flickering flame surrounded his body. Li Mu sat cross-legged, his hands clasped, pondering. The memories of the heavenly illusionist on his body were much richer than the library in the yamen. The This sect elders are the best at corpse refinement. That Zhang elder only died half a month ago, yet he used secret methods to refine him into a zombie with decades of cultivation. Suddenly, Li Mu discovered something strange within the stream of memories. Wait, what is this? Although it's demonic arts, the soul techniques are also a life-saving skill. Rebirth, steal another person's golden body, suddenly rang in his mind. The heavenly illusion demonic arts can create a part of the soul containing your memory. Li Mu pressed 2 fingers to his temples, frowned, and removed the talisman. "Your memory is too vast," he said. "I only glanced at it and already have a headache and feel dizzy." Suddenly, Zhao Bu Tona walked over and called his name, startling Li Mu Tona, who looked up.
He held up a piece of jade and praised. "Although we didn't catch the demon snake, we did save a villager. This piece of spiritual jade is a reward from the yamen. This jade contains spiritual qi and can be used directly for cultivation." He reached out and took the shiny jade piece.
Li Mu blankly stared at the jade in his hand. "This is the welfare of the county yamen that Lian Qing mentioned to me." Zhao Biutu patted him on the shoulder and instructed, "As long as you handle the bad things cleanly, there will be plenty of these kinds of cultivation resources in the future." Finishing his words, his expression became serious again. "However, based on your investigation last night, one of those demon creatures transformed, and the other formed a core. This won't be easy to deal with." Liu Hanyan sat at the round table and sighed. The professions of scribes, musicians, and singers have been tightly controlled by those people. Hearing this, Zhengshan asked if she needed to find Li Si for help. Suddenly, Li Mu walked in from the door, overheard their conversation, and asked, confused, "Help with what?" As soon as he saw him return, Zhengshan excitedly urged Li Muhua to quickly make a decision. Zhengshan retold how he wanted to help Liu Hanyan build new Yan Pavilion branches in the county city. But the interest groups in the main city are completely divided by the big merchants, so there is no way for them to squeeze in. After telling the story, he said in a deep voice, "I originally planned to find Li Sihai to help him." Ling Mudo immediately analyzed. It's not a good idea to find Li Si to help. It's not very practical for him to rely on his power to bully others. Then he turned to ask Liu Hanyan for her opinion. She said that it was okay if she didn't open any more branches. Anyway, those 4 shops in Yangqi County are enough for us to spend our whole lives. Finishing her words, Liu Hanyan decided to put this matter aside and asked Liu Mu what he wanted to eat so she could cook it. When she looked up, Liu Hanyan accidentally discovered something, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Invitation!" Liu Hanyan stared at the invitation he was holding in his hand, asking who gave him this. Li Mu didn't answer, but directly gave it to her, to let Liu Hanyan see. She read the content on the invitation and was stunned. It turns out that a big shop in the county city invited you to a banquet at their house, and the chief shopkeeper personally invited you. Are you very close to him? He tilted his head, acting nonchalant. Close. Not really. We've only met once. Liu Hanyan, seeing an opportunity, got excited. If they agree to help, opening a branch won't be a problem. Li Mu, wanna go? He hesitated a bit. Originally, Li Mu wasn't planning to go, but with the current situation, he needed to reconsider. Then Li Mushi turned and scratched his head, agreeing to go tonight, making Liu Hanyan overjoyed. Afterwards, she suddenly remembered and casually asked him, "Coming to my room tonight for some exercises?" Li Mu blushed, looking at Liu Hanyan and muttering, "I can't win with you." Over there, Wan, hugging Xiao Bai, curiously watched them. Why do Miss and young master always have to go into the room and talk all night? Early the next morning, the morning sun enveloped the county office. Inside a room, the hands of a man and a woman touched, fingers intertwined suggestively. Li Mu discovered that Liu Hanyan had refined the 5th fragment, and she readily admitted, "Now I'm like you." He frowned worriedly. A slowpoke chi cultivator with a pure yang body like Li Mu was naturally no match for Liu Hanyan's perfect pure yin body. Plus, she had the fragment he helped gather, so she would definitely refine the 7 fragments faster than Li Mu. Thinking of this, Liu Hanyan's teasing voice rang out, full of smugness. "You better hurry up, or I'll surpass you." He immediately retorted coldly, "If I really get serious, I'll use just one hand and have you begging for mercy on the ground." Hearing this, she raised an eyebrow and drawled, "You dare hit me?" Lin Mu immediately dodged the question, flustered. "Go handle the branch issue early today and come back, I'll teach you a Dao technique." Liu Hanyan immediately mentioned that Dao techniques couldn't be taught to outsiders. He replied calmly, "The Dao techniques of those righteous sects can't be passed on, but they didn't create the techniques either, so they can't control it. Besides, you're not an outsider." Saying this, Li Mu's voice suddenly became a little softer. Liu Hanyan was stunned and asked, "Besides me, have you taught Dao techniques to anyone else?" Li Mu immediately avoided the question, turning to leave. "It's almost time, let's go to the yamen first." She watched his back with a sad look. Liu Hanyan knew that Li Mu had taught Li Qing. At this moment, Wan brought a basin of water, quietly standing outside the door, looking. Then the little girl carried the basin of water and walked in, gently asking, "Miss, you and young master?" She immediately felt guilty and anxiously explained, "We're just cultivating, not doing anything else." Wan calmly said that she knew Liu Hanyan also liked the young master, and she hurriedly retorted, "Nonsense. Why would I like him?" The little girl lowered her eyes and reassured, "I won't be angry. If it weren't for Miss, I would have starved to death long ago. My life was saved by Miss, and what's mine is Mrs." Liu Hanyan felt sorry for her, raised her hand and patted Wan's head, causing the little girl to freeze. "Why are you so silly?" Wan looked up and smiled at her. "I just want to be with Miss and young master forever." Hearing this, Liu Hanyan immediately became angry and bristled. "You must have been drugged by him when you freeloaded before." The little girl wasn't to be outdone. "Then Miss must be addicted too. Young master just left Yangqiu County, and you immediately chased after him." Hit where it hurts, she poked Wan's forehead and scolded her for not knowing her place. Wan innocently replied, "I know, Miss is big, I'm small." On the branches outside, 3 birds huddled together, playing a cheerful tune in the gentle sunlight. Outside, Li Mu sang, while eating steamed buns, made a decision. He couldn't let Liu Hanyan know that he had taught the Azure scripture to Liu Shiqing first. Even someone as gentle as Liu Shiqing would be angry, let alone Liu Hanyan.
He walked, head down, and thought, if she finds out, she won't jump into my bed tonight.
Suddenly, Zhao Butu came up behind him, raised his hand and called his name, making Li Mu surprised, and turned around. He mysteriously approached him and whispered, "There's a case involving investigating a brothel that's going to be assigned. The top ghost general under King Chujiang might be related to this brothel. The county commandant wants to ask Li Mu and the ghost general to investigate King Chujiang's secrets."
And you're new to the county yamen, and you're also not tempted by beauty, so you're the most suitable choice. That ghost general is at most in the 4th realm, and after completing the mission, Li Mu will still be rewarded handsomely. After listening, he hesitated and asked, "What secrets could King Chujiang have?" Zhao Butao frowned. "Under the Netherworld Sacred Lord, there are the 10 kings of hell."
King Chujiang ranks 2nd, and his cultivation is also at the peak of the 5th realm. Coming to the remote northern county must have a purpose.
As for the reward, you can choose 30 spirit jades, or a magical artifact/talisman of equivalent value.
He raised 3 fingers, and Li Mu's eyes lit up immediately.
30 spirit jades is equivalent to half a year of his guided cultivation.
Thinking this, Li Mu still put on a solemn face and accepted the mission. The reward is not important. The main thing is to eliminate harm for the people. If he hunted down the ghost generals under King Chujiang, what rewards would the county yamen give? He looked at Zhao Butu curiously.
He lowered his head and pondered. Eliminating any of the 18 ghost generals can earn rewards. The stronger the strength, the greater the reward.
Suddenly, Zhao Butao was stunned. Could it be that you killed a ghost general already? Li Mu didn't hide it? The son of the head treasurer was captured by a ghost general of King Chujiang, and I conveniently dealt with it. He was shocked, but also suddenly understood. No wonder you asked me about King Chujiang's affairs back then.
Then Zhao Butu told him to follow him. "I'll take you to meet the county commandant to receive the reward." In the hall, the county magistrate's office was lavishly luxurious, but reeked of alcohol.
Li Mu was stunned, like, seriously? This boozed-up mess is the county magistrate.
Just then, the vice lieutenant noticed someone and raised an eyebrow, asking who he was.
Head Constable Zhao went over and whispered something in the old man's ear, which seemed to surprise the vice lieutenant quite a bit. He stood up, leaned forward to get a better look, and said, "You killed one of King Chujiang's ghost generals." Li Mu casually admitted, like it was no big deal, "Yep, that was me." The vice lieutenant waved his hand, and immediately a stream of qi appeared, all hazy and stuff. The stream of qi showed images of the 7 ghost generals who were King Chujiang's subordinates. The old man told Li Muju to point out which one he'd off. Li Mu pointed to the image of the guy in the middle, floating in the air.
Seeing that, the vice lieutenant seemed more awake, and seriously praised him. Then, he slurred something, and told Head Constable Zhao to take him to the Xuanzi chamber and let him pick whatever he wanted. A moment later, the two of them stood before a magnificent and gorgeous tower. Head Constable Zhao introduced, "This is the treasure trove, where the rewards from the county office are kept. Each floor of the tower has a plaque, with extravagant gilded lettering. The Tianzi chamber is at the very top." Head Constable Zhao explained that each floor represented a different level. The more contribution one makes, the higher the rewards. Li Mu immediately got curious.
"I wonder if anyone has ever gotten a reward from the Tianzi chamber."
As he led him into the tower, Zhao replied, "Tian-level rewards require a decree from the imperial court, which has to be personally approved by the emperor. It's not something the yamen can give out."
Then, the two entered a room. Head Constable Zhao introduced, "You can freely choose a magical item, or exchange it for spirit jades.
I recommend you choose this lightning guiding talisman. This talisman can eliminate evil cultivators and demons below the 4th realm, and can save your life at a crucial moment." However, the lightning talisman was kinda useless to Li Mulei. The power wasn't as strong as the Linzi incantation, and you could only use it once, so it wasn't as good as spirit jades. Thinking that, he glanced around again and noticed something. On the shelf above the talismans was a hairpin, neatly placed in a velvet box. Li Mu admired the meticulously carved hairpin. This would look great on her. He picked it up and told Head Constable Zhao that he wanted this, which surprised the constable. "You're actually choosing a hairpin."
Suddenly, Li Mu remembered something, curiously asking, "Seems like the county magistrate really hates King Chujiang." Head Constable Zhao said that the old man had a blood feud with King Chujiang. The constable solemnly recounted that the vice lieutenant's parents and even his son all died at the hands of King Chujiang. Li Mu suddenly understood, so the county magistrate, before he could finish, Head Constable Zhao cut him off. When the county magistrate first came to the northern county, he was the first to charge in. In dangerous situations, he always went in first.
Out of the 18 ghost generals of King Chujiang in the 13 counties of the north, the county magistrate dealt with 5 of them in half a month. He even beat the #1 ghost general until his soul dissipated. Lingmu seriously couldn't connect the image of the brave county magistrate in the story with the drunken ghost he'd seen earlier.
After 5 ghost generals were killed, King Chujiang was furious and personally killed the county magistrate's whole family. That's why the old man is like this now. He hates King Chujiang to the bone. Otherwise, based on your merit in eliminating evil, you wouldn't have been able to freely pick a reward in the Xuanzi chamber. You don't need to come to the yamen anymore to avoid being noticed, Li Mu pondered and replied. I understand. A moment later, at the county yamen, the sunlight shone down on the roof, reflecting dazzling colors. Li Samu stood thoughtfully in front of the main gate. The tragedy of the county magistrate's family had been a wake-up call. Li Samu's responsibility was to protect the safety of the people in his jurisdiction, and he often had to fight for his life against demons and monsters. Even if he wasn't afraid, he had to be careful to avoid the people around him being in danger. Li Mu lowered his head, deciding he had to quickly improve Liu Hanyan's and Wan Wan's strength. Right then, the gate opened, letting sunlight into the hidden corners. Liu Hanyan led Wan Wan over. Why are you home so early today? He simply explained that there was nothing to do at the yamen. Then Li Muran also asked, Aren't you going to open more branches? Liu Hanyan looked relieved. With Zhangshan here, it won't be a problem. Besides, didn't you tell me to come home early? What's up? She glanced at him curiously. At this time, Li Muya took out the hairpin he chose as a reward and gave it to Liu Hanyan, saying it was for her. Liu Hanyan stared blankly at the hairpin. Why are you suddenly giving me this? He immediately blanked out. Can't I even give you something? Hearing this, she was helpless. Li Mu really didn't know what it meant for a man to give a woman a hairpin. He grinned and said, If Liu Hanyan doesn't want it, I'll give it to Wan Wan. She immediately snatched the hairpin away, complaining, You're giving me something, and then threatening me. The little girl stood next to them, blankly watching their actions without saying a word. Suddenly, Lin Mu bent down and happily pinched Wan Wan's cheek. Of course, you have a share too. The little girl excitedly glued her eyes on the box he took out, her face full of anticipation. Li Mu unwrapped the outer cloth, revealing an exquisite box. See if you like it. Wan Wan happily reached out and lifted the lid of the box. Of course I like it. I like anything young master gives me. Seeing that it was a hairpin even more luxurious than Liu Hanyan's, Wan Wan immediately blushed. The young lady treats me so well, I should just give this to her. No sooner said than done. Wan Wan offered the hairpin to her, but Liu Hanyan smiled and refused. If it's for you, just take it. Hearing that, Wan Wan hesitated, glancing at the hairpin, wanting to say something but stopping herself. But the young lady's hairpin is too plain. Below, Zhao Bai gazed up at the hairpin with admiration mixed with a bit of jealousy. I want to wear pretty clothes, and sparkly jewelry too. Thinking of this, she became even more determined to transform into a human form quickly. Just then, Li Mu told Liu Hanyan to leave the city with him, leaving Wan Wan and Xiao Bai at home. She immediately raised an eyebrow, like, huh. He didn't explain but grabbed Liu Hanyan's wrist and dragged her straight away. You'll find out soon enough. On the official road outside the city. Yesterday the weather was not only clear but also had a refreshing breeze rustling, so perfect for some shenanigans. Li Mu led Liu Hanyan to the middle of a paved road and stopped, explaining, Your hairpin is different from Wan Wan's, you see. Liu Hanyan clenched her fist slightly, sulking. You like Wan Wan and Li Biutao, so you give them all the good stuff, and I only get the leftovers. Anyway, I'm not the type you like. Hearing that, he immediately jumped and whipped his head around. You're still thinking about that? Li Mu's face flushed as he explained that he was just kidding back then. You're talented, can go into the hall and down to the kitchen, beautiful, rich, and even your cultivation talent is high. What kind of man wouldn't like someone like you? His words made Liu Hanyan's face as red as a ripe tomato. You really think so? Li Mu put his hand on his chest, solemnly swearing to make her feel more secure. I swear on my Dao heart. Seeing this, Liu Hanyan immediately became anxious and loudly stopped him. Who told you to make such oaths? At this point, he softened his tone, teasing, Not jealous anymore. You're even jealous of Wan Wan. She immediately blushed, mumbling, Who's jealous? Liu Hanyan's attitude stunned Li Mu. When he was blind, she was so adorable, not losing out to Wan Wan one bit. A little later, in a different part of the forest, thick with trees under a clear sky, Liu Hanyan looked around, puzzled. What did you bring me here to do? After confirming that there was no one nearby, Liu Mu told her to take out the hairpin. After Liu Hanyan raised it, he slowly explained, "I said your hairpins were different, but it's not about the appearance." Suddenly, the hairpin in her hand was being controlled, turning its head, causing her to be stunned and amazed. At this moment, Li Mu clasped his hands and shouted out powerfully, and just like that, the hairpin whooshed out of Liu Hanyan's hand in a flash. It flew straight towards the big tree in front of them and pierced it with great force. A moment later, she stared blankly at the not-so-small hole that could be seen through the tree. "This hairpin, is it a magic treasure?" At this point, he smirked, looking at her teasingly. Still jealous? Liu Hanyan turned from being angry to acting spoiled and pinched Li Mu's waist, causing him to laugh loudly and beg for mercy. "Okay, I won't mention it again." Li Mu's Wei remembered what Lin Si had once said. Once a woman doesn't mind physical contact, even if it's physical abuse, it shows that the distance has been significantly shortened. Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed inwardly with a sly look. "Looks like me and Miss Liu." Li Mu said that he would first teach Liu Hanyan the art of muting, then a Daoist technique, practicing diligently every day so that if she encountered danger in the future, she could protect herself. Hearing this, Liu Hanyan immediately clasped her hands together, forming a hand seal, and seriously agreed with him. A moment later, Li Mu looked up, watching the hairpin fly a shaky path in the sky, slowly guiding her. Imagine the trajectory of it in your head. If this hairpin were to pierce someone's heart or head, it could kill them instantly. Even a cultivator would instantly have their body destroyed if they were attacked unexpectedly in a vulnerable spot. As soon as he finished speaking, the hovering hairpin suddenly changed direction extremely smoothly. Liu Hanyan tilted her head, putting her index finger to her lips curiously. "Where did you get this hairpin?" Li Mu calmly replied. "The last time I eliminated a demonic spirit, I used the merit points to exchange for it at the yamen." Hearing this, she immediately inquired why he didn't exchange for other things, but in her heart she secretly hoped that Liu Muke had specially exchanged it for her. He didn't answer, but loudly demanded that Liu Hanyan concentrate. "I haven't even taught her this move," she coldly snorted. "Whether you teach others or not has nothing to do with me." Li Mu looked helplessly at Liu Hanyan. "Women always say one thing and mean another." Li Wanqing said the same thing when she was angry. Remembering her, he sighed softly. The way to use the Lin Xinju and Sheng Xinju that Li Mu has come up with recently are very suitable for Lin Qing. Then, he turned to teach her another divine power. "Combined with what I just taught you, you can destroy both the body and soul of a third-stage cultivator." Finishing speaking, Li Mukero clasped his hands to form a hand seal and shouted with all his might, "Lin," echoing through the forest. In the next second, a bolt of lightning from the sky powerfully struck nearby, creating a tremor on the ground. Liu Hanyan stood back timidly, watching the smoke rise, and he continued to explain. "First use the Bing Ziju to destroy the enemy's physical body, then use the Lin Ziju to destroy their divine soul." Under normal circumstances, others simply don't have a chance to react. They'll be struck to death by your combination of moves. Their body, and Dao destroyed, Liu Hanyan was excitedly eager to try it immediately. Practicing until the sky changed from clear blue to the rosy hues of sunset, she collapsed to the ground, exhausted, lamenting in the lingering smoke, "My magic power is depleted." In front of them were trails of smoke blowing in the wind around several trees that had been broken in half, leaving stumps. Living Mu smiled. "It's best to practice from archery, throwing knives. Daoist techniques don't consume much magic power, but your magic power can't withstand too long of a practice." Hearing this, Liu Hanyan immediately blamed him for not saying so sooner. Her whole body soaked in sweat, complaining, "Now my legs are all wobbly, how am I supposed to walk back?" Li Mu immediately raised his finger and proposed 3 solutions. 1. Carry her back in my arms. 2. Give her a piggyback ride. And 3. Liu Hanyan can just walk back herself. Hearing the third option, she instantly craned her neck, looking at his smirking face, and retorted, "Are you even a man?" Liu Hanyan, without waiting for Li Mu's reply, stretched out her hand commandingly. "Come here and give me a piggyback." Moments later, she was settled on his back, her arms around Li Mu's neck, face turned away, looking displeased. Liu Hanyan whispered into his ear, "Are you doing this on purpose? Making me practice non-stop earlier?" Li Mu raised his head, looking disgusted. "You think I want to carry you? You're heavy as hell," Liu Hanyan immediately retorted, embarrassed. "What do you know? A girl isn't necessarily better when she's light." He started internally monologuing so much his face turned red. A girl close to 100 kilograms who isn't flat-chested must be short. Liu Hanyan isn't like that though. Is she subtly implying she has a perfect figure? he thought to himself, but when Li Mu spoke he acted nonchalant. How would I know? This is the first time I've carried a girl. And coincidentally, this is the first time you've been carried by someone else. He carried her leisurely along the forest path, bathed in the romantic glow of the setting sun. The silence was unnerving. Suddenly, Liu Hanyan mentioned what Li Mu said before. About 2 years from now, if neither of us is married, we'll be together. Was that for real?
At her words, his footsteps faltered, his shadow stretching across the grass. Li Mu affirmed with a serious face. Of course it's real.
She leaned her head on his shoulder, pouting. Didn't you say I wasn't your type? Li Mu helplessly explained again that he just said it casually. Who wouldn't like someone like her? Suddenly he caught onto the key point and was stunned, slightly turning his head to glance at the person behind him. Are you agreeing? Liu Hanyan avoided his gaze, stubbornly saying, Depends on how you perform from now on. Hearing this, Li Mu turned his head and smiled. Then I'll definitely perform well. Suddenly she frowned seriously, poked his cheek, and said she still had one condition. Li Mu glanced over in surprise. Just say it. If I can do it, I will. Liu Hanyan muttered something nonsensical. You know, Wanwan and I can't be separated in this lifetime. He didn't understand her meaning, wondering why she suddenly brought her up.
The two of them walked past a cliff, and Liu Hanyan scolded Li Mu. Playing dumb. From the moment you used grilled meat to tempt Wanwan, you've been thinking that way, haven't you? He hurriedly swore that he really didn't have any ulterior motives towards them at the time.
In fact, Li Mukia did have the thought of marrying these two mistresses and servant. But that was a matter for the future. Unexpectedly, after explaining, Liu Hanyan started thinking again. Back then you were only focused on that Li Butu, right? He was flustered, trying to change the subject. When can we start real dual cultivation? Hearing the words real dual cultivation, inappropriate images flashed in her head, and she blushed. Liu Hanyan shouted to cover her embarrassment. Keep dreaming. Wait until you marry me. Then we'll talk. Li Mu hurriedly agreed. Let's do real dual cultivation on our wedding day. He said that. But in his heart he was secretly sighing in relief, because he had finally diverted her attention from Lian Qing. Actually, Li Muxiu wanted to start dual cultivating right now, but if he said that now, Liu Hanyan might start getting jealous of her again. After a while, as the sun gradually set, in Liu Hanyan's room, she was so tired that she fell fast asleep as soon as she got back, and Wanwan carefully tucked her young miss in. Suddenly, Li Mu girl from outside the door to follow him out for a bit, which made Wanwan startled. The girl followed him into Li Mu's private room, stuttering, Gongzi, what's wrong? Calling Wanwan into his room in the middle of the night caused the little girl to overthink wildly. Li Mu repeated what he said about Wanwan's eyes. I sealed your spirit eyes before, but now you have the magical power to control it yourself. You can follow this method to cultivate it. Hearing this, the little girl cheered excitedly. Really, Gongzi, you're the best. Turns out it wasn't what Wanwan had been imagining all along. He clasped his hands to form a hand seal. Lao Wang, the Xuantian old man, had given Li Mu a book about the cultivation of spiritual eyes. In his memories, there was also information about spiritual eyes, which could just help Wanwan find the right path to cultivation. He raised 2 fingers, enveloped in magical power close to the girl's forehead. Moments later, when Li Mu told Wanwan to open her eyes, she saw a blurry image of him. Wanwan still couldn't fully open her eyes and could only keep them slightly closed, but she could still see the blue light in her eyes. A second later, Wanwan suddenly widened her eyes, revealing her crystal-clear blue eyes, which seemed to emit a terrifying pressure. Li Mu staggered a bit from the shock. Just now, his spirit was shaken for a moment. Wanwan had only refined 2 phantoms, and her unconscious use of the spiritual eyes could already shake Li Mu's spirit. Once she knew how to use her talent, controlling enemies beyond her level wouldn't be difficult. Souls, primordial spirits, and the like, it was feared, would be dominated to death by her. He imagined it, and was stunned with fear. Wanwan didn't understand anything, and asked because she saw Li Mu suddenly space out. He immediately regained his senses, pretended to be normal, coughed a few times, and then reached out to send the girl back to sleep. Watching Wanwan's retreating back, Li Mu was really worried that if he didn't work hard he would be crushed by both of them. Later, he would have to choose a magic weapon for the girl, to be fair. The next day, the 3 of them strolled around the town. With the Shu family's help, the handover of 2 branch stores went smoothly. Next month, the bookstore and tea house can open for business, while Yu Fang and the factory are temporarily put aside. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a silk handkerchief fluttered down right in front of Li Mu's nose, carried by the gentle breeze. He immediately noticed a bustling, noisy area, with voices constantly calling out, "Young master, come take a look." Turns out it was a brothel, with beautiful girls trying all sorts of ways to lure customers inside. Li Mu looked up at the prominent sign in the middle. Turns out this place was Spring Breeze Pavilion. He frowned and decided to observe from outside, wanting to see what was so special about this Spring Breeze Pavilion. They're all humans, and the patrons look pretty normal. No demonic or ghostly energy around either. Looks like just your run-of-the-mill brothel. Suddenly, a gentle woman approached him. "This young master has been standing outside, staring at our place for so long. Would you like to come inside and play?" Hearing that, Manhwa immediately wanted to agree to go inside and investigate. But just as he opened his mouth, a sneaky hand pinched his waist. He instantly suppressed the pain and waved her off with a grimaced face. Liu Hanyan and Wanwan, in perfect sync, grabbed Limu's arms and dragged him away, under the woman's dumbfounded gaze. Limu glanced at them, bewildered, but couldn't say a word. Liu Hanyan said loudly, "So, are they pretty?" He immediately panicked and blushed. "Of course they're not pretty. They're wearing makeup like ghosts. I don't like that at all." Clearly not believing him, she frowned and retorted, "Not pretty, so why were you staring for so long?" Limu awkwardly scratched his head, saying he was just looking around. He couldn't tell them about the Yaman's secret mission, so he just had to suck it up. Liu Hanyan snapped, "You can look anywhere, but you just had to ogle at a place like that. You men are all the same." Limu awkwardly tried to break free from their grasp. All the bickering was attracting stares from passers-by. Sweating buckets, he kept promising it wouldn't happen again. Suddenly, Limu spotted something across the street. It was Li Si, and there was Chen Miao Miao clinging onto his arm, leaning close. Li Si also noticed the situation on Limu's side. He sighed as he looked at the two beautiful girls by Limu's sides, then looked back at the chubby girl he was with, and couldn't help but close his eyes in despair. She saw Li Si suddenly tearing up, and anxiously asked him what was wrong. But he just said he got some dust in his eyes. Liu Hanyan worriedly asked Limu, "Aren't you going to go say hi?" He calmly explained, "Li Si and Miao Miao Gunyang haven't seen each other in a long time. We shouldn't bother them." Still, she felt uneasy. Are they really going to be together? That time, Li Si wasn't just joking around, right? Limu kept staring in that direction this time, even if he didn't want to be with her. "I'm afraid he has no choice." Liu Hanyan quickly reassured him, to keep him from worrying about his career and longing for Qinglu. Hearing that, he suddenly said grimly, "Li used to be just like me. He wouldn't even glance at a brothel. Back then, he'd scrimp and save every day, eating plain buns and drinking water, saving up his salary to prepare the betrothal gift to marry Qing Qing. But when Li Si finally saved up enough for the betrothal gift, Qing Qing had already married some rich guy as a concubine. She looked down on him for being too poor and unable to give her the life she wanted." Liu Hanyan frowned. "The life you want should be fought for yourself. That kind of woman can only rely on men her whole life. It's not worth him falling for someone like that." Limu lowered his eyes and thought. Men can't easily forget their first love. Qing Qing was the first girl Li Si liked, and the deeper the feelings, the greater the hurt. Hearing this, she blankly mumbled the name Qing Qing in confusion. Afterwards, Liu Hanyan started to become jealous. "Speaking of which, are you and Li Butu also each other's unforgettable first love?" He immediately relied on his survival instincts and hurriedly tried to change the subject. "There's a noodle stall over there. Is Wanwan hungry? Let's go eat there." A moment later, in the courtyard of the prefect's mansion, Chen Miao Miao meticulously told Li Si to rest. "If you need anything, just tell me and I'll ask my father to prepare it." He was standing against the light, so his expression was completely hidden. "Actually, I've been hiding something from you all along." Li Si lowered his eyes dejectedly and admitted that he wasn't Li Shan, revealing his real name. "Of course, it's because I had to hide my identity and deceive you, according to Zhao Yong's law," he apologized somberly. She was still trying to cling to a sliver of hope. "So the fact that you liked me wasn't a lie, right?" Li Si lowered his head even further. "You're a good girl, from a good family, and with a kind heart. I'm just a small constable, earning $50,000 in salary each month, and frequenting brothels." Chen Miao Miao yelled with tears in her eyes, "I don't care about your past or your identity. I only care if you're sincere with me." He still stubbornly turned his back. "I can't even support myself. You won't be happy with me," she sobbed softly. "Just being able to be with the person I love is happiness enough. If you don't like it here, we can go back to Yangqiu County. If you can't support me, I'll use my gold and silver jewelry to support you. Even without my father, we can still do business and make a living." Hearing this, Li Si couldn't help but be shocked, turning his head to look at Chen Miao Miao. The scene from that year suddenly flashed in his mind, with Qing Qing holding the arm of a rich man, speaking to him with disdain. A glimmer of hope shone in Li Si's eyes. "Not all women in the world are like Qing Qing. Maybe I should make a fresh start too." Thinking this, he turned around and grabbed Miao Miao's hand. "The words I said to you were all from the heart." The tears that had been welling up in the corners of her eyes finally fell. I also wholeheartedly agree to go to Yanqui County with you and endure hardship. Li Si cut Chen Miao Miao off. You're willing to suffer with me, but I don't want you to suffer. Let's just stay in the city. 3 days later, on a bustling street, Li Mu and Li Si met again. He couldn't help but stare in shock at the change in him. What the heck? Li Si already refined the 3 overlapping waves technique in just 3 days. Then Li Mu pointed at him, amazed. So, you've decided to stay with Miss Miao Miao, Li Si readily admitted. I've thought it over. Miao Miao is a good girl. I can't let her down. Hearing this, he immediately gave him a big hug and offered his heartfelt blessings. The prodigal son returns. The playboy comes ashore. Congrats, congrats. He smiled, but his eyes held a hint of sadness. My future father-in-law said I have to cultivate to the divine power realm at least before I can get married, Li Mu calculated in his head. If the city lord throws resources at him, Li Si could reach the divine power realm in less than 2 years. Although his combat strength won't match a genuine divine power cultivator, he will be a true divine power cultivator. Suddenly he changed the subject and inquired about his situation with Liu Hanyan. Li Mu lowered his head slightly. We just need a little more time. Li Si glanced at him meaningfully. I know you guys are like dry wood meeting fire, but have you really thought this through? Won't you regret it later? Li Mu's mind flashed to the image of Li Qing. We should cherish what's in front of us. We'll worry about the future later. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, looking up at the sign hanging on the tall tower, neither speaking a word. Finally, Li Si hesitated and said, You wouldn't be interested in places like this, would you? He shot him a cold glare. Do you think I'm like you? There's just a case related to this brothel, but I don't see any problems. Li Si immediately said that he knew the girls in this establishment weren't real brothel girls. Li Mujia immediately asked for the reason. Curious. He recounted it in a matter-of-fact tone. The first day I came here, they actually charged me. Li Mu was incredulous. You've already had deep conversations with them, Li Si nonchalantly replied. Of course we've discussed life. Hearing this, he immediately felt that there was definitely something wrong with this place. He sent him home, and then went into the brothel himself to investigate. Inside the Spring Breeze Pavilion, as soon as Li Mugai entered, a madam bustled over, calling out young master in a soft voice. Which young lady are you looking for today, young master? He didn't hide anything, and said it was his first time here. Hearing he was a new customer, she immediately smiled brightly. We must take good care of this young master today. Then, the madam loudly called for 3 people, named Xiang Xiang, Qiao Qiao, and Rong Rong to come. A moment later, 3 young women stood in a neat row in front of Li Mu. She squinted and promoted. These 3 are the best in our establishment, skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. See if any of them please you, young master. The 3 young women each had their own charm, one gentle and refined, one cute and playful, one alluring and flirtatious, all different from each other. He stared seriously at them for a long time, as if carefully considering. Finally, Li Mu pointed to the girl who was smiling with her head down, looking very gentle and demure, named Rong Rong. I'll pick her. The madam hurriedly brought Rong Rong in front of him, urging her to take Li Mu upstairs. Rong Rong obediently bowed and invited him to follow her. Li Mu frowned slightly, a little suspicious. Although this was his first time at a brothel, the brothel girls would never be cold with customers like that. Li Mu turned to follow Rong Rong. Li Si had told him that the brothel girls would set up individual personalities to attract customers. This person's personality was not necessarily indifferent. She led Li Mu Si into a large room. It's just that people who chose her usually had some tendency to abuse. Moreover, this kind of coldness might make them more excited. As soon as he sat down, he asked Rong Rong if she knew how to play the zither. She casually replied that she didn't. Li Mu frowned and asked if Xue Shi knew how to play the flute. Rong Rong repeated the same thing as before. He still didn't give up, raising his eyebrows. Don't tell me you don't even know how to play an instrument. At this time she didn't answer, but just sighed softly. Li Muli immediately pretended to be angry and scolded. You dare to say you're proficient in everything when you don't know anything? Go down and tell the madam to bring someone else who knows these things up here. A moment later she ran downstairs to complain. That man is so weird. He doesn't want to do what he should do, he just wants to listen to music. I can't handle it. Whoever wants to go, go. The madam didn't seem surprised at all. This world is full of all kinds of people. We told you to practice playing the zither, but you didn't listen? And now you're complaining? Then she glanced to one side and instructed. Qiao Qiao, go serve that young master. Li Mu sat in the room looking out the door. Outside, a figure softly spoke, asking to come in. Qiao Qiao entered with a zither in her hand and asked which song he wanted her to play. Li Mu helplessly raised his hand to his forehead. Just play whatever you know. Hearing this, she immediately replied, and gently placed the zither on the table in front of her. Just as Cao Cao was slowly pulling down her outer robe to reveal her alluringly bare, white shoulders, he stopped her. Li Mu's face flushed with embarrassment. "I told you to play the zither. Why are you taking your clothes off for no reason?" Not knowing what Cao Cao was thinking, she blushed suggestively. "Could it be you want me to put them on to play?" Hearing this, he immediately, wearily supported his forehead and stretched out his hand, obediently telling her to put them on and play. A while later, Cao Cao, while playing a soothing tune, thought to herself, "Li Mu is so strange. I've never met someone like him before. He comes to a brothel not for physical pleasure, but just to listen to music." Meanwhile, he was secretly assessing her musical skills, which he considered only entry-level. Having heard Liu Hanyan play, this music was a bit bland. The melodious music continued in the room for quite some time. Eventually, Li Mu couldn't resist the sleepiness and dozed off on the chair. Cao Cao then stopped playing and approached him, watching intently to make sure he was asleep. Then, she took out a fire starter and created a small flame, carefully lighting 3 incense sticks and placing them in a row inside a censer. The smoke immediately rose and surrounded Li Mu's body. She quietly watched the smoke rise, continuously drifting towards the man in front of her. Cao Cao intently observed Li Mu's facial features. With such handsome looks, he could have any woman he wants. Why come to a place like this? She smirked with a sinister smile. Cao Cao stroked his face, secretly regretting it, unaware that a stream of energy was also escaping from her body. After understanding the truth, Li Mu smirked inwardly. So, this spring breeze pavilion secretly employs methods to absorb yang energy in the dark. Although he didn't know where the yang energy absorbed by the incense burner went, he might become a regular customer here. He'd have time to slowly uncover the secret of Lord Chujiang right here in the spring breeze pavilion. Li Mu delightfully absorbed a large amount of lustful energy. This lustful energy was an unexpected surprise. Absorbing this much today is still a bit little, but if he absorbed more, this girl would notice. Li Mu slowly opened his eyes, as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. Suddenly, a pair of full, plump breasts slammed right into his face. Li Mu was immediately startled awake, his eyes wide and face red. At the close proximity, Cao Cao softly asked if he wanted her to help him bathe. Li Mu, with a flushed face, stood up and refused decisively. "I just wanted to take a nap." With that, he turned and waved his hand. "My sleep hasn't been good lately. Listening to your music helped a lot. I'll come find you next time." He left her stunned and incredulous. That's it. Downstairs, the madame stretched out her hands adorned with precious jewelry, demanding a tael of silver. Li Mu acted like the price was too steep, spending a tael of silver just to listen to a song. She calmly said, as if it was cheap, "If young master invites experts to the music hall, it will be more expensive at once." After speaking, the madame held up the teacup and blew to cool it down. He didn't argue further, and agreed. After Li Mu left, Cao Cao came downstairs. That young master was so strange, just listening to a song and then falling asleep. The madame didn't seem to care much, telling her not to worry about it. Speaking of this, her expression suddenly turned gloomy, smirking sinisterly. "Don't forget the main thing, okay?" Cao Cao also smiled slyly in response. "Of course, I can't forget." At this time, Li Mu had already gone outside. Although it's easy to arouse suspicion that a normal man enters a brothel just to listen to music, it's difficult for him to do it like Zhao Butu said, a ticking time bomb. To abandon the yuanyang that Li Mu had preserved for 19 years for a mission, what a bloody deal. My yuanyang is reserved for Liu Hanyan, he thought to himself while striding down the road. Li Mu had no idea that the moment he stepped out of the brothel, he had been caught by her. Liu Hanyan frowned angrily. Did Li Mu just come out of there? Zhang Shan immediately covered for him. You must have mistaken him for someone else. A while later, at Liu Hanyan's house, his voice rang out outside the gate. I'm back. Stepping inside, the scene that caught Li Mu's eye was the 3 people in the house gathered together as if waiting for him to return. He became confused, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? Liu Hanyan didn't beat around the bush and somberly stabbed straight into the main issue. Where did you go this afternoon? Hearing this, Li Mu looked puzzled, scratching his head and vaguely said, Why, I didn't go anywhere. When he was repeating that he didn't go anywhere, Liu Hanyan couldn't help but shout, I saw you come out of the brothel with my own eyes. Li Mu immediately became embarrassed, hurriedly wanting to explain. But she interrupted him. Liu Hanyan pointed at Li Mu and criticized. Don't tell me you went to the brothel just to listen to music and didn't do anything else. He frowned in consideration, not expecting that being a righteous constable would also get him caught. Li Mu basically didn't need to explain to her before, but if he didn't explain now, his soon-to-be wife would run away. After deciding, he hurriedly explained, I really just went to listen to music. If you don't believe me, then let Xiaobai prove it for me. She immediately stepped forward to intercede. Sister Hanyan really misunderstood. Benefactor really didn't do anything. Liu Hanyan clearly didn't believe it. You're still speaking up for him at this point. Xiaobai awkwardly closed her eyes. I'm not biased towards Benefactor. At this point, she finally wavered a bit, curiously asking if Xiaobai could really see it. Xiaobai explained that it was a racial talent of hers, and that Li Mu's yang energy was still intact, so Liu Hanyan had misunderstood him. Li Mu immediately chimed in, stammering that he'd only gone to Qinglu today to investigate a case, listened to a single song, and left without touching a single hair on any of the ladies of the Qinglu. But she still couldn't shake her suspicion. What kind of case requires you to go to Qinglu? He pleaded and begged, but it was no use. Li Mu suddenly turned somber. You actually don't believe me, I'm so disappointed. With that, he turned and stormed into the house, leaving Liu Hanyan behind. She reached out to grab him, but couldn't say a word. She hung her head dejectedly. What do? I think he's angry at me. Wan immediately suggested Liu Hanyan should go and coax Li Mu. She thought for a moment, then, gathering all her courage, she pursed her lips and nodded. Okay. A moment later, sunlight streamed through the crack in the door into the room. Liu Hanyan entered the room and cautiously approached the bed where Li Mu was sitting, calling his name, but Li Mu didn't respond. She hesitantly apologized, but he didn't even glance at Liu Hanyan, coldly asking her where she thought she went wrong. Liu Hanyan looked dejected and pursed her lips. I should have trusted you. But Li Mu this time was stubborn and pushed back even harder, and I'm sorry is all it takes. As he finished speaking, she suddenly pounced on him, pushing him onto the bed, making Li Mu exclaim in surprise. His face flushed. He looked at Liu Hanyan, who was on top of him, and stuttered, Wait, what are you doing? Her face got closer and closer, and with it, Li Mu's face turned even redder. Liu Hanyan took the initiative to embrace his face, and gave Li Mu a gentle kiss. With a face as red as a ripe tomato, she said, I've given you my first kiss, and you're still angry at me. Still lost in the soft aftertaste of her lips, he blankly murmured, It's okay if you make more mistakes in the future. Liu Hanyan shyly crossed her arms over her chest and stood up. Dream on, this is your first kiss too, isn't it? Li Mu's cheeks were still flushed as he replied that she was the first woman to kiss him, secretly thinking in his heart that Su Huo was a ghost, so she didn't count. A sunny afternoon, with a gentle breeze at the Chunfeng Pavilion. Just like any other day, Li Mu's walked past and tossed a tail of silver to the madam, telling her, The usual. He blushed and muttered to himself, Although today's kiss was a fast development, I still want to quickly enjoy some hot tofu. It's good that Liu Hanyan caught me at Qinglu this time, so from now on when I come here to investigate cases, I don't have to worry about her getting angry anymore. He smiled contentedly. Time flew by like a dog running in a field, and before long, night fell. Inside a room, Cao Cao stood watching Li Mu lying on the bed in a hazy, incense-filled room. She gently shook him to make sure Li Mu was sound asleep. Cao Cao walked over and picked up the incense burner, inserting 3 smoking incense sticks into it. After she turned and walked out, a paper doll silently followed behind. It quickly flew to Cao Cao's feet and clung tightly to her thick-soled heel. Li Mu smirked. The paper doll was originally a secret art of the Fulu sect, capable of probing dangerous places. Only disciples of the Fulu sect could make them. But the memories of the celestial Xuan master also contain the crafting method. Li Mu used the paper doll to listen in and see where Cao Cao was actually going. A moment later, in the backyard of Chunfeng Pavilion, they arrived at the well where the madam was standing. I've brought the incense burner, she said. The madam instructed Cao Cao to stand guard there, not letting anyone in. Then, the madam decisively stepped onto the edge of the well, standing on top of it. After that, she jumped down into the dark, bottomless well without hesitation. After a while, nothing could be seen or heard from inside the well, as if nothing had ever happened there. At this moment, Li Mu was hiding behind a fence, peeking. The madam was too far away, so the paper doll couldn't hear anything. It was hard enough to get a little clue. He had to think of another way. Thinking, he suddenly turned his head. Thinking of some bright ideas, he smirked. Then, Li Mu clutched his stomach and walked out, constantly mumbling from the toilet. Seeing him, Cao Cao immediately became vigilant. Why did you come down here? Li Mu looked like he couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, Where's the toilet? After she pointed the direction, he immediately clutched his stomach and ran towards it. After Li Mu had completely left, Cao Cao breathed a sigh of relief. Turns out he had to go to the toilet. Scared me to death. Thinking this, she lowered her head and looked down into the deep, dark well as she waited. On the other side, in the toilet, he was holding his nose, enduring the stench because he could hear the sounds over there. Suddenly, Unclear words came to his ears. Ghost General's last position. Sacrifice Yang energy. A moment later, Li Mu Cao opened the door and walked out of the toilet. If he stayed too long, Cao Cao would become suspicious, affecting his plans later on. First, Li Mu temporarily left this place. Cao Cao watched him leave. Seeing Li Mu finally leave, she finally relaxed a little. Suddenly, the rope leading down the well vibrated. It seemed like Mama Tuma had finished her work and was returning. Suo Chao received the signal and immediately put her strength into turning the handle, winding the rope, and pulling something up. After a while, Mama Tu, sitting cross-legged in a wooden bucket, was pulled up. She carefully inquired, "Did anyone come in here?" The girl immediately replied that no one had come in. Then, Cao Cao helped her up. Mama Tu contentedly told them to leave. As she walked away following Mama Tu, the paper doll stuck to the heel of Cao Cao's thick-soled shoes also turned to ashes and dissipated into the air. Half a month later, in the county office, the clear and beautiful greenery created an extremely comfortable feeling inside a large room. Head Constable Zhao confirmed the information. So the Chunfeng Pavilion is truly controlled by a ghost general under King Chujiang. Yi Mu, you're sure she's hiding in the well in the backyard? He suddenly realized. The ghostly aura is hidden in the well, so from the outside, nothing seems abnormal. He continued in a low voice. Mama Tu and the courtesans of the Chunfeng Pavilion must have been brainwashed, used by her to absorb the yang energy of the guests for cultivation. The 18 ghost generals under King Chujiang aren't fixed. Other ghost soldiers in his command can replace them at any time if they're strong enough. Not only that, King Chujiang also established a cruel rule for those 18 ghost generals. The ghost general in last place who doesn't advance to the soul realm within a certain time will be considered a sacrifice, their minds erased, and their soul bodies offered as a sacrifice. The female ghost in the backyard of Chunfeng Pavilion is currently in last place, and only by absorbing yang energy can she advance and avoid being sacrificed. Head Constable Zhao frowned upon hearing this. To be able to think of this method to motivate his subordinates to practice diligently, this King Chujiang is truly a genius. Finishing his sentence, he clasped his hands and rested his chin on them, asking, "Are there any other clues about King Chujiang's secrets?" He replied, "No, the real secrets probably have to be found on the 18 ghost generals." Head Constable Zhao also felt this made sense, and told him to continue investigating and report any information immediately to the county office. Seeing Li Mu's somewhat troubled expression, he asked in confusion, "Is there something difficult about your case?" Li Mu honestly stated, "The Chunfeng Pavilion is really too expensive. I've already spent over 10 taels of silver, and I can't keep paying like this. How about the Yamen pays for some of it in advance?" Hearing this, Head Constable Zhao couldn't help but laugh. "Aren't you living with a rich woman, in a big house, wearing fancy clothes?" He immediately bristled, loudly stammering, "Who's spreading such nonsense?" He replied that he'd only heard it mentioned. "I'll go to the treasury and get you some silver later." A moment later, Head Constable Zhao placed silver and a branch on the table. "Take these 30 taels of silver first. If it's not enough, just come to the Yamen to get more." Li Mu contentedly picked up the silver ingot, admiring it. "Today, I can splurge a little. Hire someone to play the zither, and another to play the flute at the same time. If I exceed the budget, I'll just ask the Yamen for more." Suddenly, he handed him a branch, telling him to take it. Li Mu asked in confusion, "What is this?" Head Constable Zhao explained. "This thing is called the soul-striking whip, made from a 1,000-year-old willow branch. One strike, and ordinary yin spirits and vengeful spirits will be scattered. Even if an evil spirit resists, one strike won't be pleasant. You just need to use this whip to stall that female ghost for a moment, and if you transmit the message in time, the Yamen's helpers will arrive immediately." He pointed at the whip, and upon hearing this, Li Mu smirked, planning to take this good thing for himself. Head Constable Zhao saw through his intentions and reminded him, "This is Yamen property, only lent to you temporarily. You have to return it after you're done. Moreover, you have to compensate for any loss or damage." Hearing this, Li Mujiao only mumbled that he understood, but secretly regretted it. As soon as Mama Tu saw him arrive, she hurried out to greet him warmly. "Oh, young master, did you come to call for Cao Cao this time?" Li Mu dropped silver into Mama Tu's hand and ordered, "This time, I'm calling for 2 people. Go arrange it." As soon as Mama Tu received the silver, her face blossomed with a smile, and she loudly called out, "Hua Hua, Huang Huang, come and accompany the young master." Soon after, 2 fresh-faced girls came to serve Li Muha, who was lying on the bed. He secretly calculated, "I've stuck paper dolls under the silver ingot and spread silver powder on it. That Mama Tu is carrying the silver with her, so this time the sound I hear should be much clearer." At this time, in the backyard of Chunfeng Pavilion, Mama Tu had just brought things down to Madame Chu. She sat alone in a dark room, her bright red clothes making those around her feel suffocated. Mama Tu respectfully presented the incense burner with both hands, inviting her to use it. The faint smoke wafted over, making her feel relaxed. Chu Yunhe was satisfied. Very good. Then she suddenly stood up and ordered, "From now on there's no need to bring the incense burner down anymore. The incense burner in the room can also be put away." Hearing this, Mama Tu asked in surprise, "Madam, have you finally advanced?" Chu Yunge's eyes became vacant, and she said in a low voice, "It's too late. 3 days from now, His Highness will summon all the ghost generals. The cyan-faced ghost is dead, and I'm ranked last among the ghost generals. If I don't break through to the soul realm in 3 days, I'll have to become His Highness's sacrifice." Seeing Chu Yunge's worry, Mama Tu was equally anxious. "Then what are your plans, madam?" She carefully calculated. "I'm only 1 step away from the soul realm. As long as I absorb all the soul essence and yang energy of all the men in this establishment, I can break through immediately," Mama Tu reminded her. "If you do that, the Yamen will find out very quickly." Perhaps she was too anxious, so she didn't care about the consequences. "These unfaithful men who only use their lower bodies to think deserve to die 1,000 times over. After I absorb them all, they will leave this place, and you can escape on your own." Li Mu heard all these words clearly, every single one. Seeing his frowning, uncomfortable expression, the 2 girls suddenly became frightened. "Young master, did we hurt you?" Li Mu slowly sat up, chasing them away. "It's none of your business. Go away, I want to take a nap." Watching them leave, Li Mu took out the soul stone, holding it in his hand. Then he crushed the outer shell to absorb the energy. Li Mu secretly calculated, "We need time for reinforcements to arrive, but in this short amount of time, I'm afraid Madame Chu will have already drained countless people." He worried. "There's no time to hesitate anymore. I have to stop this from happening immediately." With that thought, he decided to get up and go outside to find her. Luckily, just as Li Mengwu was heading down the stairs, he spotted Mama Chao and Chu Yunke standing below. The moment he saw the woman in red, he knew it was Chu Yunye. Mama Chao saw Li Mu and immediately chirped, "Young master, why are you down here? Are the girls not serving you well enough?" He quickly replied, "They're doing great. It's just that I want someone to help me cough release some stress tonight." Mama Chao then gently asked, "Which lady has caught your eye, young master? I'll make the arrangements." Without a second thought, Li Mushu pointed straight at Chu Yunye and proposed, "I want her." Caught off guard, Mama Chao looked a bit awkward and hesitated, but Chu Yunye surprisingly agreed. "As long as young master doesn't mind this old jade, I'm willing to share a night of spring breeze with you." The 2 of them quickly headed back to Li Mu's room. She sat beside him, using a coquettish voice. "Young master, please be gentle with me." Chu Yunge deliberately sat close, trying to easily steal Li Mu's yang energy. This, of course, didn't escape his notice. Letting her drain a little of his yang energy was like giving up a grain of sand in the desert. But the dense lust emotion on her would soon be enough for him to condense the poisonless soul. Chu Yunge felt increasingly tired, secretly wondering, why is this guy's yang energy like a never-ending waterfall that can't be sucked dry? She grew more and more scared. Plus, why am I getting weaker despite absorbing so much yang energy? With his sharp intuition, he quickly noticed her suspicion. Li Mu grabbed the soul-locking whip he had prepared from the immortal stone. He aimed straight at Chu Yunye and lashed out with all his might, making her jump up in surprise. Chu Yunye realized in horror that the person in front of her was a cultivator. Enraged, she was about to rush forward and drain his yang energy in one go, but she suddenly froze, sensing a group of powerful auras rushing over. Chu Yunge instantly transformed into a dense cloud of black smoke and escaped through the window. He hurried after her but couldn't match her escape speed. Just then, Li Mu saw a group of people rushing down the street. It was the county sheriff himself. "Looks like the Imperial Guards are here." Constable Zhao hastily ran to Li Mu. "The county sheriff is personally chasing after her. She won't get away." Seeing him standing alone, he was a little surprised. "Did you have a conflict with her? Did she find out?" Li Mu had to explain. "King Chujiang will summon all the ghost generals in 3 days. Madame Chu didn't want to be a sacrificial offering, so she planned to drain all the yang energy and essence from everyone in the brothel. I had to find a way to restrain her and call you guys." Constable Zhao looked at him admiringly. "You did a great job. You'll get a big reward when we get back to the county office." Then he reached out, demanding the treasure back. "Where's the soul-locking whip? Give it back now." Li Mu seemed a bit prejudiced against his way of asking for things, and simply handed the whip back to its owner. The 2 of them immediately went downstairs to assess the situation. Constable Zhao sighed, looking at the servants who were tied up. These guys were charmed by Madame Chu. We'll need cultivators from the county yamen to forcibly intervene with their minds. The tied-up servants looked at Li Musi, crying and screaming accusations. You're the one who harmed Madame. You harmed us. He ignored them completely, walked straight past, and only said one sentence. Sorry, I'm a constable. Li Mu led the group escorting the prisoners away, and the people on the side of the road stopped to gossip. The yamen is arresting people again. I heard the brothel was harboring demons. He was too familiar with this scene to pay attention to them. Unexpectedly, Liu Hanyan was in the crowd. She hurriedly called out to him. Liu Hanyan looked at him curiously, wondering what was going on. He said casually, I told you before, it's my mission. The backstage of the Spring Breeze brothel is controlled by female demons, and these girls have all been brainwashed by her. Now we have to take them back to the yamen to undo it. Li Musei looked at her lovingly. Don't worry. What I'm doing is official business. All my yuan yang is reserved for you. What he said made Liu Hanyan extremely embarrassed. What nonsense are you saying on the street? Okay, you take care of your business. Come home a little earlier tonight. In the yamen's dungeon, no light could penetrate, and the surroundings were full of cold, rusty iron bars. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth, interrogating Chu Yunye, who was being held prisoner. Speak. What exactly is Chu Jiangwang's purpose in coming to the northern prefecture? She didn't say anything, but just groaned and looked up at him with hateful eyes. Xiao Yi's face turned dark, and he threatened her with a snort. You won't talk, huh? Then came a series of tortures that made her scream miserably. Li Mu, standing outside, could vaguely guess what was happening inside. The county sheriff is interrogating Chu Yunchuer. The assistant constable is a bit hesitant. His parents, wife, and children were all killed by King Chu Jiang, so his hatred is unimaginable. The screams suddenly stopped, and Li Mu guessed that the interrogation was over. Then Xiao Yi slowly walked out of the prison cell. As soon as he saw him, he pointed inside and reminded him, You haven't solidified your soul yet. Her soul force still has an effect on you, so I'm leaving her to you to handle. Lin Mu obeyed the deputy sheriff, thinking to himself, Looks like the county sheriff didn't extract any information from Madame Chu. The prison door suddenly creaked open again. As soon as he stepped in, he saw her sitting huddled against the wall. Li Mu felt that the yin energy on her was extremely pure, meaning that she probably hadn't harmed anyone yet. But this time she finally developed murderous intent toward humans. Looking at Chu Yunche's haggard appearance, he secretly thought, given how weak she is now, her soul might scatter any second. Chu Yunche's face was terrifyingly gaunt and aged. Suddenly, she let out a wild, cackling laugh. Li Mu was surprised and confused, but Chu Yunhe calmly said, I'm laughing at this world. Good people rarely get their just rewards, while the wicked often thrive. She was showing more and more signs of fading away, speaking with a sarcastic laugh. You guys call yourselves the yamen, claiming to serve the people and uphold justice? You're nothing but a bunch of hypocrites, strong-arming the weak. Chu Yunjie cried out resentfully. Kui Ming, you won't die peacefully. As soon as he heard the name Kui Ming, he froze, utterly surprised. Li Mu quickly unleashed his Buddha's light, shining it directly at her. Indeed, the bright Buddha's light quickly enveloped Chu Yunye, temporarily preventing her soul from dissipating. Li Mu hastily asked, The Kui Ming you're talking about, is he Kui Ming, the county magistrate of Yangqiu County from 20 years ago? He secretly suspected that Sister Su's death was definitely linked to Kui Ming. Chu Yunye looked at him, bewildered. You know Kui Ming too? What is he to you? As soon as Li Muquin heard his name, a flame of hatred surged within him. He gritted out 2 words. My enemy. Seeing her strange expression, Li Mu wondered if she also had a grudge against him. As expected, Chu Yunhe said bitterly, I wish I could chop him into 10,000 pieces, rip him apart, and devour him alive. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mu offered, Tell me, if you speak the truth, I'll spare your life. She immediately recounted, Kui Ming and I were once betrothed. My family poured everything into helping him secure his position as county magistrate. But then, he killed me and hid my body, annihilated my entire family, and went on to marry the daughter of the Zhujiang prefect. Li Mu mused. Sister Su's death was largely due to Madame Chu, and Madame Chu died because of the Zhujiang prefect's daughter. Kui Ming's actions are similar to Zhao Yong's, but even more vicious. Chu Yunye let out a cold laugh. I was lucky enough to survive as a ghost in this life. For 20 years I've cultivated arduously, becoming a subordinate of King Chu Jiang, all just to wait for this day of revenge. What a pity, I'm already at death's door, and I still don't even know where he lives. Xiao Yi, standing outside the door, said, Kui Ming started as the son-in-law of the Zhujiang County prefect 12 years ago. He exposed the Zhujiang prefect's collusion with the demonic sect, which led to his promotion and high regard. The old man frowned and continued. He later became a vice minister at Dali Temple after befriending Princess Yunyang. 3 years ago he was already a minister at Xitai.
Chu Yunye seemed to gloat. When he massacred my family, he used the excuse that we colluded with Xi Jun. A wolf in the house will surely get his comeuppance one day. Li Musli listened to their entire story, forming his own conclusions.
Though Kui Ming has been promoted, his history of advancement is built upon stepping over corpses. It's no wonder Chu Yunhe is like this, a heartless, disloyal, and unjust man serving as a court official. Chu Yunhe painfully uttered her last words. Kui Ming, Zhu Wang, as I won't rest in peace. I vow to become your excellency's sword spirit, providing you with powerful assistance.
Li Mu secretly thought. If Bai Yi has a sword spirit, she can control the Bai Yi sword herself. In combat, I'll have an extra aerial assistant, and what's more, at crucial moments, she can lend me her spiritual energy, he asked sternly. Becoming my sword means losing your freedom. Have you considered this carefully? Chu Yunge resolutely replied. With my own strength, I'd never be able to get revenge in this lifetime. I just hope to one day witness that villain die beneath this sword with my own eyes, he immediately assured her. Rest assured, whether it's for public justice or personal vendetta, I won't let a heartless bastard like Kui Ming off the hook.
After finishing up, Li Mu hastily left the prison and returned home.
Just as he reached the county yaman's gate, he ran into Constable Zhao, who was already waiting. The man asked for his opinion. Have you thought it through? The county commandant allowed you to choose 2 magic artifacts from the Xuanzi chamber. Do you really want to give them all up, just for the soul-absorbing immortal stone?
He chuckled to himself.
Even though I used 2 treasures to exchange for the soul-absorbing immortal stone, at least I still managed to snag a few spirit jades, right? Besides, I've already fully absorbed the lust energy, and I even got a sword spirit from a female ghost who just entered the soul realm.
Li Mu quickly returned home shortly after. Liu Hanyan and Wan Wan were already waiting for him. Li Mu, you're back. He happily brought gifts for them. I just received some spirit jades from the yamen, so these are for you girls.
Li Mu gave 1 to Liu Hanyan, 2 to Wan Wan, and the youngest, Xiao Bai, got 3, instructing them. Just directly absorb the spiritual energy from inside, and you can cultivate. Then he gave Wan Wan an extra gift, a whip. This magic weapon is for your self-defense. Her eyes lit up instantly. Upon receiving it, Zhao Ti says thank you. Li Mu secretly calculated. Though it might look a bit strange for a cute little sister to use a whip, it's still better to give it to her than to Liu Hanyan. If I gave it to her, she might end up whipping me more than she whips ghosts. Having figured that out, he shivered slightly in fear, and quickly retreated to his cultivation room.
After entering his room alone, Li Mu looked at the sword and secretly thought. Helping Madame Chu raise her cultivation to the soul realm is equivalent to having another 3rd realm assistant. He then took out a spirit jade. This soul power should go to her first.
As soon as it heard the command, the sword immediately emitted a wisp of white smoke. Chu Yunke appeared in the smoke in the blink of an eye. What are your commands, Your Excellency?
Li Mu raised the spirit jade before her eyes and said, This contains some soul power that I've absorbed. Quickly refine it and advance to the soul realm.
He chanted an incantation, using his Buddha's light to continue the healing process for her.
Li Mu Kara ordered.
I'm helping you heal, so hurry up and cultivate, he secretly evaluated. My current healing proficiency has improved a lot compared to when I healed the white snake.
Chu Yunke immediately obeyed, bowing respectfully.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Li Mu also began to focus on refining the lust energy. The room once again fell silent. Outside, the sky was pitch black. It was already past midnight. Li Mu's incantation for purification seemed to have succeeded, making him very happy. He secretly calculated. I'm only missing the 5 pure pawn souls out of the 7 to condense pure love. So far, I haven't collected any of the fate points I need, not even from Liu Hanyan. Li Mu's worried expression became clear. If this continues, I can only hope to achieve great love. But great love requires the compassion from the hearts of all common people.
I'm just a minor official. Wouldn't it be even harder for me to achieve great love?
The sword lying on the ground suddenly vibrated violently.
The clattering sound it made caught his attention. Li Mu quickly grabbed the sword and pulled it out of its sheath, revealing the blade emitting white smoke.
Immediately, Chu Yunye revealed her true form, transforming out along with the white smoke. Having just completed her transformation, she appeared and thanked him. Master, I have successfully broken through.
Li Mu smiled contentedly, congratulating her on her successful advancement into the soul realm. with his enthusiastic assistance, Chu Yun grateful. If it weren't for Master, I would have long since been scattered soul and spirit. Li Mu seemed very curious, inquiring about Chu Jiangwang's situation in the northern district over the years, asking if he was truly harboring any plots. She honestly replied, "This servant does not know, but Chu Jiangwang has always been devoted to nurturing soul realm cultivators. His former subordinates were once lonely wild ghosts. After being taken in by him, if they do not advance to the soul realm, they will be sacrificed to the ghost generals within a specified time." After hearing this, Liang Mu thought to himself, a Chu Wang sitting at the peak of the 5th realm, plus more than a dozen ghost generals at the 4th realm, can be considered an extremely powerful force. If not for the Fulu sect, Chu Jiangwang's power would only be higher than the officials. But the ancestral home of the Fulu sect, though powerful, wouldn't go so far as to interfere in secular affairs. Only the demonic path behemoth, Heavenly Profound Supreme, might take the lead. If they were to act, a small fry like Chu Jiangwang wouldn't attract the attention of those ancestral home powerhouses. He pondered deeply, thinking that there would be many opportunities to deal with Chu Jiangwang in the future. Although I am not his opponent, I am not afraid of him either. Afterwards, Li Mu handed the sword to her and gave her an order. Go back into the sword, and try to live stream to me through Bai Yi. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yunyor merged back into the sword in Li Mu's hand. He contentedly closed the sword. Although Madame Chu's strength isn't as great as senior sister Su's, who has been in the soul realm for many years, she is a true 4th realm. As long as I have the Bai Yi sword in hand, I can advance to the 4th realm at any time, borrowing various Dao arts to unleash the power of the 5th realm. Li Mu mused, someone else's power is still just someone else's. Only by stepping into the 3rd realm myself can I truly possess it. In this world where demons and monsters run rampant and powerhouses are countless, I need to establish a foothold. The next day, at the Yamen in the county Yamen's direct office, he spoke to Liu Si. How long has it been? You've already refined all 7 earthly souls. He laughed heartily. Only like this can I cultivate with Ruru. Li Mushi suddenly felt like he had lost his freedom. He seemed like a different person, with more smiles on his face than before. He said to Lian Si, "It seems you've found true love. But what is love, anyway?" "I can't figure it out," Li Mu asked casually. He felt like he had never felt love from Liu Hanyan. Could it be that she only desired my body? Li Si struck a pose like an experienced person. This question is very profound, and there isn't just one answer. Go explore it yourself. He sighed deeply and asked, could it be that 2 people liking each other and being together is love? He then went to him and gently patted him on the shoulder in encouragement. Liu Si seemed very knowledgeable about this matter. Liking is wanting to possess. Loving is giving. Liking is casual and intentional. Loving is restraint and tolerance. Let you and Miss Liu get married and be together for a few more years, and you'll understand on your own, he vaguely guessed. You mean liking someone at first sight, and then developing feelings later? Li Mu suddenly realized something, which surprised Li Si. You understood it right away. What did you understand? He then ran off excitedly. I'm going to find Miss Liu to cultivate our feelings. Li Mu hurried off, and in a blink of an eye he arrived at the tea house. Soft sunlight shone into the tea house. There weren't many people inside, just a few customers and a waiter running back and forth. Liu Hanyan slumped in a chair, sighing wearily. Someone asked her, what's wrong? Seeing him arrive, she blurted out in surprise. Why are you here? Li Mu looked at Liu Hanyan in confusion. Did something happen? Why is the tea house so empty? She then hugged her head and lamented. The tea house market has long been divided up by the big families in the city. There are only a few customers, and we're losing money every day. Seeing this, Li Mu patted his chest proudly. At crucial moments, you still have to rely on me, huh? Liu Hanyan acted coy. That's right, back in Yanqiwa County, it was thanks to you telling those strange stories and writing those uncomfortable words that we had regular customers. He quickly grabbed her hand, intentionally interrupting her. How can you say that? Li Mu put on a serious expression. Clearly, those were captivating and wonderful words. I risked my life for all of that. Liu Hanyan angrily pinched his hand hard, causing him to cry out in pain. She scolded him irritably. Still talking nonsense. Hurry and think of a way. If this continues, the tea house will close, and I won't be able to support you. Li Mu smiled ambiguously, lightly touching the tip of her nose teasingly. All right, just leave it to me. Sure enough, 5 days later, his familiar storytelling voice rang out again in the tea house's main hall with strange tales. Daoist's injustice moved heaven and earth. Liu Hanyan's tea house also became much more crowded because of it. He cleared his throat. All right, quiet down, it's about to start. Li Mu gently waved his fan and slowly narrated. Speaking of the previous chapter, Zhang Luger wanted Granny Kai to betroth Dao Yi to him, but it didn't work out, so he poisoned Su Geng to kill the granny, but accidentally killed her father. The guests in the tea house sat silently, listening to the person inside the screen narrating. Zhang Luger also falsely accused Dao Yi of murder, and the county magistrate was also manipulated, turning it into a wrongful case that wanted to execute Dao Yi. Those who are virtuous are poor and short-lived, while villains live long and prosper. Heaven and earth are also those who fear the strong and bully the weak, floating with the tide. You are earth but cannot distinguish right from wrong. You are in vain to be heaven. Before Du Yi died, she uttered 3 vows: white silk stained with blood, heavy snow in summer, and a 3-year drought. Her resentment echoed in her cries, moving even the heavens. Snow fell thick and fast, as if weeping for her fate. The county magistrate, freaking out, ordered the executioner to carry out the sentence immediately. The blade flashed, and her head rolled. The closer I got to the end, the softer my voice became. Dao Yi's hot blood sprayed directly onto the white cloth hanging above, not a single drop hitting the ground. Talk about defying gravity. The story had barely ended when dark clouds rolled in, and thunder rumbled like crazy. The patrons in the tavern were still lost in the tragic tale. Amidst the gloomy darkness, lightning flashed like a spiderweb, illuminating a corner of the sky. Rain started to fall hesitantly, pattering on the parched, lifeless tiles. One drop followed another. The rain grew heavier and heavier, and water began to pour down like it was being dumped from a bucket. People walking on the road hurriedly opened their umbrellas to avoid the rain, while some rushed to find shelter. The eaves of the tavern were crowded with people, but when a father and daughter beggar duo also squeezed in, the others awkwardly made way. The two of them sat there, overhearing the story. The father sighed inwardly. Du Yi is so pitiful. The daughter looked at her father worriedly. You should move, it's drafty here. But the father reassured her. I'm fine, my head isn't cold. Suddenly, a hand offered them a bowl of warm water. Drink this cup of tea to warm up? It's on the house. Li Mu, holding an umbrella, stood before them, kindly offering a silver ingot. Take this, wait for the rain to stop, then you can buy something. The girl accepted the silver ingot, a bit dazed. This guy's voice sounds just like the storyteller from before. The father and daughter bowed their heads to thank Li Mushe for his kindness, and he hurriedly left in the rain, muttering, This rain couldn't have picked a worse time. He hurried home, but the rain got heavier, so he took shelter. Then he ran into Xiao Biyu Tao, who was also sheltering from the rain. He said to Liamu, The county magistrate said it wasn't supposed to rain for the next few days. Something must have happened, Liamu wondered. What could possibly influence the heavens enough to make it rain? Zhao Biyu too wiped the rain off his face and explained, It's not unusual. Qi condensation cultivators can borrow the wind to create bones, and nascent soul cultivators can even summon wind and rain. Back then, when mystical powers first appeared, there were also celestial phenomena. At this, Li Mu finally understood. Crap! He forgot that the world here is different from his previous one. Cultivators swear oaths to the heavens, and violating them will result in punishment. Li Mu worried. Just now, I used Dao Yi's story to curse the heavens for bullying the weak and not distinguishing right from wrong. This rain, could it be because of that? Plus, thunder is starting to strike outside. The rain was heaviest when I was telling the part about Dao Yi's vows. Seeing his bewildered expression, Zhao Biyu too was a little surprised. Li Mu quickly explained, It's nothing, I just don't know when the rain will stop. He looked at the sky and muttered to himself, Next time I tell a story, I have to change that dialogue. It's best not to drag the heavens into it. What if the old geezer in the sky doesn't like being cursed and smites me with lightning? I'd regret it. It rained for a bit. Then the sun came out again. Zhao Biyu Tao reminded him. The county magistrate said that everyone in the county will visit the national temple later. The rain just stopped, so come with me. The national temple was indeed very crowded. Each county in Dazhu was built with a national temple, and the designs of the national temples in each county and district were completely different. Zhao Biyu Tao led Li Mue and 3 close associates into the national temple. He looked around, sighing inwardly. So this is the national temple, it's so crowded. The main hall was already packed, and everyone reverently bowed to the statues of the 3 emperors. Emperor Tai Wu founded the Dazhu Empire, conquering its territory and dividing it into 36 counties. Emperor Wuzong, during his reign, relied on decisive methods to clear up domestic turmoil, deterring neighboring countries from invading. During Wuzong's reign, Dai Zhao's power rapidly increased, threatening all directions. Emperor Yun, during his 50-year reign, devoted himself to the country, purged the court, and stabilized the hearts of the people in Daizhou's 36 counties, bringing peace to the world. Famously, the reign of Emperor Yin had a direct impact on this era. Looking around, it was clear that the common folk were all generating a lot of faith. Zhao Bu2 explained, "The national temple is like a Daoist temple. As long as people sincerely worship, they will generate more faith. To some extent, the rate at which the people generate faith represents the hearts of the people, and what the court has obtained. Besides the people who were very devout, there were a few who seemed to be present, but weren't paying attention." He then ordered his close associate, "After the worship, go investigate why these people aren't generating faith." The soldier following him seemed indignant. Tai Zu, Wu Zong, Wen Di, countless heroes of the Xiao family dynasty followed each other for hundreds of years, but in the end, a woman with a different surname seized it all. Zhao Bu2 quickly knocked him on the head and scolded, "Shut up!" He glared at the soldier, whispering a threat. "You dare say anything. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Li Mu thought to himself that the current emperor was the first empress of Daizhou. Since the founding of the country, some people in Daizhou saw this as nothing short of reversing the proper order of things, and couldn't accept it. But he had a different thought. A woman becoming emperor? It's just a normal thing for me, since there is no such precedent. When they were leaving, there weren't many people outside anymore. They had all left early. Li Mu had already stepped out of the main hall of the national temple, but he still seemed to linger here. In his heart, he was still pondering about that empress. What kind of person is this empress after all? By the time Li Mu got home, it was already dark, and all the houses were lit up. His door was plastered with talismans of all sorts. Right now, Li Mu was sitting in his room, petting Xiao Bai and pouring his heart out. "I went to the national temple today, and on the way back, I went to investigate the plague in Yang County. Tomorrow, Zhao Bu2 and I have to go there and check things out, and I don't know when I'll be back." He rubbed Xiao Bai's head and reminded her, "You're at a critical point in your transformation, and the demonic energy in your body is chaotic." Seeing Xiao Bai, in her form as a Chongqi cub, nibbling on his clothes, he worried. "These next few days, I'll use my Buddhist light to help you suppress the demonic energy from escaping. Without me, don't run around recklessly, or you'll reveal your demonic aura and be discovered by others." Early the next morning, even when the sun was high in the sky and shining right into his room, Li Mu still hadn't woken up. A moment later, the bright sunlight finally managed to make him frown slightly and stir. A soft sensation suddenly came from Li Mu's hand. Wait, this smooth feeling, could it be Miss Liu? Curious, he opened his eyes and looked beside him. No way! Why would she come to my room in the middle of the night? To his utter shock, Xiao Bai had transformed into a human and was lying right next to him. Li Mu sat up in a daze, not recognizing her at all. What's going on? Who is she? Why is she in my bed? Just then, Liu Hanyan walked into the room. "Why aren't you up yet? Didn't you want to go to Yang County?" But as soon as she entered, she witnessed a scene beyond her wildest imagination. Li Mu was still sitting dumbfounded on the bed. With Xiao Bai naked beside him, Liu Hanyan was so shocked by what was happening that she quickly ran out. At this point, Li Mu came to his senses and immediately ran after her, calling out to her to explain. He hugged her tightly from behind, anxiously saying, "Qingming, don't be angry, listen to my explanation." As for Liu Hanyan, tears were streaming down her cheeks, and she sobbed. "I saw it with my own eyes. What else do you want to explain? Isn't it enough for you to fool around outside that you have to bring her here?" He couldn't understand the situation either. "I don't even know who she is. I just opened my eyes and saw her there," Liu Hanyan cried even louder. "Do you even believe the words you're saying?" Her heart felt like it was being squeezed, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "If that's the case, then I'll make our relationship very clear." Just then, a gentle voice called out to both of them. Afterwards, Liu Hanyan walked out slowly. Her bare feet seemed a little awkward on the ground. Both of them were blushing like crazy when they turned around and saw Xiao Bai walking towards them. It was because she wasn't wearing any clothes, but she didn't seem embarrassed at all, and just naturally walked out, asking them what they were doing. At this moment, Li Mu and Liu Hanyan looked at each other in surprise. Realizing that the voice was Xiao Bai's, Xiao Bai naively walked out, seemingly unaware that she had transformed into a human. When Li Mu realized it was Xiao Bai, his cheeks flushed red like ripe tomatoes. Liu Hanyan definitely didn't like this, and quickly ran over to cover his eyes. "Don't look anymore." Then, she loudly ordered her. "Xiao Bai, go back into the room," she asked, in surprise. Xiao Bai heard Miss Liu's reminder, looked down, and then slowly looked around. At this point, Xiao Bai realized how embarrassing her situation was. Her face turned bright red, she screamed, and frantically covered her body. After that, the three of them quickly went back into the room.
Liu Hanyan wondered. Why did you suddenly transform? Xiaobai wrapped herself in a blanket and huddled on the bed. I don't know either. Last night I just wanted to try it out, and then I fell asleep. I woke up like this. Liu Mu had finally been exonerated.
So, you believe me now? She hesitated. Was I wrong? Then she admitted her mistake. Okay, I misunderstood you. Liu Hanyan quickly ran off, saying loudly, I'll go find some clothes for Xiaobai.
In just a moment, she helped Xiaobai put on a super cute pink outfit. Liu Hanyan styled her hair and secretly praised.
Xiaobai is really the most beautiful girl I've ever met. I'm a girl, but my heart still beats faster when I look at her. She patted her shoulder and said, All right, let's go. Don't make him wait too long.
She just smiled and replied. Xiaobai walked a little awkwardly, still not used to the shoes on her feet, and could only take it one step at a time. The moment Li Mu saw her walk out, he was so surprised that he couldn't say a word.
Xiaobai excitedly asked him, Benefactor, do you think I'm pretty? At that moment she radiated a bright and confident beauty. Li Mu's face turned red, staring intently at Xiaobai without blinking. All his expressions fell into Liu Hanyan's eyes, and she was naturally very unhappy. Liu Hanyan aggressively grabbed his hand and dragged him out, her tone quite angry. Let's go! Don't you want to go to Yang County today? We can't let them wait. She dragged Li Mu Shita all the way to the gate. Don't you want to go to Yang County today? We can't let them wait for you alone.
Now that it was just the two of them, Liu Hanyan arranged his clothes and reminded him. This place is just a few steps away from the yamen, so you don't need my money. Xiaobai has transformed. Are you very happy? Li Mu frowned, not knowing if he was telling the truth or not, and replied, Happy about what? I was scared by her, and almost scared to death by you. Liu Hanyan didn't seem to notice what he said, lowered her chin, and pouted. She was born so beautiful, and she wholeheartedly wants to repay you, with one heart and one mind. Li Mu didn't say anything. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her closer. He hugged her and softly comforted her. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful person. No matter who you compare yourself to, the most beautiful person is always you. Hearing these words, Liu Hanyan's old heart couldn't help but beat faster. Her cheeks flushed red again. She tiptoed and unexpectedly kissed him on the cheek, making Li Mu blush red. Liu Hanyan still lingered, reminding him to come back a little earlier. We'll be waiting for you at home. Then, Li Mu set off according to plan, and they quickly moved to a village in Yang County. This village didn't have a single soul, and at the entrance of the village, there was a pile of burnt firewood, only smoke remaining. Zhao Butu ordered, This is the village where the epidemic is spreading. Go inside and ask about the situation. He frowned, thinking to himself. Those cultivators who refine the 7 souls are immune to all diseases, and no evil can invade them. Li Mu and the Yamen runners are all cultivators. Although it's a bit of an exaggeration, over 99% of the sick people are mortals, and they even have immune systems. As soon as they arrived, they started knocking on the first house in the village, asking questions. A man with a pale face, dark circles under his eyes, and clearly defined cheekbones opened the door, wheezing, The constables are here. Then he couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Constable Zhao immediately ordered, Quick, carry him to the bed, get a bowl of water. They quickly moved the sick man into the room. The room was quite simple, filled with silence. He sat on the bed and checked him over. Finding his head very hot, Li Mu and the others quietly observed his condition. Constable Zhao took out a yellow talisman, chanted a complete incantation, and then dipped it into a bowl of water he had prepared beforehand. He held the bowl of talisman water, which was still steaming, but Constable Yi instructed a young man among Li Mu's group to feed the talisman medicine to him. After the talisman had completely dissolved in the water, he slowly spooned it into the man's mouth, but there was still no change. Constable Zhao was surprised. He didn't wake up after drinking the talisman medicine. Li Mu thought to himself, Although talismans have unfathomable mystical power, they aren't omnipotent. I should still try the Buddhist method. Thinking this, he placed his hand on Constable Zhao's shoulder and gently suggested that he give it a try. Then, Li Mu used Buddhist light to dissolve the negative energy from the man's body. Sure enough, there were immediate results. His skin immediately became rosy, and the dark circles under his eyes disappeared. Constable Zhao went closer to check again and saw that the man's head was no longer hot. He wondered, what kind of epidemic is this, that even talisman medicine doesn't work? Lin Yu also came closer to help check the patient's condition. Let me try. He sat on the bed and gently pulled up the eyelids. Seeing a terrifying grayish color underneath, everyone was surprised.
waiting for Lin Yu to diagnose this strange epidemic.
At this time, Lin Yu was also surprised and felt this epidemic was truly strange.
Constable Zhao looked at him in astonishment and asked softly, "Are you sure it's the plague?" He then asserted with absolute certainty, "It is the plague." Immediately, he secretly thought with great anxiety that the imperial court's previous response to the plague was to completely seal off the affected areas, which meant letting the patients die to control the epidemic.
He glanced at everyone and began to explain the situation. "I've encountered it before on the road practicing medicine with my master. Talismans are ineffective. Whether the infected person recovers or not depends on the will of heaven, unless they meet a great physician or use a heaven-grade talisman to help them regenerate their body." Hearing this, Li Mu couldn't help but silently contemplate. Is the plague that difficult to deal with? It's impossible for the common people in Yang County to get even one heaven-grade talisman. Moreover, when Buddhism flourishes, doctors, painters, and musicians decrease. How would I meet one by chance? He immediately looked at him and asked softly, "Can you save them?" Hearing this, Li Muham made a request. "I will try my best. Now, quickly seal off the village. No one is allowed to enter or leave." He immediately laid out a strategy for everyone, gathering the patients together in one place to minimize the number of people infected. Li Mu looked at Constable Zhao's worried face and analyzed. "Otherwise, the situation will become even more serious. I'll send someone back to the county to report. Leave the treatment to you guys. I'll go find the village chief to seal off the entrances and the path behind the village."
He looked at him and ordered, "Li Muxi, you will be responsible for treating the infected people." Immediately after, he looked at the waiting soldiers and loudly ordered, "All right, you guys get going." Then, everyone replied in unison, "Yes." Everyone in the village was immediately gathered together in one place.
Li Mu treated each person one by one and couldn't help but sigh.
"There are only 10 people infected in this village, and they're all gathered here. I just need to use Buddhist light to cleanse their bodies, and the plague problem in this village can be solved."
The people he treated were all very grateful. "Thank you, sir. If the county yamen hadn't sent someone down, Magistrate Chen would have left us to die somewhere. Thank you, sir." Hearing this, he replied wearily, "It's what I should do. No need to be so polite." His face was very tired as he panted. "My magic power is being used up too quickly."
Li Mu continued to do his best to treat everyone. "This plague doesn't cause immediate death, so it's not too serious. It's just that my magic power isn't much, but while saving people, the faith I gather also helps me accelerate my cultivation speed."
He continuously transmitted Buddhist light, cleansing away the plague, until the last person. Immediately after, he sighed a long, weary breath, his face covered in sweat. Li Ermud wearily looked up at the sky and couldn't help but think to himself, "Every time at this time, I'm envious of the imperial family and the Buddhist and Daoist sects. They only need to build palaces, temples, and national shrines, build a few more statues or stevels, and they'll receive the faith and merit of the people."
When Li Mu stood up, a dizzy spell quickly hit him, causing him to stagger. The people there quickly supported him. "Benefactor, you should rest a bit." Immediately, he ignored the pain and looked at them, instructing, "You all should go back and recuperate. I still need to go find our constable." Outside, a group of yamen runners were holding sticks, angrily shouting at the villagers.
"The county magistrate has said that for the safety of Yang County, abandoning your village is a worthy price."
They covered their faces, holding sticks, and threatened fiercely. "Don't you want to drag down Yang County and the entire northern prefecture? If you don't retreat, don't blame us for being impolite. Don't come out again."
The elder leading the people softly said,
"There are dozens of households in the village. You don't care about the sick people and only know how to seal us off. You clearly want the entire village to die."
The group of Constable Zhao saw this scene and quickly accelerated their pace forward. He stepped forward and kicked the leader of the group of soldiers hard, causing him to fall painfully to the ground.
Constable Zhao angrily pointed at them and scolded loudly, "You bastards! How can you treat the common people like this?"
The one who was kicked and fell down was furious. He turned around and shouted, "Who are you to dare obstruct us from performing our duties?" Constable Zhao just smiled with a serious expression, his clothing slightly different from the two people beside him. Immediately he was terrified, staring wide-eyed at Constable Zhao's clothing. That clothing was from the county yamen. The county magistrate could offend them, but a small constable like himself couldn't.
They immediately ran away quickly, not forgetting to add, "Go back and call the county magistrate over here." After a while, there were footsteps coming towards this side, the voice becoming clearer as it got closer. "The one who's coming. Halt!"
The county magistrate stepped forward,
frowning and staring intently at Constable Zhao. "I am the county magistrate of Yang. Where is Zhao Bu Tao?" Hearing this, he immediately became tense. "He's finally here."
Zhao Butu stepped forward and respectfully greeted him, but then quickly spoke. Why bother Zhao Butu himself with such a small matter of plague?
Hearing this, he immediately put on a serious face and questioned, "If I hadn't come myself, would Magistrate Chen have sealed off the entire village?" He replied almost indifferently, "I wouldn't want to, but if the disease spreads, it'll cause even more serious problems. Over 100 commoners are nothing compared to thousands of lives.
As the magistrate, I must prioritize the bigger picture. I believe the court will understand my actions."
Hearing this, Zhao Butu stared at him and sighed. Nowhere do officials just see human lives as mere numbers. In Magistrate Chen's eyes, only meritorious achievements matter, I'm afraid.
Immediately after, he explained to him, "Magistrate Chen, the plague situation in the village is under control. There's no need to seal it off. The county yamen already knows the cure. No need for Lord Chen to worry."
Hearing this, he replied with an indifferent attitude,
"That's good then. If Zhao Butu needs help, just ask." After speaking, he immediately turned and left. Zhao Butu watched him leave, sighing to himself.
The people of Yang County are truly suffering with a magistrate like this. Li Mu appeared behind him and complained, "I heard Magistrate Chen is negligent, indolent, and exploits the people's talents." He looked at Zhao Butao with suspicion. "Didn't the prefect report this?" "The prefect has reported to the court many times, but he has people in the court." Speaking of this, he angrily gnashed his teeth. "It's always suppressed. The prefect can't do anything about it either." Hearing this, Li Mu silently assessed the situation. With such an inhumane official, no wonder Yang County can't generate much faith.
After a moment, Zhao Butu patted his shoulder. "You rest here first. I'll go with them to check the front of the village." He chuckled. "It's okay, saving people is urgent." The villagers said the plague originated from the other side of the village.
The two moved forward, continuing to analyze the situation. "I'm afraid the situation is more serious there. I'll go with you." Early in the morning in Zhao village, the atmosphere was as peaceful as ever. Zhao Butu observed the scene, finding it hard to believe. Didn't they say this village was the source of the plague? The villagers weren't tense and panicked after experiencing the plague, but were so orderly. What exactly happened here? A smiling woman brought a bowl of medicine to them and said, "At first, everyone in the village was sick, but a divine doctor appeared and gave us a miraculous cure. Even the plague in the villages ahead was cured by the divine doctor." The woman smiled brightly, probably feeling lucky to have met such a great divine doctor. Suddenly, the young man next to Zhao Butu suggested that he wanted to try the medicine she was holding. The woman readily gave it to him and went to scoop another bowl. The young man took a bowl filled with dark, swirling medicine and took a sip. He frowned in confusion. "This is just the most basic heat-clearing and detoxifying soup," Zhao Butu added. "As long as it solves the plague, it's definitely good medicine." Behind the two, Li Mu was leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, suddenly sensing a fluctuation of the power of faith and merit, and his eyes lit up as he searched. His eyes met the back of a man enveloped in a green light. Li Musi was immediately curious. Who is this person, really? On the other side, two villagers were respectfully calling him Divine Doctor. "Are you leaving already?" The Divine Doctor smiled, kindly pointing forward. "The plague here has been resolved. I still have to go to other villages to prevent more commoners from suffering." A villager led the people behind him and respectfully bowed, offering a silver tray. "We've collected some travel expenses to thank you for saving our lives. Please accept them, Divine Doctor." He resolutely raised his hand to refuse. "A good doctor is like a parent. I treat illnesses and save people not for these things." Hearing this, the villager frowned, suppressing his emotions. If the Divine Doctor doesn't take travel expenses, then this humble old man can only bow and thank you. Finishing speaking, he and the people behind him knelt down, shouting in unison, "Thank you for saving our lives, Divine Doctor." Streams of green light, representing the amount of merit, continuously poured down from the sky. Li Mu raised his eyebrows. "The Divine Doctor saves people without accepting rewards. Actually, it's to receive the villagers' worship, using faith and merit to cultivate. Is he a decent cultivator then?" Thinking this, his eyes suddenly widened, and a strange green light emitted from his eyes. This Divine Doctor is surrounded by pure demonic energy. At least a fourth-stage demon cultivator, Li Muna, could see the Divine Doctor's demonic energy, but couldn't see through his true form. He gently touched the hilt of the sword at his waist, muttering to himself, "Madam Chu, lend me some magic power." Immediately, several streams of magic power emanated from the sword, enveloping Li Mu's body as he closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes. Focusing, and casting the magic power again. This time, Li Mu finally saw the true form of that divine doctor. It turned out he was a mole rat. He frowned darkly. The divine doctor who solved the plague is actually a mole rat. Suddenly, the young man who came with him rubbed his chin suspiciously. I feel like this divine doctor is very problematic. Li Mutre was immediately stunned and looked at him. The young man pointed out the strangeness. If heat-clearing soup could cure the plague, then so many people wouldn't have died before. Zhao Butu was confused. Are you saying these people weren't cured? Hearing this, he denied it in a low voice. Maybe they recovered not because of this medicine, but because of something else. Anyway, that divine doctor is definitely not as simple as he seems. Li Mu suddenly stepped forward, adding, I also think we should continue observing. Even if that miracle doctor is not the problem, we should still be wary of a recurrence of the epidemic. Zhao Butu was persuaded and led them away, saying as he went, This matter is a bit strange, we can't be careless. A voice rang out. Everyone has worked hard, especially Li Mu. Let's find an inn in the county town and stay there, and thoroughly investigate the movements of that miracle doctor. Soon, a day had passed, and night fell on a large, luxurious inn. He closed his eyes in the room, concentrating. It's the third night of the lunar month now, the most suitable time to condense the soul. The amount of faith and merit gained today is enough for Li Muala to use for soul condensation. Thinking of this, he began to murmur. Taiwei mysterious palace. Dark yellow clear water. Inwardly refine the three souls. Stabilize the embryonic light. As Li Mu strained and shouted condense, something faint and blue shot out instantly. The thing that came out was his soul body, almost exactly copying Li Mu's appearance. The soul body floated behind him. Li Mu kept his eyes closed in concentration. Suddenly he opened his eyes, raised his hand to observe a wisp of qi gently passing through his hand. Refining the embryonic light soul, my magic power can truly be considered to have taken another step. Now I can use the third mantra in the 9-syllable true words. No sooner said than done, Li Muai immediately drew his sword, shouting loudly, Dao, his face focused as if he couldn't miss this opportunity. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling sword light flashed quickly through the air, leaving a cold streak of light. Immediately afterwards, he continuously tried several sword strikes, some curved, some straight. Li Mu held the sword in front of his eyes, contemplating and full of surprise at his ability. It seems like I can use these sword moves proficiently in a short time. Li Mu frowned as he observed the shining blade. Now, even if I'm sparring swords with Li Qing, I'm confident I can be sure of victory. Although the power isn't obvious, it can elevate instinct and combat awareness to the peak. The 9-syllable true words become more difficult to use the further you go, so the benefits also increase exponentially, right? If I hadn't gained the power of merit today, I wouldn't have been able to refine the first soul so quickly. The power of faith and merit also has a great effect on nurturing demonic creatures. Even though the rat spirit has pure demonic qi, this epidemic came about strangely. But if this is a play, one he's writing and performing himself to collect faith and merit, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Li Mushe pondered continuously, drawing his own conclusions and muttering inwardly. On a lush green meadow shimmering in the sunlight inside the dense forest, a man's foot stepped down with a soft, rustling sound. The man slowly walked forward, his shadow stretching long on the ground in the sunlight. The miracle doctor leaned against a tree beside him, breathing heavily. He raised his arm, already covered with crisscrossing scars, and forcefully cut a line on it with a knife. As soon as the blade pressed in, blood gushed out like water, flowing straight down. Heavy drops of blood watered the white flower with a strange shape below. In an instant, the color of the flower changed from pure white to red, from flower to stem. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed it and pulled it out of the ground by the roots. The miracle doctor looked at the flower, calculating, I still have to pick a few more herbal plants before I can go to the next village. A moment later, the sun was high in the sky, right in front of the large gate of another nearby village. A villager who had just noticed the commotion outside exclaimed in surprise, Announcement! The miracle doctor has arrived. He stood there calmly, calling them fellow villagers. The villagers rushed over, cheering with joy. We're saved. The miracle doctor raised the newly picked herbal plant and a stack of notes to reassure them. Just do as I say, take the medicine according to this prescription, adding a few more types of herbs, boil a pot and drink it, and you can recover from the illness. The villagers listened attentively to his explanation, not paying attention to the rats searching for something on the ground. After listening, those villagers were extremely grateful, bowing their heads in salute. Thank you for the life-saving grace of the miracle doctor. In a dark corner on the other side, A group of rats gathered together. Each of the rats seemed to have intelligence, silently waiting for something. A moment later, inside the forest, the miracle doctor was sitting in meditation on a large rock, absorbing the streams of merit from the rats kneeling at his feet. This faith should be enough. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone directly on one side of his face, causing him to squint uncomfortably. The miracle doctor raised his hand to shield his eyes instinctively, the dazzling light in the middle only allowing him to see 3 dark shadows approaching, and he blurted out, asking, "Who are they?" Zhao Butao, holding a bronze mirror, led 2 subordinates, and Bo Chen, "The truth. You yourself spread the epidemic, and then became a miracle doctor, deceiving the people, absorbing faith." The bronze mirror reflected the image of his true form. The rat spirit desperately defended. "I have done those things, but I have not harmed any lives." He frowned and declared, "But your actions have disrupted the security of Yang County. Come with us to the Yamen for a trip," he said grimly. "I will surrender myself, but now I have more important things to do. Don't stop me." At this moment, suddenly, Limu's group also came forward from the other side. The rat spirit was falling into a pincer attack. Zhao Butu shouted loudly, "You can't escape!" He frowned deeply, his face contorted with bulging veins, clearly enraged. Suddenly, one of Rat Spirit's arms reverted to its original, powerful form, tearing through his sleeve. He frantically raised his claw and charged, yelling at Zhao Butu to get out of the way. "I told you to move." Zhao Butu and his 2 subordinates calmly released 3 chains, aiming straight for Rat Spirit. In an instant, both his arms and waist were tightly bound by the chains. Seeing this, Rat Spirit became even more frantic, grinding his teeth and glaring with bloodshot eyes. He swung his arms, spinning his body, instantly causing the 3 men holding the chains to lose their grip and tumble, giving Rat Spirit a chance to escape the iron chains. He hurriedly tried to rush forward to escape this place. Suddenly, a sword slash came from nowhere. Although Rat Spirit managed to dodge in time, he still suffered a cut on the side of his face. Li Mu, holding his sword, coldly stood in front of him, blocking his path. "You shall not pass." Rat Spirit couldn't take it anymore. He seemed to have no way to escape. "You guys are forcing me into a corner." Seeing this, Li Mu sensed that something bad was about to happen, and frowned, reminding the others to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Rat Spirit revealed his true form with a muscular, human-like body, and said in a gloomy voice, "Then I have no choice but to offend you." In the next second, he vanished into thin air, astonishing everyone there. Suddenly, one of Zhao Butu's 2 subordinates was struck hard in the chest by something, and he cried out in pain. Seeing demonic energy emanating from the wound on his chest, Zhao Butu immediately got angry. "Watch out, it's poisonous! This poison can damage everyone's nascent soul." Before he could finish speaking, the dark shadow darted back and forth, continuously injuring them, its speed so fast that Zhao Butu's group could hardly dodge. Amidst the sounds of being attacked, Li Mu frowned and closed his eyes to focus. A moment later, he opened his eyes wide, staring intently ahead. Li Mu gently pushed the sword out of its scabbard on his waist, silently calling out to Madame Chu. Instantly, a burst of energy shot out with lightning speed towards Rat Spirit. Chu Yunger's soul body forcefully slashed her sword down on his raised, furry arm. The atmosphere became tense. Drops of blood fell, and the strong smell of blood rushed into their nostrils. Chu Yunger bowed slightly and asked, "Master, how should we deal with him?" Li Mu pondered for a moment. "This rat spirit is no match for Chu Yunder. Capturing him alive is a small matter." He looked at the rat again, and asked to capture it alive, without affecting his life. The rat had a ferocious expression with fiery red eyes, exuding a fierce aura. Chu Yunher nodded in obedience, her eyes sharp, quickly attacking the giant rat. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The sky above gradually turned gloomy, and streaks of light like lightning began to appear. 2 dense demonic auras were rapidly approaching, making Li Mu uneasy. Could those be Rat Spirit's helpers? He thought to himself. Madame Chu, although strong, has just entered the spirit ascension realm. Fighting a rat spirit is already her limit. If there are 2 more, she will definitely not be a match. Chu Yunyuer suggested Li Mu leave quickly, but Li Mu shook his head. His eyes firmly requested her to enter the sword, and he himself could not let Zhao Butu's group be in danger. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yunker's body transformed into a brilliant ray of light, quickly entering the sword. The light from the sword flared up strongly, as if it had been revitalized. Li Muxi felt the power flowing into him, and he quickly formed hand seals, streams of qi swirling around him. Heavy sounds echoed as the huge feet of 2 large figures landed on the ground. Li Mu looked up, his eyes revealing surprise. He really didn't expect this. Standing before him were Qing Niuxing and Hu Xing, who were equally surprised to see Li Mu.
The giant rat slowly transformed back into human form, looking stunned when he saw the two big brothers.
Qing Niuxing frowned, his voice serious with a hint of anger.
"We've come to take you back. We know everything you've done."
Rat Spirit lowered his head, his face full of remorse.
"I just wanted to gather some faith to save her. When she recovers, I will personally go to the county yamen to confess my crimes."
Hu Jing laughed coldly, his eyes flashing with anger.
"You really believe that gathering a little faith can save her?"
Rat Spirit's eyes were blank at Hu Jing's realistic words. "That was just what she said to comfort you, didn't you hear it?"
Rat Spirit staggered, his face collapsed. "That's impossible." He hugged his head. Disappointment and despair were evident in every gesture.
Qing Niuxing sighed, then turned to Li Mu and bowed deeply.
"It is because we did not discipline him strictly that he has caused you great trouble." He then asked Rat Spirit to quickly detoxify them. Rat Spirit nodded, his eyes filled with tears. He took a deep breath. A stream of black gas from the bodies of those poisoned in the yamen slowly flew into his mouth.
Qing Niuxing looked at Li Mu, his voice somber. A month ago, fourth brother's wife was seriously injured, and she could not live long, so she made up a story that faith could cure her, Qing Niuxing continued to tell. The only purpose was so that in her last days, he would have some hope, and not be immersed in grief.
Hearing this, Li Mu couldn't help but think of the couple he had met, his eyes showing a sadness that everyone could see.
Zhao Butu gradually woke up at this time, his face dazed from the recent days. Seeing Qing Niuxing and Hu Xing, he quickly understood everything. He instantly drew his sword, his face full of vigilance. More demon key. Li Mu quickly stepped in to stop him, waving his hands to signal to Zhao Biyutao that these two meant no harm. No need to be so tense. Qing Niuxing and Hu Xing bowed in apology before everyone, affirming that they would bring Chu Xing to the yamen to confess his crime. Zhao Biyutao weighed the situation. He really wanted to arrest Chu Xing, but he couldn't possibly stand against three demons. Zhao Biyutao pondered for a long time, wondering, since when were there so many core formation stage demons in Bang County? Zhao Biyutao looked up, boldly asking, "Are you three subordinates of Bai Yawang?" Qing Niuxing respectfully bowed, and Zhao Biyutao understood everything. It was all a misunderstanding. Li Mu Shen frowned, remembering that Bai Yawang was a demon in the fifth realm, which was why he could be called a king. He secretly guessed, could Bai Yanxin be Bai Yawang's daughter?
Zhao Biyutao explained to Li Mu the things Bai Yawang had done, even preventing his subordinates from doing evil and terrifying the other demons in Bang County.
Qing Niuxing and Hu Xing once again apologized on behalf of Chu Xing for making a mistake.
Listening to the scolding from Qing Niuxing and Hu Xing, Chu Xing seemed to lose all will to live. He quietly activated the toxin from his arm. Self-destructing in despair, he helplessly said, "Then I'll go with her." However, Qing Niuxing and Hu Xing quickly noticed and stopped him in time.
Zhao Biyutao stood aside silently,
seemingly understanding that these weren't evil demons. After a moment of silence, he turned to leave, but Li Mu called out, "Zhao Biyutao." Li Mu pondered for a moment, then looked at Chu Xing. "I want to see his wife's injury. You guys go back first." Qing Niuxing looked at Li Mu in surprise, unable to help but ask, "You have a way to save her?" Li Mu nodded slightly. "I have to see first," he thought to himself. "If her primordial spirit is only damaged at the root, then there's still hope I can bring her back from the gates of hell." Hearing this, Chu Xing flashed with hope. Unable to contain his excitement, he blurted out, "If you can save her, from now on my life is yours." Li Mu nodded, not hesitating any further.
The group quickly arrived at a small thatched house. The scene was sad and quiet. Li Mu saw a frail woman lying on a simple bed, her body skinny, her breath weak. Chu Xing stood beside her, his eyes full of worry and anxiety. Li Mu said nothing, immediately sat down beside the bed, and began to diagnose her condition.
He thought to himself, she can still maintain her human form, proving she hasn't reached the point of running out of oil. If I use the Buddha light hand, perhaps I can completely restore her primordial spirit. Golden rays of light from Li Mu's hand transmitted around her body, making him certain that her soul power was gradually stabilizing. Seeing this, Chu Xing was both happy and regretful for almost killing his benefactor. Her body also looked healthier. A rosy color returned to her pale skin.
The woman slowly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy but with a bit of vitality. She struggled to sit up. Although her spirit had recovered, her body was still weak. Seeing this, Chu Xing called out. Then Chu Xing immediately rushed over with a joyful voice. "How do you feel?" The woman smiled weakly. "I feel much better, don't worry." Li Mu stood beside her, quietly observing. Within her body, I sense an aura very similar to what appeared on Xiaobai's old granny. Li Mu's looked at the scene before him, and his heart stirred slightly. Before, Li Si said that I and Liu Hanyan only liked each other. I think I understand why now. What they have is what you call love. The man quickly knelt on the ground and joyfully cried out, "Thank you for your kindness. My life belongs to you from now on," he hurriedly replied in panic. "Elder brother is too kind. I'm friends with Tiger Bro, Ox Bro. It's what I should do. She will recover after a few months of recuperation." Immediately after, he looked towards the woman and spoke up. "I still have something I want to ask, madam." Li Mu stared at her and asked, "The day you were injured, was it done by a human cultivator?" Her hand lightly touched the air, and strange undulations immediately spread out. "This is the one who injured me." In the hazy space, the image of a middle-aged man gradually appeared, Li Mu carefully observed, trying to remember every detail. Chu Xing bowed respectfully, offering his faith. "Benefactor's life-saving grace this little demon will never forget in this lifetime. I hope Benefactor accepts this bit of faith." Li Muzaga accepted it without refusing, but in his heart, he just wanted to end the karma with him. Afterwards, he and Zhao Bu Tunu quickly left, heading straight for the county. Suddenly, intense demon qi appeared in the sky, signaling that something unusual was about to happen. 3 powerful streams of demon qi landed on the ground, shaking the ground right in front of them. It was none other than Ting Xin, Bai Yinxin, and Bai Yao Wang. The 3 famous great demons, Li Mu, Bai Qingxin, and Ting Xin, immediately recognized each other. All 3 were shocked. He immediately fell silent. "Last time Qingxi had her Yuanjiao sucked away by me, and Ling Duan got his fill. They definitely won't let me off easy. This time." Qingxin's eyes were full of anger, and she immediately rushed to attack Li Mu. However, he easily dodged her attacks, making her even more angry. Ting Xin attacked even more fiercely, constantly provoking, "Could it be that you only know how to sneakily run away? If you have the guts, compete with me head-on." Li Mu couldn't help but get annoyed by Ting Xin's provocation. Old Wang's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange golden light. He said with great interest, "How could you take over Li Mu's body without anyone noticing?" That single sentence made Li Mu turn pale, and he blurted out in shock, "How did you know?" Panicked, he thought to himself. Aside from me, only the murderer who killed Li Musai's original body, Tianhuang Shangren, should know about this. Tianhuang Shangren should have been refined by 3 Dongshuan realm cultivators until his soul scattered. Could it be? Old Wang calmly faced his panic and said, "I've been observing you for a few days. Your soul is just that of an ordinary person, but you've done something that even cultivators above the upper 3 realms can't do. No one can seize a body without leaving a trace. Not even a soul-detecting magic artifact can find it. You're the first person I've ever seen who can do this." Li Mu stared seriously at the unfamiliar old Wang in front of him and asked through gritted teeth, "Who are you?" The old man looked at him with a smug smile and said, "Who am I, can't you guess?" Li Mu looked at the man in front of him in a daze and said, "Tianhuang Shangren isn't dead." Old Wang was very excited to hear what Li Mu said and replied, "In the eyes of others, he really is dead. Tianhuang no longer exists in this world. However, this is exactly what I wanted." Li Mu couldn't believe it and said through gritted teeth, "You?" But as soon as he wanted to stand up, he realized he was tied up tightly. Li Mu thought to himself, "I can't move, it's tied too tight." Li Mu resentfully said, "I thought I had disrupted your plan, but I didn't expect that I was still within your plan. From the beginning, the old Wang I knew was you." Tianhuang Shangren smiled with interest and replied, "In recent months, the one who was betting with you, smiling and talking to you, and helping you solve the doubts you didn't understand, was all me." These words shocked Li Muyan. "I never thought that I regarded the old Wang who was disguised as Tianhuang Shangren as a close friend, even a master on the path of cultivation." Li Muja asked with a choked voice, "How can you be so calm after killing countless innocent people?" He replied coldly, "No one is completely innocent." He walked up to Li Mu and said calmly, "I once taught you that the law of this world is that the big fish eats the small fish, and the weak have no right to choose." Li Mu still couldn't understand, so he asked, "Have you achieved your goal? Why are you still coming back to me?" He stared at Li Mu and replied, "Of course, it's out of curiosity. Even now, I still can't figure out how you were able to take over someone else's body without anyone noticing. Moreover, no one can divine it. If I didn't know that you were dead, I would definitely think that you were Li Mu." Tianhuang Shangren put his hand on Li Mu and said, "Moreover, I want this body of yours." Li Mu frowned at his arm, thinking to himself, "He's still coveting my body." That guy was still rambling on. A young body with pure yang physique is of course much better than this stiff old body. I originally wanted to teach you how to condense your soul early, but you refused. I can only take your body first, and then continue to find other ways. Hearing this, Li Mu raised his neck and shouted, "Using the method you taught to condense my soul, wouldn't I become the same kind of person as you?" Tianhuang Shangren raised his face and said, "Don't forget, I'm not Old Wang, and you're not Li Mu. You and I are the same," Li Mu resolutely replied. "I will definitely not be like you, not even sparing a baby who was only a few months old," he said after hearing that. "Although you may not believe it, I did not kill it, I am just stating the truth. The body of the divine sound is a celestial evil omen, attracting demons and monsters easily, killing parents and relatives. I didn't kill it, but its relatives did. As for that Zhao Yong, he killed his fiancée in order to seize power, and the imperial court beheaded him. I just happened to discover it, and sucked away his soul. What does his death have to do with me? I taught Renyuan cultivation, and I never taught him to kill people and steal souls. It was because he couldn't control his desires. His death is not a pity. Wu Bo is cruel, and did all kinds of evil things, framed colleagues, and repeatedly wanted to push you into death. Is he not worthy of death? As for that Zhang Yuanwei, he often bullied the people and robbed women because he had power, and power, is he not worthy of death? I've said it. This world is not like you think. If you are good, you will always die young, and only bad people live long. In a world where people are enemies of each other, if you don't want to be eaten, you must eat others first." His words made Li Mu feel agitated, and he blurted out a bunch. "What about Zhang Wangxi? What about the countless people who died in the zombie plague in Zhao County? If your heart is evil, you will see evil in everything? All of this is just an excuse you use to justify the evil you do." Tianhuang Shangren didn't want to argue, and said, "Okay, there's no need to argue with me about these things anymore. Now those things are no longer important." He placed his hand on Li Mu's forehead and commented, "Indeed, you are quite interesting, but you are too naive and not suitable for this path of cultivation. Why don't you become a part of Tianhuang Shangren?" After saying that, he began to cast spells on Li Mu to take over his body. After seizing Li Mu's body, Old Wang's empty body lost consciousness and fell down. Tianhuang Shangren then stood up and left with Li Mu's body. Li Qing came back from outside at the same time and saw Li Mu walking slowly in the yard. As usual, she called Li Mu but received no response at all. She worriedly thought to herself, "Li Mu seems a little strange today." Seeing him walking towards the door, she chased after him and shouted, "Li Mu, where are you going?" But in the blink of an eye his figure disappeared, making her surprised and thinking to herself, "Why is he walking so fast?" Zhang Shan also came back from patrol at this time. He said leisurely as he walked, "Old Wang, I brought the steamed buns that you asked me to buy for you this morning." But as soon as he entered, Zhang Shan saw Old Wang lying motionless on the ground, and he was so panicked that he dropped all the steamed buns on the ground. Zhang Shan shouted in a daze, "Old Wang, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." After a while, Zhang Shan's voice sounded, "Old Wang, Old Wang." Another constable, after checking around, said, "Old Wang has passed away. Please accept my condolences," Zhang Shan said in disbelief. "He was living a healthy life. Why? He even asked me to buy steamed buns for him this morning." The constable came over to comfort him. "Old Wang is old, and his health is not good. He should have returned to his hometown to recuperate long ago. But he has been with the Yamen for his whole life, and now he can leave peacefully without any pain, which is considered a good ending." Li Si looked around at this time and asked, "Where is Li Mu Mu?" A bailiff stood up and said, "Maybe he went on patrol." Li Si quickly said to the bailiff, "Li Mu is usually the closest to Old Wang. We should still go find him and bring him here." Switching to the cliff, Tianhuang Shangren, in Li Mu's body, has arrived here. He sat on the boulder and laughed with interest. He looked at Li Musha's strong hands and said with satisfaction, "It's really a good body. In just an hour, I will be you, and you will be me." The clear sky suddenly became turbulent, and the two parts of the souls of Li Mu and Tianhuang Shangren also appeared. Li Mu frowned and said, "You are just a part of his soul. You don't have the strength of a Dongshuan realm cultivator," he said confidently. "It's more than enough to refine your soul," he excitedly said. "With this body of yours, I will be able to recover to the Dongshuan realm very quickly, and within 10 years, I will have the opportunity to break through to the Transcendence realm." Li Mu said, still annoyed in his heart, "I really treated you like a friend during this time. What a waste. I trusted you so much, and you took advantage of my trust," he retorted. "I answered all your questions honestly, and I helped you quite a bit too." After saying that, he directly entered Li Mu's body, knocking his soul form out. Li Mu looked at him, thinking, Even though Tianhuang Shangren's soul form is extremely powerful, I'm the master, and he's the guest. Before he completely refines my soul, unless I give up control, he can't possibly take full control of my body. Tianhuang Shangren suddenly glanced at him and asked, "Actually, I'm extremely curious about your secret technique. How did you seize the body? In those two Daoist arts, how did you learn them?" Naturally, Li Mu didn't say a word, and he didn't force him, just said slowly, "If you're not willing to tell me, then I'll just have to gradually merge with your soul form and find the answer myself." Li Mu didn't answer him, simply asking, "I already said we're not the same. Did you really have to do this?" That Tianhuang Shangren still didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean?" Li Mu didn't say much, immediately diving back into his physical body, pushing that Tianhuang Shangren out and saying, "Give me back my body." Seeing Li Mu counterattack, the other was shocked. "What do you want to do?" Li Mu Gao, having regained control, immediately formed a hand seal and shouted, "Dao! The Dao that can be spoken of is not the constant Dao." As soon as the words left his mouth, Tianhuang Shangren felt a chill, sensing something in the air. He looked up, seeing a terrifying bolt of lightning rushing towards him, and thought, "The power of heaven and earth, this is bad. If I really get hit, I'll definitely lose my life." He had no other choice but to give up, saying, "This kid is crazy, gotta run." Li Mu glared and said sternly, "Don't even think about running." Immediately, Li Mu used his own body to trap the other's soul. He fearfully screamed like crazy, "Let me out!" A Dao heavenly lightning with brilliant golden light immediately struck down, sending rocks flying everywhere. The other screamed madly, "I'm not reconciled." He wanted to escape, but it was too late, and then he was struck into nothingness by that heavenly lightning. His last remaining wisp of soul was also blasted away by Li Munia's heavenly Dao power, and he himself was also injured quite a bit. Clutching his chest and coughing up blood, he smiled contentedly and looked up at the sky, saying softly, "It's finally over." After saying that, Li Mu couldn't withstand the attack from himself and fainted. In the dark night before him, Li Mu faintly heard a soft voice calling in his ear, "Benefactor, benefactor." He vaguely opened his eyes and saw a little fox in front of him, calling worriedly, "Benefactor." Li Mu opened his eyes and said, "I'm not dead yet." The little fox happily said, "Benefactor, you're awake." Li Mu sat up, surprised. "It's you." Memories suddenly flashed through his mind. "It's the little fox I saved when I first arrived in this world. It's already reached the primordial embryo stage now." The little fox worriedly asked, "Benefactor, how do you feel?" Li Mu gently stroked the little fox's head and said, "You wait a moment." Li Mu condensed his spiritual energy, carefully sensing the power within himself. Too much of Tianhuang Shangren's soul power remains in my body. My body is about to break down. If I don't quickly expel it, I'm afraid I'll explode like a balloon in half an hour. Li Mu thought firmly, "I must seize the time to act." Suddenly he looked up, startled, thinking, "Wait, this is all the emotional power of Tianhuang Shangren." He reached out and absorbed it, thinking, "That's right, the plan took half a year to execute, but I ruined it with just a few words. It would be strange if he didn't hate me. It's just that he definitely didn't expect that this powerful emotional energy of his would once again help me." Li Mu happily thought, "This much resentment is enough for me to condense my spirit about 8 to 10 times. After collecting it all, he stood up, clutching his aching chest, thinking, "I'll go to Azure Water Bay and ask Sister Su to help me." The little fox had been standing beside him the whole time, worriedly calling, "Benefactor." Seeing Li Mu run off, the little fox also hurriedly ran after him, calling, "Benefactor, wait for me." Scene changed to Azure Water Bay. Suhi was sitting in her house when she suddenly heard a knock on the door accompanied by a weak voice. "Sister Su," she exclaimed in surprise. Li Mu's. She opened the door and saw him in a battered state, and asked in surprise, "Why are you in such a state?" Li Mu was unsteady on his feet, replying weakly. Well, before he could finish speaking, he collapsed into Suhi's arms, causing her to worry. "Hey, Li Mu." She carefully examined his body and thought in shock, why is there so much soul power in his body? If it's not expelled quickly, he'll die. Observing carefully for a moment, Suki thought in confusion, why is this soul power so tightly wrapped around his soul? If it's like this, then it's impossible to use the power of guidance to lead the soul power out. Su, he thought nervously. Is that the only way left? But this is my first time. Forget it, as long as I can save Li Mu. After a period of mental struggle, Su-He finally pressed her soft lips against Li Mu's lips, beginning to guide the soul power out. After a period of treatment, Li Mu was finally able to wake up faintly. He opened his eyes slightly, thinking, What is this cool, soft feeling? When he was fully awake, Li Mua was startled to see Suhei in front of him and said, Su, Sister Su. She wasn't shy at all, only saying indifferently, I've sucked away quite a bit of the soul power on your body, you'll be fine now. Only then did she say, I never thought my first time would be given to you. Li Mu sighed slightly. Actually, it's my first time too. Seeing Li Mu sigh so listlessly, Suhei flew into a rage and questioned, What do you mean by sighing? Do you feel like you're suffering a loss? Li Mu sighed, was startled and waved his hands, replying, Of course not. If it weren't for you, sister, I would have lost my life long ago. Suhei Yuhanyue said calmly, I won't hold it against you this time, but why is there so much soul power on your body? Li Mu said thoughtfully, This is a long story. There was a demonic cultivator. He slowly recounted the things he had encountered to Suhei. A moment later, Li Mu was still enthusiastically telling the story. Fortunately, he only wanted to seize my body and not completely destroy my soul. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see you again, sister. Suhei felt sympathetic after hearing the story. Li Mu. But before she could finish speaking, Suhei's body swayed unsteadily. He quickly supported her, asking worriedly, What's wrong, sister? Su. He held her head uncomfortably, saying, I've absorbed too much soul power from your body. I have to immediately go into closed-door cultivation to refine it, otherwise there will definitely be future troubles. You go back first. I need to go into closed-door cultivation for a period of time, Li Mu asked urgently. How long do you have to go into closed-door cultivation for? Suhei was helped onto the bed by Li Mu, replying softly, At least half a month. At most a few months. You must be careful during this time. Li Mu nodded in reply. Okay, then I'll come back to find you in half a month. After everything was settled, Li Mu walked out of Suhei's house, thinking, as he walked, Tian Huang Shangren has completely disappeared. I don't have to worry about being seized by a demonic cultivator hiding in the shadows anymore. That also means nobody will ever find out about my little rebirth secret. Finally, I can start a brand new life. Li Mu grinned like a kid in a candy store. He was so happy. As he was strolling along, suddenly, that little fox from earlier popped out and said, My benefactor. Li Mu was surprised. Why are you still here? The little fox shuffled closer and mumbled, You saved my life last time. I gotta repay you. Li Mu couldn't help but sigh as he heard the fox's voice. Damn, this little fox's voice is kinda cute. But still, Li Mu said honestly, I don't do good deeds expecting anything in return. Just go. He thought to himself. After what happened with that old Wang guy, I don't even trust humans anymore, let alone demons. As Li Mu finished, about to leave, the little fox quickly jumped in front of him, anxiously saying, No, Grandma always said, the Fox clan always repays debts of gratitude, or else it messes with our cultivation later on. Hearing this, Li Mu asked in surprise, You're from the Heavenly Fox clan? Memories flooded back. The 10 Continents demon records mention that the Demon Fox clan is super serious about karma. You scratch their back, they'll scratch yours. But if you mess with them, even after 10 years of peace, they'll find a way to get back at you. And if you do them a favor, they will repay you to the very end, because that's their only way to cultivate. No matter how much I refuse, it won't change its mind, he thought. And then he made a deal with the little fox. Do you have any rare herbs that are over 100 years old? Give me some of those as repayment. The little fox shook its head honestly. Nope. Li Mu facepalmed, thinking, looks like this little fox is even poorer than those squirrels. Can't even cough up a single herb. Then he came up with another idea. Fine, just give me whatever you have on you. Then we'll be even. The little fox said sincerely, Benefactor, you saved my life. I can't just give you any old thing as repayment. That wouldn't be enough to repay your kindness. Li Mu asked curiously, Then tell me, how do you want to repay me? The little fox blushed, lowered its head, and mumbled, The books say that a life debt is repaid with marriage. Li Mu jumped back in shock. Marriage? You want to marry me? The little fox blushed even harder and shyly nodded. Li Mu rubbed his head, dazed, thinking, I saved a snake babe, and she wanted to marry me. Now I saved a little fox, and this untransformed little fox wants to marry me too. But I saved Liu Hanyan's life too. Why didn't she do that? And why is it always snakes and foxes that want to marry me? Am I not good enough for human girls? Li Mu sized up the little fox and said, You're still young, and don't understand the evil in the world. Don't get tricked by those books written by unscrupulous authors, the little fox retorted stubbornly. He's not an unscrupulous author, Li Mu pressed. Which book did you read? I want to see who dares to talk nonsense like that. The little fox replied innocently, I read Liao Zai. And the one who was shocked here was none other than Li Mu. He stuttered. This, he thought helplessly. Liao Zai. These days, even foxes know how to read. I'm screwed. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have written Liao Zai in the first place. Besides, all the foxes in Liao Zai are already transformed. For this one to transform, it'll take at least a few decades. How long do I have to wait? Li Mu just stared at the little fox, lost in thought. After a moment, he turned away and said, Go back. I really don't need you to repay me. Seeing him leave, the little fox ran in front of him and said, Benefactor, please don't chase me away. I'll work hard to cultivate and transform soon. The moon looked at it speechlessly, thinking, This little fox is too stubborn. To make it give up, a little white lie shouldn't hurt, right? Li Mu started acting, turning his face away and saying, It's not about transforming. I'm already married. The little fox was still adamant. I can be your concubine, just like in Liao Zai. Besides, you're not even married yet. Li Mu looked at it in surprise and asked, You can tell. The little fox lowered its eyes and said, Benefactor, can that thing of yours? Li Mu quickly stopped it. No need to say what's below. The little fox pleaded, grabbing onto Li Mu's sleeve. Okay, Benefactor, please take me home. I can wash clothes, warm the bed, I can do everything. Please let me come with you. Li Mu was really flustered, thinking, The 10 Continents demon records say that the Heavenly Fox clan sees a life debt as karma, and it has to be repaid. Refusing them is like blocking their path to cultivation. I guess I'll take this little fox home to warm my bed for a few days, then kick it out. A moment later, Li Mushu went to the riverbank and started washing the blood off his clothes. As he did, he asked the little fox, Did you tell your family you're coming with me? The little fox said honestly, I told Grandma. She agreed that I should repay you soon. Lik Muke looked at it seriously and warned, Even though I'm letting you follow me for now, there are a few things I need to tell you. First, without my permission, you have to stay home. Don't run around. The little fox nodded. I'll be good and stay home. Li Mu glanced at the tiny fox in front of him, thinking, Although there aren't any super strong cultivators in Yangqiu County, if some evil cultivator sees this little fox who's just reached the primordial embryo stage, they might have bad intentions. Li Mu wrung out his clothes and put them on, saying, Second, don't talk in front of other people. The little fox obediently replied, I know, I won't talk randomly. After giving his instructions, Li Mu tidied up his clothes and left. All right, I've said everything. Let's go back to town. The little fox happily followed behind Li Mu. Cut to the streets of Yangqi County. The little fox was being carried by Li Mu, looking at the crowds with great interest, thinking, So this is the human world. So many people. While walking, suddenly he heard a loud shout. Li Mu's colleague, Tong Liao, came running from the yamen in a fluster. Where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere. Li Mu asked in surprise. What's wrong? Did something happen at the yamen? Tong Liao hemmed and hawed, not saying directly but hinting. There's something. I don't know how to tell you. Just go back to the yamen quickly. Consider this me delivering the news. I'll go back to the yamen first. Remember to hurry. With that, Tong Liao left again. Li Mu just watched his back and replied, Okay. Li Mu carried the little fox back home, put it in the courtyard, and carefully reminded it, Remember what you promised me. I'll be back tonight. Be good and wait at home. The little fox wagged its tail obediently in agreement. Li Mu quickly ran to the yamen. As soon as he entered, he asked old Xiang, What's going on? Xiang Shan was more silent than usual. He walked to Li Mu's side and whispered, Li Mu, you're finally here, Old Wang. Old Wang, he's gone. He looked inside and saw Old Wang's body laid out in the middle of the room, and thought, Old Wang really died months ago. This is just part of that Heavenly Joy Hermit's evil plan. If his plan had succeeded, the one standing here wouldn't be me but him. Enjoying Liu Qing's concern, being Liu Hanyan's friendly neighbor, getting back massages from Wan Wan every day, and even getting that little fox I saved coming to repay me after she transforms. Just thinking about it, Li Mu was completely stunned. He looked up at the sky and thought to himself, This is truly unacceptable. Zhang Shan, standing to one side, was also tearfully wiping his eyes and said, Old Wang, I won't touch a single copper of your wealth. We'll chip in to get you a nice Nanmu coffin. In the midst of the somber atmosphere, Li Qing, who was standing behind, suddenly spoke up, calling out to Li Mu, Hey, come over here for a sec. He didn't suspect anything and agreed. Zhang Shan was still muttering continuously, Old Wang, may you rest in peace. Li Mu followed behind Lin Qing into the duty room. As soon as they entered, she said, Lock the door tightly, I have something to tell you. Li Mu was confused, but he still listened and locked the door, then asked, "Boss, what's the matter?" Without any extra movements, Li Qing immediately drew her sword and held it against his neck, sternly asking, "Just who exactly are you?" Li Mushu was stunned and confused by her sudden action, asking, "Boss, what's with you all of a sudden?" Li Qing questioned him with a tense expression. "Don't call me boss. You weren't Li Muli when you left the yamen just now. Just who are you?" Hearing this, Li Muli thought to himself, "When I left the yamen, my body was controlled by Tianhuan Shengren. You, boss, only have qi condensation cultivation. There's no way you could have seen through that. But did boss notice something was off back then?" Li Mu calmly smiled and said to her, "Boss, take a good look. I'm Li Mu." Hearing this, Li Qing paused and observed him more closely. She pondered to herself. Others might be able to possess Li Mu, but they could never imitate his eyes. Li Qing withdrew her sword and hesitantly said, "It really is you." Li Mu gently rubbed his head, his whole body trembling slightly as he said, "It's me, but just now when I left the yamen, my body was controlled by someone else. I almost got possessed. It was so difficult to break free." Hearing this, Li Qing anxiously ran over and grabbed Li Mu's hand, asking, "What exactly happened? Why are you so badly injured?" Li Mu was surprised by her concern and said, "Bossy." And then he started to explain, "We were all wrong. The zombie that the seniors from the patrol unit eliminated before was just a clone created by Tianhuan Shengren, using the soul force of the yin-yang 5 elements physique, and a large amount of the common people's essence blood. His real self was always right beside us, in this yamen." Hearing this, Lian Qing couldn't immediately digest it and asked, "Wait, Tianhuan Shengren is really beside us? Could it be that the person you're talking about is Old Wang?" Her expression turned pale. After analyzing it himself, Li Mu honestly said, "That's right. Several months ago, Old Wang was possessed by Tianhuan Shengren. After that, he hid himself in the yamen to secretly carry out his plan. After we discovered it, he quickly created a clone, another flying zombie, to divert our attention. Just now, he even intended to possess me, but I killed him." Li Qing looked at him in confusion and said, You killed Tianhuan Shengren, but you..." Li Mu immediately interrupted her, raising his hand imposingly and pointing to the sky, saying, "I swear here, if what I just said is half a lie, then let me be struck to death by heavenly lightning." "Impossible." Before he could finish speaking, Li Qing rushed forward and used her hand to cover his mouth, saying, "You don't need to swear, I believe you." Li Mu couldn't say anything with his mouth covered. He could only make sounds to signal to her. Li Qing then withdrew her hand and said, "No wonder you didn't look sad at all when you heard the news of Old Wang's death just now. So you already knew everything." Li Mu silently replied, "Actually, I didn't dare to believe it was true, but that's just how it was. He acted extremely carefully. If I hadn't almost been possessed, even I would have believed he was dead." Li Qing shivered at the thought of it. She pondered and sighed, never expecting that guy to be so cunning and scheming. Li Mu rubbed his chin, thinking about something, and suddenly instructed, "Boss, is it possible to not report this matter to the higher-ups? If the superiors find out, they'll definitely ask me how I killed Tianhuan Shengren, causing some unnecessary trouble. Anyway, Tianhuan Shengren is really dead. There's no need to make a big deal out of this." Li Qing nodded in agreement, saying, "Okay, but your injuries are very serious. Let me help you heal them first." With that, she grabbed Li Mu's rough hands. Looking at his boss slowly channeling spirit energy into him, he happily thought to himself, "Although I can heal myself using my own inner qi, it's even better to be healed by boss." While healing, Li Mu looked at Li Qing for a moment and asked, "Boss, aren't you curious as to why I was able to kill Tianhuan Shengren?" Li Qing smiled gently and said, "If you want to tell me, you'll automatically tell me." Li Mu now didn't disappoint her. He calmly recounted, "I have a divine power that can prevent others from possessing." That part of Tianhuan Shengren's soul was annihilated by that divine power. Before he died, he left a lot of resentment for me. After I recover, I'll be able to condense my 6th corporeal soul, Li Qing asked with a mix of joy and concern. If that's the case, you only have the 5th and 7th corporeal souls left to condense. Have you figured out how to condense them yet? Facing this question, Li Mutao fell into contemplation. The 5th and 7th corporeal souls are born from love and lust, respectively. I've already thought of a way, but how can I directly tell the boss that I'll marry a few wives and wait for love to blossom over time? Crazy! After thinking for a while, he shook his head in response. Still haven't? Li Qing said in silence, "You are a cultivator. Even if you lack 2 corporeal souls, It's not too big of an obstacle. You can choose to condense your soul first, and then wait for the opportunity to condense your corporeal souls later is not too late. Li Muni agreed, saying, "That's what I think too. Coincidentally, before Tianhuan Shangren died, he left me some pure corporeal soul power. Perhaps I'll be able to condense my soul soon," Li Muqing still said worriedly. "But you must remember this. Using the soul power of others to condense your soul is like taking a shortcut. Never rely on it too much. Otherwise, if you fail to cultivate, the consequences will be the same as Ren Yuan. You'll have an empty realm, and your strength won't be up to par. Later on, when fighting with others, you'll easily be at a disadvantage." Li Mu nodded and replied, "I know." After talking for a while, Li Qing said again, "Go back to work, but remember to rest properly these few days." Li Mueng opened the door and stepped out, speechlessly replying, "I know, I'll go help Xiangshan and the others take care of old Wang's funeral arrangements first." After finishing everything at the county yamen, Li Mu strode down the street. As he walked, he sighed and thought, looking at Xiangshan's appearance, he will definitely be sad for a few days because of old Wang's matter. Elsewhere, there was a crowd gathered in the market. A man hugged the arm of the old fortune-teller. Su Tint thanked him. "After taking your medicine last time, it wasn't even 2 months before my wife became pregnant, and you must come to my house for a visit, so we can thank you properly." Hearing this, the old fortune-teller just smiled and replied, "That medicine was bought with money. There's no need to feel grateful to me." As he was speaking, he suddenly noticed Li Mu standing nearby. He was surprised and thought, "Isn't that the guy who lost 7 corporeal souls?" He walked up to him and enthusiastically said, "I didn't expect you to still be alive." Li Mu looked at him in surprise, thinking, "Isn't this the old Daoist who once said, 'I only had half a year to live'?" The old man walked over and seriously observed Li Mu Lei, then commented, "Not only are you not dead, but you've also condensed 4 more corporeal souls. The resentment from the 6th corporeal soul is also sufficient. Kid, what kind of heinous things have you done to make people so resentful? It can't be that you've been seducing other people's wives, is it?" Li Mu no longer felt deceived. Instead, he felt grateful. He clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Thank you, Senior, for pointing me in the right direction last time," and indifferently waved his hand in response. "What's there to thank? I received all 8 coins of your money that day. I gave you a reminder. I don't owe you anything, and you don't owe me anything." Li Mu frowned, thinking, he can see through my 7 corporeal souls at a glance, and even see the resentment I'm carrying. If his cultivation isn't Dongshuan realm, then it's already creation realm. The old man carefully observed Li Mued and asked, "I see that you don't seem like a bad person. Have you figured out how to condense those last 2 corporeal souls?" Li Mu honestly replied, "Not yet. I hope to receive guidance from Senior Carrie." Hearing this, the old man happily said, "It is our destiny to meet here. Okay, this time I'll give you some free guidance," he calmly explained. "The 5th Pak is born from love, and the 7th requires lust. All you need to do is find a female cultivator at the spirit condensation stage, then become Dakio companions with her through dual cultivation, and wouldn't that just solve everything?" Li Mu lowered his gaze and sighed. "Spirit condensation female cultivators aren't exactly easy to find, you know." The old man picked his ear and said, "With your good looks, it shouldn't be hard to marry a few ordinary wives. If that doesn't work out, you could always try visiting a pleasure house. Even if you don't find love there, you'll have all the lust you could ever want. The ladies there are most eager for handsome young men like you," he said with keen interest, leaning closer. But Li Mu frantically waved his hand. No, thank you, Senior," Li Mu thought to himself. "My first kiss already went to Sister Su, so there's no way the other thing could happen in a place like that. If I have to go to a pleasure house and sell my body just to gather lust, then I won't be releasing even 1 Pak." The old man then said, "Whether you can condense the page now depends on your good fortune. This old man is off. See you if fate allows." With that, he turned and walked away. Li Mu stood there, watching his receding back, thinking to himself, "What a strange person. To be safe, it's probably best to keep some distance from these powerful experts." Li Mujie made his way home. As soon as he opened the door, Xiao Huli happily came out, wagging her tail in greeting, "Benefactor, you're back." Li Mujie looked at Xiao Huli in front of him, thinking to himself, "Oops, I totally forgot there's still a little fox in the house." At the same time, Liu Hanyan and Wanwan walked over, asking curiously, "Who were you just talking to?" Li Mu turned and said, "Who? What are you talking about? I wasn't talking to anyone just now. You must have misheard." Liu Hanyan challenged him aggressively. "Then why did I hear a woman's voice? And it wasn't even Chief Constable Li's voice. Are you bringing other women home now? This question made Li Muyu retort helplessly. Hey, seriously, what kind of person do you take me for?
I really didn't bring any women home. At this moment, Wan noticed Xiao Huli and said excitedly, Miss, young master's house has such a cute little dog. Xiao Huli immediately spoke up to correct her. I'm not a dog.
As soon as the voice spoke, Liu Hanyan was startled and immediately clutched Li Mu's arm, screaming, Li Mu, there's a demon! Wan was equally scared and asked, Young master, this little puppy can talk. Hiding behind Liu Mu, Liu Hanyan asked timidly, Liu Mu, what exactly is going on here? Xiao Huli also said dejectedly, Benefactor. Liu Mu finally had to step in to reassure them. All right, there's no need to be scared. Let me introduce everyone a bit. He pointed towards the two girls and said, This is Liu Hanyan, Miss Liu, and this is Wan. From now on, you don't have to pretend in front of them anymore. Li Mu then pointed at Xiao Huli and said, This is... He suddenly paused, thinking to himself, Wait, I still don't even know this little fox's name. He bent down and quietly asked, What's your name? Xiao Huli quickly replied. Benefactor. My name is Xiao Bai. Li Mu then began his introduction. This is Xiao Bai, a little fox. I saved its life from a hunter last time, so it's here to repay my kindness. Liu Hanyan heard this and asked curiously, Repay kindness? What can a little fox possibly do to repay kindness? Xiao Huli obediently replied, I can give Benefactor back massages, clean the house, and even warm the bed. Wan pouted, looking unhappy, and said, But if you do all those things, what will I do? Liu Hanyan kept staring at Xiao Bai, thinking to herself, Liu Mu doesn't usually do anything to me anyway, and besides, this is just a female fox, so it should be fine. Plus, this little fox is just too cute. Liu Hanyan truly couldn't resist this adorable furball. She sat down and quietly asked, Xiao Bai, besides talking, do you know how to do anything else? Xiao Bai obediently and honestly replied, Besides talking, I don't know how to do anything else. The little fox blushed shyly and added, I don't know how to do anything right now, but once I transform into a human, if Benefactor doesn't mind, I can offer myself to repay your kindness. Wan and Liu Hanyan were completely shocked after hearing this. Both, without a word, simultaneously turned to look at Li Mu with extremely judgmental eyes. Li Mu, also startled, hastily exclaimed, I didn't teach it that. Xiao Huli very honestly said, Nobody taught me. I read it in Liaozha. Li Mu helplessly scratched his head, sighing, Seriously, this conversation is going way off track. Never mind, you all just keep talking here. I'll go cook dinner. With that, he turned and went inside. As Li Mujia washed the vegetables, he thought, The matter with Heavenly Joy Cultivator has concluded. Perhaps I should make a trip to Jinshan Temple first. Abbot Puqi's injuries probably only need one more treatment to be completely healed. Suddenly, Xiao Bai walked over and asked softly, Benefactor, let me wash those. Li Mu scratched his cheek and asked, No need. What did you used to eat? Xiao Bai honestly replied, We ate wild fruits on the mountain, and sometimes Grandma would find herbs and sell them, then use the money to buy roast chicken for us. Li Mu smiled and gently instructed her, I see. I'll have to go out for a bit after dinner, so remember to be good and stay home. Don't run around. Xiao Huli happily chirped back, Benefactor, don't worry. A little later, Li Muqi went outside. Inside the house, Xiao Huli was still diligently wiping the table. Suddenly, her gaze swept over a stack of books on the table, and she thought to herself, This is Liao Zhai. She walked over and opened the book, turning page after page. Even more surprised, she thought, it seems this version of Liao Zhai hasn't been published yet. Scene shifts to Jinshan Temple. Li Mu was welcomed inside by Grandmaster Xuan Dugai. As he walked, he said, This humble monk has been waiting for Benefactor Li Ban for a long time, Li Mu Gai said apologetically. I'm really sorry, but there were some matters in the yamen that needed my attention, Grandmaster Xuan Dugai magnanimously replied. No worries. Grandmaster Xuan Dum observed Li Mu's body, and then asked, Benefactor Li is injured. He took out a bottle of elixirs from within his robes and said, This bottle contains some elixirs that this humble monk brought back from the Pill Cauldron sect. They can enhance your spiritual power and are also very effective for healing injuries. Benefactor elixirs. Please accept them. Li Lingmu held the bottle of elixirs in his hand, secretly marveling. The Pill Cauldron sect, one of the 6 great sects. This is indeed good stuff. He gratefully put the bottle of elixirs away and said, Then I must thank Grandmaster. Grandmaster Xuan Dumei replied kindly, Benefactor, you're too polite. Li Mu once again treated the abbot's injuries. Golden Buddha light gradually appeared with each incantation he chanted. Therefore, in emptiness there is no form, No feeling, perception, volition, or consciousness. No eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, or mind. No forms, sounds, smells, tastes, touches, or mental objects. At the same time, in the Buddha hall, murmurs of discussion rose. Today, the Buddha's manifestation is a little later than yesterday. With so many pilgrims, the Buddha must be very busy. A few pilgrims by the donation box even said, "Grandmaster, your donation box should really be replaced with a bigger one. This one seems too small now." The Grandmaster in the temple gently replied, "Benefactor, a sincere heart devoted to Buddha is much more precious than these worldly objects." After treating the injuries, Li Mu comfortably thought to himself, "Thanks to Grandmaster Xuan Duca's profound spiritual power, my internal injuries seem to have completely recovered. I'll bring those elixirs back for Miss Liu then."
The abbot stood up and said gratefully, "Amitabha, thank you very much for young Master Li's help these past few days." Li Muna also politely bowed and replied, "Abbot, please don't be so polite.
Heavenly Joy Cultivator has committed countless evil deeds. Even I almost lost my life to him. Grandmaster pursued him entirely to protect the common people of the world. Compared to what Grandmaster did, what I did is nothing at all."
The abbot said thoughtfully, "No matter what, this old monk's cultivation foundation has been destroyed. If it weren't for Benefactor Li's help, not only would my cultivation be difficult to recover, but my lifespan would also probably not have many years left. For this great kindness, Jinshan Temple will definitely repay you wholeheartedly." Li Mu solemnly replied, "Grandmaster Xuan Du has shown me kindness as vast as a mountain twice. Consider this as me repaying his kindness this time." Of course, the abbot firmly refused. He grasped Li Musu's hand and earnestly said, "Xuan Du is Xuan Du, and this old monk is this old monk. This old monk will dual cultivate with Benefactor Li in the Buddhist Daoist path, considering it a way to help Benefactor." After settling everything at Jinshan Temple, Li Mu returned home. He walked briskly along the road, thinking as he went, "After the abbot helped me temper my body, from now on, I no longer have to worry about those two missing pants, and that uncomfortable feeling from before has completely vanished." Li Mu picked up the clothes in his hand, thinking to himself, "Every time I temper my body, I get my clothes dirty, and when I get home, I have to wash them again." But before he even reached his gate, Liu Hanyan appeared before him, saying, "Li Mu, why are you eating from the poop pit again?" Lol. Li Mu walked up and honestly said, "My clothes got all dirty." Liu Hanyan quickly snatched the clothes from his hand, grumbling, "Every time you come back you stink like this. I seriously suspect you rolled around in the toilet before coming out, didn't you? Give it here, I'll wash it for you." Liu Hanyan suddenly noticed Li Mu's hands and thought in confusion, "Why is Li Mu's skin getting even better? Wait a sec." After thinking for a while, she discovered something suspicious and asked, "Every time you dress like this, your skin gets a little better. What exactly have you been secretly doing? Confess now." Li Mu felt a guilty conscience and thought to himself, "Women are really sensitive about this stuff?" However, he still honestly replied, "It's because I'm still cultivating Buddhist techniques, and there's also a high monk helping me temper my body." Liu Hanyan asked in surprise, "Cultivating Buddhist methods can make you look as good as you do." Li Mu raised his hand and slowly explained, "Buddhist cultivation focuses on the physical body, constantly pushing out impurities, so the skin gets better." Liu Hanyan observed him for a moment, thinking, "Li Mu wouldn't lie to me, would he? If that's really the case," she bluntly asked, "Can I cultivate Buddhism too?" Li Mu pondered and replied, "It's not impossible, if you don't mind things like your body getting all muscular and your hair falling out all the time." Liu Hanyan just imagined the sight of herself and went crazy resisting, saying, forget it, just explain to me what body tempering is." He eagerly replied, "If there's a Buddhist cultivator with profound Dako attainment, willing to expend their power to help you expel impurities from your body, even without cultivating Buddhist techniques, your body will become as beautiful as mine. Of course, there's another way besides this." But as he said this, Li Mu stopped and stared at her. Liu Hanyan curiously asked, "What way? Why don't you keep talking?" Li Mu actually turned back into the house and said, "Never mind." She blankly called after him, "Hey, you!" Suddenly she seemed to understand something and thought, wait, yin-yang dual cultivation can also work, right? It's just dual cultivating with Li Mu, doing those things every day. She looked at Li Mu's back, thinking, after being around Li Mu for the past few months, I've come to see him as the most trustworthy person. But closeness and intimacy are two completely different things. I've seen the faces of so many men in Luofang for over 10 years, and I've already made up my mind. In this life, I can only live for myself, not for any man." Liu Hanyan stood in front of the gate, secretly commenting, "Li Mu is someone worth relying on. I hope I can leave Wanwan to him. As for me, I'll be their neighbor for the rest of my life. That's more than enough."
She was lost in thought when Li Mu's call startled her, and she exclaimed, "Don't think too much. I'm not getting married in this life, so don't pay any attention to me." Li Muke took out the bottle of pills that Great Master Xuan Duhen had given him earlier and said, "Pay attention to what I want to give you this. You and Wan each take one. It can increase your cultivation." With that, he quickly poured 2 pills into her hand.
Liu Hanyan looked at the pills in her hand, thinking, he's still thinking about my and Wan's cultivation, so he still cares about us, Li Mu carefully instructed. 1 pill each, no more, no less. Also, even though your constitution is very compatible with mine, you're not my type. How many more times do you want me to say that? As soon as the 2 pills fell into Liu Hanyan's hand, she became gloomy and asked, "Am I not pretty enough?"
She began her barrage of questions, and Li Mu quickly answered, "Your figure isn't good, pretty. You don't play the zither well. Can you cook? Not well. Well, am I poor? You're a rich lady." Liu Hanyan became even more angry hearing those answers and asked, "You still don't like me like that? What kind of person do you like then?"
Li Muni actually straightforwardly asked back, "Are you as obedient as Yan? Are you as skilled as the boss?"
Liu Hanyan was rendered speechless, but then she turned her anger into rage and shouted, "Shut up!" With that,
she angrily walked out of the house, leaving Li Mu dumbfounded, thinking, women are really something. She doesn't want me to pay attention to her, but she also wants me to pay attention to her. It's so confusing.
Li Mu went inside the house, and Little Fox quickly came out to greet him.
"Benefactor, you're back," Li Mu softly asked. "Yeah, what have you been doing at home?"
Xiao Bai enjoyed Li Mu's head pat and replied, "I've cleaned the house, and I've also wiped the study." Li Mu smiled and praised without reservation.
"Good job." He took out a pill and said, "That's right, you should eat this." Xiao Bai trusted Li Mu absolutely, and immediately took the pill.
Xiao Bai felt it for a moment, then asked, "Benefactor, what is this? I feel my body getting warmer." Li Mu gently explained, "It's a type of elixir that enhances spiritual power. It will speed up your cultivation." The little fox spirit's thoughts ran wild as she wondered, could it be that Benefactor thinks my transformation is too slow? Liao Zai also says that only after a spirit transforms can they do this and that with their benefactor. Is he complaining that I'm taking too long to transform?
Thinking that, the little fox resolutely said, "Benefactor, rest assured, I will definitely cultivate diligently and strive to transform as soon as possible."
Xiao Bai, being free at home, took out a few strange tales from a Chinese studio books and read them. It turned the pages and sighed to itself, thinking, sure enough, Benefactor still likes the little demons after they transform more. Wan came over from next door at this moment, pushing open the Ju Tit door and saying, "Young master, I've come to help you clean the house." But he didn't reply, only Xiao Bai was sitting at the table, and chairs outside. Wan looked at Xiao Bai and asked, "Where's the young master?"
Xiao Bai honestly replied, "Benefactor is in the room cultivating. Is there anything you need, Miss Wan?" The little girl was stunned by Xiao Bai's question, and Wan pouted, thinking, the person sitting there should be me. I was here before anyone else. This house is clearly mine first, but now it's like I'm a guest. This little fox isn't cute at all, and she doesn't know what order or priority is, and she even dares to say that she will repay me with her body after she transforms. HMPH. The young master won't marry a fox. The young master only likes obedient girls who listen to him like me. With that, she stared at the little fox with extremely hostile eyes.
She looked at the little fox sitting there quietly and thought, but this little fox is also very obedient, and she will become a human in the future, and she only eats half a bowl of rice. I have to eat at least 3 bowls every meal. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became, and she sighed, returning home, leaving Xiao Bai confused and not understanding what was happening. As night fell, the two from Liu Hanyan's house sat on the swing together and sighed with melancholy. Wan pouted and asked, "Miss, am I eating a little too much?" Liu Hanyan quickly replied, "Number." The little girl said sadly, "No," but Liu Hanyan poured another bucket of cold water on her. "It's not a little too much, it's a lot too much. It's not like before now. Brides need to be hungry too. Why are you still eating so much? You eat until your stomach is full every meal." The little girl replied aggrievedly, "But I'm afraid of being hungry." Liu Hanyan smiled, gently hugged Wan in her arms, and softly comforted her. "Don't worry. I will never let you go hungry again," Wan still said with a melancholy face. "But will the young master dislike me for eating too much and not want me anymore? Xiao Bai eats so little, and after she transforms into a human, the young master will definitely like Xiao Bai more." Liu Hanyan frowned when she heard this and said, "How could he not want you anymore? That guy can be said to never know when he's had enough.
Liu Hanyan couldn't help but think about Li Mu's future prospects, making a lot of money, buying a big house, and marrying several beautiful wives, and it was very likely that Wan Wan would be one of those wives. Perhaps Li Biu Tao was also within his calculations. Where exactly did I lose? Is it because I don't have any appeal to Li Mu na? Or is it because he's playing the long game, deliberately provoking me?
Unable to figure it out, Liu Hanyan spoke up. Hey, you tell me, why doesn't Li Mu like me? Wan Wan turned to her in surprise. Does the young lady also like Master Li?
Liu Hanyan's face darkened. No, I don't. Wan Wan was even more puzzled, and asked back, then why does the young lady want Master Li Nan to like you? Liu Hanyan was stunned by the question and suddenly realized, that's right, why? Clearly I don't want to marry Li Mu's, but I want him to like me.
While these two beautiful hearts were in turmoil, inside Li Mu's dilapidated house, he and Xiao Bai were sleeping comfortably in bed. His dreams seemed to be quite pleasant, as he occasionally mumbled in his sleep. Soon, the sun began to rise.
Li Mu Sao woke up and stretched languidly.
He looked at the little fox lying next to him and thought, Xiao Bai is a descendant of the nine-tailed celestial fox. The scent on its body is not only unique but also very fragrant, warming and perfuming the bed. It seems like having a fragrant little fox to warm the bed isn't such a bad thing after all.
With that, he got out of bed and went to the courtyard to start his day. Cut to the county yamen. Li Mu entered the duty room and saw Zhang Shan. He immediately asked, Zhang Shan, why are you still sitting here and not patrolling? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the boss?
As Li Mu approached, Zhang Shan keenly smelled a strange fragrance and asked, Li Mu, why do you smell so good? This fragrance is so stimulating just from sniffing it.
Li Mu blankly sniffed himself and said, fragrant? I don't smell anything. Zhang Shan moved closer to him and declared, it's a woman's scent. Only naturally fragrant maidens have this kind of scent. Li Mu was utterly flustered and denied, a woman? I don't have one, don't frame me. Zhang Shan was very insistent in his assertion. Li Mu, did you go find a woman? Old Wang just passed away and hasn't even been buried yet, and you're already looking for a woman? Li Mu was also confused. Don't talk nonsense. Li Mu Qing entered from outside at this moment and interrupted, what's that smell? It's so fragrant. She went to Li Mu's side and took a sniff, surprising him.
Boss, Li Mu then remembered something and explained,
actually, I saved a little fox a few months ago. I met it again on the road yesterday, and it insisted on following me home, saying it wanted to repay my kindness. Li Mu secretly regretted. If I had known this scent would linger for so long, I wouldn't have let Xiao Bai warm my bed last night. The boss will misunderstand that I casually went to find a woman. Thinking this, he secretly turned his head to observe Lin Qing's expression.
Only Zhang Shan was blushing and imagining all sorts of scenarios. A fox repaying kindness. The thought of a hot fox girl coming to hug him and demanding to repay his kindness made Zhang Shan tingle. He shyly scratched his cheek and asked Li Mu, I read in books that they can transform into humans and help you. Help you do that. Is it true? Li Mu leaned close to Zhang Shan's face, frowned, and said, you only read those kinds of trashy books, Zhang Shan honestly replied. I saw it in Liaojai Jihe. These aren't trashy books. I saw the boss reading it last time too. Hearing this, Li Mu turned to look at Li Qing. She immediately turned her face away to avoid him, leaving him speechless. Li Mu helplessly said, let's pretend I didn't say anything. He honestly explained, it's a little fox that has awakened its intelligence, knows how to clean the house, wipe the tables and chairs, but hasn't transformed into a human yet, so it can't help me do that. Zhang Shan sighed in disappointment. So the things in the books are all fake. Well, I'm going back to patrol now. I really thought it was real. Just as Zhang Shan went out, Li Qing stepped forward and asked, that little fox of yours, Li Muai, was startled and thought, oh no. He honestly explained, it's just a little demon that has just reached the early stage qi condensation realm. A few months ago, it accidentally fell into a hunter's trap.
I was the one who saved its life, Li Qing silently asked. A female fox. He nodded in confirmation. Li Qing passed by Li Mu and gently reminded, the minds of demons are unpredictable. You shouldn't completely trust what they say. Be careful. Li Si, who was standing to the side, was shocked by Li Mu Xing's expression. Li Mu was still clueless and watched her ask, boss, are you going to patrol? I'll go with you. She waved her hand and coldly replied, no need. Li Si then went to his side and exclaimed, how could this be? Li Mu blankly asked him back, what do you mean, how could this be? He brought up his previous question. Last time you said the way the boss looks at me is not quite right. What's not right about it? Li Mu sighed. That's not the look one gives a subordinate. Li Si finally enlightened Li Mu. Boss, it seems, likes you. He naturally didn't believe it and retorted,
How could that be? You're mistaken. But Li Si confidently explained. One's demeanor can deceive people. Words can deceive people, but one's eyes are the only thing that will betray them, because they don't know how to lie. The way the boss looks at you really has a problem. Moreover, don't you feel that she treats you very well? Li Muso was stumped by the question, and he hesitated. This, Li Mus pondered, the boss really treats me very well, but isn't that because she knows my fate is sealed, so she's trying to prolong my life? Impossible. Liu Hanyan also treats me very well. Does she also like me? Li Mus thought and then asked him. The boss also treats you guys very well, isn't it the same? Li Si nonchalantly retorted. This is not the same, he leisurely suggested. Want to bet? We'll bet on whether the way the boss treats you and the way she treats us is different. If you lose, you'll have to patrol for me for a month, and if I lose, I'll help you patrol for a month. How about it? Are you willing to bet? Li Muge, confident in his judgment and somewhat provoked by Li Mosi's words, replied. What's there to be afraid of? Cut to the head of Yangshiu County. Zhang Shan was sitting across from an orange cat and rambling. Are you a male cat or a female cat? Can you talk? Can you transform into a human? The cat meowed, and Zhang Shan asked, what does meow mean? Is that a yes or a no? If you can, then quickly transform into one. Before he could finish speaking, Li Si interrupted him. Old Zhang, I need your help with something. Zhang Shan flatly refused. I'm busy, I don't have time. The cat couldn't take it anymore and ran away. Zhang Shan called after it. Don't run, you haven't transformed into a human yet. Lang Sai approached Zhang Shan and held out a coin. Payment? Zhang Shan pouted. You want me to help with just one wen? Lang Sai took out another wen. Zhang Shan then said. Double it, and I'll reconsider. After reaching an agreement, Zhang Shan cheerfully asked. Speak, what is it? The three followed Li Qing, observing her for a while, and then Li Si began to give orders. Zhang Shan ran behind Li Qing and shouted, Boss! She turned around and calmly asked, Zhang Shan, what's wrong? Zhang Shan nervously replied, Boss, I feel a little dizzy, I think I'm sick. Li Qing indifferently handed a talisman to Zhang Shan and instructed, burn this to ashes, mix it with water and drink it. It can cure colds and chills. Zhang Shan received the talisman and respectfully said, Thank you, boss. Zhang Shan returned to Li Mu and asked, Did you want to get a talisman? Just go directly to the boss and ask her, she'll give it to you, he pondered. What does this prove? Last time I was sick, the boss only gave me a talisman too. Ling Si tilted his head to look at her and said, Try it again, Ling Mu confidently replied. Try then, I said, the boss is the same to everyone. With that, he scurried behind Li Qing, yelling, Boss! The girl immediately turned around. Li Mu rubbed his head, frowning. I think I'm sick. Feeling a bit dizzy and uncomfortable. Li Qing didn't think much of it, immediately placed her hand on his forehead, making Li Mu blush awkwardly. She fussed with a worried look. No fever. Li Qing grabbed his hand and said, I've already checked with my powers, nothing's wrong with you, Zhang Shan. Witnessing this scene, couldn't help but comment, Sure enough, it's different. The boss treats Li Mu way better than us. After a while, Li Mu returned to Li Si's side, who leisurely said, See? You lost. Remember to cover my patrol duty for a month. Deal. Li Mu was still dazedly wondering, Does the boss really like me? Li Mu Si replied somberly. Or it could just be a temporary crush. Time will tell if it's real. But the way the boss treats you is definitely different from us. Li Mu still didn't understand. But why would the boss like me? Li Si retorted. Does liking someone need a reason? He asked blankly. Doesn't it? He countered. Does it? Li Mu kept muttering. Doesn't it? Li Mu pondered silently. If the boss really has feelings for me, then in the future I just need to cultivate our relationship well. If the boss and I cultivate together as Daoist companions, we'll definitely have a chance to cultivate to enlightenment. But if I do that, my dream of marrying 3 wives and 7 concubines will be gone. While lost in thought, Li Si shoved him in the back. With the boss around and still wanting to fool around outside, Are you tired of living? Li Musi exclaimed in surprise. How do you know what I'm thinking? Li Si said nonchalantly. I understand women, but I understand men even better. Li Mus looked towards Li Qing in the distance, thinking to himself, What exactly does the boss feel about me? I still need to observe more. If there's a chance, I must test the boss to see if she really has feelings for me. Thinking this, he stepped forward and called out to her. Boss! Li Qing turned around, asking curiously. What's up? Liao Mu happily proposed. Want to come to my place for lunch today? I figured out a way to condense the last 2 hun. Want to discuss it with you. Ling Qing asked curiously. No need for lunch. What way did you figure out? Love and lust aren't things that can be easily obtained, Li Mumu replied. With a cunning look. I read in a book that some cultivators directly collect the last 3 hun by going around teasing women's feelings. This sentence immediately made Lian Qing's face darken. Lian Muha flinched and waved his hands, explaining, "Of course I wouldn't use this method. People who go around teasing women's feelings are even more wicked than Lian Xie. But I can marry a few wives and then collect those 2 emotions from my mistresses." Hearing this, Li Qing turned away in complete anger. Li Mu kept following behind, muttering, "This way it's neither illegal nor does it affect ethics. This method seems all right? Seeing Li Qing not responding, he startled and thought, "Crap, the boss doesn't think I'm serious, does she?" Then, Li Mu had to nervously run after her, calling out, "Hey boss, don't go, I was just kidding." Scene changes to the duty room of the county office. Li Mu Chai was sighing pensively. "Looks like the boss is really mad at me." He laid sprawled on the table, thinking to himself, "Ever since I said I'd marry a few wives, she hasn't said a word to me for 3 days, hasn't even stepped into the duty room. Maybe I should take the initiative to apologize to the boss." Before he could finish thinking, a book was placed right next to him from who knows where. Li Mu looked up, seeing Lian Qing, and said in surprise, "Boss!" She coldly pointed to the book on the table and ordered, "Read this." Lian Qing seriously explained, "Love is divided into great love and small love. Lust isn't just about sexual desire. There are other ways to condense those last 2 hun." Li Mu looked up at Lian Qing, pondering, "The boss really cares about me marrying multiple wives. I should quickly explain things clearly." Thinking this, Li Mu hesitantly opened his mouth. "Boss, I was just casually joking that day." Li Qing replied very firmly, "I don't joke with you. Read carefully what's written in this book." Ling Moose read through the contents inside and exclaimed in surprise, "It's written here about the method of condensing 7 hun. For those who have lost their 7 hun, there's even a book like this?" At this time he also felt boundless guilt and said, "Boss, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have joked like that." In his heart he secretly thought, "Could it be that the boss has been helping me look for this book for the past 3 days? Li Qing calmly explained, "In the 7 emotions and 6 desires, love isn't just love between a man and a woman, friends, family, or lovers. These are all just small love. There's also a type of great love. This type of great love refers to love for all living beings. Loving all living beings will naturally be loved back by them." Sounds very similar to Buddhist merit, Daoist thought power. Adding a little knowledge about merit and thought power is a type of power that can be collected from the love of others when we do good deeds and save people or recruit believers. Li Qing continued to explain, "You can also understand it this way. Every prefecture or county of the Great Zhou has built national temples, especially for the common people to worship. If the common people truly sincerely worship, then more thought power will be produced. The prosperity or decline of the national temple is closely related to the strength and weakness of the national fortune. But what you need is this belief of the common people, which is great love. As for desires, it's not just about sexual desire, it can also refer to the 6 desires and 6 senses. The 6 desires are sequentially sight desire, sound desire, scent desire, taste desire, touch desire, and mind desire. Sight desire refers to the desire to see rare and strange treasures. Touch desire and mind desire are quite similar and can be replaced by the remaining 5 desires. Sound desire refers to the desire to hear beautiful words and ideas. Taste desire refers to the desire to eat delicious delicacies. Touch desire refers to physical contact between people, but excluding doing male-female things. After being lectured, Li Mu pondered, "Miss Liu likes to touch my body. This is a typical example of touch desire, but I still haven't collected love desire, so does that mean she doesn't like me?" Li Qing spoke again. "Those last 2 hun can be collected in many ways. You don't need to force yourself to marry 3 wives and 4 concubines." Li Mu Yele looked at her and fell into deep thought. Receiving the faith of the common people is even harder than marrying multiple wives. And I don't feel that marrying multiple wives is forcing myself, but when he recalled the previous incident, he thought, but I can't say these words directly now. Li Mu finally spoke up. "Right now, what I'm focusing on is refining the evil emotions left behind by Heavenly Joy Upper Immortal. After condensing that 1 hun, I still have to continue cultivating and refining the remaining human power in my body, and use the 3 hum to form a primordial spirit as soon as possible, focusing on the middle 3 realms. As for male-female matters, I don't want to think too much about it now." Saying this, he thought, "Besides, who would have thought that I'm not even 19 yet?" After explaining everything, Li Mu walked out of the duty room. As soon as he saw him, Zhang Shan called out, "Li Mu, wait, the county magistrate is looking for you. People from the prefectural office have arrived." Li Mu stopped, curiously looking at Zhang Shan and asking, "Prefectural office." Night fell, enveloping the county office. People from the county office walked in solemnly, asking, "Lord Zhang, may I ask where Li Mu is?" As soon as the words finished, Li Mu also walked in respectfully. "Lord, what's the matter?" County Magistrate Zhang walked in front of him and said, "Li Mu, in the past few months you've done many good things for the common people, especially the fact that you saw through the conspiracy of that Xuanxi cult, saving North Prefecture from a disaster. I really commend you for this." This time, Patrolman Wu unfortunately sacrificed himself. "I originally intended to let you take over his position." Hearing this, Li Mu was stunned for a long time. Then he flinched and declined. "Lord is thinking too much. My subordinate's strength is too weak. I haven't even refined my own 7 hun. I'm afraid I can't shoulder this important task." County Magistrate Zhang tilted his head and continued, "Although I think highly of you, but now even if I want to force you to take on this important task, I can't." He gestured towards the 3 officials beside him and introduced, "These few are acting on the orders of the prefectural governor to deliver official documents." Li Mu asked nervously, "What official documents?" County Magistrate Zhang said in a cheerful tone, "Don't be nervous. When Zhang family village suffered the zombie calamity, you made the suggestion to use glutinous rice to suppress the zombies. I reported this suggestion to the prefectural governor after he ordered the common people to implement it together. To a large extent, it prevented the spread of the zombie epidemic in Xiao County. Otherwise, this disaster would have resulted in even more deaths." He patted Li Mu on the shoulder and continued, "Regarding the incident with Celestial Joy Reverend this time, you were the first to discover it and report it in time. Although you didn't directly participate, your contribution is significant." Li Mu asked blankly. So Zhang Xuanling suddenly clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Therefore, not only has the county governor rewarded you with the soul and physical power needed for cultivation, but he also plans to transfer you to the county office. There, your salary will be doubled. I congratulate you in advance." Li Mu was stunned when he heard this, thinking to himself, "To the county office?" He pondered. Although the territory of the Great Zhou is vast, it's divided into 36 counties. The northern county is huge. Even the area of Yangqiu County is much larger than those county-level administrative regions back in my old world. Yangqiu County is at least several hundred miles away from the county city. My home and friends are all in Yangqiu County. I can't just run to the county city for 500 wen. Moreover, ever since I met Liu Hanyan, whether it's writing new books or opening a store, everything has been incredibly smooth, and the income isn't bad either. There's even less reason to move to the county city." After thinking for a while, Li Mu asked the official delivering the message, "Is it possible to just take the reward and not go to the county city?" The official crossed his arms and said sternly, "What do you take the county governor's orders for? Can you just choose half and leave half?" Li Mu replied bluntly, "Then forget it. I don't want anything." Li Mu thought to himself, "Being a constable isn't exactly a great job anyway. Liu Gunyang has long advised me to resign and do business with her. If it weren't for this job being convenient for cultivation, plus helping the common people a bit, I would have grabbed onto Liu Gunyang's leg long ago and had her pull me up with her." The official sternly reminded, "I've already conveyed the county governor's order. I'm giving you a month. After that, you must report to the county office. If you're late, you'll bear the consequences yourself." Zhang Xuanling also stepped forward to persuade. "After all, Yangqiu County is too small. This is a great opportunity for you, very beneficial to your future cultivation. Why don't you want to go?" Li Muhan replied frankly. "This subordinate has feelings for this place." Zhang Xuanling was stunned by this answer. He thought in surprise, "Feelings? I haven't felt his passion for this job at all. Could it be not because of the job, but because of—" Then he said in an experienced tone, "I understand. You have feelings for some people in the county office. But Qing Gunyang is a disciple of the Talisman sect. A county governor has no say in this. You are an official of the Great Zhou. As long as you are still in the county office for 1 day, you must follow the county governor's orders, unless you are no longer a constable." Li Mu pondered and replied, "Please give this subordinate more time to think about this matter, my lord." Li Mu thought to himself, "Why is even the county magistrate speculating like this?" Li Si then stepped forward and asked, "My lord, there's probably nothing else for this subordinate here, right?" Zhang Xuanling then remembered Lian Xia's matter and said, "If there's nothing for you, why would I call you here? You and Lian Mu are the same. Go to the county governor's office to register in a month." Lian Xia asked in confusion, "Why do I have to go too? I don't have any merit." "The person the county governor needs is Li Mun, not me." Zhang Xuanling replied frankly, "The one who issued this order for you is not the county governor, but the county vice governor." Li Si was shocked at this moment, thinking to himself, "The county vice governor? Could it be because of that Chen Miao Miao girl?" Without saying much, Li Xia volunteered and said, "My lord, this subordinate wants to resign." Zhang Xuanling pointed at him and said sternly, "If you resign, what will you eat and use? Are you planning to always rely on the support of the brothels, eating soft rice for the rest of your life?" Li Si replied without any shame, "That's right, the doctor said my stomach isn't good. I should only eat soft rice for the rest of my life." He said in a deep voice, "Even if you resign, it's still the same. The county vice governor's intention is that you go if you want to, and you also have to go even if you don't want to. You currently only have two choices. One is to go yourself." Li Si asked with anticipation, "What's two?" Zhang Xuanling replied with a dark face, "Two is to be caught and taken there." A moment later, the group gathered again in front of the Yamen gate. Zhang Shan regretfully sighed and said, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't asked you for help in the first place, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened." Lin Shixi silently replied, "It has nothing to do with you. That beast like Zhao Yong, he deserves to die 1,000 times. If I could turn back time, I would definitely still kill him." Zhang Shan looked up at the starry sky and asked, "What do you two plan to do? Are you really going to move to the county city?" Liao Qing leaned against the pillar and pondered, "I haven't figured it out yet." Liao Xia also said with a sullen face, "We'll cross that bridge when we get to it." Li Mu was full of thoughts, thinking to himself, "With the daily development of the cultivation process, the resources I can obtain from Yangqiu County will become less and less. Compared to the cultivation resources of the county governor, it's really much worse. However, if I go to work, I won't be able to see Boss Qing. If I stay at home, I won't be able to see Liu Gunyang and Wan Wan, and I can't visit Su He often either. Such a life is meaningless." Zhang Shan said sadly, "Too bad the county governor didn't call me to go. In the county city, the monthly salary would be doubled." Liao Qing also secretly appeared behind Zhang Shan's group. When he turned around and saw her, he was startled and exclaimed, "Boss, you're here." Li Mu also turned around and greeted, "Boss!" The girl looked at Li Mu with an unusually emotional and reluctant gaze and said, "I heard the county magistrate say that the county governor wants to transfer you to the county city. This is a rare opportunity for you. There are many cultivation resources in the county office. All spirit jades, talismans, elixirs, magic weapons, and divine powers can be exchanged with merit." Li Mu replied silently, "I don't want to go to the county city." The girl was surprised when she heard this and approached him and asked, "Why don't you want to go there? There are more advantages than disadvantages for you there." Li Mu still maintained his point of view and said, "I'm used to following Boss Qing. If you don't go, I won't go either." Li Qing was so touched by this sentence that her face turned red. She clenched her fist and thought to herself, "Follow me." But she couldn't help but say the following words, "In half a month, my training time in Yangqi County will also be over." Li Muxia also looked at her in surprise when he heard this. Ling Mu looked up at the sky and asked, "Boss, do you have to return to your sect?" Ling Muaiqing replied sadly, "Yes, at that time, the sect will send another disciple to replace my position." Li Mu sighed and replied, "I knew it, but I didn't think it would be so fast." The space seemed to be frozen at that moment. Li Qingyu whispered, "After I leave, you must be careful on your own." Li Mu had a sad look in his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and replied, "Don't worry, Boss Qing, I'm no longer the me I used to be." Li Qing's eyes were dyed with sadness and said, "In these few months, you are really completely different from before. Sometimes I really suspect that there is another soul in your body." Li Mu pondered and replied, "The previous Li Mu is really dead. The person standing in front of you is really a new Li Mu. If it weren't for Celestial Joy Reverend killing me once, I might never have had such a change as today." Li Qing smiled gently and said, "You are more mature now, really much better than you were before." She lightly touched the Qinghong sword and asked casually, "After I leave, will you go to the county office?" Li Mu crossed his arms and looked up at the sky and replied, "Probably. I think there will definitely be more opportunities there. I want to condense the last two physical souls soon." Lin Xingyu said, "That's good, but the county office is not like the county office. The cases there will also be much more complicated, and the criminals you have to face will also be much more dangerous. You must be more careful." Li Mu heard her words and thought to himself, "If Boss Qing is no longer in the county office, then I have no reason to stay here either." Cut to half a month later in the duty room of the county office. Li Mu Yao walked in from the outside and saw Li Si and Zhang Shan peeking outside the door, and couldn't help but wonder, what are these two doing again? Zhang Shan immediately signaled him to be silent when he saw him coming. Li Mu was curious, frowning as he eavesdropped. He also brought his hand up to his ear, thinking, "Perfect timing. I've just started cultivating my six senses. Let's see what they're saying inside. The whole group just hid in a corner, listening in. Liao Qing coldly asked Han Jie, "Head Constable Han, is there something you want to say?" Han Jie opened his mouth hesitantly. "Junior Sister Li, although we're not exactly from the same lineage, we're still considered fellow disciples. It wouldn't be too much to ask you to call me senior brother, right?"
Li Qing, looking confused, turned her head to ask, "If senior brother Han has something to say, just say it directly." Han Jie asked a bit nervously. At junior sister Li's age, to have been stuck at the qi refining and soul condensation realms for so long, it must be to accumulate experience, so that after breaking through to spirit gathering, you can reach the divine power realm in the shortest amount of time, right? Li Qing indifferently replied. "That's right," Han Jie continued. "If that's the case, then after returning to the mountain, junior sister Li will have to go into closed-door cultivation, right? There's something I've wanted to say to junior sister Li for a long time, and if I don't say it now, I fear I'll have an even harder time finding an opportunity to say it after returning to the sect. Junior sister Li, I've actually liked you for a very long time, will you? Will you agree to become my dual cultivation Dao companion?" He finally used all his courage to confess his feelings to Liao Qing, but she coldly replied with a dark face, "I'm sorry, senior brother Han." Han Jie said loudly, unwilling to give up. "Is it because of Li Mu? You've already fallen for Li Mu, haven't you?" These words made Li Mu, eavesdropping outside, stunned. Ling Qing didn't turn her head, still replying in that steady tone, "My heart is only focused on cultivation right now, I'm sorry." The door to the duty room immediately burst open, and the two of them walked out. Zhang Shan and the others stared blankly at them. Han Jie walked past Li Mu and glanced at him, thinking resentfully, "Junior sister Li rejected me. It definitely isn't, because she wants to focus on cultivation." Zhang Shan walked up to Li Mu, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Head Constable Han really ate dirt badly." Li Mu looked at Zhang Shan, thinking, in the end, the boss still directly rejected him like that. After watching the drama, he followed Lin Xing to her room and asked, "Is boss leaving today?" She quickly replied. Setting off in a little while, she packed her things while saying, "Don't call me boss anymore from now on." Li Mu sighed and said, "I'm used to calling you that. I can't change it immediately." He tilted his head, hesitatingly saying, "Actually, there's something I've wanted to say to boss for a long time too." Hearing that familiar sentence, Li Xing was startled, blushing as she asked, "What is it?" Her heart was beating fast, thinking to herself. Li Moody was about to speak, and before she could finish thinking, he opened his mouth. "Thank you." Li Qing was disillusioned and asked, "Thank me for what?" Li Mu Kei honestly replied, "Thank you, boss, for teaching me cultivation, caring for and protecting me, giving me the white cloak, and helping me collect soul energy." Ling Qing sighed, thinking, "So he just wanted to say these things." She lowered her eyes and replied, "I've already said it, you're my subordinate. If you have subordinates in the future, you have to be responsible for them in the same way." Li Mu smiled gently and said, "I know." He walked outside, only leaving behind the words, "I'll go out first. I'll see you off when it's time to depart." He walked to the side of a tree, where Han Jie was standing, and called out softly, "Head Constable Han." He looked up at the sky, watching the clouds drift by, and said, "I have to return to the sect today too." He smiled and said, "Although I find you a bit of an eyesore, we've fought side by side as comrades many times. I'm afraid we won't have a chance to meet again in the future." "How about we go out for a few drinks?" Li Mu amicably replied. "Sure." The group quickly went to the Violet Tower. After only a few cups, Han Jie began to open his heart, saying, "Li Yaixi, in this yamen, I don't admire anyone else, only you. The girls in the brothel, you can sleep with whoever you want, and don't even have to pay." Li Si, being admired, didn't know whether to be happy or sad, as he replied, Come on. Han Jie, his face flushed, picked up his wine cup and drank it dry before continuing, "Actually, I noticed junior sister Li a long time ago, back in the sect. She's the most serious and hardworking cultivator in that lineage, even more hardworking than senior brother Qin." His eyes were full of emotion when he spoke of this. He pointed at Li Mu and said with a laugh, "I knew a long time ago that her heart is only focused on cultivation. I lost, but Li Mu, you didn't win either." He dazedly thought, "I don't remember ever making a bet with you." Zhang Shan suddenly turned to Li Mu and asked, "Boss is about to leave. Are you really not going to express your feelings to her before you part ways?" Li Si was finally the most sober,
stuffing a chicken leg into Zhang Shan's mouth and reminding him, "Shut your mouth, don't you understand boss's personality? If boss has decided to leave, it's useless no matter what Li Mu does." Li Mu looked at the wine cup in his hand and muttered, "If I do the same thing as Han Jie, then the farewell wouldn't be a farewell anymore." He pondered, "I admire boss. I'm grateful. But when it comes to the kind of feelings where a man and a woman like or love each other, it doesn't seem to have reached that level yet. If we could stay together a little longer, it might develop into that kind of relationship." After a moment of contemplation, Li Mu helped Han Jie towards the duty room and said to Zhang Shan and the others, "Let me take Head Constable Han to the duty room first. I'll go see boss. After he wakes up." Li Si nodded in agreement. "Okay, come over here in a bit too."
The two of them went their separate ways. Zhang Shan walked inside the yamen while saying,
"With Head Constable Han's alcohol tolerance, it's best not to go drinking with people in the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll get kidnapped and sold off." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Qing, standing inside, gave him a stern look. "You reek of alcohol." Hearing this, Zhang Shan was shocked and blurted out, "Boss." Li Qing coldly reminded him, "It's best not to drink alcohol when you come to the yamen in the future. The new head constable might be even stricter than me." Zhang Shan scratched his head, smiling as he said, "Just this once. I'll definitely not drink alcohol when I come to the yamen in the future." Li Si, still very sober, asked sincerely, "Boss, have you really thought it through?" Lin Qing asked back, confused. "Thought through what?" Li Si then spoke up. "Which is more important, cultivation or love?" Zhang Shan asked him blankly. "What are you talking about?" Li Si ignored him and continued. "In love, it's always easier to take a step back than to take a step forward. If you take a step back now, if you want to move forward later, I'm afraid it won't just be one step. By the time you regret it, you might discover that someone has already passed you." Li Qing seemed enlightened, and memories of herself and Li Mu gradually appeared in her mind. She clasped her hands together, closed her eyes tightly, and thought, "How could I not know? But in front of me right now, there isn't just love, but also a feud that I can't let go of. With my great revenge not yet avenged, how can I throw myself into love? If I haven't gotten revenge one day, then I can't pursue happiness. Li Mu, wait for me." Lian Qing secretly resolved in her heart, trying to soothe that sense of loss. A moment later, Magistrate Zhang came to the front of the yamen, cupping his hands respectfully and saying, "Who knows when we'll meet again after this parting?" Head Constable Li. Head Constable Han, on behalf of the yamen and the people of Yankee County, I thank you for your contributions to Yankee County during this time. I hope your path of cultivation will always be smooth in the future. Both politely replied, "Thank you, Lord Zhang." Zhang Shan clasped his hands and said, "Boss, remember to come back to the yamen when you have time." Li Si also added, "Boss, take care on your journey." She smiled happily, looked at Zhang Shan and Li Si, and then at Li Mu. Her eyes shone with a gentle hope, and she turned around and said, "Goodbye." Li Mu stood there, watching their backs gradually disappear into the distance, thinking in his heart, "I hope everything goes smoothly for her in the future. I hope we still have a day when we can meet again." Zhang Shan walked to his side, patted him lightly on the shoulder, and said, "Let's go back. Boss and the others have gone far out of sight." Lysagos. Li Lisai also stepped forward and added, "Boss and us aren't people of the same world. Just forget about her. Actually, Miss Liu isn't bad either. She's more suitable for you than boss. If that doesn't work out, you can consider that little girl." Li Mu lowered his eyes and was silent, thinking, Miss Liu is indeed a capable woman, good at both domestic and public affairs, a good singer and dancer, talented and versatile, friendly and approachable. Compared to the fairy aura of boss, she has more of the fragrance of the mortal world. But Miss Liu has no intention of getting married in this lifetime, and while Li Muchu was busy thinking about these things, Liu Hanyan was already in the kitchen at home cooking dinner. As night fell, the meal she'd spent all afternoon cooking was served. Li Mu and Liu Hanyan finished their dinner. Liu Hanyan quickly noticed something was off with him, so she went outside and asked, "You didn't say a word during dinner, and barely ate anything. Something on your mind?" Liu Mu sat on a chair, looking up at the starry sky, and said, "The boss went back to the sect." Liu Hanyan asked in surprise. Chief Li left. "Is she not coming back?" Liu Muqie replied indifferently. "Nope, not coming back." Liu Hanyan seemed to understand everything, looking at him and thinking, no wonder Li Muqiem's so down in the dumps. After a moment of thought, she offered, "How about I have a few drinks with you then?" No sooner said than done. They quickly got some wine out and clinked glasses, pouring out their hearts to each other. Liu Hanyan raised her cup and softly began, "Dude, the world's full of fragrant flowers, you know? With your credentials, you can find any type you want. Think about that huge house of yours. Didn't you say you wanted to marry a whole bunch of wives? How can you let a tiny setback like this get you down? Li Mu downed his cup in one go and retorted,
You got it all wrong, it's not what you think at all.
with a flush on his face from the alcohol. Li Mu gazed into the distance, thinking, I'm just a little sad about parting ways with the boss. It's not like I got heartbroken like Han Xiang. Liu Hanyan looked at his expression and thought, it looks like Li Mu really likes Chief Li, even trying so hard to force a smile.
She glanced at Li Mu, probing, and said, The girls at Luo Fang and Ji Lu are young and beautiful. As long as you don't mind their status, I can help you set something up, or, if you don't like them, in 2 more years, I'll marry Wanwan off to you. After all, Wanwan's heart is already set on you. Being mentioned by her young lady made the little girl blush and look away. Li Mu, with that gentle smile of his, said to Liu Hanyan, It's really not what you're thinking. Liu Hanyan gave a wry laugh, raised her cup, and said, All right, no more talking. Tonight, we don't go home until we're wasted.
Cut to the next morning. As the sun climbed above the treetops, Li Mu groggily woke up, thinking, Is it morning already?
He glanced to his side, and suddenly froze when he saw Liu Hanyan's familiar figure lying next to him.
Li Mu startled upright, his face flushed with panic, screaming internally, This, Miss Liu Liu, why is she on my bed?
He raised his hand, and saw that his hand and hers were intertwined, which made him even more panicked, and he yelled, What the heck is going on?
That startled cry made Liu Hanyan, who was sleeping, stir slightly. Their hands were still intertwined. Liu Hanyan groggily opened her eyes, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Who's screaming so loud early in the morning, not letting people sleep? Li Mu's blurry figure appeared in her sight at the same time. Liu Hanyan immediately sobered up and shot upright, her face bright red as she exclaimed, Li Mu! He helplessly tried to reassure her. Don't misunderstand. It seems nothing happened between us.
Liu Hanyan calmed down and quickly scanned herself, inwardly assessing that there was no strange feeling on her body, and her clothes and shoes were all perfectly on. Li Munel, at this moment, also flashed a bright smile and said, See? Aren't our clothes still fully on? Liu Hanyan then looked at her and Li Munel's intertwined hands, her face reddening as she thought, Our hands. Liu Hanyan, flustered and blushing, said,
I get it. Nothing happened between us last night, she thought in confusion. I clearly just wanted to comfort Li Mu, who was heartbroken, so I drank with him, but how did we end up in bed? Li Mu, at this moment, was very clear-headed. He suddenly felt something and thought, the speed of my spiritual energy circulation seems way too fast.
Li Mu mused.
But I clearly wasn't cultivating. Could it be because the spiritual energy from my left hand flowed into Miss Liu's right hand, and then from Miss Liu's left hand back into my right hand?
Is it due to the combination of pure yang and pure yin physiques? The speed of spiritual energy conversion in my body has increased by about 3 times the usual. If I cultivate like this for 1 day, it's at least equivalent to 3 days of cultivating alone.
Liu Hanyan withdrew her hand from Li Mu's, thinking shyly. Although holding Li Mu's hand felt really comfortable, how can I sleep holding a man's hand all night? Liu Hanyan, you've really gone too far. After pulling her hand away, she stared blankly at her hand, thinking, that comfortable feeling just now, why did it disappear? Let me hold it again. No sooner thought than done. She immediately and naturally placed her hand back on his.
Li Mu was completely bewildered, staring blankly and saying, Liu Hanyan also very honestly said, When I hold your hand, I feel incredibly comfortable. What's going on?
Li Mu pondered, I'm not sure either. Perhaps it's due to our special physiques. Liu Hanyan continued, pure yin, pure yang physiques. Could this be dual cultivation? She blushed and asked. But doesn't the book say that dual cultivation involves, doing that? Li Muko's face was equally red as he replied,
Perhaps this is a different kind of dual cultivation, it just won't be as effective.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Wanwan's voice rang out from outside. Young master, young lady, are you two awake? You both drank too much last night, holding hands and lying on the bed. I tried everything, but I couldn't separate you two, so I had no choice but to let young lady stay here for the night. Wanwan opened the door, only to catch them red-handed, holding hands and chatting intimately. She blushed and froze on the spot, stammering, Young lady, young master, are you two?
Hearing that, both immediately let go of each other's hands, shot up, and flustered, explained, Nothing happened between us, Liu Hanyan, blushing, told Wanwan. Next time if it happens again, Wanwan, just wake me up directly. In her heart she anxiously thought, Oh no, Wanwan's whole heart is set on Li Mune. I can't let her misunderstand.
Wanwan said innocently, I did call, but no matter how much I called, young lady wouldn't wake up. Liu Hanyan got off the bed and said awkwardly, Wan, let's go home first. There are still many things to take care of at the shop. She thought, I'll explain it to Wan when we get back. Staying at Li Mu's place is even more awkward. He watched Liu Hanyan and her maid leave, then rubbed his head and sighed, thinking, drinking is really no good. Xiao Bai walked in from outside at that moment, a piece of cloth in its mouth. Li Mu saw it and softly said, Thanks. He took the cloth and wiped his face, thinking as he did so, no wonder there are quite a few demonic cultivators in the cultivation world. If you can achieve what you want with less effort, no one wants to take the righteous path. He handed the cloth back to Xiao Bai, his mind still racing. Dual cultivation not only harms no one, but you also don't need to do good deeds every day. The spiritual energy increases fast, and the whole process is super comfortable. Just holding hands for one night, and my spiritual energy increased so much. If we did what dual cultivators are supposed to do, who knows how much faster it would increase. No wonder the books say that for pure yin and pure yang physiques not to dual cultivate is a sin against heaven and earth. After just one time, even I feel like it's a pity. But Miss Liu, why is my heart suddenly beating so fast? What's going on? Li Mu was a little surprised. Putting a hand to his chest, he dumbly thought, wait, I'm not, falling for Miss Liu, am I? Liu Hanyan wasn't doing much better on her end. Her hands were playing the zither, but her mind couldn't settle. She just felt bothered, as if there was still something unresolved. She paced back and forth, thinking in confusion. Luo Fang and Ji Lu are operating as usual, and the bookstore business is flourishing. I've finished reading the Clear Heart art too. She sat down, muttering, Heart as clear as ice, heaven falling without fright, seems not very effective. Liu Hanyan then went to the zither and sat down, thinking, forget it, I'll just practice playing. Playing the zither can soothe the soul. The Gwen Keen music just kept ringing out inside Yanyun Pavilion, but it didn't last long. The melodious notes grew more and more chaotic and weird, making the nearby birds freak out and fly off in every direction. Liu Hanyan couldn't even understand herself, collapsing onto the guqin and exclaiming, why does Li Mu's image keep popping up in my head? Cut to the Yamen duty room, where Li Mu flipped through the book in his hand a few times before snapping it shut. He muttered to himself, ugh, this book is so boring. I've thought about Miss Liu more times this morning than I've thought about the boss. He slapped his own face, thinking, the boss just left, and I'm already thinking about other girls. I must be insane, am I? Really the same as Lisi at heart? Li Mu shook his head, thinking, no way, that thought is way too scary. He gripped the soul force pellet in his hand, resolving, I should really just focus on cultivation. The soul force that the prefect bestowed upon me last time, I haven't even used it yet. This much soul force should be enough for me to refine Celestial Tianhuang's evil affections. With that thought, Li Mu closed his eyes tightly and began to focus on his cultivation. After a while, Li Mu stretched comfortably and thought, it's lunchtime already and nothing's happening at the yamen. Going home half an hour early should be fine, right? Li Muni rubbed his eyes as he walked out, still wondering, I don't know why, but today I really want to see Miss Liu. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Li Mu saw the real Liu Hanyan standing right in front of him. Stunned, he stammered, Miss Liu? Li Mu rubbed his eyes, thinking, is this an illusion? How can Miss Liu be in the yamen? Liu Hanyan shyly looked away and said, I was just passing by the county yamen, so I thought I'd pop in and see if you were done. Want to go home for lunch together? Li Mu had no reason to refuse, so he happily replied, sure, let's go. Though it seems we're out of food at home. Meanwhile, Zhang Shan secretly watched the two of them, thinking, it really is Miss Liu. Zhang Shan said enviously, man, I really envy Li Mu, getting to eat delicious food cooked by Miss Liu every day. Li Monsi, on the other hand, thought differently. See, boss, what you don't want, someone else will snatch it up sooner or later. Cut to the other side of Yangqimou County Market. Li Mu and Liu Hanyan were strolling down the road. He looked at her and thought, my mind's been restless all morning. But as soon as I saw her, it calmed right down. I've never felt this way before. He then wondered aloud, why did you even come to the county yamen? Yanyin Pavilion is closer to your place, so why pass by the yamen? She calmly replied, can't I just be out for a stroll? Li Mu seemed to realize something and said, could it be? You've been thinking about me all morning, haven't you? Liu Hanyan turned her face away, declaring loudly, don't flatter yourself. How could I possibly think of you? That's just fundamentally impossible. As she said this, she suddenly felt something was off, and she blushed as she asked, wait a minute, could it be you also? Li Mu didn't hide a thing, replying, that's right, I think it's because last night that must be the reason. He slowly explained, The divine yin body and the pure yang body are like two magnets. No matter how far apart they are, they'll always want to draw closer.
Look at us. We just shared a bed for one night, and now we can't help but constantly think of each other.
Liu Hanyan anxiously exclaimed, "Don't even talk about if something really happened between us." She then mumbled worriedly, "What do we do now?" Li Mu scratched his head and replied, "How about this? Whenever you think of me, just recite the Profound Serenity Heart Sutra." Outwardly he said that, but in his heart he thought,
"If this keeps up, I'm genuinely going to fall head over heels for Miss Liu." Liu Hanyan sighed. "But I can't just recite the Profound Serenity Heart Sutra all the time." Li Mu heard that and exclaimed in surprise, "So, you're always thinking of me?" Liu Hanyan's embarrassment turned to anger, and she snapped, "It's all your fault for drinking so much wine for no reason." Li Mu silently mused. "Well, even though Miss Liu was the one who suggested drinking last night, the reason for it was still me, so I can't really blame her now."
Li Mu helplessly replied, "My fault. My fault. I just didn't expect that yin-yang dual cultivation bodies would be so weirdly effective. We only cultivated once by holding hands, and we're already so entangled." Li Mu suddenly lowered his gaze and continued,
"But it probably won't be like this forever.
If we just don't see each other for a while, it should be fine. In half a month, I'll be transferred to the prefectural yamen, and then we won't be able to meet anymore." Liu Hanyan heard that and asked in surprise,
"You're leaving," Liang Mu then explained. "The prefect issued the order half a month ago. With such a vast world out there, it'd really be a bit of a pity to stay stuck in this small Yangchuan county forever." Liu Hanyan silently mused upon hearing his words. "Li Mu is pretty much the first friend I've made in Yangqiu County. After he leaves, besides Wan Wan, I really won't be close to anyone else." She quickly dismissed the thought. "Never mind. It's probably for the best that he's leaving. I'll have to see him less often." Suppressing the deep regret in her heart, Liu Hanyan spoke up, "Congratulations, Master Li, on your promotion." Night gradually fell. Li Mu sat on his meditation cushion, thinking, Celestial Tianhuang's evil affections have been completely refined. It's time to condense the next soul aspect. He mumbled the incantation. Prime Qi, 9 cycles. Control the pie of wickedness. Heavenly beasts guard the gates. Demoness takes command. Purify and condense. As soon as he spoke, a blue light suddenly flashed. Li Mu continued with the next steps, thinking, I've only condensed 5 out of 7 soul aspects, but my spiritual power is already no weaker than cultivators who have condensed all 7. It's almost on par with cultivators who have just entered the 2nd realm. Soul exercising talismans, divine movement talismans, talismans guided by advanced practitioners. Humans are no longer a problem for me. Now, to try the 9-character true word, he thought, then immediately acted, but heard absolutely nothing. After trying again and again, he helplessly accepted the truth, thinking, no, it won't work. It seems with my current strength, I still can't grasp the 3rd character of the 9-character true word. Xiaobai's voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations, benefactor, on successfully condensing. Li Muga gently rubbed its head and said, You've already repaid the kindness you needed to repay these past few days. The prefectural city isn't like the county city. There are many more cultivators with profound cultivation there. If you go there, you'll definitely be in danger. Dears, in 2 days, I'll send you back to the mountains. Xiaobai heard that and adamantly protested. No way. Perhaps for you, benefactor, it was just a casual act of help, but if it weren't for you, I would have died long ago at the hands of that hunter. Your casual help, benefactor, was a life-saving grace for me. It's not something I can fully repay by just wiping tables and cleaning the house. Li Mu looked at Xiaobai, who was so distressed, and thought to himself, this little fox really is loyal. I can't just outright refuse it. So Li Mu had to say softly, how about this? You can't really help me much right now. Wait until you transform into human form, then come find me in the prefectural city, okay? Just then, Liu Hanyan, who was standing outside, overheard every word. She gave him a judgmental look, thinking, can't pluck anything before transformation, but can after transformation. Sure enough, he's eyeing a fox spirit. Li Mu, you really are such a scoundrel. Seeing her extremely judgmental gaze staring intently at him, Li Mu immediately thought, what in the world is Liu Hanyan thinking now? Li Mu gently rubbed Xiaobai's head, thinking to himself, the city is the capital of the northern prefecture, and there are tons of cultivators living there. A little demon who's just reached the qi condensation stage would definitely be toast. It's safer to stay in the mountains. Xiaobai replied firmly. Don't worry, benefactor. I will definitely return to the mountains and diligently cultivate,
and come find you soon. But in her little fox heart, she was thinking, so, benefactor actually wants to send me away because he thinks my cultivation is too low and I can't transform into human form yet. Li Mu now nodded in agreement, secretly thinking, even though this little fox's talent isn't bad, it'll still take a long time for her to transform. Even if she does come looking for me after transforming, it'll probably be like a decade or so from now. After finishing up with the little fox, Liu Hanyan finally spoke up. When are you heading to the city? Li Mu tilted his head and replied, in a few days. Why? She casually suggested. Want to cultivate together one more time. He was slightly surprised and asked, have you forgotten how it felt last time? Li Mu thought to himself, is Liu Gunyang addicted? Even though cultivating together really isn't bad. Liu Hanyan loudly interrupted his train of thought. You're leaving in a few days anyway. Just try it one more time. Yes or no? Just say the word. She resolutely thought, I've been holding back for days, and finally mustered the courage to ask you. Not disappointing her expectations, Li Mu clearly stated, yes, of course I want to. And so, the two went inside, hand in hand, to cultivate together. Li Mu thought as he did his thing. Even though the effects of this dual cultivation aren't totally awesome, I can already predict what tomorrow will be like. Cut to the next day, Li Mu was seriously drawing talismans, but suddenly put down his brush and sighed deeply. He sprawled on the table and said, I knew it, I'd be thinking about her all day. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Liu Hanyan pushed open the door and walked in. She knocked on the door and asked, want to? Li Mu turned around and replied, didn't we say yesterday that was the last time? She quickly dismissed his words. Stop talking nonsense. Want to? Li Mu obediently replied, yes. Cut to the third day, Li Mu was practicing his sword when Liu Hanyan walked in and gently asked, want to? Li Mu succinctly replied, want to? Cut again to the fourth day, Liu Hanyan climbed onto the wall, leaned over and asked, Li Mu, again, no need to answer. They both dragged each other inside. Li Mu thought to himself, is this like some unspoken agreement between us? Cut to the deep mountains. Li Mu did as he said, and carried Xiaobai back to the mountains. As he walked, he asked, where's your home? Xiaobai happily replied, in the valley ahead. Xiaobai excitedly said, benefactor, if Grandma knows I've repaid your kindness, she'll definitely be happy. Li Mu curiously asked, Grandma, where are your parents? Xiaobai honestly replied, Grandma said that not long after I was born, my parents were killed by a more powerful demon. Grandma raised me all by herself, Li Mu awkwardly said. Sorry, he thought to himself. The Fox clan is at the bottom of the demon food chain. Life must be tough. Xiaobai happily chatted. Even though I don't have parents, Grandma and my sisters treat me really well. Grandma even has 3 tails. But as they were about to arrive, Li Mu suddenly noticed something. His face darkened as he thought, wait, this feeling? He seriously said, there's a smell of blood ahead. Hearing this, Xiaobai immediately went into serious mode. Without thinking, she immediately jumped off Li Mu and ran straight ahead. Li Mu, surprised and worried, ran after her, shouting, Xiaobai, come back. The shout didn't even finish before stopping abruptly. Li Mu stood frozen, looking at the scene before him. Countless fox corpses scattered on the ground. Xiaobai also stood rooted to the spot. Xiaobai dazedly ran to the middle of the pile of fox corpses and cried out, Yan Yan Gigi, Oyan Gigi, what happened to you? Meow Meow Gigi, what happened to everyone? Wake up. Xiaobai walked to each corpse, crying and holding onto a sliver of hope. Li Mu, observing the scene, was also stunned, thinking, what happened? He examined a nearby fox corpse and thoughtfully said, the wound is so flat and smooth it was definitely a fatal blow. Demons can't leave wounds like this. Could it be that human cultivators killed them to extract their souls? There's no trace of soul power left on the corpses. Even a demon's soul wouldn't dissipate so quickly. Xiaobai was heartbroken, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She painfully shouted, Grandma, where are you, Grandma? She tilted her head back and shouted, Grandma, please come home. Xiaobai is so scared. Li Mu crouched down and asked, do you have anything that belongs to your grandma? Maybe I can use a talisman to find her. Xiaobai, as if grabbing a straw, immediately turned around and replied, yes, benefactor, follow me. Then, Li Mu and Xiaobai ran into a nearby cave. Xiaobai led him to the deepest part of the cave and said, these are the things my grandma uses most often. She often cultivates here. Li Mu quickly found a few strands of Xiaobai's grandma's fur and said, I've got it. He put it into a talisman, then folded it into a golden paper crane. He cast a spell on it, then strongly shouted the word, go! The paper crane slowly flew into the air, then flew straight towards Xiaobai's grandma. Li Mu hurriedly ran after it, urging Xiaobai at the same time, let's go, your grandma must be nearby. Xiao Bai also anxiously ran after him. On the other side, Xiao Bai's grandma was indeed in trouble. A pack of wolves surrounded her. The alpha wolf arrogantly said, "Old fox, didn't expect this, did you? You'd have a day like this. After I swallow you, I'll be able to break through and transform into human form." Although badly injured, the grandma retorted strongly, "HMPH, want to take my life? Wait for your next life." Hearing this, the alpha wolf and the other wolf pups lunged forward and said, "Then let's try it." The old grandma struggled to dodge the attacks of the wolf demons, thinking to herself, "If I weren't seriously injured, these wolf demons who haven't even transformed wouldn't be anything to me. And I was seriously injured by that human cultivator, and now I only have a little bit of life left. In these 3 days, my only hope was to wait for Xiao Bai to return, but I was caught up by the wolf demons." While lost in thought, the old grandma was bitten by a wolf demon, causing her to wince in pain. She completely exploded and slammed into the wolf demon, splattering it with blood. The grandma used all her strength and roared, "If I die, don't even think about living." Those demon wolves were totally fearless, like they just got a power-up. They roared and charged, yelling, "This old fox's meat is top-notch." And with that, they went wild. The old lady was at her limit, thinking, "Xiao Bai, guess I won't see you again." In that super tense moment, a blinding light flashed in the sky. That familiar light zoomed down and hit a nearby wolf demon square on, catching it completely off guard. The other wolf demons just stood there, staring at the smoking crater, freaking out. "Lightning! Where did that lightning come from?" They were absolutely terrified of that raw power and tried to run. But it wasn't that easy. A sharp sword energy kept chasing them. One wolf demon stopped to look, and Bai Yi sliced him to bits in a single strike. Xiao Bai and Li Mu rushed to the old lady's side. Li Mu asked anxiously, "Xiao Bai, is that your grandma?" Xiao Bai sped up, calling out, "Grandma, Grandma, how are you?" The old lady lay exhausted on the ground, weakly gasping, "I never thought I'd see you again before I die." Xiao Bai's eyes filled with tears. "Grandma, you're not gonna die. You can't die. Quick, take this pill. It'll heal you right away." Xiao Bai sobbed, "Grandma, Oyan Gigi is gone. Meow Meow Gigi is gone. Yan Yan Gigi is gone. I only have you left." Li Mu didn't stop either. Using his Buddha light to heal the old lady, he thought to himself, even though the old fox took the pill, it's not going to do much. She's not dead yet, only because she's clinging to a strong will in her heart. "Helpless," Li Mu said. "If you have anything to say it now while you can." The old fox didn't waste any time. She started giving instructions. Oyan, and the others were killed by human cultivators. Xiao Bai immediately responded, "Don't worry, Grandma, Xiao Bai will avenge you all." The old lady quickly corrected, "No, Xiao Bai, promise me, don't seek revenge until your cultivation is strong enough." As soon as she said that, the old lady was at her limit and started coughing violently. She looked up at Li Mu Na, entrusting him. "Xiao Bai, I'm leaving her to you," Li Mu Na firmly replied. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Xiao Bai." The old lady reached out a paw to gently pat Xiao Bai's head, softly saying, "Remember to listen to Benefactor, follow him and serve him well." After giving these instructions, the old lady closed her eyes. Before she passed, her only thought was regret, that she couldn't be there for her anymore. Xiao Bai lost all of her loved ones and cried out in pain, "Grandma." Li Mu stood beside her, only able to comfort her. Rest in peace, Li Mu, being the good guy that he is, helped Xiao Bai bury her sisters and grandma nearby and set up memorial tablets for them. Xiao Bai quietly said in front of her grandma's gravestone, "Grandma, I'll study hard from now on. I won't goof off anymore." Li Mu stood behind, watching Xiao Bai, and thought, that old fox has been transformed for a long time. Maybe in a few months, she can condense a demon core and become a core formation stage demon cultivator. Now, most of her soul force and spirit power are sealed on Xiao Bai. When Xiao Bai fully absorbs and refines it, that will be the moment she transforms. Xiao Bai lowered her eyes and asked, "Li Mu J, Benefactor, can I still follow you?" Li Mu sat down, patted her head and replied, "I'm about to move to the prefectural city. It's a completely unfamiliar place." He thought, "I don't even know if I can take care of myself, let alone bring a little demon." Xiao Bai sadly lowered her head and stammered, "Benefactor, but I," Liang Mu softened and offered a solution. "How about this? Stay in the county office for now, and once I'm able to protect you, I'll definitely bring you to the prefectural city." After they finished talking, they trudged back to the county office. Liu Hanyan, hearing the commotion, came out to greet them, saying, "Li Muxia, you're back." But before she could finish, she noticed Xiao Bai's sad and quiet figure. Liu Hanyan followed Xiao Bai with her eyes and asked, "Li Mu, what happened?" He honestly explained, When I took Xiaobai back,
everyone in her tribe and Xiaobai's grandma had been killed, leaving only her. I didn't feel safe leaving her on the mountain, so I brought her here." Liu Hanyan was shocked and exclaimed, "How could that happen?"
Li Mu looked at Xiaobai and said awkwardly, "I'm about to go to the prefectural city, and it would be too dangerous to take her with me." Liu Hanyan asked worriedly, "So Xiaobai is an orphan now?" Li Mu sincerely turned to her and said, "That's why I want to ask you. Please take good care of her before I can take Xiaobai to the prefectural city." Liu Hanyan immediately agreed. She softly replied, "Wanwan and I already like Xiaobai a lot, don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of her." Lim Wushut took out a wisp of spirit power and reminded, "This is the spirit power of a wolf demon. They ambushed Xiaobai's grandma. Wait a few days for Xiaobai to calm down, then give this to her." Liu Hanyan quickly agreed.
"Okay." She took out a stack of silver notes and handed them to him, instructing, "Wait, this is the reward you left with me. I've exchanged it for silver notes, a total of 500 taels. Take it for emergencies."
Li Mu nodded and took the silver notes.
Liu Hanyan took out a cloth bag and added, "There's also some loose silver. I had Wanwan stuff it into your bag."
Li Mu looked at the silver in his hand, thinking, "I've earned a lot of money recently, but it's not nearly this much." Liu Hanyan suddenly asked, "When are you planning to leave?" Li Mu honestly replied, "Early tomorrow morning. I'll leave directly from the county office. I won't come back to say goodbye to you. I don't like farewell scenes." Liu Hanyan turned toward the door and said, "Okay then, I'll go back first. Be careful in everything when you get to the prefectural city." Li Mu nodded in response. "I'll have to trouble you with things at home." Cut to the next morning at the county office. A carriage was ready in front of the gate. Magistrate Zhang put his arms around Li Si and Li Mue, earnestly reminding, "The prefectural office is not like the county office. You must be extra careful when you get there. No matter what happens, your life is the most important thing. If you really can't do it, just come back here. The county office will always have a place for you." Li Si, hearing this, asked, "Sir, can I go back right now?" Magistrate Zhang was speechless and replied, "I'm just saying it. Okay, the carriage is here. Hurry up and leave." Li Mu walked past Zhang Shan and sincerely instructed, "After I leave, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Yunyan Pavilion." Zhang Shan patted his chest and grinned. "Go to the prefectural city with peace of mind. From today on, I'll treat Miss Liu like my own mother."
"Anyone who dares to touch her is the same as touching my mother. See if I don't chop their head off and use it as a ball." Liu Mu was speechless. But he still thought that Liu Hanyan's choice to pave the way for Zhang Shan was completely correct. Since Liu Hanyan hired Zhang Shan's wife to work at Yunyan Pavilion, she unexpectedly gained such a big son. After chatting for a while, Magistrate Zhang said, "Okay, everything that needs to be said has been said. Hurry up and leave." They quickly got into the carriage and signaled the coachman to start moving. The carriage rolled away towards the prefectural city. Wanwan and Liu Hanyan watched the rolling carriage with mixed feelings. Wanwan blankly said, "Miss Mei, the young master has really left." Liu Hanyan said, her tone mixed with a hint of reproach. "He left so decisively." Liu Hanyan, worried and reluctant, watched the carriage, thinking, "But I suddenly felt like I wanted to go with him just now. It must be because of dual cultivation. The feeling of holding his hand for dual cultivation is really lingering. No. If this continues, I'll never escape Li Mu's in this lifetime. I can't just throw myself at him like that," she thought, and shook her head, making Wanwan ask in confusion, "Miss, what's wrong?" Liu Hanyan regained her composure and quietly said, "What do you think about opening a few more branches in the prefectural city?" Cut to Li Mu. The carriage had reached the outskirts of the city. Li Mu sat in the carriage, looking out in thought, thinking, "I've been to Bishi Bay several times, but I haven't met Sujiji. I don't know how far she has refined now. And there's that woman at the bottom of the lake. Wonder when she'll come out. It's kind of worrying, you know," Li Mu thought. Then sighed. Li Si, who was leaning on his hand next to him, commented, "Wow, so you can actually think about other women besides Boss and Miss Liu, huh?" Li Mu jumped. "How did you know I was thinking about another woman?" Li Si casually analyzed. "When you think about Boss, your expression gets a bit heavier. And when you think about Miss Liu, you always have this little smile. The woman you were just thinking about wasn't either of them. You're worried about her? Like she's in danger or something? Seriously, your deduction skills are godly. I'm impressed." The carriage bumped along the road to Chaoxie, and the coachman called into the carriage, "My lords, we've been traveling for a whole day. We're only about halfway to the prefecture city now. There's an inn up ahead. How about we stop there for the night and continue tomorrow morning?" "What do you think?" Li Mu, being easygoing, agreed. "Sure, let's stay there for the night. A bed is better than sleeping out in the open." The three quickly went inside to rent rooms.
Li Si lazily sprawled on the bed, when suddenly, the waiter's voice sounded from outside. Esteemed guests, we also serve food here. Would you like to order anything? Li Mu turned to face the door and replied, no need, thanks. Li Mu opened a wooden box from his luggage, with a yellow talisman stuck to it. He looked at the box, thinking with mixed feelings. Miss Liu not only prepared a lunchbox, but even stuck a warming talisman on it. Even though I bickered with Miss Liu a lot, I can't deny that in my heart, she's already the most perfect girl. Sadly, Li Mu opened the lunchbox and sighed. Forget it, let's just finish eating and go to sleep. Who knows what'll happen tomorrow when we get to the prefecture city. Night fell, and the inn was quickly lit up. In the darkness, two figures sneaked into the inn. Inside, Li Si and Li Mu were fast asleep. The two figures had indeed entered their room. They were two demonesses. One little demon sat on Li Muga and exclaimed, Sis, come look, this guy's so handsome. The other demoness reminded her, stop messing around, hurry up and suck his yang qi. We'll get scolded if we're late. The little demoness couldn't help but say, Sis, he's seriously a hottie, and his skin is so fair. I really can't bring myself to suck it up. Sis, suddenly I feel dizzy. The older demoness couldn't stand it anymore and pushed the little demoness aside, saying, you can't get anything done, go rest first, I'll do it. She said that, but when she saw Li Mu's ultimate appearance, she blushed and gasped. I gotta say, this guy is indeed super handsome. The closer she got, the more her desire was strongly absorbed by Li Mu. The tired demoness said, ugh, why am I suddenly feeling a little dizzy too? Li Mu was now fully awake, secretly enjoying it. These two she-devils are really trying to steal a chicken but end up losing the rice. Not only can't they suck my yang qi, but they're also having their lustful feelings sucked away by me. The demoness naturally wasn't willing to give up and said, how about we try again? Then, they both closed their eyes and started sucking Li Mu's yang qi, but he wasn't going to let them benefit like that. In the blink of an eye, Li Muxian released two talismans between the two demonesses' foreheads, immobilizing them. Li Mu asked leisurely, what's wrong? Still want to suck? The demoness gritted her teeth and asked angrily, You weren't asleep. Li Mu got up, straightened his clothes, and replied to the two demonesses, am I supposed to obediently fall asleep so you can suck me dry? Li Mu said coldly, sucking people's yang qi for cultivation. You two monsters are really bold, he thought to himself. Yang qi is produced from the 7 spirits of humans, stored in the body, and is very beneficial to ghosts and monsters. But if humans have their yang qi sucked away, they'll either lose strength and faint, or might even lose their lives. The demoness, seeing his imposing manner, trembled and thought, if he can use talismans, he must be a human cultivator. Destroying resentful spirits like us sisters is as easy as flipping his hand. We're doomed, we've run into a master. Having no other choice, the two sisters had to beg for mercy. The little demoness pleaded, Immortal Master, spare us! Immortal Master, spare us! We just wanted to suck a little yang qi. The demoness added, We've never harmed a human life before. Please spare us. Li Mu naturally understood, and said sternly, If you had ever harmed anyone, you would have already been scattered to the winds. He thought to himself, demons and ghosts that have harmed people usually have very heavy, murderous intent. These two demonesses only have yin qi on them, which proves that they haven't actually killed anyone. There's no need to completely eliminate them. With that thought, Li Mu cast a spell to remove the talismans on them. Li Mu put the talismans back in his hand, thinking to himself, this summon and send away divine power is actually quite useful, but right now I can only use it to control some low-level monsters. The two demonesses also asked blankly, Immortal Master, can we leave now? Li Mu replied in a deep voice, sucking people's yang qi, even if it doesn't directly harm their lives, is still not considered the proper path. Your cultivation isn't easy, so today I'll spare your lives. If you dare to do it again in the future, I'll definitely kill you without mercy. These words were enough to deter the two demonesses. They hurriedly kowtowed and replied, Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you, Immortal Master. Little demons will definitely not dare to do it again, Li Mu said loudly. Remember my words, go. The two demonesses, granted permission, immediately rushed out of the inn without daring to look back. Li Mu lifted the curtain and looked in the direction the two demonesses flew, thinking to himself, stepping out of the house, although it's better to have one less thing than one more, as a constable I have to go take a look. The little demoness, running away, asked, Sis, why didn't you tell the Immortal Master to come save us? The sensible demoness replied silently, The Immortal Master is benevolent, not pursuing our offense and sparing our lives. How can we implicate him? the little demoness said worriedly. But we didn't suck any yang qi today. We'll definitely be punished by the Great King when we get back, the demoness replied resolutely. So what if we're punished? It won't be a death sentence anyway. The little demoness hesitated. But we're already dead. The demoness said helplessly. I meant dying again. Why are you so talkative? Let's go back quickly.
Limu, who was following the two demonesses secretly, heard their conversation and thought with satisfaction. These two demonesses are considered loyal. It wasn't a waste that I spared their lives earlier. But they're being controlled by that so-called Great King.
Limu analyzed thoughtfully. Demonic cultivators in the middle three realms definitely wouldn't be interested in human yang qi. This Great King probably hasn't reached the middle three realms yet. If he hasn't reached the middle three realms, he probably isn't anything to worry about.
Ling Muku quickly followed the two little demons to a cave. He observed the surrounding terrain, thinking to himself, this place is damp, which means it's a gathering place for yin. Ghosts and monsters really like to use places like this as lairs. He went inside the cave, carefully observing and analyzing. The two female ghosts had disappeared from the entrance. If he wanted to find out what was going on, he had to go deeper. To prevent any accidents, I should stick on 2 more spirit concealment talismans. Seeing 2 areas of light shining at the entrance, as if there were lights illuminating it, Li Muxi affirmed to himself. It seems there's another cave here. Inside, the monster that the two demonesses called the Great King sat arrogantly on a pile of bones and asked, Where's the yang qi you brought back? The two demoness sisters knelt on the ground and pleaded, reporting to the Great King, We didn't encounter any living people today. There were no guests at the inn today. The Great King was furious, his eyes instantly turning blood red, and he said, If you don't bring it back, you know what the consequences are. He quickly conjured a jet-black whip. The demonesses shuddered at the sight of it. Without saying a word, the Great King lashed the whip at the demoness sisters, one strike causing the demoness's soul to feel extreme pain. Seeing the whip about to strike her sister, the demoness shouted, No way! She rushed forward and embraced her younger sister, pleading desperately, My lord, she's still young, punish me alone, it's enough. And just like that, the demoness took the full force of the lashes that were meant for her sister. Seeing this, the Great King said with satisfaction, Consider it, that you have some good in you. Next time you're this useless, don't blame this king for swallowing you whole to avoid any trouble, now scram. The two demoness sisters complied and helped each other out. At the same time, 2 little devils carried a man inside. The two boasted obsequiously, Great King, today we caught a living person. Please, Great King, enjoy. Seeing this, the Great King happily said, Well done, this time I'll reward you. With that, he unleashed a dense cloud of demonic energy upon the 2 little devils. They were ecstatic to receive their reward. The 2 little devils chirped, Thank you, Great King. Thank you, Great King. He approached the unconscious man on the ground and said, If I devour the souls and flesh of a few more people, I can break through to the soul realm, then I'll definitely be valued by His Highness. He gazed at the meal before him and stretched out his hand with anticipation. Where should I start eating? But at this moment, Yi Mu and Qing Bai Yi arrived. He controlled Bai Yi to chop off one of the demon's hands, and said coldly, Who said you could eat? The 2 demoness sisters, the 2 little devils, and the Great King were all caught off guard by the sudden attack. The Great King shouted angrily, Who is it? Li Mu then leisurely appeared with Bai Yi before him. He took a look and thought, As expected, he hasn't reached the soul realm yet. The 2 demoness sisters looked at him with stunned joy, exclaiming, Immortal Master, this Great King is spicier than chili peppers. The Great King gritted his teeth. A human cultivator, your soul must be even better than his. The Great King, having just regenerated his hand, pointed at Li Mu and ordered the little demons, Kill him for me. The stupid little demons madly charged forward as ordered, completely clueless about the difference in power. And as expected, Li Mu simply swung Qing Bai Yi a few times, sending the little devils flying. Li Mu said leisurely, You're not qualified to take my life. The little demons were completely unable to resist, and stood there, waiting for their doom. The Great King then brought out his weapon. He crudely swung his club from above, still confidently taunting, HMPH, just a puny human dares to offend this Great King. Li Mu also discovered something. He gritted his teeth and blocked the attack, thinking to himself, his cultivation is too high. But after exchanging a few blows, he came to a new conclusion. Although this guy's cultivation is somewhat high, his fighting skills are garbage. The Great King's strong body couldn't do anything to Li Mu, and instead he was slashed a few times, spitting blood. He resentfully gritted his teeth. Damn human, Li Mu swung his sword at him, thinking, this demon's level isn't worthy of being my opponent. But just as he was about to stab the Great King in the stomach, the Great King pulled a dirty trick. He quickly transformed into a dense cloud of demonic energy,
Surprising, Li Mu. He excitedly taunted. You can't see me? You can't hear me? I'll see how you fight me. Li Mu frowned, feeling annoyed. He thought, this demon plans to hide in the black mist and ambush me. Well, I'll disappoint you. With that, Li Mu immediately put away his sword, clasped his hands together, and chanted an incantation. His whole body rapidly emitted a brilliant Buddha light. The great king exclaimed in horror, this golden light, so you're a monk. When the light inadvertently touched Li Mu's chest, he frowned angrily, retorting, you're the monk. Your whole family are monks. No more negotiating. I'm just going to beat you to death. Li Mu formed a hand seal and shouted clearly, Thunderbolt descend. A bolt of lightning from the sky pierced through the cave wall and struck the great king, who was hovering in the air, causing him to cry out in pain. Unwilling to accept this outcome, he roared, I am a subordinate of Chulang Wang. If you dare kill me, Chulang Wang will never forgive you. Li Mu's face remained unchanged as he retorted coldly, that's a problem for later. Right now, you're going to die. After the great king was destroyed, Li Mu looked at the demonic energy spreading around, thinking, these little demons are full of resentment and murderous intent. One look and you can tell they're not good demons. The two demoness sisters, seeing Li Mu's display, trembled and hid in a corner, stammering, Immortal Master, spare us! Li Mu then looked at the two demonesses and said, you two are here? He walked up to them, reached out his hand, and said gently, don't be afraid, you haven't harmed anyone. I won't kill you. Li Mu said with slight hesitation, however, you're different from those demons. But why are you here, working under that useless demon? The demoness then knelt down and said sadly, we were originally wandering souls on this mountain. These evil demons suddenly invaded and forced us to go around absorbing people's yang energy to bring back for their cultivation. If it weren't for your grace in killing them, I don't know when we would have escaped this nightmare. Saying this, both demonesses kowtowed and said loudly, thank you for your grace. Li Mu said awkwardly, please stand up, it's not a big deal, but I still have a question. Just now, before he died, that evil demon mentioned Chujiang Wang. Do you know who he is? The demoness replied honestly, I don't know. We only heard that he is the 18th ghost general under Chulang Wang, but we've never met him. Hearing this, Li Mu was shocked. His face darkened as he thought. The 18th ghost general, that means there are still 17 before him. He patted his forehead, thinking, the strength of this evil demon wasn't bad. If it weren't for meeting me, other nascent soul cultivators might not be able to deal with him. For Chulang Wang to be able to gather so many ghost generals, his cultivation must be at least above the middle three realms. Forget it. No matter if he's human, ghost, or demon, I'm not his opponent right now. No more thinking about it. Li Mu turned around and saw the two demoness sisters still there, so he asked curiously, why haven't you left yet? The demoness said honestly, gracious benefactor, we don't know where to go. Li Mu looked at them, thinking, these two demonesses have good hearts, but their strength isn't high. If I let them fend for themselves, they might fall into the hands of another evil demon. The image of Su Huang immediately appeared in his mind. He calculated, why not send them to Su's senior sister? She's been living there alone and she's quite lonely. Before Bai Yinshin left, she was constantly complaining that I didn't visit her often. As soon as he thought of it, he did it. Li Mu went to the two demonesses and said, how about this? I'll point you to a place. From here, go straight east. After arriving at Yangqiu County, go straight to Bishui Bend and look for a girl named Su He. Tell her that Li Mu sent you there. The two demonesses were extremely grateful and said, thank you, young master, we'll go now. Li Mu helped Xiao Yao up and instructed, that place is very safe, but she's still in closed-door cultivation. If you don't meet her when you get there, please be patient and wait. After she comes out of seclusion, she will definitely take the initiative to find you. After reminding them, he added, all right, off you go, be careful on your way. The two demonesses obediently turned and left. Li Mu then glanced at the man lying on the ground and muttered, almost forgot, there's still this guy. He approached him and sat down, then gave the man a hard smack on the face while shouting, hey, wake up! The man groggily opened his eyes. As soon as he woke up, he jumped up in fright, yelling, ghosts! There are ghosts! Li Mu calmly reassured him, calm down, those demons are dead, you're safe now. The man clutched his chest, his eyes darting around, and asked to be sure, those demons are all gone. After recognizing Li Mu's attire, the man happily asked, are you a constable? Did you save me? Li Mu honestly replied, that's right, lucky for you I was pretty free tonight, otherwise you'd probably be Demon Chow. After calming down and gathering his wits, Li Mu led the man outside, asking as they walked, where's your home? I'll take you back. He quickly replied, sir, my home is in the city, Li Mu said. What a coincidence, I'm heading to the city anyway. Follow me, and I'll drop you off at your house tomorrow morning. So Li Mu took the man back to the inn. He had barely hit the bed before falling asleep, leaving Li Mu speechless, looking at Li Si and the man he just rescued, thinking, this Li Si sleeps like the dead, and this kid just followed me because he knows I'm a constable. He touched his uniform, thinking, this outfit really does make people feel safe. I only continued being a constable to stay by Lao Dai's side and protect my life in the first place. But now it seems like I'm really attached to this job. The feeling of snatching back someone's life from the jaws of death is beyond words. Maybe this is the meaning of this job. Li Mu blankly gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. Soon, the morning sun streamed into the room. Li Si woke up, and, seeing a strange man lying next to him, asked Li Mu Ga, who's this? Explained. Honestly explained. Just picked him up last night, dropping him off in the city on the way today. Li Si sighed, assessing the situation. You sure know how to find trouble for yourself. Hearing this, Li Manhwa reminded him. Stop dawdling, pack your things, we need to get going, we still have half a day's journey ahead of us. And so, the three of them set off towards the city. Sitting in the carriage, Li Si kept sighing, making Li Mu and the man in the carriage look at him. Li Mu finally curiously asked the man, say, if your home is in the city, why were you all the way out here by yourself? He honestly replied, I secretly snuck out of the city to play, but then I got lost and was captured by those two demons. Li Mu was speechless and had to say, don't go running away from home like that again. Your family must be worried sick. After a while, the coachman announced, my lords, we've arrived at the city. Li Munya excitedly looked out. His eyes met the solid city walls and the bustling crowds coming and going. Li Mu, amazed by the extravagance, exclaimed, so impressive. Arriving at the gate of the county, the man got out of the carriage and said, my lords, you can just drop me off here. Living Musi kindly reminded him, go home quickly, and don't run away from home like that again. Or if something like yesterday happens again, no one might come to save you. The young man replied with a bright smile, I know. Thank you for bringing me back here. The young man ran into the city, waving happily as he bid farewell to Li Mu's group. Li Mu hurriedly told the coachman, please, take us straight to the district office. The old man nodded and replied, all right, you two hold on tight. The carriage wheels spun once again on the smooth road. They entered through the gate, talking as they went. The district office has 3 key officials, the district governor, the district administrator, and the district commandant. The district governor is responsible for handling internal affairs in the district. The district administrator is responsible for assisting the district governor, and the district commandant is responsible for maintaining security throughout the district. Speaking of this, Li Si suddenly sighed, complaining, what should I do? Li Mu asked, puzzled. You've been sighing all the way here. Didn't you say that girl Chen was pretty good? Li Si Danzao looked up at the sky and said, she really is a good girl, but I didn't say I was going to marry her. My life plan isn't like that. Li Mu asked in surprise, you have a life plan? What is it? Li Si honestly replied, my life plan is to play around for a few more years, and when I turn 30, I'll find a kind girl to marry, and then live out the rest of my life peacefully with her. Hearing this, Li Mu teased, what did that kind girl do to offend you? Marry her to make her suffer? Ling Si glanced at him and questioned, how are you any better than me? Li Mu confusedly asked back, what about me? Li Si seriously analyzed, if you really like a girl, don't be too good to her. Otherwise, you might not be able to repay that debt of love for the rest of your life. Lao Dai, Miss Liu, that little maid, and the woman you remembered when we were starting out. How many people do you owe? And those girls in the pleasure house are just simple transactions. Only physical contact, not involved in life. But what about you? You're too good to these girls, but you don't take the initiative. You don't reject, you don't acknowledge, and you don't take responsibility. After being lectured, Li Mu suspiciously thought, does Li Mu really think I'm not as good as him? Li Mu would naturally resist, he seriously analyzed. Lao Da is good to me, so I'm good to her. What's wrong with that? Li Si bluntly replied, nothing wrong. He continued, Miss Liu also has kindness towards me. She's good to me, so I'm good to her. What's wrong with that? Li Si again replied, nothing wrong. Li Mu continued to express his point of view. I see Wan Wan as my little sister. What's wrong with me being good to my little sister? Li Si leisurely questioned him. Do you want to see Lao Dan marry someone else? Do you want to see Miss Liu marry someone else? Do you want to see your little sister marry someone else? Li Mu was speechless by this set of 3 questions. And then his face turned dark, as if he couldn't accept his own thoughts. Li Mu blankly said, pale, you're right, I'm really worthless. Li Si then patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him, I sincerely advise you to cherish the person in front of you, while she's still by your side. Cherish her well. Don't wait until it's gone, because it'll be too late to regret it, Li Mu asked in a deep voice. You mean I should have confessed to Lao Dao back then? Li Si glanced towards the door and replied, It's useless. Your feelings for Lao Dao aren't there yet. Back then, Lao Dao wouldn't have stayed for you, and you wouldn't have been able to keep her. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, That's right, I understand that very well. So you mean I should cherish Miss Liu? Li Si couldn't say anything, so he moved his face closer to him and said through gritted teeth, I mean you should cherish me. If something really happens to me, where will you find someone to give you relationship advice? Li Mu blankly replied, Although I also really want to do something for you, my hands and feet can't control my brain. If district administrator really wants to do something to you, there's nothing I can do. He calmly said a few words of comfort. Don't be too hopeless. There's a saying, life is like something. If you can't resist, then just close your eyes and enjoy it. After a while, they arrived at the district office, and the coachman turned around to announce, My lords, we've arrived at the district office, Li Mukai. And Li Xing also replied, We're finally here, let's get out of the carriage. Li Mu and Li Si went to greet a gatekeeper, who asked in surprise, Who are you two? Li Mu showed him the assignment letter. This is our transfer order. The gatekeeper read it and said, New colleagues, come here quickly, you're still in time. As he spoke, he reached out and led the two inside. Li Mu asked in confusion, In time for what? The constable mysteriously replied, You'll find out soon. The two trotted inside the district office. Li Mu was also surprised by the atmosphere here. He looked at the people there, making a mental note. All of them are chi condensation cultivators, and that person wearing purple is actually a nascent soul cultivator. The constable from earlier went over to the purple-clad man and said, Captain Zhao, these two are colleagues transferred from Yangqiu County. They just arrived, so how about we let them join this inauguration test too? Li Mu and Li Xie went before him, respectfully saying, Greetings, Captain. Captain Zhao pointed at the two of them and loudly ordered, You two, get in formation immediately. Li Mu and Li Si immediately joined the ranks with the other cultivators. He wondered, what inauguration test is this? Captain Zhao took out a rattling bagua mirror and announced, Being a constable in the district office isn't a job you can just waltz into. Only by passing the test will you be qualified to stand in the ranks of the district office. With that, a white light radiated from the bagua mirror, shining directly on everyone present. Li Mu was surprised by the sudden white light. He squinted his eyes, thinking, This light is blinding. After opening his eyes, a field of darkness appeared before him. Li Mu observed his surroundings and wondered, where is this? It's an illusion. He just stood there blankly. Suddenly, a chest appeared right in front of Li Mu Kuei. He wondered curiously, Is the test about tempting me? He went closer to the chest, taking a good look, and guessed, Could there be something dangerous hidden inside this chest? Before he could finish his thoughts, the chest burst open, filled to the brim with dazzling gold, silver, and jewels. Suddenly a voice rang out, catching his attention. Just take one more step, and all these jewels will be yours. You'll live a life of luxury and enjoyment for the rest of your days. The voice kept urging frantically, Step forward now! Li Mu finally looked at the chest of jewels, analyzing, This is the allure of money. It's true that within an illusion, one's greed intensifies, and the mind easily loses control. But the level of temptation here underestimates me too much. Even Liu Han Yan, a mountain of gold who's always hanging around me, can't tempt me, let alone this little bit of treasure. The others outside weren't the same. They automatically moved forward toward the chest, continuously saying, My treasure, mine. Captain Zhao, looking at those people, commented, If they can't resist the lure of money, even if they become constables, they'll only be a threat to the common people. Those guys were still immersed in the illusion, saying, Gold, my gold. Captain Zhao immediately ordered, Guards, take them out and ban them, never to be accepted into the yamen. Then, several other constables stepped forward to lead those people away. At this moment, Captain Zhao looked in surprise at the remaining group and exclaimed, Those three. He observed another young man, and remarked, Good, although he's being tempted, he's still trying to maintain his resolve and restrain himself. Li Mu, on the other hand, was very calm, making Captain Zhao wonder, doesn't he have any interest in money at all? He looked at Liu Si and was even more shocked, exclaiming, What's going on? Did he even see the treasure that appeared in the illusion? After eliminating the money-grubbing bunch, the first test ended. Captain Zhao retracted the bagua mirror, waking up the remaining people. He curiously went to ask Li Mujak. The treasure in the chest was enough for you to live a prosperous life. Why weren't you tempted? Lix Mushel replied indifferently. I have no interest in money. He then went to ask that young man, what about you? He honestly replied, as officials of the Great Zhou, we must always be responsible for the common people, not be greedy, and absolutely not take other people's money casually. Captain Zhao turned to ask Li Si, what about you? When you saw the treasure in the treasure chest, why weren't you even a little tempted? Li Si asked him in return, what treasure? What jewels? Hearing this, he was surprised and thought, I've tested so many people. Some are inherently not tempted, and some have enough resolve to resist greed. But this is the first time I've encountered someone who's distracted in the illusion. However, this guy's yang energy is quite low. He must usually be very fond of women, so in the second round, he definitely won't be able to pass. Thinking this, he cleared his throat and said, congratulations on successfully passing the first test. I hope that after taking office, you will always be able to resist the allure of money and maintain a righteous heart. Next, you will have to enter the second test. If you can really pass this round, you will be recognized as constables of the district office. With that, he once again took out the Bagua mirror and shone it on the remaining group. This time, Li Mu was more experienced. He closed his eyes and waited for the upcoming illusion. As soon as he entered the illusion, a slender hand gently touched Li Mu's face, accompanied by a gentle voice whispering in his ear, young master, if you come here, I'll let you tease me as you please. Li Mu suddenly looked at the woman writhing in front of him, thinking that this test was checking for lust. The woman lightly lifted her fan to his chin, urging softly, just take one more step, and you can be with her, young master. I've been waiting for you for so long. Li Mu was indifferent, thinking, is that all? Li Mu looked at her, and the image of Liu Hanyan sitting shyly appeared in his mind. He evaluated her for a moment. Her face isn't as beautiful as Miss Liu's, and her figure isn't as curvy as Miss Liu's either. There's nothing to compare once she's compared to her. Outside, Captain Zhao was speechless as he watched a bunch of men crazily move forward, mesmerized by the seductive woman, continuously mumbling, my lady, I'm coming. Captain Zhao coldly ordered, those guys are all eliminated, take them down. He looked at Li Mu's group and exclaimed in surprise, it's those three again. He went before Li Mu, commenting, the constables transferred from the county office are extremely determined and have quite high cultivation levels. They can be directly put to good use. But what is he reminiscing about? Could it be his wife? To not be swayed by the illusion to this extent, he can be considered a devoted lover. Captain Zhao turned to look at Liao Si and was also startled and surprised, thinking, why does he look so relaxed? Could it be that he doesn't have any lustful desires? After a while, Captain Zhao also retracted the illusion. He announced loudly, congratulations on passing the second test. As officials, you must not only resist the allure of money, but also control your lustful desires. Your performance was very good. From now on, you are officially constables of the district office. Suddenly, he reached out his hand, changing his tone and saying, however, before you start your duties, you must pass my third test. The most outstanding person who completes the third test will be selected as the deputy captain, exempt from patrols. Hearing this, Li Mu was also a little interested and secretly calculated. Exempt from patrols, then I'll have more time to do what I want to do. I wonder what this third test is. If I can't rely on myself to complete it, then I'll have to use the Pure Heart incantation. Captain Zhao once again took out the Bagua mirror. The mirror quickly emitted the familiar white light, but this time there was also a black shadow that rushed out. The black shadow, with its red eyes and a body full of ghostly aura, rushed up crazily. Li Mu was a little surprised, thinking, demonic creatures. Li Mu was just about to draw his sword and charge, when suddenly, it hit him. Hold on, no, it's just an illusion. Ah, he thought, then just stood there, sheathing his sword and pondering at his leisure. So the third round of the test is all about courage, huh? He glanced at the demonic creatures charging his way, sizing them up. Even though the aura of these evil spirits feels pretty darn real. But come on, whether it's core condensation demonic cultivators, flying zombies, or even nascent soul evil cultivators, I've tangled with them all before. These fakes conjured up by an illusion, they can't mess with my head at all. Everyone else, though, facing those spooky things, screamed in terror. Third stage demonic creatures! Get back! Constable Zhao watched the group, muttering to himself. Alright, as constables, you gotta be able to resist illusions, sure. But you also need some guts. If you're scared of dying and cling to life, you'll never make a good constable. Your mind seemed pretty steady, I'll give you that. But your courage? Still needs a lot more work. His eyes then drifted over to three familiar faces. Constable Zhou couldn't help but sigh in admiration. These three are seriously something else. He walked up to the trio, praising them. Excellent! All three of you did really well. He then looked at Li Mukere and asked, Pretty brave, huh? Did you, by any chance, tangle with these evil creatures back in Yangqiu County before? Li Mukere just gave a brief, honest, he thought to himself. The demonic creatures and ghosts in this illusion are just third stage stuff, and the zombies? Just hopping zombies. Honestly, there's nothing scary about them at all. Constable Zhou then turned to Libsi, asking, Aren't you afraid of death? Libsi calmly replied, What's so scary about dying? I don't even want to live anymore anyway. Constable Zhou was totally baffled. He stared at Liasi, secretly sizing him up. This guy looks like just an ordinary mortal. But he managed to pass all 3 rounds back-to-back without breaking a sweat? And he even passed a test that most soul condensation cultivators couldn't even get through. But no matter how hard I look, I can't find anything extraordinary about him. Did he really pass all 3 of these rounds? The more Constable Zhou thought about it, the more bewildered he got. Constable Zhou turned and walked inside, thinking as he went, maybe I should go ask the county magistrate what he thinks. He just went straight to the magistrate's office, and from behind a closed door he quietly asked, Lord County Magistrate, what should we do about this person? A voice from inside echoed back, Keep him. Constable Zhou, puzzled, asked, But he's not a cultivator. He's just a normal person, and by the rules he can't. The voice from inside slowly answered, He's a person personally designated by the county lieutenant himself. Hearing that, Constable Zhou was totally stunned. Oh, so that's how it is. Over on Li Si's side, he was practically tearing his hair out, asking Lima, Tell me, if I hadn't passed that test just now, I could have gone back, right? Lima calmly replied. Well, in principle, yeah, but don't you dare try anything stupid. Li Si frowned, muttering to himself, Why didn't that cross my mind earlier? Just then, Constable Zhou walked out to make an announcement. Congratulations, everyone, you've passed the initiation test. Now I'll take you to see your living quarters. Li Si stepped up to him and respectfully said, Excuse me, esteemed constable, but I'm an incredibly greedy person. I just can't resist the allure of money, so I'm afraid I won't be able to handle any big responsibilities. Constable Zhou just smiled gently and replied, Oh, you can slowly change that later on. Li Si, not giving up, pressed on. I'm also especially fond of women. If I don't get to visit a brothel for a day, I'll be grumpy all day long. Constable Zhou kept his gentle smile, saying, Oh, strong vital energy is a good thing, you know. Li Si, completely exasperated, practically shouted, And I'm a total coward. Every time I see a demonic creature, I'll just run away. Constable Zhou simply replied, A constable should also cherish their own life. If you can fight, fight. If you can't, then run. That's actually a pretty smart move. Li Si, completely at a loss, desperately asked, Seriously, what do I have to do for you to finally kick me out? Constable Zhou just closed his eyes and calmly said, You passed all 3 rounds of the test, so why on earth would I dismiss you? The county office is one big family. From now on, just consider this place your home. No need to be a stranger, okay? Scene shifts to the county lieutenant's manor. After hearing his subordinate's report, the county lieutenant asked, surprised, You're telling me he passed all 3 rounds of the test? Money? Beauties? None of it could tempt him, and even the demonic creatures in the 3rd illusion couldn't scare him. The subordinate honestly replied, That's right. A total ordinary person, yet somehow he managed to pass all 3 rounds of the test. The county lieutenant looked quite pleased and said, Truly worthy of being someone Meow Meow personally chose. He stood up, turned around, clasped his hands behind his back, and ordered his subordinate, Bring him to me! The subordinate quickly acknowledged the order and scurried off. Back at the county office, Constable Zhou led the group to their living quarters and gave a quick rundown. The county office isn't actually obligated to provide housing, but the Lord County Governor, thinking of you guys, had the guard rooms renovated into dorms. These are the best conditions the Yamen can offer, so if you don't want to stay here, you're free to rent a room outside. Li Si and Li Mu just glanced around, taking it all in. Li Mu thought to himself, 8 people in one room? Seriously, won't there be 0 privacy? He put his stuff on a bed, tidying up and doing some mental math. I've got too many secrets, and cultivation needs a decent amount of space after all. Yeah, definitely better to just rent a room outside. Li Mu quietly mused. Even though a constable's monthly salary is only 1 tael of silver, it's not like I'm that constable who had to borrow 2 copper coins anymore. As he was lost in thought, the county lieutenant's subordinate's voice called from outside. Is Li Si here? Li Si quickly spun around and replied, That's me. The subordinate walked in and asked, You're Li Si, right? Li Si frowned irritably. Asking back, What's up? Constable Zhao also chimed in, curious. Does the county lieutenant have any orders? The subordinate, with a deadpan expression, said, The county lieutenant wants to see Li Si. Li Si, please come with me. Li Si let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Figures, can't escape this, can I? He followed the subordinate, but before he left, he leaned in and told Li Mu, If I don't make it back, remember to go to Quanfang House, Hongxing Courtyard, and Chunfang Pavilion. Tell Jiangxiang, Jin, Xiao Hui, Ping Sher, and also Kuihua that I love them. As Li Mu Si walked away, Li Mu silently blessed him in his heart. May you and Lady Chen Miao Miao grow old together and have lots of little rascals soon. Suddenly, another constable came in and whispered something to Constable Zhao, who looked a bit surprised, and asked, Our county office's constable. He immediately went to gather everyone. You guys can finish sorting your stuff later. For now, just follow me. Once everyone was together, the group followed Constable Zhao to the middle of the courtyard, where 2 men were waiting. The young man from the carriage ride the other day, as soon as he saw Li Mu walk out, immediately tugged at the sleeve of the man next to him, excitedly exclaiming, That's him! The young man then ran over to Li Mu Muwak, eagerly introducing him to the older man. This is the big brother who saved me! Li Mu looked at him, silently thinking, it's that kid from that night. Before Li Mu could even fully process what was happening, the older man walked up to him and said respectfully, Many thanks, Your Excellency, for stepping in and helping. I, Old Shu, only have this one son. If anything had really happened to him, I wouldn't know what I'd do. Your Excellency has helped my Shu family protect its last line. The Exu family is incredibly grateful to you, Your Excellency. I've prepared a few humble gifts, and I hope Your Excellency will accept them. Li Muni reached out his hand, kindly replying in a low voice, You're far too polite, sir. As a constable, getting rid of demons and protecting the common folk? That's just my job, you know. No need for all this formality. I truly appreciate your kind intentions, but please, no gifts. This is literally my responsibility. If I took anything, I'm afraid it might reflect poorly on the yamen. Constable Zhao was just as surprised, maybe even more so. He stared, wide-eyed, and asked, You're the one who saved shopkeeper Shu's son? Please. Li Muat turned his head and simply explained, Well, yesterday, we stayed at an inn overnight. In the middle of the night, we ran into 2 demonic women who were sucking people's vital essences. I secretly followed them back to some big fiend's lair. After I took care of all those demons, I just happened to bring the kid back with me. Shopkeeper Shu bowed his head humbly and said, Your Excellency is a person of high virtue and immense prestige. It was my, Old Shu's, impulsiveness, I almost messed up. Your Excellency's reputation. If Your Excellency really won't accept, then I, Old Shu, will just donate all these gifts to the yamen instead. It continued, I, Old Shu, am just a humble, untalented merchant doing a little business here in the county town. In the future, if Your Excellency ever needs anything from me, just say the word. As long as it's something I can do, I, Old Shu, will absolutely not refuse. With that, he turned and left. Li Mu watched Zhu Zhongyi's retreating figure, thinking that such sincere gratitude was truly touching. Xiao Butu seemed very pleased, patting Li Mu on the shoulder and praising, I thought you might have used some trickery to resist the temptation. Now it seems you really have no interest in money. Zhu Zhongyi offered you 1,000 taels, and you just rejected it like that. Li Mu felt like he'd been struck by lightning, muttering darkly, 1,000 taels as a thank you gift. Xiao Butu then explained, Zhu Zhongyi is a well-known wealthy merchant in the county. His business spans across the entire northern county. He often participates in charity and relief for the poor. 1,000 taels isn't a huge number for him. Li Mu's mind was already screaming, 1,000 taels? If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered being polite. 1,000 taels is probably enough to buy a mansion in this county. I work my butt off at Liu Hanyan's place every day, writing books, performing plays, doing puppetry, and barely make 500 taels. And some of that's even because Liu Hanyan likes me. And I just turned down 1,000 taels right in front of my face. Seeing Li Mu's changing expression, Xiao Butu inquired, What's wrong? Are you regretting it? Li Mu grimaced, forcing out, Of course not. Xiao Butu put his arm around Li Mu's shoulder, happily saying, Having a constable like you is truly a blessing for the county office. The Musha responded amiably. You flatter me, Xiao Butu. Li Musha thought regretfully. The water's already spilled. It's too late to regret it now. A small thank you gift is already 1,000 taels. I bet he's even richer than Liu Hanyan. He suddenly fell into contemplation. Whenever I think of Liu Hanyan, I feel all itchy inside. We've cultivated together so many times, I think I'm already hooked on her. But the Qingxin incantation only works temporarily, not for life. How am I going to kick this habit? Thinking this, he couldn't help but sigh. He darkly calculated. 1. We have to separate, and over time I'll automatically forget about her, not remember her anymore, like right now. 2. We have to move in together so we can see each other all the time, and cultivate together whenever we want so I don't have to endure this feeling of wanting something I can't have. Right now, Liu Hanyan is in that distant Yangqui County. This is the best opportunity to kick the habit. I just need to not think about her so often. I have to try to think about other things. Like that big evil devil from last night, thinking it, doing it. Li Mu immediately turned to ask Zhao Butao. By the way, Zhao Butao, do you know about Chu Langwang? He quickly replied. Of course I do. Chu Langwang's cultivation is about to reach the creation realm. It said he also has 18 ghost generals under him, each with a cultivation of at least the soul realm. They're a real menace to Northern County. The county governor is also racking his brains on how to eliminate them. Li Mu curiously asked. Even if the Northern County government can't fight against demonic cultivators or ghost cultivators of the 6th realm, Chu Langwang is only in the 5th realm, surely the county office can deal with him, right? Zhao Butu honestly explained. It's not that we can't deal with him, it's just that those ghost cultivators usually act stealthily, making it very difficult to track them down. Chu Langwang is easy to deal with, but the underworld Saint Lord behind him is not. Li Mujia blankly questioned, Who's this underworld Saint Lord again? Zhao Butao asked him in return. Have you ever heard of Heavenly Joy Reverend? Li Mujia frowned, thinking, Heavenly Joy Reverend? He silently replied, I've heard of him. Zhao Butu began to explain. The demonic sect has a total of 10 branch sects, and also 10 elders. Heavenly Joy Reverend is the corpse sect elder, and the underworld Saint Lord is the soul sect elder. They both have peak 6th realm cultivation. That Chu Langwang is the underworld Saint Lord's subordinate, ranked 2nd among the 10 Yama kings. Li Mu looked up at the sky, thinking, Heavenly Joy Reverend was just eliminated, and now another underworld Saint Lord appears. Why do I, a small constable, always get tangled up in the affairs of these demonic creatures? Actually, there's nothing to worry about. The underworld Saint Lord is a demonic sect elder. He probably won't care about a subordinate of a subordinate. Thinking this, Li Muka felt more at ease and returned to the county office duty room. He sat down on the bed, calming his mind to think. Besides, even if he hears about it, there's no way he'd know I was the culprit, so it seems pretty safe. Moreover, the one I need to care about most right now is Lin Si. He looked at Lin Si's luggage, feeling a little uneasy. Scene changed to the county deputy's residence. Li Si entered and respectfully greeted with clasped hands. This humble one, Li Si, greets county deputy sir. He was drinking tea, and upon seeing Li Si, slammed the teacup down on the table, coldly questioning, Li Si, how dare you? Do you know what crime you've committed? Li Si calmly asked. This humble one doesn't know. Please enlighten me, county deputy sir. He sternly asked. The things you've done in Yangqi County. Do you think I don't know? Li Si said nonchalantly. If county deputy sir wants to do something to me, just say it directly. The county deputy was a little confused by his attitude, asking, Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Li Si frankly replied, What's the joy in living? What's the fear in dying? If you really want to kill me, no one can stop you. What's the use of me being afraid? He then asked Li Si, In your heart, what kind of person is Miao Miao? As he asked, he cast a spell on Li Si, who unguardedly fell for his trick. Li Si stood blankly, dazedly answering, She is the most pure and kind girl I've ever met, the county deputy continued to ask. Don't you think she's very ugly? Li Si answered like a machine. Ugliness and beauty are just skin deep. In my heart, Miao Miao is the most beautiful girl. These answers pleased him, and he burst out laughing, saying, Well said, Li Si. He held out 2 fingers and said, I'll give you 2 choices. First, stay by Miao Miao's side and make her happy for the rest of her life. Anything you want I can grant you. Money, power, or cultivation, I can all satisfy you. Li Si didn't hesitate to ask, What's the second choice? The county deputy put on a face no different from Asura and replied, Next Qingming festival, I'll come and light some incense for you. These few words made Lin Si break out in a cold sweat. He immediately clasped his hands, bowed his head respectfully, and said, Father-in-law, please accept a bow from your son-in-law. Indeed, a wise man submits to fate. Back in the duty room, Li Mu curiously asked, How was it? The county deputy, sir, didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Li Si sadly sighed, saying, Xiangxiang, Ajin, Xiaohui, Pingru, and also Kuihua. Farewell to you all. Li Mu was also a little surprised, asking, have you turned over a new leaf? When you went to see the county deputy, sir, was Miao Miao there? Li Si sadly replied. One step at a time. That Miao Miao isn't in the county right now. She'll only be back in half a month. Li Mu put his arm around his shoulder, smiling and comforting. Turning over a new leaf is good. No matter how many women there are outside, they're no match for a considerate wife at home. Li Si glanced at him and asked, what about you then? Li Mu pointed at himself and asked back, ah. He looked up at the sky and replied, we'll talk about it some other time. A while later, Zhao Butao, pointing at a map, explained, the East City area of the county, along with Zhao County and Yu County to the east, are all areas under our jurisdiction. The inner city is patrolled every day. Yang County and Yu County only report to the county office when they encounter problems that can't be handled. The daily work you need to do is to maintain security for the East City, and be responsible for the safety of the 10 villages outside the East City. He looked at Li Mu, announcing, Li Mu, you will be my deputy? He immediately accepted the order, and after a round of instructions, Zhao Butu concluded, all right, I'll give you 3 days. After you've finished your business, you must report to the yamen immediately. The group shouted in unison, understood. Scene changed to 3 days later in the county office duty room. Li Mu sighed and lamented. It's really hard to find a house in the county. Li Mu stood in front of a bookshelf, pondering. I've been searching for 3 days, and still haven't found a suitable one. If I can't find one in the next few days, then I'll just have to randomly choose one. I can't just keep staying at the inn. While he was thinking, another constable came in to announce, Constable Li, someone's here to see you. Li Mu suspiciously asked back, looking for me? Li Mu's eyes sparkled with the image of money, and he excitedly thought, in this county, I only know the Shu father and son. Could it be that Zhu Zhonghui felt that the money he donated to the yamen wasn't enough to express his sincerity to me? So he's brought another thank you gift? Filled with anticipation, he immediately replied, I'll be right out. But appearing before him wasn't the wealthy Xu Zhonghui, but Zhang Shan, who was addicted to gambling. He disappointedly said, why is it you? Zhang Shan frowned and said, what's with that expression? This time, I came to the county especially. Li Mu Ke asked in confusion, what did you come to the county for? Zhang Shan's face lit up as he replied, to bring someone here. Look who's here. As he spoke, he pointed to the carriage nearby. Just then, 2 familiar figures stepped out. Liu Hanyan, Wanwan, and the one and only Xiao Bai appeared before his eyes. Wanwan, overjoyed to see Li Mu, waved her hand and shouted, young master. Liu Mute looked at Liu Hanyan in delighted surprise, blurting out, Miss Liu, what are you all doing here? Wanwan, carrying Xiao Bai, came up to Li Mu, smiling widely. Young master, the miss said she wanted to open another branch in the county city. Li Mu thought to himself, puzzled. They arrived in the county city this afternoon, so judging by the speed of the carriage, they must have set off last night, which means, after I left, Liu Hanyan only took 3 days to decide to open a branch in the county city, arrange everything in Yangqi County, and set off. Damn. Li Mu walked up to Liu Hanyan, asking curiously, you want to open a branch here? She glanced away, saying softly, there's not much room for business in Yangqiu County anymore. The county city has a large population, and there are many rich people, so business will definitely be better. Hearing her say that, Li Mu immediately fired off a series of questions. Have you chosen a location yet? Have you hired enough people? Have you found a place to live? All he got in response were 2 words, not yet. She turned away, trying to hide her embarrassment. Li Mu was speechless. You haven't got anything sorted and you dared to move to the county city? Seriously? Liu Hanyan, humiliated and infuriated, retorted furiously, why are you nagging so much? Who's the one who knows how to do business, you or me? Li Mujian backed down hastily. You are. Liu Hanyan turned sharply, leaving behind a single sentence before walking away. Let's go get some food first. Wanwan's about to starve to death. Li Mu stared blankly after the departing carriage, a gentle smile on his face as he muttered, that's just like her. Lin Si came out from inside, patted Li Mu on the shoulder, and said, what are you hesitating for? You've already met up like this. Just marry her already, Li Mu replied silently. You don't understand, he thought to himself. She just wants to dual cultivate with me. After all, in these 3 days, I've thought countless times about returning to Yangqi County to find her for dual cultivation. Cut to the real estate agency. Liu Hanyan carefully examined the blueprints, then pointed to one of the houses with satisfaction, saying, I'll take that one. The manager's face lit up with joy. Oh my, Miss has a good eye. Quite a few people want that 2-story house. Liu Hanyan took out a stack of silver notes and handed them to the manager, asking, We have to stay tonight. How long will it take to get this done?
The manager's eyes sparkled at the sight of the money, and he eagerly replied,
Don't worry, I'll complete the transfer procedures within an hour.
I'll find some people to clean the house for you, ensuring you can comfortably stay here tonight. Zhang Shan helped Liu Hanyan move things into the new house. He looked at the large mansion in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Money is really amazing. When will I be able to buy a house? Lia Si, carrying things in behind him, said, It won't take too long. If you can save every penny in the county office, you can save 5 taels of silver in a year. In 200 years, you can buy a house. If you agree to come to the county office, it will only take about 100 years. Liu Hanyan added, Brother Zhang Shan, if you don't want to be a constable, just come to Yunyan Pavilion, and I guarantee you can buy a house like this in 10 years.
Li Si thought that was a good idea, so he said, Didn't you say that Master Zhang's decree has already been issued? He'll leave Yangqiu County immediately, and you'll have no support in the county office. Why not come to the county city instead? Zhang Shan scratched his head in response. But I'm not used to living here. Li Si put his arm around Zhang Shan's shoulder, smiling brightly. What are you afraid of? Just come on, I'll protect you. Zhang Shan looked back at Li Si in disbelief, asking, You've only been in the county city for a few days. Who can you protect?
Li Mu smiled and turned around to correct him. He can protect people. Rather, there's no one in this county city he can't protect. Zhang Shan was startled, looking at Lin Si in surprise and asking, Really? You've become so powerful after a few days? Li Mu smiled slightly and replied,
Of course,
he thought to himself. He's already living in the county magistrate's residence, with his father-in-law as the county magistrate. Even I have to ask him for protection. Zhang Shan said silently, I'll think about it. He thought worriedly, I'm just an ordinary person. This constable job is too dangerous for me. Demons and monsters. If I'm not careful, I'll lose my life.
But wanting to go to the county city?
Li Si leaned in and asked teasingly, Do you want to stay with your wife in Yangqi County? Don't you want to save 200 years?
Li Si's words completely stimulated the thoughts in Zhang Shan's mind. He patted his chest and declared loudly, I'll resign when I get back. Li Si put his arm around Zhang Shan and walked outside, whispering, Good brother, let's go. We won't go back until we're drunk tonight, Zhang Shan said soberly. I have to find a place to stay first, Liu Hanyan said gently. There are many rooms in the new house. If brother Zhang Shan doesn't mind, just stay here for the night.
Zhang Shan hesitated, but Li Si interrupted him. There are no blankets or bedding in the new house. It's too much trouble to prepare. Zhang Shan turned to look at him honestly and said, I can sleep on the floor. It's still better than paying for a room. Li Si offered another suggestion. Big shot, you've come from so far. How can I let you sleep on the floor? Sleep in my bed tonight. My bed is wide and comfortable.
Zhang Shan was quickly manipulated by Li Si. He happily replied, Okay, then I'll go with you, Li Mu. Miss Liu, goodbye. Li Si walked towards the door. Secretly glancing at Li Mu, he cheered in his heart. I've taken the light bulb away, Li Mu. You have to try your best tonight. After the two guys left, Liu Hanyan looked at Li Mu with seductive eyes, and his whole body stiffened, thinking to himself, Miss Liu's gaze? She wants to dual cultivate? Li Mu clenched his fists, reminding himself in his heart, No, I've decided to quit. I can't give in.
He coughed and said, If there's nothing else, I'll go first. Liu Hanyan closed her eyes and asked sternly, Go! Where are you staying now?
Liu Mu turned back, stammering, I haven't found a place to stay yet. I'm staying at the inn. Liu Hanyan pointed to the mansion and said, There are so many houses here. Choose one and stay. Don't go back to the inn. Liu Hanyan calmly said, Just stay here with me. It will be convenient in the future. She coughed and continued, Convenient for cultivation. She turned and went inside, leaving behind a single sentence. If you find it inconvenient, I'll just buy the house next door, then you can choose to live next door, and pay me rent every month. Li Mu was speechless in shock, thinking to himself, The young lady doesn't feel anything. Why am I worrying? Li Mu immediately replied, Buying another house is too much trouble. Wait for me to go back to the inn to get my luggage. I'll come over tonight. Night fell. Li Mu moved his things into Liu Hanyan's mansion. As he arranged his things, he thought, I didn't expect that I could still live with Miss Liu after coming to the county city. I really can't resist the temptation to dual cultivate. Slightly hurried footsteps sounded outside the corridor. Liu Hanyan appeared at the door, uttering a terse sentence. Coming, Li Mu turned to look at her. She thought, Sure enough, I'll never be able to quit this addiction. And then Li Mu replied with a very terse sentence, Let's do it. Li Mu and Liu Hanyan sat on the bed together and began to dual cultivate. As he did so, he thought, Now I finally know why those demonic cultivators, once they start harming people, will go further and further down this path. Those righteous sects have such strict restrictions on cultivation shortcuts. I thought I had a firm mindset. but it's still hard to resist the temptation of such rapid increases in power. Li Mu looked at Liu Hanyan in front of him, thinking, as for Miss Liu, she's even less patient than me. Of course, I can't resist dual cultivating with her. And I've never even thought about soul-searching or seizing her power. But her rushing here from Yangqi County like this, could that be considered one of her desires for me? Transporting the Dao guiding technique? Let's give it a shot. Li Mu instantly formed a hand seal and unleashed his Daoist magic. A strand of golden emotional energy emerged from Liu Hanyan. Startling him, he thought to himself, lust. A wave of exhaustion washed over Liu Hanyan, and she realized what was happening. Her face flushed as she questioned him. You're absorbing me again, Li Mu awkwardly apologized. I just wanted to try it out, didn't think it would actually work. Liu Hanyan went from mild annoyance to full-blown rage, declaring, you think you're the only one who knows how to suck. With that, she unleashed her own Daoist technique, sucking lustful energy from Li Mu, leaving him bewildered. He thought, lust. Could it be that I also have desires for her? Li Mu quickly accepted the reality. Not one to back down, he challenged. All right then, let's see who can absorb more. Liu Hanyan glanced at the lustful energy swirling around, and both of them, as if suddenly supercharged, began to frantically absorb each other's lust. After what felt like an eternity, Li Mu Se and Liu Hanyan collapsed onto the bed, panting. No more playing, they gasped. Too tired. Her face still flushed, she turned to him, scolding. Li Mu, you actually dare to harbor desires for me? Li Mu retorted firmly. You're the same as me, Liu Hanyan stammered. That's because of cultivation. Li Mu wasn't about to lose this argument. Me too. Liu Hanyan sighed. I don't have time to argue about this stuff with you. They both fell silent for a while. Li Mu suddenly broke the silence, asking her, tell me, we're a single man and a single woman, alone like this every night. Aren't you worried you won't be able to marry in the future? Liu Hanyan nonchalantly replied, I don't want to marry yet. I don't care, Li Mu casually continued, but I want to find a wife. Hearing this, Liu Hanyan sat up straight and asked, what's your point? Startled by her reaction, Li Mu stammered, don't regret this later. My point is, we're already like this anyway. We're stuck with each other, so might as well just stay together. And don't waste our pure yin and yang constitution. Li Mu's words stunned Liu Hanyan into silence. She stared blankly at him, thinking, stay together. Liu Hanyan lowered her gaze and said, but you said I'm not as strong as Li Bu Tuang, not as obedient as Wan, not the type of person you like, remember? Li Mu watched Liu Hanyan's back, a strange feeling rising in his chest, he thought. She actually remembers all those things, Liu Hanyan mumbled. Why did you suddenly change your mind? She spun around, suspiciously asking, are you trying to get money out of me? Li Mu helplessly waved his hands, correcting her. Of course not, he thought to himself. Good and evil are rewarded. The way of heaven turns, and no one said retribution would come so quickly. Not receiving an answer, Liu Hanyan got off the bed. She muttered, forget it. I'm going back to my room. You get some rest. With that, she walked away, leaving Li Mu flustered, not knowing what to say. He could only reach out, wanting to hold her back. Li Mu dropped his gaze, thinking, forget it, we're already together anyway. I'll have a chance to prove that I'm not after her money, but simply desire her body later. Li Mu propped his chin up with his hand, sitting cross-legged on the bed, pondering. For the past half-year, I've only been focused on surviving, never seriously thinking about relationships. If Li Si hadn't given me that wake-up call, I wouldn't have realized that my heart has become the resting place for those two ladies at some point. Li Qing is the one who guided me on the path of cultivation, taught me how to cultivate, helped me condense my soul, protected me everywhere, and saved my life multiple times. Liu Hanyan, although her cultivation isn't high, has a kind heart and is meticulous and thoughtful. Countless good qualities about her almost completely fulfill my desires for an ideal wife. Also, she is of a pure yin body. After dual cultivation with my pure yang body, we are bound by fate. Sigh, Li Si said to cherish the person in front of me, and I immediately thought of Miss Liu. Today when I saw her at the county yaman's entrance, I already had the intention of conquering her. It's just that it's Miss Liu, and not Wan. It's not as easy to conquer her. Li Mu continued to sit with his chin in his hand, deep in thought. After thinking for a while, he flopped onto the bed, sighed, and thought, forget it, she's already gone to the city, the future is long. I'll go to the city yamen tomorrow to ask Li Kuan-si for advice. While deep in thought, Xiaobai walked in. Squeak jumped up and shouted, Benefactor! Xiaobai, missed benefactor! Li Mu patted Xiaobai's head and praised, your cultivation has increased a lot. Li Mu observed it for a while, and then thought, although Xiaobai has never harmed anyone, and the demonic aura on his body is pure, but after all it is a demonic creature, exposed in front of cultivators. It is not necessarily guaranteed that they will not have bad intentions. At that time, I used Buddhist light to cleanse the demonic aura for that snake, and it was considered a success. Not only did it help it reduce the demonic aura on its body, but it can also prevent it from being harmed by the Buddha's light in the future.
Why don't I try it with Xiao Bai?
Thinking this, he immediately used Buddha light on Xiao Bai. The little fox felt the warmth of the Buddha's light flowing into his body, and thought, benefactor, I should be able to transform immediately. Cut to Liu Hanyan's room inside the residence. She sat on a chair thinking about what happened just now. What exactly do you mean? What's with, everyone is sticking together, just stay together? Isn't this saying that he likes me? But didn't he dislike me many times before? Said my cultivation is not as good as Lian Qing, not as lovely as Wan Wan? Could it be that he is also like me, poisoned by dual cultivation? My confidence is about to run out, and now he says these words? She just lay down on the table, thinking. Suddenly she shook her head, squirming and thinking again. Those 3 days when Li Mu left, my soul was like in the clouds. I felt like my heart had lost a piece. Li Mu Led isn't the same as me. If I had known this, I would never have taken the initiative to drink that glass of wine with Li Mu Led at the beginning. Without that night of sharing a bed, I wouldn't have encountered such a predicament today. She smiled and thought, but that guy also has desires for me, which still makes people happy. Except for wanting to marry many concubines, Li Mu has no other prominent shortcomings. If I were to marry him, it doesn't seem unbearable. It's too late for you to know my worth now. How it will be in the future depends on your performance. Thinking of this, a cunning smile mixed with expectation suddenly bloomed on Liu Hanyan's face.
Liu Hanyan was startled when she thought of this. She was stunned and asked herself, wait, marry Li Mu, huh? Why would I have such thoughts? She stomped her feet and spat on herself. Liu Hanyan, you're clearly unmarried, and you even want to steal Wan Wan's man.
The next day, at the duty room of the county yamen, Li Mu's voice rang out. Li Si, I want to ask you, how do you pursue a girl?
Ling Si wasn't too surprised. He just simply asked,
what's up? Did you finally acknowledge your relationship with Miss Liu? Ling Mu honestly replied. That's right, but I have no experience in dating at all, Ling Si calmly explained. Pursuing a girl depends on each individual. There's no experience that fits everyone, but sincerity is the eternal truth. In this world, sincerity is the most priceless and the most valuable. Back then, because I was sincere.
Before he could finish speaking, Li Mu couldn't wait to interrupt. Stop, can you be more specific? Li Si Damzhao replied. Miss Liu's life is tragic. She relied on hard work to get to where she is today step by step.
A girl like that will often close her heart and will not easily trust others. You need to use your sincerity to open that tightly closed door of her heart. Li Mu frowned, muttering, treat with a sincere heart. Receive the secret. I'll do it right away.
At noon at Li Mu's house, he quickly went to take the things in Liu Hanyan's hand and said, let me do it. You take a break. Liu Hanyan was stunned and didn't understand. Later, he ran out of the house again, gave Liu Hanyan an apple and said, here, have some fruit to cleanse your palate. Liu Hanyan asked, puzzled. For me? You said. Li Mu smiled squintingly and said, is there anyone else here? Seeing Liu Mu acting strange all day, Liu Hanyan said with some worry, Li Mu, don't be like this, you're scaring me. Li Mu scratched his head awkwardly and gave a sheepish smile.
With his plan failing, Li Mu went back to his room to ponder. Sigh. Li Si's exchange sincerity for sincerity trick is useless on Miss Liu. Forget it. Guess I'll cultivate first. With that thought, he formed hand seals and began chanting the Buddhist 6 consciousnesses. I've already completed the first consciousness, I consciousness, and can see through all illusions, and I'm immune to illusion spells. This is much better than the heavenly eye.
Cut to the next day. Li Mu sauntered down a bustling street, recalling Zhao Biu Tao's words. Yesterday, the Yamen received reports that strange things are happening in Zihan village and Guao family village outside the city. Although there haven't been any murders, I suspect a demon is causing trouble. Go check it out, Li Mu had agreed. He went straight to Guao family village. Li Mu's Mu knocked on the door of a house and said, is anyone home? Government officials here to investigate?
A tired and worried-looking girl came out from the house to open the door. Seeing Li Mu was like grabbing a life-saving straw, and she said, my lord, you've finally come. Please, save my husband. Li Mu walked into the house and calmly asked, tell me exactly what happened. The girl responded anxiously, I don't know what's wrong with my husband. For the past few days, he goes out every night and doesn't come back until early in the morning. He falls asleep as soon as he hits the bed, and I can't wake him no matter how hard I try. He's still asleep now, my lord. Please take a look. This is my husband. Li Mu walked over to the bed in the middle of the courtyard, where a man with a pale face was lying, surprising Li Mu. He observed for a moment, analyzing silently. His 7 corporeal souls are still there, but they're dim and lifeless. Clearly he's had a lot of yang energy sucked away. The girl beside him asked urgently. So what should I do? Li Mu calmly said. After he wakes up, don't say anything or ask him anything. If he goes out again tonight, I'll follow him. Night fell, and Li Mu hid in a large tree nearby. He observed the surroundings, musing. Using something to suck people's yang energy for cultivation, its cultivation level can't be that high. When I reported back to the Yamen this afternoon, Zhao Biu Tao even gave me a high-grade Divine Speed Talisman. If things get really out of hand, I can still use the Divine Speed Talisman to retreat. Lost in thought, the man from this morning woke up. He grinned eerily and walked forward. Seeing his prey start moving, Li Mu started tailing him. He jumped down from the tall tree, thinking to himself, I have to see clearly what's harming the people of my Great Zhou. He clutched the talisman in his hand as a precaution. Li Mu followed the man, who kept walking straight ahead. After a while, the man arrived at a house with lights on. Li Mu thought, he's going into this house. Li Mu used his divine power to observe the house in front of him, and thought, that's not right. The dense demonic aura from this bamboo house shows that it's a transformed demon. The man went inside, and immediately, a female figure appeared. He said excitedly, little darling, I'm here again. He became immersed in the illusion, while the demon was busily sucking his yang energy. Li Mu observed the whole process from outside, carefully analyzing. The man's body is twitching. He must be immersed in the illusion. This demon uses illusions to confuse the mind, and then sucks yang energy to cultivate. And it's a transformed demon too. If I don't use lightning techniques, there's no way to defeat this transformed demon. But this demon's crime doesn't warrant death, and I can't use lightning techniques to obliterate its soul. How about I do this? After pondering for a while, Li Mu took a deep breath and started to act. The demon inside the house was still busily sucking yang energy. Suddenly, a noise outside the door startled her, and she stopped abruptly, turning sharply towards the door and asking loudly, Who's there? Li Mu opened the door and said in a swaggering manner, Guao Dai Dan, I've been saying that you've been sneaking out these past few days. What bad things were you doing? So, you're raising a woman from the mountains. He looked at the demon in front of him, thinking, so it's a green snake? Li Mulo continued to act. If you don't give me some benefits, I'll tell your wife. She'll directly break your legs. Seeing this, Qing, she thought, so he's an idiot. She smiled gently and said, Don't be like that, young master. What benefits do you want? This servant will do it for you. As she spoke, she blew a stream of demonic energy towards him. Li Mu also cooperated very well and acted dazed, saying, I want you, Qing. She went to Li Mu and muttered, Young master, you're so bad. She stroked his face, thinking to herself, He's quite handsome. I'm a little reluctant. She took a breath of Li Mu's yang energy and sighed, Such dense yang energy. I've reaped a lot today. After Qing, she happily absorbed the yang energy for a while. She noticed something. She thought, Strange, why is the yang energy I'm sucking out so little, and I feel like I'm exhausted, so dizzy? She finally couldn't bear it and fell to the floor. Li Mu stopped acting and raised his hand, Qing. She noticed. She wondered in surprise. This person isn't immortal. Li Mu controlled the Qingbai sword energy from outside, and it went inside. He pointed his sword at her and said sternly, Bold green snake, why don't you surrender and accept your punishment? She then confirmed and said, Damn it, I was deceived by you. You are a cultivator. Li Mu frowned and said, You don't cultivate the righteous path, so you should have expected this day, right? Without hesitation, Qing, she broke through the door and ran out. She also shouted, Then we have to see if you have the ability. Li Mu looked inside and thought, You still want to run? He immediately chased after her and shouted, Where are you running to? Li Mu ran outside. Qing Shi's figure disappeared from sight, replaced by a tough green snaketail rushing to attack. Li Mu had to hold up his hand to block the unexpected attack. He was pushed away, thinking in his heart, If I didn't cultivate both Buddhism and Taoism and trained my body, I would have had my hand broken by this tail. Li Mu looked up at Qing Shi, standing on the roof, thinking, My physical strength is not inferior to her demon body. Why not learn from Xuan Duge and directly overwhelm her with my physical body? Qing. She proudly attacked again with her tough tail, shouting, Damn cultivator! Li Mu didn't say much. He grabbed her green tail with both hands. Qing. She exclaimed in shock, I was caught. Li Mu gently turned Qing Shi a few times in the air, causing her to scream in fear and pain. My landing point is a sturdy tree nearby, and her upper body slammed into the tree, causing her to vomit blood. Qing. she asked Li Mu unwillingly. Damn human cultivator. I have no grudges against you, why do you have to stop me? Li Mu frankly accused her. You suck people's yang energy to cultivate, you have touched the law. If you honestly follow me back to the yamen to be punished, you can save your life. Ching, she said firmly. Once I enter your yamen, will I still have a way to live? Soul extraction, soul refinement, taking snake gall, eating snake meat. Isn't that what you humans like to do the most? Seeing that reasoning was useless, Li Muji also prepared himself and said, Then I have to use my true skills, Ching. She launched the same attack again. Li Muni didn't bother to show any mercy. He immediately punched her in the face, causing Qing Shi to be stunned. She was sent flying dozens of meters away by this punch. Qing. She angrily shouted, If my strength hadn't been sucked dry by you, you wouldn't be my opponent at all. Li Mu said coldly. Is that so? As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky right next to her tail, making Qing Sha's hair stand on end. She was horrified, and her face turned pale, thinking, Lightning. If I get hit by lightning, I'll definitely be reduced to ashes. Li Mu said with interest. Let's make a bet, how about it? If you win the bet, I'll agree to let you go. If you lose, then honestly come back to the county government with me to accept legal punishment. But I can guarantee that the sins you've committed aren't punishable by death. Knowing she couldn't escape, Qing Sha softened her tone and asked, What's the bet? Li Mu smiled and said, I bet whether you can disturb my concentration or not. The two quickly went inside the house. She looked at Li Mu, puzzled, thinking, This man is really strange. He actually dares to bet whether I can bewitch him or not. I've never seen a normal man who can maintain his focus under my alluring attacks. Ling Mu, full of anticipation, opened his arms and said, Please. Qing Sha immediately took action. She transformed her tail, greedily wrapping it around Li Mu several times, while her upper body embraced him and murmured, Does Gongzi cultivate alone every day? Cultivating alone is so boring, why don't we do something more pleasurable now? She said, tightening her grip around Li Mu's strong body. Qing Sha caressed his body, thinking to herself, This stinky man really hurt me. Should I just swallow him in one gulp? This human cultivator is hateful, but he looks quite handsome. If I can obtain him and absorb his yang qi for cultivation every day, the endless yang qi will never run out. Wouldn't that be even more beneficial for my cultivation? Thinking of this, the snake demon's eyes flashed with a hint of desire. Sensing Qing Sha's lust, Li Mu couldn't help but sigh. Just how much does this snake demon crave my body? The desire on her body is getting stronger and stronger. The snake demon felt something was off in her body and thought, puzzled, Why is my body getting so weak, like something is escaping from my body? As if realizing something, Qing Sha immediately left Li Mu and said, What did you do to me? Li Mu looked at the snake demon in front of him and secretly assessed. The lust that this transformed demoness brings is still far less than that of Liu Hanyan and the two female ghosts. I never thought there would be a day when I would have to use my body for cultivation. Li Mu calmly said to Qing Sha, You've lost. Hurry and come back to the county government with me. The snake demon was unwilling, thinking, Damn it, if only my older sister was here. Suddenly, a noise outside made Li Mu surprised. He felt another demonic aura and thought, Such a powerful demonic aura, a third-realm demon that has formed a demon core. I'm no match for this demon. Qing Sha also felt the demonic aura and said triumphantly, Older sister is here. Older sister, save me. Without saying much, Li Mu quickly ran over to hug the man on the ground, secretly calculating, Can't beat it, let's run away with him first. Luckily I still have the high-level divine speed talisman that Zhao Biyu Tao gave me. Thinking this, he activated the talisman and ran. Qing Sha still couldn't move and shouted, Older sister. He ran away. A figure quickly flashed past and landed beside Qing Sha. She loudly complained, Older sister, quickly go catch that human cultivator back here. A familiar figure appeared with stern words, Don't think I don't know about your secret absorption of yang qi for cultivation. This time I came out to bring you back. That Qing Sha said aggrievedly. Then you won't care about me being bullied by that human? The older sister quickly pinched Qing Sha's ear and sternly taught, That's your fault, you deserve it. If the government finds out, I'll see how you explain it to father. Only then did Qing Sha realize, thinking, Crap, that guy seems to be from the government. Qing Sha still unwillingly asked, Didn't you also sneak out before? Why are you only talking about me? Look at yourself. The older sister turned around and sternly said, Still dare to talk back? See how I'll deal with you when we get back. This older sister was none other than that girl Bai Su Ying. The two quickly cast a spell and turned back, switching the scene to Li Mu. He was still running for his life while hugging the man, thinking, The speed of this divine speed talisman is beyond my expectations. That demon with the demon core can't catch up. Although I don't know if that demon with the demon core has anything to do with Qingsha, I can't help but be careful. If they have bad intentions, I won't be able to escape today. After speeding up for a while, he arrived at the place, and the man's wife came out worriedly to greet him. "My lord, you're finally back." She pointed to her husband and asked, "What's going on?" Li Mushi panted, and put the unconscious man down on the ground and replied, "Your husband was bewitched by a demon. Every night he goes out to let that demon absorb his yang qi, so he sleeps so deeply during the day. As long as you keep an eye on him and don't let him out, nothing will happen." The girl turned pale with fear and asked, "Demon, my lord, will that demon come to our door?" Li Mua bluntly replied, "No, just keep an eye on your man." He looked at the unconscious man next to him and added, "In the end, it's because this guy couldn't resist the allure, so he gave that demon a chance." He thought to himself, "That snake demon doesn't see human blood as food, otherwise she wouldn't be waiting in that room with her mouth open." When the man's wife heard this, her attitude immediately changed from worry to blazing anger. She went over and strongly carried the unconscious man on her shoulders into the house and said, "Thank you, my lord. I'll tie him up in the house. If he dares to run out again, I'll break his legs." After that wife left, Li Mu took the talisman and thought, "This high-level talisman should still be kept to protect my life at a crucial moment." He stood up, lightly dusted off his clothes, and secretly calculated in his heart, "I should go back to the county government first and tell the on-duty Bu Tao about the matter of the Qingsha demon. I'm just a minor Bu Kuai who has just entered the Ninghun realm." Li Mu pondered and secretly made up his mind, "I still have to cultivate urgently. If I can absorb that Qingsha's lust once a day, I'm afraid that in less than a month, my lust will be complete. If I had known, I wouldn't have made the bet. I would have directly caught her back, so I could absorb her lust every day." After finishing his work, Li Mu went home. He opened the door and was greeted by a pitch-black, empty space. Li Mu muttered to himself, "It's so late. Liu Gunyang and the others must be asleep already." He rubbed his belly and sighed, "Didn't have time for dinner this afternoon. Guess I'll whip up a bowl of noodles for now." Just when he thought no one was around, Liu Hanyan walked out from inside, asking with concern, "Li Mu, you're back," Li Mu said in surprise. "Why are you still awake?" Liu Hanyan covered her mouth and yawned, replying, "I'm a bit hungry. Was planning on making noodles. Want to eat with me?" Li Mu didn't need to think twice. He immediately raised his hand and said, "Yes, make me a bowl too, please." Liu Hanyan nodded. "I'll get started." The kitchen lights turned on, and soon there were 2 steaming bowls of noodles. Li Mu was starving and slurped them down, exclaiming as he ate, "You still make the best noodles." "Ah." Liu Hanyan watched him with a worried expression, thinking, he must have been hungry for a while now. Seeing she wasn't touching her noodles, he asked, "Why aren't you eating?" She pushed her bowl of noodles towards him and said, "I suddenly don't feel hungry anymore. If you can still eat, then eat my share too." Li Mu readily agreed. "All right, I'll finish it then." But as he reached for the bowl, Liu Hanyan noticed a bruise on Li Mu's wrist, and she exclaimed, "Wait." Liu Hanyan grabbed his hand, sternly asking, "What happened to your hand?" Li Mu nonchalantly replied, "I didn't even notice until you said something. I fought a demon when I went out to handle a case tonight. Must have gotten injured then." Liu Hanyan jumped up in a huff, raising her voice. "Why are you so careless? Your skin is supposed to be smooth and white, but you're making it all ugly," she continued. "You eat first, I'll go get some bruise-reducing ointment for you." With that, she hurriedly turned and left. A moment later, she returned with the ointment and started applying it to his hand, nagging as she did. "Why are you always getting yourself injured like this?" Li Mu looked at her concerned face and thought to himself, "This bruise will heal on its own in 2 days max. Liu Gunyang is insisting on applying ointment. Is she using this as an excuse to touch me?" But there's no hint of desire on her face. After applying the ointment, Liu Hanyan asked, "Can you still cultivate tonight?" Li Mu replied. "I'm up for anything, it's up to you." Liu Hanyan nodded, saying, "Then you go wait for me in bed." During their dual cultivation, Liu Hanyan hesitated and said, You can just absorb my desire if you want. Since I want to dual cultivate with you, I'll naturally have desire. Absorbing a little bit each day will definitely help you reach the Ninghun stage." Liu Mu calmly replied, "No need, I'll find an opportunity to absorb someone else's later." Liu Hanyan suspiciously asked, "Who do you want to absorb from? Do you want to marry a few more wives?" Li Mu nonchalantly retorted, "So what, isn't it normal to want to marry many wives?" In his heart he recalled what Li Si had said. When pursuing a girl, don't be blindly devoted. You need to alternate between hot and cold, near and far, to make her feel a sense of danger and urgency. Could this be that moment?
Liu Hanyan was stunned by Li Mu's words, thinking, we're just housemates and dual cultivation partners. If he wants to marry a few wives, I have no right to interfere. She then spoke, I'm only asking because of Wan Wan. She likes you so much, but you. Liu Hanyan trailed off, while Li Mu thought, although I want Liu Hanyan to feel a sense of danger, I can't go too far. Thinking this, he corrected her. For now, I only want to marry one person. Liu Hanyan lowered her head, thinking, that's still a little short. No, if Li Mu Yu really wants to marry me, it's still only one person. What will happen to Wan Wan? Wan Wan likes Li Mu the most. If I steal Li Mu away, she'll be very heartbroken. She tilted her head and said, but if you want to marry 2 wives, Wan Wan can handle it too. Li Mu responded with a silent, I know. Li Mu secretly smiled, thinking, does that mean she'd accept me marrying 2? But Wan Wan's just a maid, she can't take up a slot, right? Suddenly Li Mu pondered, Zhao Bai will definitely stay by my side to repay my kindness after she transforms. But she said you, and Zhao Bai is a demon. Could she be referring to Li Aiqing? Cut to the duty room of the county office, where Li Mu was calmly applying talismans to his forehead, focused on cultivating. As he sensed the power within his body, he thought, the memories of heavenly illusion are much richer compared to the scripture pavilion in the Yamen. Elder Shi of the corpse sect is best at refining corpses. Zhang the Wealthy, who only died half a month ago, was refined into a zombie with decades of cultivation through his secret techniques. Suddenly he paused, thinking, wait, what's this? Li Musteri read aloud, rebirth by seizing another's golden body to achieve eternal immortality. The heavenly illusion demon art can create a soul fragment with all of your memories, he pondered. Although it's a demonic art, the soul fragmentation technique can be considered a life-saving skill. His memories are too vast. Just taking a peek made me dizzy and gave me a headache. Thinking this, Li Mu removed the talisman. Zhao the Constable, passing by the duty room, saw him and said, Li Mu, is that you? He entered, handing Li Mu something and saying, you did a good job with last night's incident. Although you didn't catch the snake demon, you saved a villager. This piece of spirit jade is the Yaman's reward for you. This jade contains spiritual energy that can be directly used for cultivation. After saying this, Li Mu accepted the jade. Looking at the jade in his hand, he thought, is this the benefit from the county office that Lianqing mentioned? Zhao the Constable patted Li Mu's shoulder encouragingly. Just keep doing a good job. As long as you handle the dirty work cleanly, there will be plenty of cultivation resources in the future. However, based on your investigation last night, one of those demons can transform, and the other formed its core, so they won't be easy to deal with. Hopefully, that core-formed demon won't come causing trouble. Meanwhile, Liu Hanyan was chatting with Zhang Shan. Those people have a tight grip on the businesses of writing, music, and singing. There's no room to squeeze in, Zhang Shan mumbled. Do you need me to ask Li Si for help? At that moment, Li Muku walked in, curiously asking, help with what? As soon as Zhang Shan saw him, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Li Muku, come and decide. Zhang Shan seriously said, initially, I wanted to help Liu Gunyang build a Xinyan Yun Ge pavilion in the county city, but the power group at the head of the city has already divided up all the shares among the big merchants. Even if Yunyan Ge wants to get a slice of the pie, there's no room to start. He added, I initially planned to ask Li Si for help. Li Mu thoughtfully said, asking Li Si for help isn't ideal. His situation is special, after all. It's not realistic for him to bully others with his influence. He turned to ask Liu Hanyan for her opinion. What do you think? She frankly replied. If it's not possible right now, then we won't open a branch. After all, those 4 shops in Yanqiuai County are enough for us to spend for a lifetime. Liu Hanyan sighed in relief and said with a smile, forget it, we don't need these things. What do you want to eat? I'll cook. Suddenly, she noticed the invitation in Li Mu's hand and asked, who gave you that? Li Mu handed it to Liu Hanyan and said, take a look. Liu Hanyan carefully read every word on the letter, her eyes widening in surprise. The Shu family? The Shu family is a big merchant in the county city. They're actually inviting you to a banquet at their house, and it's the Shu family's shopkeeper who personally invited you too. How are you connected to him? Li Mu nonchalantly said, not really connected. I've only met him once. Liu Hanyan's face brightened, her eyes sparkling as she asked, if they're willing to help, then opening a branch won't be a problem anymore. Li Mu-ne, do you want to go? Li Mu-nel reluctantly replied, I didn't really want to go, but under the circumstances,
He sighed and scratched his head, saying, let's go, I'll go tonight." Liu Hanyan was overjoyed upon hearing this. She asked with a bright smile, "So, are you coming to my room tonight?" Li Mu blushed with embarrassment, turning his head and saying, "I can't do anything with you." Wan, hugging Xiaobai, watched Liu Hanyan and Li Mu chatting happily. She thought, why do Miss and young master always have to chat inside, and they say they stay up all night without coming out? Cut to the next morning. Li Mu and Liu Hanyan's hands were still intertwined in the room. While cultivating, Li Mu sensed and asked Liu Hanyan, "You refine the fifth fache?" Liu Hanyan proudly replied, "That's right, now I'm just like you." Li Mu lowered his eyes, thinking to himself, a guy with a pure yang body cultivating at a snail's pace like me is naturally no match for her perfect pure yin body. Plus, she has the fage power I helped her collect, so she'll definitely refine the 7 faches sooner than me. Liu Hanyan was still cheerfully saying, "You gotta hurry up or I'll surpass you." Li Mu was speechless. "If I could really get down to business, I could make you beg for mercy with just one hand." Liu Hanyan, with a sly look, asked, "You dare hit my face?" Li Mu turned his head away and said, "I wouldn't dare." He coughed to change the subject. "Let's not talk about this anymore. You finish dealing with the branch office today and come back. I'll teach you a Daoist art." Liu Hanyan asked in surprise, "Didn't you say Daoist arts can't be taught to outsiders?" Li Mu bluntly replied, "The Daoist arts of those orthodox sects can't be spread outside, but Daoist arts didn't originate with them anyway, they can't control it. Besides, you're not an outsider." Liu Hanyan was stunned. "Besides me, have you taught Daoist arts to anyone else?" Li Mu guiltily turned and headed outside, urging, "It's almost time. Let's go to the yamen first." Liu Hanyan looked up at Li Mushan's retreating figure, thinking, I know it. He must have taught Li Qing. Wan, carrying a basin of water, happened to catch that expression on her face. The little girl came in and softly spoke. "Miss, you and young master." Liu Hanyan was startled and looked at Wan, saying, Wan, we were just cultivating. We weren't doing anything else." Wan said quietly, "I know Miss likes young master." Liu Hanyan felt unconsciously guilty and hastily said, "Don't talk nonsense. Why would I like him?" The little girl lowered her eyes and understandingly said, "Miss, don't worry. I won't be angry. If it weren't for you, I would have starved to death long ago. My life was saved by you. What's mine is yours." Liu Hanyan sighed, went over, and patted the little girl's head, saying, "Why are you so silly?" Wan raised her face and forced a smile, saying, "I'm not silly. I just want to stay with Miss and young master forever." Liu Hanyan flared up and said, "You must have been drugged by him when you were freeloading." Wan blankly said, "Then Miss must be addicted too. As soon as young master left Yangqiu County, you chased after him. You're even more impatient than me." Liu Hanyan poked Wan's forehead and said, "Little girl, you're getting more and more disrespectful." Wan blankly replied, "I know what's big and small. This is big, I'm small." Liu Hanyan was helpless when facing the little girl Wan, and the birds outside chirped happily. Li Mu, striding along the road, chewed on a steamed bun and thought, I absolutely can't let Liu Hanyan know that I taught the Linzi chant to Li Qing first. Even someone with a gentle temperament like Li Qing would be angry if I taught the Qing Xin chant to Liu Hanyan, let alone Liu Hanyan. If she found out, she wouldn't jump into my bed tonight. While strolling along, Zhao Bu came up and called out to Li Mu. Li Mu turned around and asked Zhao Bu. He came to Li Mu's side and said, "There's a case investigating the pleasure quarter. It's going to be assigned to someone. A possible underling of Devil Jiangwang is possibly connected to this pleasure quarter. The county lord wants to use the devil to discover Jiangwang's secrets. Since you're new to the county office and a new face, it's difficult to expose you. And you won't be seduced by beauty. You're the most suitable person to choose. That devil is, at most, in the 4th stage, so you won't risk your life. After completing the mission, you will still receive a generous reward." Li Mu asked suspiciously, "Devil Jiangwang, what secrets could he have?" Zhao Bu quickly explained, "Under Yuming Holy Lord, there are the 10 Devil Yama Kings. Devil Jiangwang is among the 10 Yama Kings. His strength ranks 2nd, and his Dao conduct is also at the peak of the 5th realm. He left the Soul Sect and went to remote northern prefecture. He must have a purpose." He raised his hand to add, "As for the reward, you can take 30 spirit stones, or you can choose a magic weapon or charm of equivalent value." Li Mu was surprised to hear this, thinking to himself, 30 spirit stones? This is worth more than half a year of my guiding cultivation. Li Mu sighed and said, "The reward doesn't matter. The main thing is to eliminate harm for the people. Just give it to me." He suddenly looked at Zhao Bu and asked, By the way, Zhao Biyu Tao, if I kill a devil general under Devil Jiang Wang, will the county office reward me?
He honestly replied, "Of course. Devil Jiang Wang has 18 devil generals under his command. Eliminating any of them will get you a reward, and the stronger the devil general's strength, the more generous the reward." Suddenly, he was startled, turned his head, and blankly asked Li Mu,
"Why are you asking this? Could it be that you've already killed a devil general under Devil Jiang Wang?"
Li Mu then recounted, "Zi Chongqui's son was captured by a devil general under Devil Jiang Wang, and he was conveniently taken care of by me that day," Zhao Biyu Tao said in surprise. "No wonder you asked me about Devil Jiang Wang back then." After clarifying everything, Zhao Biyu Tao said, "Let's go. I'll take you to see the county lord to claim your reward."
Cut to the county lord's hall. Just at the threshold, Li Mu thought to himself, what a strong smell of alcohol. Going inside, he saw a man sitting sloppily on the table, still holding a wine jar in his hand, making Li Mu even more suspicious, thinking, is this death-like appearance the county lord? The county lord looked at Li Mu and said, "You are." Zhao Biyu Tao went to the county lord and whispered a few words. After hearing this, he showed great interest and asked, "You killed a devil general under Devil Jiang Wang?" Li Mu blankly replied, "It was indeed I." The county lord quickly waved his hand, creating a misty stream of air. He conjured a series of devils under Devil Jiang Wang and asked, "Point it out. Which one did you kill?"
Li Mu looked around and pointed to a familiar face in the group of monsters. The county lord looked at the demon and nodded, replying, "Not bad," he generously ordered.
"Take him to the profound purple chamber. Let him pick anything he wants." Zhao Biyu Tao also conveniently led Li Mu away. He quickly took Li Mu to the treasure pavilion. Both stood in front of the huge, imposing building and watched for a while before Zhao Biyu Tao introduced, "This is the treasure pavilion, the place where the county stores its rewards.
Each floor represents a different level. The more contributions you make, the higher the reward you get." Li Mu was dumbfounded and looked up, asking, "Has anyone ever received a reward from the celestial chamber?"
Zhao Biyu Tu led Li Mushe inside, and as he walked, he said, "Celestial grade rewards require instructions from the imperial court. They must be personally approved by the emperor before the imperial court can issue them. Feng Chu doesn't work in the yamen." Entering a room, he said, "This is the profound purple chamber. Talismans and magic weapons are in here. You can choose one at will or exchange it for Qingling Jade.
I encourage you to choose this lightning-inducing talisman. This talisman can eliminate evil cultivators and devils below the 4th stage. It can save your life in critical moments." Li Mu observed the talismans, thinking to himself,
"Lightning talismans are a bit useless to me.
The power isn't as strong as the Linzi chant. And it's a one-time use item. It's still not as good as Spirit Jade."
Li Mu took a look around, then his eyes landed on an item on the shelf, and he thought to himself,
"A hairpin? This suits her quite well." He picked up the hairpin and said, "Captain Zhao, I want this one." Captain Zhao said with confusion, "I didn't expect you to choose a hairpin."
Li Mu had an idea, and then asked, "Right, Captain Zhao, doesn't the prefect hate Su Jiangwang with passion?" Captain Zhao enthusiastically recounted. "The prefect has a blood feud with Su Jiangwang. His parents and even his mentor all died at the hands of Su Jiangwang."
Li Mu thoughtfully said, "So that's why the prefect asked you to tell me this. When the prefect first arrived in the northern district, he was always the first to charge forward. Whenever there was danger, he would always be the first one to take the lead."
The 18 ghost generals of Su Jiangwang did all kinds of evil in the 13 counties of the northern district, but the prefect dealt with 5 of them in a row within half a month. Even the first ghost general, who was most valued by Su Jiangwang, was shattered into nothing by the prefect.
After hearing the story, Li Mu thought, the prefect was so brave before. Is that zombie from earlier really him? Captain Zhao continued.
After 5 ghost generals were killed, Su Jiangwang was furious and personally killed the prefect's entire family. Since then, the prefect has become the way he is now.
He hates Su Jiangwang to the bone. Otherwise, based on your merits in destroying evil spirits, you wouldn't even be allowed to choose a reward at the Xuanzi chamber at will. You don't need to come to the Yemen anymore. To avoid being noticed, Li Musha, after understanding everything, nodded in agreement. So that's how it is, I understand.
After finishing, Li Musi went back home, thinking as he walked. The tragedy of the prefect's family has also reminded me that, as a constable, my duty is to protect the safety of the people in my jurisdiction,
and I often have to fight for my life against demons and monsters. Even if I'm not afraid, I have to guard against them harming the people around me. I have to quickly improve Liu Hanyan's and Wanwan's strength.
Thinking this, he looked down at the bag in his hand.
As soon as the gate opened, Liu Hanyan was already standing there and asked,
Why are you back so early today? Liu Mu truthfully replied. There was nothing to do at the yamen today, so I came back early. He walked up to her and asked, What about you? Aren't you going to open a new branch today? Liu Hanyan turned her face away and replied, With Zhang Shan here, there won't be any problems. Besides, didn't you tell me to come back early? What's the matter? As soon as she finished speaking, Li Mu took out the magic hairpin he had just received, held it out in front of her, and said, This is for you, Liu Hanyan asked in surprise. Why are you giving me this all of a sudden? Li Mu innocently asked her in return, What's wrong? Can't I give you a gift? Liu Hanyan was speechless and thought to herself, Does he really not know what it means for a man to give a hairpin to a woman? Li Mu flashed a bright smile and casually said, If you don't want it, I'll give it to Wanwan. Hearing this, she walked over and took the hairpin from his hand, saying, Why do you give me a gift with a thread attached? Wanwan, standing to the side, looked a bit sad. Li Mu didn't want her to feel left out, so he pinched Wanwan's cheek affectionately and said, Of course you have a share too. Li Mu opened the cloth bag in front of her, and inside was an exquisite wooden box. He held it out in front of Wanwan and said, See if you like it. She excitedly opened the lid of the box, chirping, Of course I like it. I like anything that Gongzi gives me. As soon as she opened it, a golden hairpin appeared before her eyes, causing Wanwan to stare blankly, thinking, Why is my hairpin prettier than Mrs. Miss treats me so well I should give it to her. Thinking this, she handed the hairpin to Liu Hanyan and said, Miss, here, this is for you. Liu Hanyan smiled gently and replied, If it's given to you, just accept it. The little girl still felt uneasy, but in her heart, Wanwan thought, Mrs. Hairpin is too simple. Xiao Bai stood there looking at the hairpin in Wanwan's hand, and couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, This hairpin is so beautiful. I also want to wear beautiful clothes and dazzling jewelry. No, I have to transform quickly. Li Mu suddenly said to Liu Hanyan, Come out of the city with me. Leave Wanwan and Xiao Bai at home. She blankly asked, What are we going out of the city for? We haven't even eaten yet. Li Mu didn't explain much, only saying vaguely, You'll find out later. Let's go. Transitioning to the outer city's official road, Li Mu said to Liu Hanyan as they walked, Your hairpin is different from Wanwan's. Liu Hanyan replied silently, I know it's different. You like Wanwan and Captain Lai, so you give them the good stuff first. They take what they want and give me what's left. Anyway, I can't beat Captain Lai, and I'm not as obedient as Wanwan, so I'm not the type of person you like. Every word Liu Hanyan said made Li Mu jump back, thinking, Why does she still remember that? Li Mu blushed and awkwardly explained, That sentence was just a joke, old Lai. Apart from being better at fighting than you, and Wanwan, apart from being more obedient than you, neither of them is better than you in any other way. You're multi-talented, good at everything from fancy stuff to cooking, beautiful and rich, and your cultivation talent is also high. What man wouldn't like someone like you? Liu Hanyan blushed at his words, feeling touched. She couldn't help but ask, You really think so? Li Mu patted his chest frankly and said, I swear on my Dadio heart. Seeing him make such a serious oath, she stopped him. Hey, who told you to swear? Liu Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked her again, Are you not jealous anymore now? Seriously, even Wanwan isn't jealous. Liu Hanyan blushed and stammered, Who's jealous? Looking at her shy appearance, Liu Mu suddenly blushed with embarrassment, thinking, I must have been blind before. Liu Hanyan is so adorable she's not inferior to Wanwan at all. After a while the two had gone deep into the forest. Liu Hanyan asked curiously, Why did you bring me to this remote place? Li Mulei looked around and said, Well, there's no one around. Take out your hairpin. After she took it out, Li Mulei began to explain, I said your hairpins are different, but I wasn't talking about their appearance. Liu Hanyan still didn't understand. Looking blankly at the hairpin in her hand, Li Mu had already begun, as he made a hand seal and forcefully shouted a word, Bing! Immediately, the seemingly ordinary hairpin in her hand shot out, stabbing into a large tree nearby, successfully piercing a large hole through the tree. Liu Hanyan exclaimed in surprise, This hairpin is a magic treasure. Li Mu looked at her expression with amusement and asked, Still jealous? Liu Hanyan pinched Li Mu's waist shyly and said, Don't mention it again. Li Mu laughed with amusement and said, All right, I won't mention it again, he thought to himself. Li Si once said that once a woman starts to not mind physical contact, even abuse on the body shows that the distance between the two people has gotten a big step closer. Thinking of this, Li Mu secretly looked at Liu Hanyan again, then flashed a somewhat lecherous smile. He excitedly guessed, It seems that I and Miss Li Mu, began basic training for Liu Hanyan. He carefully explained, First, I'll teach you the art of muting. Then, a Daoist technique. Practice diligently every day so you can protect yourself if you're ever in danger. Liu Hanyan, always eager to learn, agreed without hesitation. The hairpin quickly flew into the air. Controlled by Liu Hanyan, Li Mu stood beside her, cheering and explaining, "That's right, just think about where you want it to go in your mind. If this hairpin pierces someone's heart or head, it can kill them instantly. Even a cultivator, caught off guard with this hairpin hitting a vital spot, their physical body will instantly decay." The hairpin remained suspended in the air, still under Liu Hanyan's control. She curiously asked, "Where did you get this hairpin?" Li Muhi honestly replied, "Oh, last time I eliminated an evil spirit, I used the merit points to exchange for it at the yamen." Hearing this, Liu Hanyan fell silent, then asked, Why didn't you exchange it for something else?" She thought to herself, "Did he get this specially for me?" Li Mu didn't answer but urged her, "Focus on practicing this Daoist technique. I've never taught Big Sis before, you know." Liu Hanyan scoffed and said, "Whether you teach others or not has nothing to do with me." Li Mula finally saw results after a session of emotional tutoring from Li Si. Hearing her response, he thought, women are always saying one thing, but meaning another. Li Qing had said the same thing when she was angry. He sighed and calculated. Combining the Lin Xinju and Bing Xinju that I came up with recently, it's actually very suitable for her. After she could control the hairpin, Li Mu said, "I'll teach you another divine power. Watch carefully. Combine it with what I just taught you, and you can destroy the body and soul of a third realm cultivator." As he said this, he made a hand seal and shouted the familiar word, Lin. Instantly, a bolt of lightning struck the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. Liu Hanyan stood there, wide-eyed, and said, "First use the Bing Ziju to destroy the enemy's physical body, then use the Lin Ziju to destroy their soul." Li Mu smiled and said, "In normal circumstances, people won't even have a chance to react, and they'll be wiped out body and soul by your combination move." Seeing this, Liu Hanyan became even more interested and said, "Let me try it out." They practiced until dusk, when the sun was about to set. After practicing for a while, Liu Hanyan collapsed on the ground, exhausted, and sighed, "I can't do it anymore. My magical power is depleted." The trees in front of her were mercilessly chopped down by Liu Hanyan. Li Mu then walked over to her and said, "Forgot to tell you, Daoist techniques don't consume much magical power, but with your current power level, you can't practice for long. It's best to start with throwing things, like flying daggers." Hearing this late advice, Liu Hanyan was speechless. She gasped for breath and complained, "Why didn't you say so earlier? My legs are all wobbly now. How am I supposed to walk?" "In this situation," Li Musa offered, "I have 3 options. 1, I can carry you back. 2, I can piggyback you back. 3, you can go back on your own." Hearing these options, Liu Hanyan looked up at Li Mu and questioned, "You actually give me the option of going back on my own? Li Mu, are you even a man?" Having no other choice, she reached out to him and said, "Come here, give me a piggyback." And so, Li Mu successfully carried the young lady back home. Liu Hanyan then realized something. She frowned and asked him, "Did you do this on purpose? Making me practice so much just now." Li Mu also lamented, "Do you think I wanted to carry you? You're heavy as hell." Hearing this, Liu Hanyan blushed and retorted, "What do you know? It's not like women are better off being lighter." Liu Mu was secretly delighted, thinking, well, if a woman weighs nearly 100 jin and isn't flat-chested or short, then Liu Hanyan is neither flat-chested nor short. Is she implying that her figure is perfect, with everything in the right place? Li Mu then sighed, "How would I know? This is the first time I've given a girl a piggyback ride." Liu Hanyan shyly replied, "Isn't it also the first time I've been given one?" The two of them continued to bicker back and forth throughout the entire twilight journey back home. Liu Hanyan was silent for a moment, then asked, "Li Mu, the thing you said, that if I don't marry in 2 years, and you don't take a wife, then we'll be together, is that true?" Hearing this, Li Mu stopped dead in his tracks. He replied silently, "Of course it's true." Liu Hanyan looked at him with some hesitation and said, "Didn't you say I wasn't the type of person you liked?" Li Mu honestly replied, "I was just saying that randomly. Who wouldn't like someone like you?" He turned to look at her with hopeful eyes. "You're agreeing?" Liu Hanyan shyly turned her head away and replied with an enigmatic sentence, "Let's see how you perform in the future." Li Mu smiled softly and replied, "Then I will definitely perform well." Liu Hanyan poked Li Mu's cheek with her index finger and said, "But I still have one condition." Hearing this, he said, "Tell me, if I can do it, I will." Liu Hanyan said meaningfully, "You know, Wan Wan and I can't be separated in this lifetime. Li Si hadn't explained this to him yet, so he was still very confused and asked, "What do you mean? Why are you suddenly mentioning Wanwan?" Liu Hanyan pouted and said, "Stop being so stupid, I don't know. You had this idea from the very beginning. Ever since you used barbecue to lure Wanwan, you've been thinking that way, right?" Li Mu replied aggrievedly.
I swear to heaven, I didn't have any thoughts about you guys back then, he thought to himself. Speechless. The idea of marrying you two, mistress and maid, only came to me later.
Liu Hanyan lowered her eyes and said,
HMPH. You were thinking about Li Biyu Tao back then, weren't you? Hearing that, he felt something was wrong and changed the subject. Don't mention that anymore. When can we start real dual cultivation? Hearing this, she blushed and mumbled. Real dual cultivation. Lewd images flashed through her mind, and she turned from shyness to anger, yelling, "Dream on for now, wait until you marry me."
Li Muze wasn't in a hurry and replied, Okay, let's start real dual cultivation right after we get married, he pondered. That should take her mind off Lin Qing. Actually, I want to dual cultivate now too, but if I say any more, she might get jealous of Lin Qing again. Scene changes to Liu Hanyan's room. Wanwan is inside, carefully tucking her in with a blanket. Suddenly, Li Mu appears at the door and whispers, "Wanwan, come out with me for a bit." The girl turned to look at him, confused, and said, "Young master." Wanwan followed Li Mu to the main hall and asked, "Young master, what's the matter?" Her mind started going through 7749 scenarios. "It's late at night. The young master called me to his room. Could it be that he wants to?" Before she could finish thinking, Li Mu interrupted. "Do you remember I told you that your eyes are an extremely rare spirit pupil?
I sealed it away before, but you now have magical powers, so you can now control it yourself. I'll help you unseal it, then you can use the method I teach you to cultivate it." Hearing this, Wanwan excitedly exclaimed, "Really, young master? That's great." On the surface, she was like that, but in her heart she was a little disappointed, thinking, "So it's not what I thought."
Li Mu, while making hand seals, recalled,
"Lao Wang, Xuantian's superior being, gave me a book about spirit pupil cultivation last time, and his memory also has information about spirit pupils, which can just help Wanwan find the right path for spirit pupil cultivation."
As he thought this, he channeled spiritual power into the girl's eyes. After finishing, Li Mu said,
"Okay, you can open your eyes now." The girl obediently squinted her eyes and opened them. The girl's eyes momentarily couldn't control their power and blazed brightly. The power caused Li Mu to be shocked, thinking, "Just now my spirit actually trembled for a moment." Li Mu looked at the girl in surprise and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Wanwan has only refined 2 souls, and unconsciously using her spirit pupils can shake my spirit. Once she learns to use her talent, controlling enemies above her level will probably not be difficult. Her soul and spirit, it's likely that I'll be controlled by her to death. Wanwan, on the other hand, was naively unaware of what she had unconsciously caused, and asked curiously,
"Young master, why are you spacing out?"
Li Mu rubbed his head and said, "It's nothing, ahem, Wanwan. You can go back to sleep now." Wanwan was confused, but she still obediently listened. He watched her small figure go, thinking to himself, "If I don't work harder, forget Liu Hanyan. I'm afraid even Wanwan will be strong enough to crush me soon. After this is all over, I'll have to pick out a magic treasure for Wanwan too. Otherwise the girls will think I'm playing favorites again." Cut to the next day. Li Mu, Zhao Zhao, and Liu Hanyan were walking down the street as a family of 3. He chatted with Liu Hanyan as they walked. With the Z family's help, the 2 branch stores have been successfully handed over. In another month, the bookstore and tea house can open. We don't need to consider the Yufang and singing house for the time being. While walking, Li Mu was suddenly stopped by a handkerchief, along with a seductive female voice. "Young master, come take a look." Li Mu looked towards the source of the voice. It was none other than the Chunfeng Pavilion. The flirtatious girls standing in front of the door were constantly inviting customers. "Manager Wang, we got a new batch of tea yesterday, won't you come to taste it?" "Young master, all of us girls have been missing you."
Li Mu looked inside, thinking to himself, "This is Chunfeng Pavilion, huh? Let's see what's so special about this Chunfeng Pavilion." He used his omniscient eye to look inside and observed everything for a while before silently assessing, "They're all humans. The pleasure-seeking customers are very ordinary. There's no demonic or ghostly energy around. No matter how I look at it, this is just a normal brothel." Suddenly, a graceful girl walked out from inside and cheerfully asked, "This young master, you've been standing outside looking at our place for so long. Would you like to come in and have some fun?" Li Mu smiled gently and started to say, but... Before he could finish, he was pinched hard on the waist, causing Li Mu to wince in pain and reply, No. Liu Hanyan, looking displeased, took Li Mu's arm and said, "Wanwan, let's go. Little Wanwan also pouted and immediately followed. HMPH, let's go. Li Mu trembled under the pressure. After walking for a while, Liu Hanyan icily asked, "So, are they pretty?" Li Mu blushed and replied, "Of course they're not pretty. They wear makeup like ghosts." "I don't like that," Liu Hanyan then questioned. "Not pretty? Then why were you looking for so long?"
Li Mu scratched his head and stammered, "I was just looking casually." In his heart he thought, "The Yaman's mission is confidential. I can't tell them." This poor guy had no choice but to suffer in silence. Liu Hanyan glared at him and said, "You can look anywhere, but you have to look at places like that. You men are all the same."
Li Mu guiltily swore, "I won't dare to do it again. Can you two let me go? There are a lot of people watching." But unfortunately, this vow only angered Liu Hanyan. She asked in a loud voice, "There's a next time." Wanwan also grabbed his hand tightly and reminded, "Gongzi." Li Mu anxiously corrected himself, "There is no next time, no next time." While struggling, Li Mu noticed someone walking in front of him. He looked closely and thought, "Isn't that Li Si?" Li Si also saw Li Mu Ya. Seeing the scene of him surrounded by two beauties, he thought jealously, "Li Mu Ya's side is like that, and mine is like this." He unconsciously looked at Chen Miao Miao and sighed deeply. Chen Miao Miao noticed something unusual and looked up to ask, "Lia Shan, why are you crying?" Lia Si helplessly closed his eyes and replied, "It's nothing, it's just that the wind is a bit strong today. It seems like some dust got into my eyes." Chen Miao Miao heard this and said worriedly, "Then let me blow it for you." Liu Hanyan also saw Li Si. Seeing the two of them passing by, she curiously asked, "Aren't you going to greet him?" Li Mu knew what she meant and replied, "Li Si and Miao Miao Gunyang haven't seen each other for a long time. We shouldn't disturb them." She asked curiously, "Will they really be together?" Li Si wasn't joking that time, right?
Li Mu explained silently, "Even if he doesn't want to be together this time, I'm afraid he won't have a choice." Liu Hanyan continued, "That's good too, in case he doesn't care about his career all day and just lingers in brothels."
He interrupted her.
Li Si wasn't like this before. He was just like me. He didn't even bother to glance at brothels.
Back then, he saved every penny every day, eating plain buns and drinking water, accumulating his salary to save up for a betrothal gift to marry Qing Qing. But by the time Li Si had saved enough, Qing Qing had already married a rich man as a concubine. She thought Li Si was too poor and couldn't give her the life she wanted. Hearing this, Liu Hanyan angrily said, "The life you want should be fought for yourself. That kind of woman isn't worth marrying. She has no self-respect or independence at all. She deserves to be dependent on men for the rest of her life. He fell for that kind of woman. It's not worth it at all."
Li Mu silently replied, "Men always have a hard time forgetting their first love. Qing Qing was the first girl Ling Xia liked. The deeper the feelings, the greater the hurt." Hearing this, Liu Hanyan mumbled the name Qing Qing in her mouth, and suddenly she shot a suspicious look at Li Musai and asked,
"Speaking of which, are you and Li Butu also each other's unforgettable first loves?"
This question startled Li Musaya, and he immediately turned around to look. To distract her, Li Mucha pointed to the side and said, "Hey, there's a noodle shop over there, Wanwan. Are you hungry? Let's go eat there."
Cut to the county magistrate's mansion. Chen Miao Miao went to Li Si's side and said, "Li Shan, you should rest. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll ask my father to prepare it." Li Si couldn't bear it any longer and said silently, "Actually, I've always been hiding something from you.
My name isn't Li Shan. My name is Li Si. Of course, it was because I was following Zhao Yong's laws that I had to conceal my identity and deceive you. I'm really sorry." Chen Miao Miao stood behind him, sounding disappointed as she asked a few probing questions. "So, when you said you liked me, it wasn't fake, was it?" Li Si lowered his head, not daring to look up, and said, "You are a good girl, from a good family, and kind-hearted. I'm just a small constable, with only 5 wents of salary per month, and I often frequent brothels. I don't have the good fortune to be with you." Chen Miao Miao was very infatuated at this point. She earnestly replied, "I don't care about your past, nor do I care about your identity. I only care if you're sincere with me." Li Si silently replied, "I'm so poor that I can't even feed myself. You won't be happy if you follow me." Her eyes drooped down and said, "Just being able to be with the person I love is my happiness."
Tears couldn't help but roll down Chen Miao Miao's cheeks, along with words from the bottom of her heart. "If you don't feel comfortable here, we can go back to Yankee County. If you can't support me, then I'll support you. If we pawn my gold and silver jewelry, we'll have enough money to live on. We can also do some business. We can overcome obstacles without my father's help." These words from the heart made Li Si turn around and look at her in surprise. These words were completely different from the accusations that Qing Qing had said to humiliate him back then.
Liu Si then smiled and thought to himself,
Not all women in the world are like Qing Qing. Maybe I should start over. He went forward at this moment and took her hands, saying, "Meow meow, everything I've said to you is sincere." Chen Meow Meow blushed happily and replied, "I'm also sincere. I agree to go to Yankee County with you, and I'm willing to endure hardships with you." Li Si's loving heart was placed on her. He smiled gently and said, "You are willing to endure hardships with me, but I am not willing to let you suffer. Let's just stay in the city." Cut to 3 days later, Li Mu finally met Li Si again. He looked at him in surprise, thinking, "It's only been 3 days, and Li Si has already refined the 3 packs?" He curiously went in front of him and asked, "Li Si, have you decided to be with Miao Miao Gunyang?" Li Si frankly replied, "Yes, I've thought it over. Miao Miao is a good girl. I can't let her down." Li Mu admired him and raised his hand in salute, saying, "The prodigal son returns. The Sea King comes ashore. Congratulations, congratulations." Li Si smiled and replied, "But my father-in-law said that I must cultivate to the divine power realm at least before I can marry Miao Miao Gunyang." Li Mu looked at him and secretly analyzed. Based on Li Si's speed of refining 1 pach in 1 day, if that magistrate father-in-law is willing to pour cultivation resources into him, it won't take him 2 years, and Li Si will be able to reach the divine power realm. Although his battle strength is not as good as a true divine power cultivator, he is a true 3 realm. Li Si suddenly changed the subject and turned to ask Li Mu, "Enough about me. How are things with you and Liu Gunyang?" Li Mu silently replied, "Right now we're just lacking a little time." Li Si silently asked, "I said that sooner or later you two would develop feelings. But have you really considered it carefully? Have you decided that you won't regret it later?" Li Mu lowered his eyes and replied, "If you can cherish what's in front of you, just cherish it. Let's talk about the future later." After discussing everything, they continued their patrol. They stopped at Shanfeng Pavilion. Li Si saw him stop and looked inside, and then asked in surprise, "This place, Li Mu, you wouldn't be interested in places like this, would you?" Li Mu leisurely replied, "Do you think I'm like you? There's a case related to this brothel, but I can't see any problems." Hearing this, Li Mu frankly said, "I know that the girls in this shop aren't true brothel girls." Li Mu asked in surprise. "Why?" Li Si explained seriously. "The first day I came here, they actually charged me money." Li Mu was speechless and asked, "Did you discuss the meaning of life with them?" Li Si replied casually, "Of course I did." Li Mu, clinging to Li Si's unusual clues, went inside, leaving only 1 sentence. "As expected, something's up. You go ahead, I'll go in and take a look." Li Mu quickly entered the Spring Breeze Pavilion in a new set of clothes. The madam here came out to greet him with great enthusiasm. "Young master, which girl are you looking for today?" Li Mu replied honestly, "This is my first time here." The madam grinned and replied, "Oh, a new customer? Then we must take good care of this young master today. You 3, come over here quickly. Xiang xiang, chow chow." The madam pointed to the 3 girls who had just walked in and said enthusiastically, "These 3 are the top girls in our establishment, proficient in all kinds of arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Young master, which one do you fancy?" The 3 girls in front of him each had their own unique charm, smiling gently at him. Li Mu looked at the girls in front of him and pointed to a girl in a yellow dress. "I'll choose her then." Seeing this, the madam smiled and reminded the girl, Wrong, aren't you going to take the young master upstairs?" Only then did she invite the young master. Li Mu keenly noticed the abnormality. He thought to himself, "Even though this is my first time at a brothel, the girls here shouldn't treat customers with such cold faces." He and Rong went upstairs. Li Mu walked and thought, "Li Xian told me that the brothel girls are specially arranged to attract customers. This Rong's personality isn't exactly cold, it's just that people who choose her usually have a bit of a masochistic tendency, and like this kind of indifferent style, which can make them even more excited." The 2 quickly sat down. Li Mu began a quick Q&A session. "Can you play the zither?" Rong replied indifferently. "No." He asked again, "Can you play the flute?" Still the same answer. "No." Li Mu asked helplessly, "You can't play the flute. You can't play the zither." Rong lowered her head and sighed, as if implicitly confirming that his assessment was correct. Li Mu said, a little annoyed, "You don't know this, you don't know that, and you're not even ashamed to say you're proficient in all kinds of arts. Go downstairs and tell the madam to send someone else up here who knows these things." Rong, as if offended, ran down to complain to the madam. "Mama, that man is so weird. He doesn't want to do what he's supposed to do. He just wants to listen to music. He's crazy. Who comes to a brothel just to listen to music? I can't handle it. Whoever wants to go can go," the madam said calmly. "People have all kinds of hobbies in this world. I told you to practice the zither, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're complaining." She glanced to the side and ordered, "Chow chow, You go serve that young master." After a while, the new girl went to Li Mu's room, and a soft voice sounded outside the door. "Young master, may I come in?" Chow Chow entered with the zither, and she gently asked, "Young master, which song would you like me to play?" Li Mu rubbed his head and replied, "Just play whatever you know." She sweetly said okay, and put the zither on the table, then skillfully took off her outer garment, causing Li Mu to exclaim in surprise, "Wait!" Li Mu blushed and asked her, "I asked you to play the zither, why are you taking off your clothes?" Chow Chow asked him back seductively. "Could it be that you want to put them on and play?" Li Mu covered his face, hugged his head, and waved his hands. Put them on and play, there's no other way. She had no choice but to put her clothes back on. While playing, she thought, "This person is really weird. I've never met this kind of person before. He comes to a brothel not to look for the joyful union physique, but just wants to listen to music." Li Muja, on the other hand, listened to the music and assessed her. This woman's zither skills can only be considered entry-level. Having heard Liu Hanyan play the zither, listening to this person's music is really a bit boring. The sound of the zither continued to echo in the private room. Li Mu also fell asleep on the headrest in boredom. Seeing Li Mu lying still, Chow Chow thought, "Did he fall asleep?" She flashed a sly smile and took out a lighter to light the incense sticks on the table. The scent from them quickly permeated the room. She just stood there, watching Li Mu sleeping soundly. Chow Chow gazed at Li Mu's handsome face, thinking in her heart, "With such a handsome appearance, he can find women anywhere, so why come to this kind of place?" She walked over and lightly touched Li Mu's face, sighing, "What a handsome young master, it's really a pity." The desire chi from her is also lingering in the air. Li Muha, who was pretending to be asleep, saw her actions and thought, "So this spring breeze pavilion is secretly using tricks to absorb yang qi in the dark. Although I don't know where the yang qi absorbed by this incense burner goes, I'm afraid I'll become a regular here. If I have time, I'll slowly investigate. The secret of King Chujiang is right here in this spring breeze pavilion," Li Mu thought while enjoying himself. This desire qi is an unexpected surprise. Absorbing this much today is still a little short. If I absorb any more, I'm afraid this girl will notice. After a while of satisfaction, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes, and what caught his eye was the mountainous scenery of Chow Chow. Seeing him wake up, she gently asked, "Young master, are you awake? Would you like me to help you bathe?" Li Mu was startled, blushed, and looked at her, thinking in his heart, "The distance is too close." Li Mu stood up, straightened his clothes, and said, "No, I just wanted to take a nap. I haven't been sleeping well these past few days. Listening to your music, I feel better. I'll look for you next time I come." He then went out, leaving her stunned, thinking, "That's it." Just as he went down the stairs, the madam held out her hand and shouted, "1 tael, please?" Li Mu asked blankly. "1 tael of silver just for listening to a song? The when?" The madam glared at him and said, "1 tael of silver for a song is already cheap. If you go to a music hall and invite those professionals, it will cost more." Arguing was useless. Li Mu had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Okay. After Li Mu left, Chow Chow also came down from upstairs. She said puzzled, "Mama, that young master is really weird. He just listened to a song and took a nap." The madam smiled and said, "Don't worry, he didn't forget the main thing, right?" Chow Chow flashed a somewhat bewitching smile and replied, "Of course. I didn't forget." Li Mu was now striding down the street, walking and thinking. Although it's easy to arouse suspicion if an ordinary man comes to a brothel just to listen to music, it's hard for me to do a fake show of affection like Zhao Biu Tong Tao said. It's really a ticking time bomb. To abandon my 19 years of virginity for a mission is really a bloody business. My virginity is to be saved for Liu Hanyan. Liu Hanyan at the same time saw him coming out of the spring breeze pavilion. She frowned and asked Zhangshan, "Did Li Mu come out of there?" Zhangshan sweated and replied, "No, I didn't see him. You must have mistaken him for someone else." The scene shifts to Liu Hanyan's house. Li Mu just got back, opening the door and calling out, "I'm home." But what hit his eyes was Liu Hanyan, Wanwan, and Xiao Bai sitting solemnly in the courtyard. He looked confused and asked, "What's going on here?" Liu Hanyan frowned, angrily pressing him. "Where were you this afternoon?" Li Mu felt a little guilty, scratching his head as he replied, "What's wrong? Did I go anywhere?" "You did go somewhere." Liu Hanyan got even angrier hearing that, shouting, "I saw you walk out of the brothel with my own eyes." Only then did Li Mu realize he'd been busted, and he frantically said, "Can you let me explain?" Liu Hanyan pointed straight at Li Mu and said, You, what, you? Don't tell me you went to the brothel for nothing else but just to listen to music, right? Li Mu was speechless, thinking, wow, who knew even doing righteous business could get you busted? Before, I never had to explain anything to her, but now if I don't, my soon-to-be wife might just run off. Li Mu frantically turned to Xiao Bai and said,
if I say I really just went there to listen to music, would you believe me? If you don't trust me, then let Xiao Bai prove it for me. Xiao Bai also walked over to Liu Hanyan and said straightforwardly, Sister Liu, it's truly a misunderstanding. Benefactor really didn't do anything at all. Liu Hanyan frowned, unconvinced. She said sternly, at a time like this, you're still helping him? Xiao Bai closed her eyes, hesitatingly saying, no, it's not like that. I'm not playing favorites with Benefactor, it's... She then whispered something into Liu Hanyan's ear. Liu Hanyan immediately looked surprised and asked, you can tell, Xiao Bai honestly replied, this is our clan's innate talent. Benefactor. His primordial yang is still intact. Sister Liu truly misunderstood Benefactor. Li Mu also added, I swear I only went to the brothel today to investigate a case, listened to one song, and then came right back. I didn't even touch a single hair on any of those brothel women. Liu Hanyan was still half believing, half doubting, as she questioned Li Mu, what kind of case requires you to go to a brothel? Her questions made Li Mu feel dejected. He said sternly, you still don't believe me? You've disappointed me so much. Without another word, he turned his back and walked away. Liu Hanyan was startled and called out, Li Mu. She sat there in a daze, wondering, what do I do now? It seems he's really mad at me. Wan Wan, standing nearby, immediately said, young miss, why don't you go coax young master? Realizing her mistake, she hummed in acknowledgement and prepared to leave. Just like that, she made her way to Li Mu's room. Liu Hanyan walked inside and softly said, Li Mu, it was my fault. Please don't take it to heart. Li Mu sat on the bed and coldly asked, what was your mistake? Liu Hanyan replied apologetically, I should have trusted you. Li Mu tilted his head, closing his eyes tightly, and said, is just one apology enough? Liu Hanyan, faced with his attitude, then made a move and pinned Li Mu down, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Liu Mu, blushing, stammered, wait, what are you trying to do? Liu Hanyan paused, opening her large, round eyes, and stared intently at Li Mu. Without a word, she lifted Li Mu's face and smoothly placed a warm kiss on his lips. Only after she was done did Liu Hanyan blush and say, I just gave you my first kiss, are you still mad at me? The softness of her lips left Li Mu in a daze, and he responded blankly, you can make mistakes many more times in the future if you want. Liu Hanyan stood up, turning her back to Li Mu, and said shyly, dream on, this was your first kiss too, wasn't it? Li Mu also answered truthfully, you're the first woman who's ever kissed me, he thought to himself. Sister Su. He is a ghost, so she doesn't count as a person, right? The scene shifts again to Chunfeng Pavilion. Li Mu, looking dashing, walked in, tossed some silver taels to the madam, and said, the usual, he thought happily. Even though today's kiss progressed quickly, I still want to have a little fun. It's actually good that Liu Hanyan caught me at the brothel this time. Now I won't have to worry about her getting mad when I come here to investigate cases later. Inside Li Mu's room at Chunfeng Pavilion, Cao Cao used her usual trick, lighting incense, to draw out Li Mu's yang qi. She walked closer, checked him over, and figured he was already asleep. After checking, she took the censer and left. Li Mu also quickly used a paper figure to follow her. The paper figure floated gently in the wind, successfully attaching itself to her heel. Li Mu lay comfortably on the bed, thinking, paper figures are originally a secret art of the talisman sect. They can do some things for their master, and can also be used to scout dangerous places. Only disciples of the talisman sect can create them. But Venerable Tianshuan's memories also contain the method for creating paper figures, which is quite convenient for me, allowing me to find out where she's really going. The scene shifts to the back courtyard of Chunfeng Pavilion. Cao Cao had brought the censer to a well, where the madame was also present. Cao Cao respectfully said, Mama, I brought the censer. The madame took the censer and instructed her, you stay here and keep watch. Don't let any outsiders in. After receiving Cao Cao's reassuring nod, the madam decisively jumped down into the well. Her shadow quickly disappeared from Cao Cao's sight. Li Mu, watching the scene from inside, thought to himself, that madam is too far away. The paper figure can't hear anything. Its hearing is useless. I finally got a clue. I can't just give up like this. I need to think of another way. He pondered for a moment, and then came up with a plan. Li Mu ran out, clutching his stomach, muttering non-stop, toilet, toilet. Cao Cao saw him appear and urgently asked, young master, why are you down here? Li Mu, looking uncomfortable and clutching his stomach, yelled, where's the toilet? She pointed straight ahead and said,
"It's right over there, hurry up!" Li Mu didn't linger but immediately ran straight into the toilet. Chow, on her end, was so startled by this scene that her face turned pale. She thought, so he just needed to use the restroom. Scared me half to death. As she thought that, she tossed the bucket from the well's opening down into it. Li Mu, sitting in the toilet and pinching his nose uncomfortably, thought, "Ugh, it stinks so bad, get lost. Oh well, at least I can hear what's going on over there from here, just endure it for a bit." Sounds from outside gradually reached Li Mu's ears. Ghost General, Subordinate, Sacrifice, Yang Qi. After listening for a while, Li Mu's left the toilet, secretly calculating, "I can't stay too long, or she'll get suspicious and affect my future plans. I should leave for now."
Chow stood guard there. Seeing Li Mu go back inside, she breathed a sigh of relief and thought, finally, he's gone. Suddenly the rope gave a slight tug.
She received the signal and thought, time to pull it up. She then diligently turned the pulley, pulling whatever was below up.
As soon as the madam came up, she asked, "No one came in here, did they?" Chow nodded and said, "I've been watching here the whole time, no one came in." The madam, being helped out by Chow, said, "Good, let's go." At the same time, the paper figure on the back of Chow's heel dissolved into ash, leaving no trace.
Time flew by quickly, and the scene shifts to half a month later at the county office. Inside the room, Constable Zhao was seriously asking, "So, Shunfeng Pavilion is truly controlled by a ghost general under King Chujiang?"
Li Mu nodded and replied, "That's right, she's hiding in the well in the back courtyard of Chunfeng Pavilion." Constable Zhao said sternly, "The demonic qi is hidden within the well, so from the outside, there's nothing unusual." Li Mu continued, "The madam and several courtesans of Chunfeng Pavilion must have had their minds corrupted long ago, being used by her to secretly drain the guests' yang qi for her cultivation." Constable Zhao folded his arms across his chest and asked, "Have you found out why this demon dared to cause trouble in the county?"
Li Mu answered straightforwardly, "Yes, I have," he calmly recounted. "So the 18 ghost generals under King Chujiang aren't fixed positions, you know. Other ghost soldiers under his command can totally replace them if they're strong enough. And get this, King Chujiang even set up a brutal rule for those 18 ghost generals." Xiao Butao, being the curious cat he is, asked, "What rule is that?" Li Mu, quick as ever, explained,
"The ghost general at the very bottom, if they don't reach the soul transformation realm within a certain time, they're considered a sacrifice, their minds wiped clean, they sacrifice their soul bodies. That lady ghost in the Spring Breeze Courtyard's back garden, she's the last in line right now. Only by absorbing essence and leveling up can she avoid the whole being a sacrifice thing."
Xiao Butao furrowed his brow, saying, "To think of this method to motivate his subordinates to diligently cultivate, this King Chujiang is indeed a genius." He clasped his hands together and asked,
"Did you find any other clues about King Chujiang's secrets?" Li Mu honestly replied, "That's it. The real secrets of King Chujiang are probably hidden with those 18 ghost generals." Xiao Butu stroked his beard lightly, nodding and saying, "That makes sense. You continue investigating for now, and report back to the county office immediately when you have information." Seeing Li Mu's face, like he had 1,000 words to say, he asked, "Is there anything difficult about your case?"
Li Mu said dejectedly,
"The expenses at the Spring Breeze Courtyard are really too high. I've already spent more than 10 taels of silver. I can't keep paying like this, can I? How about the Yamen advances some money?" Hearing this, Xiao Butu smiled and said, "Aren't you hanging around with a rich lady, living in a big house, wearing top-quality silk clothes?"
Li Mu was startled and jumped up, asking, "Who leaked this? Who's spreading this nonsense?" Xiao Butu smiled, "I just heard about it, that's all. It's just a little bit of silver. The Yamen should pay it in advance. I'll go to the storeroom and get it for you later."
Then Xiao Butu led him to the storeroom to get the money. He placed the items on the table one by one and said, "Take these 30 taels of silver first. If it's not enough, just come to the Yamen to get more." Li Mu looked at the large silver ingots in his hand, happily thinking, "I can splurge a little today. Call for some ladies, one playing the zither, one playing the flute. If things go over budget, I can always ask the Yamen for more." Xiao Butu presented another item in front of him, looking like a wooden stick, and said, "And this? You take it." Li Mute looked at the item in his hand, asking curiously,
"What is this?"
Xiao Butu enthusiastically explained,
"This thing is called the soul-striking whip, made from 1,000-year willow wood. One strike, and ordinary yin spirits and vengeful spirits will be scattered. Even if evil spirits resist, one strike won't feel good at all." Xiao Butu pointed to the whip, enthusiastically instructing, "You just need to use this whip to hold that lady ghost for a moment, and transmit the message in time, and the Yamen's assistance will arrive immediately." Li Mu smiled, secretly thinking, On the contrary, this is also a good thing, if I can get my hands on it. Before Li Mu could finish his thought, Zhao Butu reminded him, the Yaman's items are only lent to you temporarily. You must return them after use. Moreover, whether you lose it or damage it, you must compensate the Yaman. Li Mu was disappointed by this statement. He reluctantly replied, I understand. After receiving the Yaman's silver, Li Mu continued to go to the Spring Breeze courtyard. As soon as he entered, the madam, as usual, asked, Oh, young master, are you here to call for Chow Chow again? Li Mu Xiao Shuai put the silver taels in her hand, saying generously, This time I'm calling 2 people. You arrange it. The old madam was overjoyed, shouting, Hua Hua, Huang Huang, you 2 go and accompany the young master. Li Mu lay in the room, enjoying the feeling of being massaged, his eyes closed, secretly calculating, I've pasted paper dolls under the silver ingot, and added silver powder to it. That madam is holding the silver close to her. This time the sound I hear must be clearer than the last time. Cut to the well in the Spring Breeze courtyard's backyard. The old madam held an incense burner, and stood in front of a woman in red, saying, Lady Chu. The woman's face was pale. She only lightly hummed in response. The madam respectfully offered the incense burner with both hands, saying, Please use it, madam. That woman slowly absorbed the yang energy inside the incense burner, her mood also becoming relaxed, saying, You've done well. After absorbing it, she said, In the future, there's no need to bring the incense burner down anymore. The incense burner in the room can also be put away. Hearing this, the old madam happily asked, Madam, have you finally advanced? The woman was silent, saying, It's too late. In 3 days, His Highness will summon all the ghost generals. The green-faced ghost is dead, and I'm ranked last among the ghost generals. If I don't break through to the soul transformation realm in these 3 days, I'll have to become His Highness's sacrifice. The smile on the madam's lips suddenly disappeared. She worriedly asked, Then what are you planning to do, madam? The woman stood solemnly, saying, I'm only 1 step away from the soul transformation realm. As long as I absorb all the souls and yang energy of all the men in this brothel, I can break through immediately. The old madam carefully reminded, But if you do that, the Yaman will find out very quickly. At that moment, Lady Chu angrily gritted her teeth, her face turning dark, and said, These heartless men who only know how to think with their lower bodies deserve to die 1,000 deaths. After absorbing them all, I will leave here immediately, and you guys can escape on your own. Saying that, she turned and left. Li Mu inside the room had also heard the entire plan. He opened his eyes with a serious expression, causing the 2 girls who were serving him to be startled and worried, asking, Young master, did we hurt you? Li Mu sat up, calmly saying, Never mind your business. All of you leave. The 2 girls obediently left. Li Mu took out a blue jade from his person at the same time. He quickly crushed it, seriously calculating in his heart, We need time for reinforcements to arrive, but in this short period of time, I'm afraid that Lady Chu will have already sucked dry countless people. Li Mu stood up and walked towards the door, thinking in his heart, There's no need to hesitate any longer. I must stop these things immediately. Thinking this, he quickly strode down the stairs. Halfway down the stairs, Li Mu came face to face with Lady Chu and the madam. He looked at the woman below, secretly assessing. This person is Lady Chu. Although her appearance is ordinary, she makes people feel extremely dangerous. The madam asked him with a radiant face, Why is young master coming down? Did they not serve you well enough? Li Mu stepped down closer to the 2 of them, quickly thinking of a reason, then said, They served very well, it's just that today I want to call someone for some fun. The madam came closer, eagerly asking, Who are you looking at, young master? I'll arrange it for you. Without much thought, Li Mu pointed straight at Lady Chu's face and said, I want her. Hearing this, the madam was also startled, her face showing a hint of hesitation as she looked at Lady Chu. She was very calm, and said, As long as young master doesn't mind this old jade, this humble self is willing to spend a passionate night with you. After discussing it, the 2 returned to the room. Lady Chu sat close to Li Mu on the bed, she murmured, and opened her mouth, Young master, please have mercy on me. As she spoke, she secretly absorbed the yang energy from Li Mu Yu, and at the same time, lustful threads burst out. Li Mu Yu generously replied to her, Of course, no problem, he thought. Letting you absorb some yang energy is just like a grain of sand in the desert, but the dense, lustful energy on your body will soon be enough for me to form a first-grade, flawless Dantian. As Lady Chu absorbed yang energy from Li Mu, she felt something different. She frowned tiredly, looking at Li Mu, thinking in her heart, Why is this person's yang energy like an endless waterfall, never ending? Moreover, even after absorbing so much yang energy, why do I feel more exhausted?
Seeing Lady Chu's strange gaze, Li Mu figured she was getting suspicious. He quickly took out the Yaman's magic tool, infused it with his magical power, then without saying a word, he resolutely rushed up and whipped her, causing Lady Chu to cry out in pain.
Ah, I'm heavily injured by this blow from Li Mu. Lady Chu then angrily roared, "You are a cultivator, damn you!" Just as she was about to rush up and attack, she stopped. Lady Chu panicked, thinking, a group of powerful auras are rushing over here. Seeing the disadvantage, she transformed into a stream of demonic energy and flew away. Li Mu unexpectedly chased after her, but it was too late. He stopped at the window, puzzled, thinking.
She ran. Li Mu watched the stream of demonic energy, also just in time to see a group of people chasing after her. That person was County Lieutenant, but not as drunk as usual, Li Mu thought. It's County Lieutenant. It seems the support army has arrived. Zhao Butu also appeared behind Li Mu at this time. He calmly said, "County Lieutenant is personally chasing after her. She can't escape." He turned back to look at him, somewhat surprised, exclaiming, "Zhao Butu," he asked with a smiling face, "why did you suddenly clash with her? Did she discover you?" Li Mu then calmly recounted the plan he had just overheard. King Zhujiang will summon all the ghost generals in 3 days. This Lady Chu doesn't want to be a sacrifice, so she plans to suck dry the yang energy and blood essence of everyone in this brothel. I had no choice but to lead her into the room, and at the same time, transmit the message to you. Zhao Butu said with satisfaction, "You did very well. Once we return to the county office, you will be rewarded greatly."
As he said that, he held out his hand in front of Li Mu and asked, "Where's the soul-striking whip? You can return it now." Li Mu, speechless, looked at the whip in his hand and replied, all right, here you go." After they finished the handover, they went downstairs. The girls below were screaming like crazy, "Let me out, let me out." The soldiers were equally tough, saying, "Be honest, you lot," Chief Constable Zhao calmly said. "These guys have been bewitched by Madame Chu. We need cultivators from the Yamen to perform forced psychological intervention so they can be normal people again." That crafty girl, Xiao Xiao, saw Li Mu coming down from above and burst into tears, yelling with resentment, "You're the one who harmed the madam. You harmed us." Li Mu, with an upright and frank face, replied, "Sorry, I'm a constable." This one sentence stunned the girl, rendering her speechless. Everyone quickly walked outside. The commoners on both sides of the street saw this scene and began to gossip. "The Yamen is arresting people again. I heard that brothel was harboring demons." Li Mu confidently changed back into his constable uniform. He calmly smiled as he walked amidst the praises and whispers. At this moment, Liu Hanyan, standing in a corner, was also stunned and called out softly, "Li Mu." Liu Hanyan looked towards the Chunfeng Pavilion with curiosity and asked, "What's going on here?" Li Mu frankly said, "I told you before, it's my mission." The back courtyard of the Chunfeng Pavilion was controlled by a female ghost. These girls are all from the brothel, and they were brainwashed by her. Now, they have to be taken back to the Yamen to dispel the female ghost's enchantment. Li Mu smiled at her with a suggestive tone. "Don't worry, what I'm doing is official business. I'm saving my yang essence all for you." Hearing this, Liu Hanyan blushed and pushed Li Mu's back, saying, "Don't talk nonsense on the street. All right, take care of your work and come home early tonight." The gossiping commoners also blushed at his words. Cut to the Yamen's dungeon. Inside the damp and dark cell, Madame Chu had been captured by the prefect. He sternly asked, "What are Chu Jiangwang's plans for coming to the northern district?" Madame Chu stubbornly gritted her teeth and glared at him. Seeing this, the prefect's face darkened and he questioned coldly, "You won't talk, huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, a painful beating ensued, causing Madame Chu to scream. Outside, Li Mu heard the screams and asked Chief Constable Zhao, "The prefect is still interrogating Madame Chu, right?" Chief Constable Zhao crossed his arms and replied, "His parents, wife, and children were all wiped out by Chu Jiangwang. His hatred for Chu Jiangwang is unimaginable." After listening for a while, Li Muyo looked up ahead and thought to himself, "I don't hear any more screams. Did the interrogation end?" Thinking this, Li Muyo walked forward. At the same time, the prefect came out of the prison cell carrying a jar of wine. He pointed inside and said, "You still haven't condensed your soul. Her soul power is still effective for you. I'll hand her over to you to deal with." Li Mukara quickly clasped his hands in salute and replied, "Thank you, prefect." Li Mu thought to himself, it seems the prefect didn't extract any useful information from Madame Chu. The prison door opened, and Li Mu observed Madame Chu, who was weakly sitting on the ground after being beaten. He thought to himself, the yin energy on her is extremely pure. Obviously, before the Chunfeng Pavilion case, she never harmed anyone, But this time, she finally harbored murderous intent towards humans.
Based on her current weak state, she would probably dissipate in an instant. Madame Chu suddenly chuckled. She grimaced and laughed loudly, but it was also very bitter.
Li Mu asked, puzzled. What are you laughing at?
Madame Chu said as she laughed.
I'm laughing at this world. It's hard for good to be rewarded, and the wicked often live comfortably. You guys call yourselves the Yamen, serving the people and upholding justice. But you're just a bunch of sycophants who bully the weak. Her soul body was now weak and beginning to dissipate.
She screamed madly, Kui Ming, you will die an unnatural death. Hearing that familiar name startled Li Mu, and he muttered, Kui Ming.
He immediately used Buddhist light to stabilize Madame Chu's soul. Seeing this, she looked at him in surprise. Li Mu asked seriously, the Kui Ming you're talking about, is that Magistrate Kui Ming of Yangqiu County 20 years ago? In his heart, he recalled that Su Jiji's enemy was called Kui Ming.
Although she didn't explain it clearly, Su Jiji's death was definitely related to Kui Ming.
Madame Chu asked Li Mu in surprise, you also know Kui Ming? What is he to you?
Li Mu frowned and replied in a sharp tone,
an enemy.
Enemy Mu. Li Mu tilted his head and asked her, do you also have a grudge against him? Mentioning that name, Madame Chu's face darkened with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, I wish I could chop him into 10,000 pieces and devour him alive. Li Mu offered a condition with interest. Speak. If you tell the truth, I'll spare your life.
Madame Chu then silently recounted. Kui Ming and I were once betrothed. My family exhausted all their resources to help him condense his nascent soul, so he was able to rise to the position of Magistrate of Yangqiu County. But not long after he became magistrate, he killed me, discarded my body, annihilated my entire family, and then married the daughter of the prefect of Zhujiang.
Li Mu frowned and thought to himself, Su Jiji's death was mostly because of Madame Chu, and Madame Chu's death was because of the daughter of the prefect of Zhujiang. Kui Ming's actions are exactly the same as Zhao Yong's, but even more vicious.
Madame Chu continued coldly. HMPH. I was lucky enough to survive as a ghost in this world. For the past 20 years, I have cultivated diligently, not hesitating to become a subordinate of Zhujiang Wang, all in order to one day avenge this grudge. Unfortunately, now that I'm near death, I don't even know where he lives. The prefect then walked in from behind and said, Kui Ming started as the son-in-law of the prefect of Zhujiang 12 years ago.
Because he exposed the prefect of Zhujiang's collusion with the demonic sect, he was valued by the late emperor and promoted to deputy minister of the Dali Temple. Later he became friends with Princess Yunyang and became a consort. 3 years ago he became a censor in the Jitai. Hearing this, Madame Chu said with some relief, when he slaughtered my entire family, he used the excuse that the prefect of Zhujiang colluded with the evil cultivators and led wolves into the house.
There will definitely be retribution for this. Retribution, Li Mu thought to himself unhappily. Although Kui Ming has risen to become a consort, his path to promotion has been paved with the bones of his wife's family. How can such a heartless, disloyal, and unrighteous person enter the core of the court? No wonder Madame Chu had such emotions before her death. Madame Chu, on the other side, raised her hand to the sky and said weakly, Kui Ming, Zhu Wang, I will not rest in peace. I am willing to become a sword spirit for you, and be your powerful arm. Li Mu analyzed in silence. If there is a sword spirit in the Bai Yi sword, she can control the Bai Yi sword herself, which means that I will have another airborne assistant in combat, and she can even lend me her magic power at crucial moments. After thinking for a while, Li Muxia did not agree immediately, but asked Madame Chu, becoming my sword spirit means that you will lose your freedom and become my servant. Have you considered it carefully?
She reached out and touched the Qing Bai Yi and said, with my own strength, I will not be able to avenge him in this lifetime. I only hope that one day I can witness that evil scoundrel Kui Ming die under this sword. Li Muxi received her agreement and said firmly, don't worry, whether it's for official or personal reasons, I will not let go of a heartless person like Kui Ming. After the agreement was reached,
Li Mu went outside and discussed it with Chief Constable Zhao for a while. He asked kindly, have you thought it through? The prefect allowed you to choose 2 magical treasures from the Xuanzi chamber. Do you really want to give up just for the soul-striking whip? If you don't take the soul-striking whip, you can choose 2 treasures.
Li Mu smiled to himself. Although using 2 treasures to exchange for the soul-striking whip is a loss, I have to put it into the spirit jade anyway. Moreover, Yun Qing has already been fully absorbed, and I also obtained the sword spirit of a female ghost who just entered the soul realm. I wouldn't mind handling cases like this again. After everything was settled, he went home. As soon as he opened the door, Liu Hanyan asked, Li Mu, you're back? Wan Wan also greeted him softly as usual, young master. Li Mu slowly walked in and said, perfect timing.
I just received some spirit jades from the Yamen for you girls." As he spoke, Li Mu happily took out a few spirit jades.
He handed them out to each person, carefully reminding them, "Just absorb the spiritual energy directly from within, and you can start cultivating."
Li Mu then gave the artifact whip to Wan Wan, advising her, "This artifact is for you, just for self-defense." Wan Wan's eyes sparkled as she said, "Thank you, young master."
Li Mu mused, lost in thought. Though it looks a bit odd for a cute little sister to use a whip, it's still way better than giving it to Liu Hanyan. If I gave it to her, I'm afraid that whip would be used to lash me more than it would be used to lash devils. A shiver ran down Li Mu's spine as he headed into his room, leaving Liu Hanyan utterly confused with just one sentence.
"I'm going back to my room to cultivate first." He walked into his room and sat on the bed. Li Mu looked at Qing Baiyi, thinking, letting Madame Chu advance her cultivation to the soul realm is equivalent to having another stage 3 helper. This soul power should go to her first. With that thought, he took out a soul power orb and summoned Madame Chu. She quickly appeared, respectfully asking, "My lord, do you have any commands?"
Li Mu held out the soul power orb towards her and said, "This is some soul power I've absorbed. Hurry up and refine it to advance to the soul realm." As he spoke, he directly used Buddhist radiance on Madame Chu.
Li Mu said in a low voice, "I'll help you heal. Hurry up and cultivate."
He thought to himself, "My healing skills have improved so much more compared to when I healed the white snake." Madame Chu received the healing, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." After the healing was complete, Li Mu closed his eyes, thinking, "All right, I should start refining the desire phantasm now."
It wasn't until the stroke of midnight, when the moonlight outside the window shone into the room,
that Li Mu finally smiled after a period of refining, saying, "I've refined the sense of failure." Li Mu looked at his firm hand, thinking, "Only the non-poisonous fifth phantasm of the 7 phantasms is left. But to condense the non-poisonous love, I still haven't collected any fragments, and I haven't even seen it on Liu Hanyan. If things continue like this, to complete the 7 phantasms, I can only hope to achieve great love. And great love requires the affection from the hearts of the common people. I'm just a small official, not an official who acts as a parent figure and brings blessings to the people. Isn't it even harder to achieve great love?" Suddenly, Qing Baiyi vibrated. Li Mu noticed it immediately, picked it up, and drew it. Madame Chu emerged from inside the sword, happily announcing, "My lord, I've successfully broken through," Li Mu also joyfully said. "Congratulations on successfully entering the soul realm." Madame Chu smiled happily and replied, "If not for my master, my soul would have long since scattered."
Li Mu frowned and asked, "On the contrary, I'm very curious. Was King Chujiang truly plotting something in the northern prefecture all these years?" Madame Chu replied solemnly, "This servant doesn't know, but King Chujiang has always been cultivating soul realm demonic cultivators, his ghost generals. Many of them were once lone souls and wild ghosts.
After he took them under his command, if they didn't advance to the soul realm within the stipulated time, they would be sacrificed to other ghost generals." Li Mu fell silent upon hearing this information, analyzing. A peak stage 5 King Chujiang plus more than 10 stage 4 ghost generals can be considered an extremely powerful force. If not for the talisman sect, King Chujiang's power in the imperial court would only be higher than other northern prefecture officials. But although the talisman sect's ancestral court is powerful, it wouldn't interfere with secular matters to that extent. Only the demonic path's giant, heavenly mystic true person, who is beyond the northern prefecture government's control, could lead them to act. A small fry like King Chujiang wouldn't attract the attention of those ancestral court powerhouses at all. Li Mu lowered his eyes, thinking, "It seems like there will be many opportunities to deal with King Chujiang in the future. Although I'm not his opponent, I'm not afraid of him either."
After some thought, Li Mu took out Qing Baiyi and said to Madame Chu, "Go into the sword. Try to transmit your magical power to me through the Baiyi sword." She quickly agreed, and obediently slipped into the sword. Li Mu sheathed the sword, calculating, although Madame Chu's strength is not as great as Sister Sue's, who entered the soul realm many years ago,
she is still a true stage 4 cultivator. As long as I have the Baiyi sword in hand, I can instantly advance to stage 4, and, by borrowing various Dao techniques, unleash stage 5 strengths. Suddenly his brows furrowed as he thought. But after all, the strength of others is still the strength of others. Only when I truly step into stage 3, can I truly possess it, and establish a foothold in this world plagued by demons and countless strong cultivators. The scene shifts to the next day. At the prefectural Yaman's duty office, Li Mu's voice rang out, "Li Si, how long has it been? And you've already refined all 7 phantasms."
Li Si, taking a book from the shelf, smiled brightly and said, Hey, only then can I cultivate with meow meow. Li Mu was surprised, thinking, having lost his freedom, he's like a different person. There are more smiles on his face than before. He then sighed. It seems you've found true love, Li Mu asked pensively. But what is love? I can't figure it out. In his heart he thought, moreover, I've never felt love from Liu Hanyan. Could it be that she only desires my body? Li Minisi, with a worldly wise expression, turned his head and replied, Your question is very profound, and there isn't just one answer. You have to find it yourself. Li Mu sighed, asking himself, Is it love, even if two people who like each other just stay together? Li Si placed a hand on his shoulder and said in a deep voice, Liking is possession. Love is giving. Liking is casual and intentional. Love is restraint and tolerance. Wait until you and Miss Liu get married and spend a few more years together. You'll understand it naturally. Li Murio looked at Li Si with a bit of bewilderment and asked, So you mean falling in love at first sight is liking, and true feelings develop later? Li Mu pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned to look at Liao Si, his eyes shining like stars as he exclaimed, I get it. Li Mu Si was stunned, and somewhat perplexed he asked him, You get it just like that? What do you get? Li Mu excitedly ran off, leaving only a brief sentence. I'm going to find Miss Liu to cultivate our relationship. Hearing these words, Li Si felt a bit helpless, and an indescribable worry in his heart. The scene shifts to Liu Hanyan's tea house, where a few sparse customers were leisurely sipping tea. She sat on a chair, propping up her head, sighing endlessly. Suddenly, Li Musiki's voice came from outside. What's wrong? Liu Hanyan looked up and asked, Why are you here? He walked in, looking at her complexion. She asked curiously, Did something happen? Why is the tea house so empty? Liu Hanyan hugged her head and sighed, replying, I'm so worried. The tea house market has long been carved up by the big establishments in the prefectural city. Only a few customers come to Yunyan Pavilion, and we're losing money every day. Business in the prefectural city is really tough. Liu Mu patted his chest and laughed confidently. At critical moments you still have to rely on me, right? Liu Hanyan suddenly realized something and exclaimed, That's right! Back in Yangchu County, it was thanks to your never-before-heard stories and unsettling tales that the tea house got a steady stream of customers. This time, before she could finish, Li Mu tightly grabbed Liu Hanyan's hand, interrupting her. How can you say that? He put on a trustworthy expression and told her. It was clearly a fascinating and unique story, one I risked my life to obtain. Liu Hanyan pinched Li Mu's waist hard, frowning as she said, Still talking nonsense. Hurry up and think of something. If this continues, once the tea house closes, I won't be able to support you anymore. Li Mu smiled, affectionately tapping her upturned nose and saying, All right, just leave it to me. The scene shifts to 5 days later, in the main hall of the tea house, where customers' discussions echoed. Today's the climax of Dewey's great wrong that shakes heaven and earth, isn't it? Isn't it? Yesterday, hearing it told made my heart ache. I truly hope someone can help Dewey get justice. All right, quiet down. It's about to start. The customers at the tea house had indeed become much more numerous than a few days prior. Inside, Li Mu flicked his fan, creating a sound, and began to speak. Speaking of Zhang Luger wanted Granny Tai to promise Dao Yi to him, but it didn't happen, so he poisoned the stew, intending to poison Granny Tai. However, he accidentally poisoned her father instead. Zhang Luger, on the contrary, framed Dao Yi for murder, and that muddled county magistrate was also used by him, turning this case into a wrongful conviction. Do you want to execute her? Good people are poor and short-lived, while villains live long and prosper in luxury. Heaven and earth are cowards who bully the weak, yet they want to push this boat along with the current. Earth, are you ground that cannot distinguish right from wrong? Heaven, mistaking virtuous people for foolish wretches, what a waste of being heaven. Before Du Yi died, she uttered a vow, white silk stained with blood, heavy snow falling, and a 3-year drought. She cried out in resentment, moving even the heavenly immortals. The county magistrate panicked and ordered the executioner to carry out the sentence immediately. As the blade swung, the head fell to the ground. Dui's hot blood indeed sprayed directly onto the white cloth hanging high above, not a single drop falling to the ground. The customers inside the tea house were captivated by Li Mu's storytelling, falling silent and tensely looking towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, thunder rumbled outside. Dark clouds covered the sky, and heavy raindrops began to fall, growing more and more numerous. The passers-by shouted in a flurry, It's raining, take the laundry in. Everyone hurriedly rushed to find shelter. A group of people stood sheltering from the rain, looking at the two figures sitting on the ground, saying with disdain, "A beggar, who knows where they came from? How awful." The two people on the ground spoke up. "Poor Dao-yi." The little girl snuggled closer to the man, softly asking, "Dad, can you move a little? It's windy here." The man shivered all over but tried to suppress it, saying, "Dad's fine, Dad's fine." Suddenly, a hand holding a steaming hot bowl appeared in front of the father and daughter, saying, "Drink this cup of tea to warm up. It's free." It was none other than Li Mu. He held an umbrella in one hand and gently offered a silver ingot to the starving father and daughter, instructing, "Take this. After the rain stops, you can buy some food." The little girl took the silver in her hand, her eyes looking at Li Mukai with surprise, thinking to herself, "This person's voice is exactly like the storyteller from before." The kind-hearted father and daughter, receiving this act of compassion, bowed repeatedly, crying out, "Thank you, benefactor, thank you, benefactor." Li Mukai calmly shielded himself with the umbrella and left, thinking to himself, "This rain came at such an inopportune time." Back at the county office, Zhao Butao entered, shielding himself with an umbrella, and said suspiciously, "The magistrate said there shouldn't be any rain these days. Something must have happened." Li Mutao asked curiously, "What could cause the heavens to rain?" Zhao Butu wiped his face and said, "It's common. Qi refining cultivators can borrow the wind to connect bones, and nascent soul cultivators can even summon wind and rain. Back then, when new magical Dao techniques appeared, it also led to celestial phenomena." Li Musai heard this and panicked inwardly, thinking, "Crap, I forgot that the heavens and earth in this world aren't the same as the ones in my previous world. Cultivators swear oaths to the heavens, and if they break them, they'll be punished." Which is to say, what people are doing, the heavens are really watching. Just now, I used the story of Dao-yi to scold the heavens for bullying the weak and fearing the strong, for not distinguishing right from wrong, and for being useless as the heavens. Don't tell me this rain came because of that. Moreover, thunder is starting to rumble outside. The rain seemed the heaviest when I was telling the part about Du-yi's oath. Zhao Butu saw Li Mu's solemn expression and asked, "What's wrong?" He hesitated and replied, "Nothing, just wondering when the rain will stop." After replying, he looked outside again, thinking to himself, "Next time I tell a story, I have to change that dialogue. Just keep a corrupt official and make sure not to drag the heavens into anything if possible." What if the heavens don't like being scolded and send down a thunderbolt? It would be too late to regret it. He was pleased with what he had realized. The heavy rain suddenly cleared up. Zhao Butu walked out, looked at the sunlight overhead, and said, "It stopped." The magistrate said, "Later, everyone in the county office must go to worship at the National Temple. Good thing the rain has stopped. Go with me to the National Temple." The scene here is indeed very lively. Each county in Dazhou has a national temple built for it, and the style of the national temple in each county is completely different. Li Musa and the other constables followed Zhao Butao to the national temple. He looked around as he walked, thinking to himself, "This is the national temple. So many people." Inside the main hall, people were taking turns worshipping. Li Musei was also surprised by the scale. The statues that people worshipped in turn were Emperor Taizu, the emperor who founded Dazhou, who conquered the territory of Dazhou into 36 counties; Emperor Wuzong, who, during his reign, relied on decisive means to clear up domestic turmoil, threatening the border countries so that they did not dare to invade. During the Wuzong era, Dazhou's strength rapidly increased, threatening all directions. Emperor Wen, who, during his 50-year reign, devoted himself to the country, purged the court, making the 36 counties of Dazhou stable and the people peaceful, famously known as the Wen Emperor's reign, which has directly influenced the present. Li Mu observed the common people here, secretly judging in his heart. 9 out of 10 of these commoners have produced faith power. Zhao Butu looked up at the statues and began to explain. The national temple is like temples and Daoist temples. As long as everyone sincerely worships, it will generate more faith power. To a certain extent, the rate of faith generation among the people represents the popular support the court has. The common people in front bowed one after another, and faith power was constantly generated. However, some people did not have any reaction at all. Zhao Butu was puzzled, and said to the constable next to him, "After the worship, go and investigate why these people didn't generate faith power." That constable frowned and said, "Emperor Taizu, Emperor Wuzong, Emperor Wen, so many outstanding figures. The Xiao family's dynasty lasted for hundreds of years, and in the end it was taken over by a woman with a different surname." Zhao Butu quickly knocked him on the head and scolded, "Shut up! Zhao Butu put his arm around the constable's shoulder and sternly scolded, "You dare to say anything, you're courting death, don't drag us down with you." Li Mu was stunned and thought to himself, Her Majesty is the first female emperor of Dazhao since its founding. In the hearts of some people in Dazhao, it's no different from reversing the natural order. For them, it's still unacceptable. It's normal for a woman to be an emperor to me, though. As he thought this, he walked outside. Li Mu went out, lingered for a while, and looked towards the national temple, feeling curious in his heart, and thinking, I wonder what kind of person this empress is. Scene changes to Li Mu's house. Night enveloped the brightly lit room, and countless talismans were pasted outside the door. Li Mu sat on the bed, calmly stroking Xiaobai's head, and confided, Today I went to the national temple, and on the way back I went to investigate the epidemic in Yang County. Tomorrow I have to go with Zhao Butu to Yang County to check on the situation. I don't know how long I'll be gone. Now you're at a critical time of transformation, and the demon QI in your body is unstable. In these few days, I'll use Buddha light to help you dissolve it, suppressing the demon QI from escaping. Remember not to run around when I'm not here, in case you reveal your demon key and get discovered. After hearing a series of reminders, Xiaobai nodded and replied, I'll listen to benefactor's instructions. Soon it was the early morning of the second day, and warm rays of sunlight shone through the window and into the room. Li Mu vaguely opened his eyes. Waking up after a good night's sleep, he groped around in his arms thinking, Wait, this soft feeling, could it be Miss Liu? No way! Why would she come to my room in the middle of the night? But when he turned over, a delicate face appeared right in front of him, causing his eyes to pop out in shock. Li Mu jumped up, confused and wondering, What's going on? Who is she? Why is she in my bed? Just as he was panicking, Liu Hanyan's voice came from outside. Li Mu, she said, walking in and asking, Why aren't you up yet? Didn't you want to go to Yang County? But her voice quickly choked, and her eyes widened as she looked ahead. Seeing the image of naked men and women in front of her, Liu Hanyan was speechless. Li Mu, you. Too shocked, she didn't say anything else and ran straight outside. Li Mu panicked even more and called after her, Miss Liu. He ran after Liu Hanyan into the courtyard, still calling after her. Miss Liu. Li Mu caught up and hugged Liu Hanyan tightly, anxiously saying, Don't be angry, let me explain. Liu Hanyan, with tears streaming down her face, said, I've seen it with my own eyes. What else do you want to explain? Is what you do outside not enough? You even brought her home. Li Mu, with a worried and anxious face, said, I don't even know who she is. I just opened my eyes this morning and saw her. Liu Hanyan, only believing what she saw before her eyes, retorted, Do you believe those words yourself? Liu Hanyan sobbed and continued, If that's the case, I'll seriously reconsider our relationship. Mid-sentence, a gentle but familiar voice chimed in, Benefactor. Sister Liu. The girl inside the room slowly walked out. Li Mu and Liu Hanyan were simultaneously shocked, staring at the girl. She, with a slender figure and not a stitch of clothing, walked out, asking, What are you two doing? Li Mu, still frozen, turned and pointed at the girl in front of him, then said to Liu Hanyan. Hearing the voice, she also seemed to realize something. She turned and told Li Mu, It's Xiaobai. Xiaobai, in her naked human form, came out, blankly asking, What are you guys doing? Li Mu finally understood and his face flushed. He stared blankly at the little fox who had transformed before his eyes, and his mouth involuntarily blurted out, Xiaobai. Liu Hanyan quickly lunged forward and covered Li Mu's eyes, warning him, Don't look. She anxiously turned and reminded the little fox, Xiaobai. Hurry back into the room, Xiaobai innocently asked. Why? Liu Hanyan anxiously reminded. Look down. Xiaobai obediently looked down at her transformed young girl's body. Her face couldn't help but turn bright red. Xiaobai quickly raised her hands to cover what needed to be covered and then screamed. Li Mu finally regained his composure. He stammered, How? How did you suddenly transform? The girl sat on the bed, wrapping her legs tightly, stammering in response. I don't know either. Last night I just wanted to try it out, then I dozed off. When I woke up I had turned into this. Li Mu was finally vindicated. He turned to ask Liu Hanyan, So do you believe me now? Liu Hanyan said silently. Was I wrong? All right. It was my misunderstanding. I'll go find some clothes for Xiaobai first. After rummaging around for a while, Liu Hanyan successfully dressed Xiaobai. As she brushed the girl's hair, Liu Hanyan thought, Xiaobai really is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. I'm a woman, but when I look at her body, my heart can't help but beat faster. After finishing her hair, Liu Hanyan leaned down and whispered, Okay, let's go out. Don't keep him waiting too long. Xiaobai also excitedly nodded. She stood up and slowly walked outside. Li Mu, sitting in the courtyard, saw the two appear, and his jaw dropped in shock. Unable to close it, Xiaobai walked up, spread her arms wide, and proudly asked, "Benefactor, am I beautiful?" He blankly and unconsciously replied, "Beautiful." Liu Hanyan frowned slightly. She forcefully grabbed his arm and dragged him away, urging him as she did so. "Don't you want to go to Yang County today? We can't let Zhao Biutao and the others wait for you alone." Li Mu, caught off guard, was dragged away, constantly yelling. A moment later, Li Mu had finished dressing and stood outside the gate. Liu Hanyan walked with him to the gate. Seeing this, Liu Mu said, "It's only a few steps to the yamen. You don't need to see me off." Liu Hanyan silently asked him. "Xiaobai transformed. Are you very happy?" Li Mu sensed the unusual tone in Liu Hanyan's voice and replied, "Happy about what? I was scared to death by her. Almost frightened to death by her." Liu Hanyan pouted and said, "HMPH. She was born so beautiful, and she wholeheartedly wants to repay you." At the same wavelength with each other, Li Mu didn't let her speak nonsense anymore. He hugged Liu Hanyan tightly and said, "In my eyes, you are the most beautiful person. Regardless of comparison with anyone, the most beautiful person is always you, and I will never doubt this point." Hearing this, Liu Hanyan blushed shyly. She didn't say another word, but directly stood on tiptoe and lightly kissed his cheek, catching Li Mujia by surprise and making him freeze. Liu Hanyan shyly instructed, "Come back early, we'll be waiting for you at home." Scene changed to a village in Yang County. Li Mu's group followed Zhao Bu into the village in a line. Zhao Bu sternly reminded, "This is the village where the epidemic is spreading. Go inside and ask about the situation." Li Mu switched to serious mode. He carefully thought to himself, "Cultivators who have refined the 7 souls will be immune to all diseases, and 10,000 evils won't invade." Although it's a bit exaggerated, more than 99% of the patients are mortals, and they're people with immune systems. The group went to a house in the village and knocked on the door. Inside the house, a man with a pale face came out to open the door. He wearily said, "The constables have arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell down, causing the constable to panic and catch him. Zhao Bu immediately ordered, "Quick, carry him to the bed, get a bowl of water over here." A moment later, the group had entered the man's house. Zhao Bu sat on the bed, carefully examining the man's body, and said, "Too hot." He quickly burned a talisman and mixed it into the bowl of water. Then, he handed it to the constable behind him and ordered, "Feed him the illness-curing talisman." The constable quickly followed Zhao Bu instructions. After feeding the medicine and observing for a while longer, Zhao Bu frowned and wondered. Drinking the illness-curing talisman didn't wake him up. Li Mu stood thoughtfully beside him, secretly analyzing. Although talismans have unpredictable mysterious power, they are not omnipotent. We should still try Buddhist cultivation techniques, Li Mu thought, then stood up, patted Zhao Biutao on the shoulder, and made a suggestion. "Let me try." Li Mu went and sat on the bed. He reached out his hand and used Buddhist light to envelop the man's entire body. The initially pale face finally gained some color. Zhao Biutao went to check again and said with relief, "The fever is gone." He puzzledly wondered, what kind of epidemic is this that even illness-curing talismans don't work? Suddenly, another constable stepped forward and said, "Let me try," Zhao Biutao said in surprise. Lin Yu stepped forward, forcefully opened the man's eyelids, then observed the pupils inside and thoughtfully assessed. Eyelids are ashen and droopy. After examining for a while, he spoke with a somewhat surprised tone. "This epidemic," Zhao Bu seriously asked. "Are you sure it's the plague?" Lin Yue firmly replied. "I'm sure it's the plague," Zhao Biutao worriedly thought to himself. The court's previous countermeasures for the plague were to completely seal off the affected areas, which means letting the patients die to control the epidemic. Lin Yu then spoke up and analyzed. "I've encountered it before on the road of healing with my master, and talismans are completely useless. Whether those infected survive or not is up to fate, unless they meet a great medical master or use a heaven-grade talisman to help them regenerate their bodies." Li Mu frowned, secretly thinking, is this plague so difficult to solve? It's already impossible for the common people infected in Yang County to obtain a heaven-grade talisman. Moreover, since Buddhism's development and prosperity, the number of doctors, painters, and musicians has decreased. What's the chance of randomly encountering one? Zhao Biutao then turned to ask him, "Can you save them?" Li Mukan nodded in response. "I will try my best. Now quickly seal off the village where the epidemic has broken out. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Gather the patients together in one place. Minimize the number of people infected. Otherwise, the situation will become even more serious." Seeing hope, Zhao Bu immediately agreed. "I will send someone back to the county to report. The treatment is left to you. I'll go find the village chief to seal off the entrances and the path behind the village. Zhao Bu ordered with a stern face. Li Muqi, you'll be responsible for treating the sick villagers. After giving the instructions, he said loudly, All right, let's go. The group quickly responded, Yes, sir. Hearing the news, the infected villagers gradually gathered. Li Mu sat in a corner, calmly treating the unfortunate people. He thought to himself, There are only 10 infected people in this village, and they're all gathered here. I just need to use my Buddha light to cleanse their bodies, and the plague in this village can be resolved. Those who were cured were extremely grateful and bowed to Li Mu. Thank you, sir. If the prefectural office hadn't sent someone, Lord Chen would have left us to die somewhere. Thank you, sir. Li Mu, exhausted, thought, My spiritual power is being consumed way too fast. He calmly replied, It's what I should do, no need to be so polite. Li Mu continued to treat the remaining people. He was drenched in sweat, thinking, This plague doesn't kill people instantly, which means it's not that dangerous. It's just that I don't have much spiritual power. But while saving people, the faith I collect also helps me accelerate my cultivation. You're the last one. Li Musa finished and let out a long sigh. He relaxed, looked up at the sky and thought, Every time at this moment, I feel jealous of the royal family and the 2 sects of Buddhism. They only need to build palaces, temples, national shrines, or even just a few statues or steles, and they can collect the faith and merit of the common people. Li Mu stood up and felt dizzy. He held his head, wobbling, about to fall, but the villagers quickly came to support him, anxiously advising, Benefactor, you should rest for a bit. Li Mu forced a smile, waved his hand and replied, Go back and recuperate. I still need to find our Bu town. Outside, a group of constables arrived with long sticks, fiercely yelling. The Lord Magistrate said that for the safety of Yang County, sacrificing your village is a worthy price. Get back inside now, or don't blame us for being impolite. Do you intend to implicate Yang County, or even the entire northern prefecture? Go back, and don't come out again. The villagers, blocked, were also very agitated and said, There are dozens of households in the village, but you don't care about the sick and only know how to impose a lockdown, clearly wanting the whole village to die. The group still aggressively tried to push the villagers back inside. At this moment, Zhao Bu and Li Mu arrived. He kicked one of the constables, sending him sprawling. With a stern face and hands on his hips, he scolded the others. You bunch of jerks! Is this how you treat the common people? One of them angrily turned around, harshly yelling, Who are you to obstruct us from performing our official duties? But the distinctive uniform made his face turn pale, he thought. That uniform is from the prefectural office. The Lord Magistrate can afford to offend them, but a small constable like me can't afford to mess with them. The constables, frightened, tucked their tails and ran away, chattering to each other. Let's go back and call the Lord Magistrate over here. After a while, a stern voice rang out from afar. Halt, who goes there? A man in a county official uniform approached, sternly asking, I am the magistrate of Yang County. Where is Zhao Bu? Zhao Bu saw the arrival of the Yang County magistrate, as if he had predicted it, and thought, He's finally here. Zhao Bu still respectfully said, Greetings, Lord Chen. He didn't leave any face for Zhao Bu and directly mocked, This small plague matter, why bother Zhao Bu to personally make a trip? Zhao Bu sternly questioned, If I hadn't come myself, I fear that Lord Chen would have locked down everyone in this village, wouldn't you? He heard that, and said with an obvious look, I didn't want to, but once the epidemic spreads, it will cause a more serious disaster, and more than 100 people is nothing compared to thousands of lives. As a county magistrate, one must focus on the overall situation, and I believe the imperial court can also understand this official's approach. Chen County Magistrate's words made Zhao Bu dissatisfied and thought, Any official anywhere, don't just treat the lives of more than 100 people under their jurisdiction as just a number. In the eyes of the Yang County Magistrate, I am afraid that only the achievement of the victory matters. Zhao Bu said softly and politely. Lord Chen, the epidemic situation in this village has been controlled, so there is no need to send troops to lock it down anymore. Moreover, the prefectural office has also mastered the methods of saving the epidemic, and the epidemic in Yang County does not require Chen to worry about it. When he heard this, he frowned, but then eased and said, Then that's good, Zhao Bu, just tell me if you need any help. After saying that, he left in a straight line, causing Zhao Bu to watch and sigh secretly. Yang County has such a parent official. It is really very hard for the common people. Li Mu also indignantly stepped forward and said, I heard from the people that this Chen County magistrate is negative, casual, and exploits the talents of the common people. Li Mu pondered and asked, Does the prefectural governor not care? Zhao Bu frowned and replied, The prefectural governor has reported this matter to the imperial court many times, but he has someone in the court, and every time it is suppressed, the prefectural governor has no good way. As he spoke, Zhao Butu's hand unconsciously clenched. A quick glance also shows that he is very angry. Li Mu frowned, and secretly assessed that with such an inhumane parent official, no wonder Yang County did not generate much faith. Zhao Bu patted Li Mu's shoulder and said, You rest here first, and I and they will go to the front of the village to see. Li Mu smiled even though he was tired and said, It's okay, saving people is about seizing speed. The villagers said that the epidemic originated from the other side of the village. It is feared that the situation is even more serious here. Immediately afterwards he set off with Zhao Bu2's group. Suddenly, Li Mu smiled thoughtfully again and thought, Li Si used to say that Liu Hanyan and I only like each other, and it seems that I understand why. They are what you call love. On this side, after treating a villager, he fell to his knees and said earnestly, Thank you for your kindness. From now on, my life is yours. Li Mudi embarrassedly said, This brother is being polite. I am friends with Brother Hu, Brother Ninao, and this is what I should do. Her injury is no longer serious. If she rests quietly, she will be able to recover in a few months. He turned his head and looked at the girl standing next to him, then continued, I still have something I want to ask your wife. After receiving permission, Li Muqiao immediately went to the main point. The day you were injured, was it done by a human cultivator? Switching the scene to Zhao's village, Li Mu's group was stunned when they saw the bright scene here. Zhao Biutao asked puzzledly, Didn't you say that this village is the source of the epidemic? How can it be? The villagers are not nervous and panicked after experiencing the epidemic, but are so orderly. What happened here? At the entrance of the village there is a middle-aged man standing in front of a large pot of medicine, calmly distributing it to everyone. An elderly woman came over, holding a bowl of medicine in her hand, and said with a kind smile, At first, the people in the village were all sick, but thanks to the appearance of a miracle doctor, who said that we were infected with the plague, and gave us a magical prescription. We decocted the medicine according to this prescription, to cure everyone's disease. Even the epidemics in the villages in front were cured by the miracle doctor. Lin Yu cordially asked the woman, Can I try this medicinal water? The woman happily handed the bowl to him and said, Here, I'll fetch another bowl. As soon as Lin Yu received the bowl of medicine, he immediately tried it. He tried it, and said suspiciously, Strange, this medicine is just the most basic heat-clearing and detoxifying soup. How can it be effective against the bubonic plague? Zhao Biu retorted when he heard him say this. There are so many prescriptions in the world, how can you know them all? Whether it is common or rare, as long as it can solve the epidemic, it must be a good medicine. Li Mu on this side used his all-seeing eyes to observe the scene in front of him, and he thought deeply. Why does it feel like there is a force of faith and merit that is fluctuating? Is there anyone else who uses faith and merit to cultivate? His all-seeing eyes quickly aimed at a man in sight. Li Mu wondered and thought, Who is he? The people at this time also surrounded him, caring and asking, Miracle Doctor, are you leaving? Miracle Doctor. The man called Miracle Doctor pointed forward and said kindly, The plague here has been resolved, people's lives are up to the heavens, and I have to go to other villages to avoid more common people from suffering. A man came forward with a silver tray, representing the common people there, and said, The life-saving grace of the Miracle Doctor, the common people of Zhou Village can't repay it. We have contributed some travel expenses to express our thoughts. Please accept it. The miracle doctor showed a kind smile and politely declined. A good doctor is like a kind mother. I treat diseases and save people, not because of these things. You should keep these taels of silver. The man pleaded again. If the miracle doctor does not take travel expenses, then this old man can only bow down and thank you. After saying that, everyone knelt down together and kowtowed and said, Thank you for the life-saving grace of the miracle doctor. At that moment, a dense blue light appeared in the sky. Li Mu was surprised when he saw the blue light and thought, So much merit. The miracle doctor saved the injured, and did not accept the reward, but in fact to gain the worship of these villagers. He uses the faith and merit to cultivate. Is it also a righteous cultivator? To satisfy this curiosity, Li Mu used his all-seeing eyes to observe once again. But this time, besides the blue of merit, there was another stream of energy mixed in. Li Mu watched in contemplation for a moment, then muttered to himself, This miracle doctor is surrounded by pure demonic energy, so he's a demon. He's at least a fourth realm demon cultivator. I can see his demonic energy, but I can't see through his true form. Li Mu reached out and touched Qing Baiyi, silently commanding, Lady Chu, lend me some of your magic power. Lady Chu quickly spread her magic power into Li Mu's body. He activated his all-seeing eye again, looking towards the so-called miracle doctor. And the secret was revealed. The demon was actually a rat spirit. His face darkened, thinking to himself, the miracle doctor who's solving the plague is actually a rat spirit. Over here, Lin Yu, after trying the medicine, also said suspiciously, I feel like there's something wrong with this miracle doctor. He analyzed bluntly. If a cooling and detoxifying soup could cure the plague, then so many people wouldn't have died in the major plagues of the past. Zhao Biyu Tao also felt confused and asked, You mean these people weren't cured? Lin Yu thoughtfully analyzed. I've examined these commoners. They really had been cured. But maybe they recovered not because of this soup, but because of something else. Either way, that miracle doctor is definitely not as simple as he seems. Li Mu didn't expose him, but simply chimed in, I also think we should continue to observe. Even if that miracle doctor isn't a problem, to prevent the plague from recurring, we'll have to come again. Zhao Biyu Tao also agreed. That's right, this matter is a bit strange. We can't be careless. After a round of patrolling, the group quickly returned. Zhao Biyu Tao said caringly, Everyone worked hard today, especially Li Mu Li. Let's go to the county town, find an inn to stay in, and thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of that miracle doctor. Night quickly fell. Li Mu sat inside the inn room, focused on cultivation. He pondered. Now is the third night, the most suitable time to condense the soul. The amount of faith and merit I obtained today is enough for me to use to condense the soul. After a period of concentration, Li Mu resolutely called out, Taiwei Mysterious Palace, dark yellow water purity, internally refine the three souls, stabilize the fetal light. Fetal light, condense. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mu's soul body quickly separated and soared into the sky. After condensing the fetal light, Li Mu took it back. He frowned, thinking to himself, refining the fetal light soul, my magic power can be considered to have truly taken another step. Now I can use the third true word in the 9-syllable true words. Li Mu quickly drew Qing Baiyi, and at the same time called out, Fight! Every sharp sword move of his was quickly unleashed, his whole body as if guided by the sword in his hand. Ling Musai looked at Qing Baiyi in surprise, thinking to himself, What's going on? It seems like I can use these sword moves proficiently in a short period of time. An Yan calculated silently. Now, even if I sparred with Lian Qing, I'm confident I can be sure of victory. Although the power of the fight word isn't obvious, it can elevate a person's instincts and fighting consciousness to the peak. The later 9-syllable true words are, the harder they are to use, so does that mean the benefits they bring also increase exponentially? Li Mu sheathed his sword, thinking, if I hadn't gained the power of merit today, I wouldn't have been able to refine the first soul so quickly. Speaking of which, the power of faith and merit also has a great effect in nurturing demons. Even though Rat Spirit has pure demonic energy, this plague came about strangely. If it's a play he wrote, and directed himself to collect everyone's faith and merit, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Inside the forest, light footsteps passed through each patch of weeds. The owner of those feet was gradually appearing. That person was the Rat Spirit praised as a miracle doctor. He panted, supporting himself on a tree by the road. He pulled back his arm covered with scars of all sizes, and then decisively used a sharp dagger to cut a line, causing blood to flow from his arm. The flower below was also stained with the Rat Spirit's blood. After seeing that the blood had seeped in, he went to pull up the herb. He muttered to himself, I still have to pick a few more herbs before I can go to the next village. He quickly collected enough and continued his journey. The commoners inside the village saw the Rat Spirit arrive, and immediately became restless, saying, Miracle Doctor, the Miracle Doctor is here. He leisurely walked into the village, using a gentle tone to say, Fellow villagers, everyone, please don't crowd around. He handed a few herbs and a stack of prescriptions to everyone and instructed, Don't be anxious, everyone, just do as I say. Take the medicine according to this prescription and add a few kinds of herbs. Boil a pot, drink it, and you can recover from the illness. While he was still instructing, rats also began to run out from the corners. The commoners inside the village gratefully bowed their heads and said, Thank you for the Miracle Doctor's life-saving grace. At the same time, a swarm of rats, the cause of the plague, also ran out of the village, considering their mission complete. Switching to another scene, the Rat Spirit sat on a high rock and calmly absorbed the merit hidden inside those rats just now. He absorbed while thinking, This belief should be enough. Suddenly, a blinding light shone straight in his face, causing the rat spirit to frown uncomfortably. From afar, 3 people were walking towards him. He raised his hand to shield his face, and at the same time asked, "Who?" What appeared was Zhao Bu with the demon-revealing mirror in his hand. He sternly accused him. "You spread the plague yourself, became a miracle doctor yourself, dared to deceive the commoners, and absorbed their faith. You're pretty good at that." Looking into the demon-revealing mirror, Zhao Bu continued, "Turns out you're a rat spirit." He was discovered and said, "I did these things, but I never harmed a single life." Zhao Bu frowned and said, "But your actions have disrupted the security of Yang County. You come with us to the Yamen." The rat spirit also reminded Zhao Bu group darkly, "I will surrender myself, but now I have something more important to do. Don't you dare stop me." At this time, Li Muka and Lin Yu's group also came up to surround him on both sides. Zhao Bu threatened, "You can't escape." The rat spirit was angered by this action. It rushed up, transforming one of its arms into a strong rat's paw, attacking Zhao Bu while shouting madly, "Get out of the way!" Zhao Bu's group quickly unleashed chains, hoping to control the rat spirit. However, the rat spirit became increasingly angry. Its eyes turned bloodshot, along with every vein bulging on its face. It gritted its teeth and said, "I told you to get out of the way." With that, it broke through the encirclement, and at the same time attacked straight towards Zhao Bu's group in an attempt to escape. The rat spirit tried its best to escape with the fastest speed, when suddenly, a sharp sword strike came, causing it to lose a few drops of fresh blood. It also stopped. Because of this, Li Mu stood in front of him, saying sternly, "This road is impassable." The rat spirit had now returned to its original form. It roared angrily, "You guys are forcing me into a corner, then I'll have to offend you." Li Mu saw the stream of murderous aura radiating from him and warned, "Careful." The rat demon vanished before everyone's eyes with unbelievable speed, leaving Zhao Bu's group bewildered. The rat demon used its speed and sharp claws to attack each member of the group. Zhao Bu, seeing his subordinates injured, anxiously shouted, "Watch out, it's poisonous, this is bad, the poison can damage the nascent soul." Before anyone could react, the remaining officers were sent flying by the rat. They cried out in frustration, "Too fast!" Only Li Mu was still there with his eyes closed, using his other senses to perceive the danger. He suddenly opened his eyes, his hand swiftly drawing his sword from its sheath, as he solemnly shouted, "Lady Chu." With a single thought, a sharp sword aura shone from Qingbai. Lady Chu, as the sword spirit, burst forth to attack the rat demon, protecting Li Mu. After a brief exchange, the rat demon's blood splattered. Lady Chu immediately stopped, asking Li Mu for his order. "Master, how should we deal with this demon?" He frowned, sternly commanding, "Capture it alive, don't kill it." Obeying his command, Lady Chu rushed forward to attack. Suddenly, an immense pressure descended, enveloping the area. Li Mu and Lady Chu simultaneously turned their heads, Li Mu thinking, 2 demonic auras are rapidly approaching. Are they the rat demon's reinforcements? 4th stage demons! Lady Chu had just advanced to the soul realm. Fighting 1 rat demon was doable, but 2 more? She was definitely outmatched. Lady Chu seriously said, "Gongzi, you should leave. I'll handle them." Li Mu drew Qingbai and ordered, "Enter the sword and lend me your power." Li Mu thought to himself, "I can't let Zhao Bu and the others stay here." After Lady Chu returned to the sword, Li Mu quickly wielded the sword from its sheath. The combined power of Lady Chu and Li Mu surged forth. He thought, "Let's fight to the death." Just then, 2 powerful feet landed from the sky with impressive force. Li Mu looked at the people before him, stunned, and asked in confusion, "Why is it, you guys?" The figures who appeared were none other than the fox demon and the ox demon. They were also confused, asking him, "Li Mu's brother, why is it you?" The rat demon gradually transformed back into a human, panting heavily as he asked, "Second brother, third brother, why are you here?" The ox demon angrily pointed at the rat demon, scolding, "We're here to bring you back. We know everything you've been doing." Chu Jing lowered his eyes, saying, "I just wanted to gather some faith to save her. Once she's better, I'll go to the Yamen and turn myself in." The fox demon angrily snarled, "Frog at the bottom of the well, you think you can save her by scamming a little faith? That's just what she said to comfort you. Couldn't you tell?" Chu Jing was stunned by the question, his pupils constricted. Clutching his head in pain, he cried out, "That can't be, it can't be like that." Li Mu stood to the side, bewildered, asking, "What's going on?" The ox demon politely stood before Li Mu and respectfully said, "We failed to supervise him properly, causing trouble for your Yamen. We sincerely apologize. We'll have our 4th brother detoxify them." The fox demon simultaneously ordered the rat demon, "Hurry up and detoxify them!" He quickly and obediently stood up to do so. After taking a deep breath, the poisonous energy from Zhao Butu and the other constables was completely extracted. The ox demon then said, "Alas, a month ago, our fourth brother's wife was seriously injured. Knowing she wouldn't live long, she fabricated the idea that faith could cure her. Her goal was to give him a glimmer of hope in her final days, so he wouldn't sink into sorrow." Little did she know, Li Mu frowned, thinking, "This rat demon reminds me of that weasel couple." Zhao Butu groggily opened his eyes. Zhao Butu sat up, rubbed his head, and looked at the ox and fox brothers, saying, "You." After sensing the energy, he was certain. He quickly jumped up, drew his sword, and shouted, "There are 2 more demonic auras." Li Mu stepped forward to reassure him, "Zhao Butu, these 2 are not hostile, no need to be tense." The ox demon and fox demon politely bowed to Zhao Butu's group and said respectively, "Sorry for the trouble we've caused you. My brother has made a mistake. In a few days, I'll personally bring him to the yamen to confess his crimes. We hope you all have a smooth investigation today." Zhao Butu assessed the situation, thinking that a man under the eaves has no choice but to bow his head. Though he really wanted to arrest this rat demon today, 1 4th-stage demon was enough to wipe out their entire squad. But there were 3 here. Since when are there so many core formation stage demons in the northern prefecture? Could it be? After a moment of thought, he looked up and seriously asked, "Are you 3 subordinates of the White Demon King?" The ox demon clasped his hands and bowed in response. "That's right." Zhao Butu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "So you're subordinates of the White Demon King. My apologies, my apologies." Li Mu blankly wondered, White Demon King? Only a 5th-stage demon cultivator can be called a demon king. Furthermore, Qingniu Xing and Hu Xing used to call Bai Yin Xin Miss. Could she be the daughter of the White Demon King? Zhao Butu also explained to Li Mu, "The White Demon King isn't like that evil Chujiang Wang. Not only does he prevent his subordinates from committing evil deeds, but he also makes other demons in the northern prefecture fear him, preventing them from harming people at will, contributing greatly to maintaining security in the northern prefecture." Qingyu Xing and Hu Xing also bowed and apologized, saying, "This brother of ours has made such a mistake, it wasn't intentional. We hope that after you all return, you can explain the situation to the prefect. Within a month, I will personally bring him to the yamen to confess his crimes." The rat demon was deep in thought. He painfully said, "So I can't save her, then I'll go with her." With that, he gathered demonic energy in his hand, preparing to bite down and end his own life. However, Qingniu Xing and Hu Xing quickly rushed forward, grabbing his hands tightly and anxiously shouting, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Zhao Butu looked at the emotional scene and remained silent. He implicitly agreed with Qingniu Xing and Hu Xing, turning to Li Mu. "Let's go," Li Mu seriously said. "Zhao Butu, I want to examine his wife's wounds. Maybe she can still be saved. Why don't you guys head back?" Qingniu Xing was surprised and asked, "Leo brother, do you have a way to save her?" Li Mu smiled and replied, "I'll have to see." Li Mu silently calculated. If her soul, or nascent soul, was only damaged at the root, then there was still hope, as long as she wasn't like Xiaobai's old granny, who was already on the verge of death and only relying on her obsession to continue living. Even if she was hanging by a thread, he could bring her back from the gates of hell. The rat demon heard Li Mu's words and felt like he had grasped at a life-saving straw. He stepped forward, grabbing his wrist and saying, "If you can cure her, from now on, my life belongs to you," Li Mu calmly said. "We shouldn't delay any longer. We should go." The group quickly went to the rat demon's house. The woman, with a pale, sickly face, was tiredly lying on the bed. The rat demon softly said, "This is my wife." The rat demon looked at Li Mu anxiously asking, "How is it? Can she be saved?" Li Mu calmly replied, "Let me see." After examining her, he thought, "She can still maintain her transformed state, indicating she hasn't reached the end of her rope yet. If I use Buddhist light, I can completely restore the damage to her nascent soul." After a period of treatment, Qingniu said in surprise, "Her soul force is starting to stabilize." The rat demon was overjoyed, thinking, "He can really save my wife." The woman also slowly opened her tired eyes. The rat demon happily called out, "Wife!" He went to the bedside, anxiously asking, "How do you feel?" The woman smiled kindly and replied, "I feel much better, don't worry." Li Mu was staring blankly at the happy couple before him, thinking, "Within her body, I feel a presence that is identical to the one in Zhao Bai's old granny. Li Si once said that Miss Liu and I just like each other. I think I understand why now. This is love." At this moment, the rat spirit knelt down before Li Mu, gratefully saying loudly, "Thank you so much, my lord. From now on, my life belongs to you. Seeing this excessive reaction, Li Mu quickly waved his hand.
Brother Rat, you're too kind. Old Tiger and Old Ox are my friends. This is what we should do. Her injuries are no longer serious. Let her rest and recover. In a few months, she'll be back to normal. Saying that, he suddenly tilted his head to look at the rat spirit's wife and asked,
I have another question to ask your wife. He then asked sternly, was the person who hurt your wife that day a cultivator? The rat spirit's wife then raised her hand to cast a spell and said, This is the person who injured me. Li Mu looked at the image of a man reflected in the magic power before him and thought, So that's what he looks like, he said gratefully.
Thank you.
The rat spirit was extremely grateful to Li Mu. He walked up to him and said, I can never repay the benefactor's life-saving grace. Please accept this bit of faith, Li Mu said calmly. Then I won't refuse. As he spoke, he reached out and accepted the faith. In his mind, Li Mu thought, It's not that I crave his faith. It's mainly to settle the karma between me and this rat. A moment later, Li Mu and Zhao Butu came out of the house. Li Mu shouted into the house, If there's nothing else, we'll go back to the county office.
As soon as he finished speaking, 3 powerful purple lights flashed past Li Mu and Zhao Butu, causing them both to freeze. Li Mu panicked and thought to himself, This is bad. 3 powerful demonic auras. The people who appeared are none other than Bai Yinxin and that sassy green snake girl from the other day. Behind them was a man with a very serious expression. Li Mu was shocked and stunned, thinking to himself, Why is it them? Bai Yinxin exclaimed in surprise. Li Mu, why are you here? And that green snake girl, as soon as she saw him, glared and roared.
You thief, he thought helplessly. The road for enemies is truly narrow. Bai Yinxin is one thing, but this green snake had her soft spots sucked away by me last time, and uselessly got beaten up. Seeing me again this time, she definitely won't let it go easily. All his worries were just thoughts. Before he could finish his train of thought, Green Snake had already rushed over madly with a murderous expression. She shouted angrily, Go to hell! Li Mu didn't want to argue, and used his extremely fast speed to easily dodge all of Green Snake's simple attacks. She said bitterly with a dark face,
You little thief, do you only know how to sneakily run away? If you have the guts, compete with me head on.
He frowned at her, thinking to himself, Even a clay figure has some fire in it. This green snake keeps stepping on my face like this. How can I endure it? Without saying much, Li Mu stopped, gently dodged her attack, causing Green Snake to be stunned in surprise. Li Mu always dodged behind her, tapped her butt with the hilt of his sword, causing Green Snake to hug her butt and shout angrily, Damn little thief, I'm going to kill you.
She once again used a series of sword thrusts, but of course none of them hit. At the same time, Li Mu had reversed the situation.
He kept dodging and hitting the back of her, causing Green Snake to cry out in pain. Li Mu beat her while saying, I'll let you suck yang energy, I'll let you.
Green Snake was in too much pain, and turned to Bai Yinxin pitifully. Sister, I'm being bullied. Why aren't you helping me? The girl who was spoken to said sternly in a loud voice, Serves you right, sucking people's yang energy. How can you even speak? Li Mu glanced over, thinking to himself, This little white snake has a very upright view. How can such a kind older sister have such a troublemaking younger sister? Green Snake turned to the man behind her, feeling wronged. Father, you're not helping me either, the serious man said. This is originally your fault. Quickly apologize to this little brother. Green Snake was shocked. She pointed directly at Li Mu's face and turned to ask the man, Apologize to him.
The man sternly taught, How do I usually teach you? You must cultivate diligently and not harm people. You sucked people's yang energy and even attacked officials. You still don't know where you went wrong. Green Snake rubbed her chin and pondered after being accused. After a while, she walked to Li Muhi and said softly, I was wrong. Li Muhi put his hands on his hips and asked coldly, Where were you wrong? Green Snake looked arrogant, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and replied, I shouldn't have sucked people's yang energy. I shouldn't have attacked you, okay? Li Mu annoyedly nitpicked, Is that your attitude of admitting your mistakes? Green Snake impatiently shouted loudly, I already said I was wrong, don't go too far. The man behind her quickly called out,
Ting Xin. She immediately became docile and sheepishly corrected herself. I was wrong, okay? Please forgive me. Li Mu was speechless and just ignored her. He went straight to the man and respectfully said, Greetings, Bai Yao Wang. The Bai Yao Wang smiled back. No need to be so polite.
Bai Yao Wang kindly said, I also need to thank you, little brother, for being merciful last time and sparing my daughter. This time you saved my sworn sister, so I owe you 2 favors now. But do you, little brother, understand how to treat a primordial spirit's injuries?
Li Mu honestly replied, I understand a bit. When Bai Yao Wang heard this, he fell into deep thought. If Brother Li can treat my sworn sister, could he perhaps cure her completely? Thinking this, he turned to Li Mu and said, To be honest, I have something I'd like to ask of you. Scene shifts to a mountain peak. Li Mu's group climbed up here as per Bai Yao Wang's instructions. He walked to the entrance of a cave and pointed inside, saying, It's in here, Zhao Biu Tao. Please wait outside the cave for a moment, Yin Xin. You wait outside too. Only Bai Yao Wang and Li Mu went inside. As soon as they entered, Li Mu shivered, thinking to himself, This cave is so cold. Bai Yao Wang led him to a place that looked like a tomb, and said, Brother Li Mu, please take a look. Li Mu stepped forward and looked at the girl lying in a block of ice, her face looking like she was in a deep sleep. He curiously asked, Is she the person the Demon King asked me to save? Bai Yao Wang sadly said, She is Yin Xin, and Ting Xin's mother. Now, 90 years ago, her primordial spirit was severely injured. I could only seal her in an ice coffin to protect the last wisp of her primordial spirit. He asked worriedly, Brother Li, do you have a way? Li Mu stepped forward, extended his hand, and replied, I'll give it a try. After trying for a while, Li Mu thought, My Buddha's light can't penetrate this ice coffin. He frowned and asked, Can this ice coffin be opened? Bai Yao Wang silently replied, This ice coffin can protect her primordial spirit. Her primordial spirit is already extremely weak. Once the ice coffin is opened, her primordial spirit will immediately dissipate. I once invited high-level cultivators from the Buddhist sect at the Dharma form stage, and even the self-existence stage. Back then, this ice coffin could still be opened. Now, Li Mu was also at his wit's end, and said, I'm sorry, but I can't help you either. As if Bai Yao Wang already knew the outcome, he calmly turned to him and said, Thank you anyway. Li Mu apologetically replied, I'm sorry, I couldn't help you. Bai Yao Wang sat beside his wife's coffin and heavily said, Second brother, please escort this little brother back. I wish to stay here alone for a while longer. Qing Yu Xing also said worriedly, Big brother. After Li Mu was escorted outside, Bai Yinxin followed him, giggling, and asked, What did my father ask you to help with? Li Mu silently replied, Nothing. Why are you here? Bai Yinxin replied, I came to check it out. Li Mu looked into the distance and said, If you're curious, you can go back and ask Bai Yao Wang. Bai Yinxin then said, If I ask him, he won't say anything. It's been like that for many years. She stood beside him and gently asked, Oh right, how's Sister Su doing? Li Mu quickly replied, She's fine. If you miss her, you can always go back and visit her. Bai Jinsi. Bai Yinxin stared at Li Mu for a moment, then said, You're implying something. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, Oh no, this is the same move she used before when she absorbed my Buddha's light. Is she trying to absorb me again? Without letting her say another word, Li Mu waved directly at Zhao Biu Tao and loudly said, It's getting late, we need to head back now. Zhao Biu Tao, let's go. Being brushed off like that made Bai Yinxin look slightly annoyed. She pouted, her face flushed, and silently cursed him. What a blockhead. Night fell. Outside, there was a knock on the door accompanied by a voice. Li Mu, open up. He quickly went to open the door. Seeing Qing Yu Jing and Zhao Biu Tao standing there, he immediately wondered, Why are you two here? Zhao Biu Tao explained. Li Mu, this person said Bai Yao Wang wants to give you something. Qing Yu Jing stepped forward, politely holding a box covered with red cloth, and said, This is Bai Yao Wang's thank you gift. Li Mu blandly replied, I didn't really help the Demon King, so please take this gift back. Li Mu glanced at the green snake girl standing behind him and thought, Why is she here too? Qing Yu Jing still refused and said, It's just a few dozen spirit jade, and what Bai Yao Wang gives out won't be taken aback. However, my granddaughter, Ting Xin, has been mischievous. A few days ago, she did something bad by absorbing Yang Qi. The Demon King wants her to stay with you. This is to save the common people of the northern district some trouble. Li Mu still didn't accept it. He pushed the box away and politely replied, As a civil servant, I cannot accept this. When Ting Xin heard this, she flared up and shouted, Are you still looking down on me? Do you think I want to go with you? If my father hadn't specifically wanted me to stay, I wouldn't even bother looking at you. Li Muti didn't bother looking at her. He coldly said, Coincidentally, me too. Li Mu cupped his hands respectfully and said to Qing Niu Xing, Sorry, Brother Niu, this really isn't convenient for me, he thought to himself. When my lust qi wasn't complete,
It was fine to have her around. I could absorb it whenever I was free or busy. But now, I don't really need lust chi. Even if she wiggles around in front of me, it's not enough to bother me. Qing Niu Xing politely and conciliatorily said, "If that's the case, I won't force you then." Bai Yao Wang has decided to send her to the county yamen to confess her sins. If it's inconvenient for you, brother, to take her along, just looking after her more often during daily life will be fine too. He took out a scroll and said to Zhao Biyu Tao, "This is a letter Bai Yao Wang sent to Prefectural Magistrate Shen. Please help deliver it." Zhao Biyu Tao reached out for the scroll and nodded. "No problem." With everything settled, Qing Niu Xing cupped his hands in a salute and softly said, "Then I shall take my leave." He turned back and carefully instructed Tingxin, granddaughter Tingxin, "Go with Zhao Biyu Tao and brother Li to the county yamen." Li Mu watched Qing Niu Xing's retreating figure and called out, "Brother Niu, take care." Zhao Biyu Tao walked over, patted his shoulder, and said, "All right, go back and rest. I've reserved an extra room for the young lady." Li Mu looked discontent, but inwardly he thought, whatever. I'm taking their money to do their work. It's just protecting that little snake girl's life when she's in danger, that's all. Scene shifts to the morning of the second day. At the entrance of Yangqiu Inn, Li Mu was strolling down the street when he heard a commotion nearby. "This beggar really doesn't know what's good for him. It's your blessing that young master even looks at you. Isn't following young master better than being a beggar?" A group of people surrounded the two beggar father and daughter Li Mu had helped before. That rich young master looked at the daughter and remarked, "She's a bit dirty, but she's still a beauty. Take her back to the mansion, clean her up, then bring her straight to my room." The old father heard this and crawled to the rich young master's feet, earnestly begging, "Young master, please spare her, she's still young." He didn't even bother to hear him finish, coldly saying, "Filthy to death, get out." As he spoke, he kicked the frail man far away. The daughter saw this and crawled over, anxiously crying out, "Father." The frail man still refused to give up. He struggled to say, "Young master, this old man is willing to work like an ox or a horse for you. Please spare her." That rich young master, with a cold expression, lifted his foot and said, "HMPH, stinking beggar." At this moment, Li Mu came from behind and gave him a hard kick in the butt. He coldly snorted and cursed, "You scoundrel!" This blow made him lose his balance, fall, and hit his head on the ground. The guy angrily lifted his head and roared, Who dares to hit me?" Li Mu frowned, his face stern, and questioned him. "You dare to brazenly assault a civilian woman in broad daylight, who gave you such dog guts." The young master, furious, pointed at Li Mu and ordered his retinues, "What are you standing there for? Beat him to death for me." When the retinues heard this, they stepped forward, but after seeing his uniform, they trembled, thinking to themselves, "He's from the county yamen. Things are about to get real. Nobody can cover for us now." Li Mu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He walked over, helped the frail old man up, and asked after him, "Old man, are you all right?" The daughter also asked, equally worried, "Father, are you okay?" The hardship-stricken man replied, "I'm fine." He stood up, cupped his hands respectfully, and said, "Thank you, great sir. Thank you, great sir." Li Mu looked at his face, thinking to himself, "Why does he look a little familiar?" After a moment, recalling his memory, Li Mu asked, "Were you two at the tea house the other day?" Before the old man could finish his sentence, a commotion sounded from behind. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" He instinctively glanced to see a group of constables approaching, and then said with a bright smile, "You've really given the county yamen officials a laugh. Just leave the rest to us." Zhao Biyu Tao frowned and said, "County yamen constables?" As if Li Mu realized something, he turned and placed a silver ingot into the man's hand, saying, "Take this money." The hardship-stricken man awkwardly said, "Benefactor." Li Mu leaned in and whispered a reminder, "Leave Yang County. Don't stay here anymore." The daughter was incredibly moved and, with a rare smile, replied to him, "Yes, thank you, benefactor." Okay, scene changed to the second day in Yang County's prison. The air's all damp and gross, and you can hear someone screaming, "Let me out! It's the old beggar's daughter," wailing like crazy. She's fighting and yelling, "It wasn't me, I didn't do it." Those bailiffs who were all smiles with Zhao Butu earlier, now they're super scary, holding her down and shouting, "Just confess already!" And just like that, they slip a noose around her neck, poor girl. The pulley starts moving, and the rope just yanks her straight up. She's flailing, screaming, "It wasn't me, I didn't do it." One of the bailiffs down below is totally enjoying this, grinning like a creep. "Little Anne, why don't you get it? Whether you did it or not, we're taking your life." Hearing that, she just loses it. Eyes all bloodshot, voice full of rage that could reach the heavens. She looks up and spits out every word. "The kind suffer poverty and die young, while the wicked live long and prosper." Earth, Are you really earth if you can't tell right from wrong? Heaven, if you mistake the virtuous for the vile, you're a disgrace. Just then, the sky turns this super depressing shade of gray. Li Mu's chilling on his porch, watching snowflakes fall. He sticks his hand out, catches one, and thinks, all confused, it's snowing. He's holding his white sword, and he's like, Xiaobai's taken human form now. Maybe I can give her this sword I found in Xuanzi's room as a transformation gift. Suddenly, Ting Xin walks by, looking annoyed and hinting, ugh, so unlucky, stuck in the same room as you. Li Mu just glances at her, totally bored, and says, same here. Li Mu's not thrilled. He's thinking, the prefect actually put her under Zhao Butu's command and made us responsible for the same district. This next month's gonna be a headache. Ting Xin's pacing back and forth, bugging him, so he spins around and tells her, can you just sit still for a sec? Ting Xin immediately fires back, all huffy. Li Mu then asks, can you even read? Maybe I can find you a book to read? Ting Xin scoffs. Who do you think you're talking to? Hand it over. Let me see. If it's boring, I'll annoy you to death. Li Mu quickly gives her a book. Try The Legend of the White Snake first. I'll bring some others over later. He thinks I'll dump the whole Strange Tales from a Chinese studio on her later. Bet she can't still bother me then. Ting Xin's reading and commenting. You humans are always talking about love. Love. But what is love? Li Mu just says, you'll find out when you grow up. Ting Xin props her chin up, asks, is love really that great? I want to try finding someone too. You're the best looking guy in the yamen. How about you and me? This makes Li Mu's face go dark. He says coldly, no way. He's honest. I already have someone I like. Ting Xin pouts. Fine, whatever. I'll find someone better looking than you. Li Mu's too lazy to argue. Heads outside. Right at the doorway, Zhao Butu shows up. Li Mu, get ready. We're heading to Yang County in half an hour. Li Mu's surprised, he thinks. Didn't Yang County have a plague outbreak earlier? What's going on now? Later, they all gather up. Zhao Butu finally explains. News from Yang County. Apparently, the county magistrate and some rich merchant family were in cahoots and caused the wrongful death of a woman. Turns out, she had so much resentment before she died that she turned into a fifth-stage vengeful spirit overnight and slaughtered everyone involved in her death. Li Mu's shocked. It took King Chujiang years of cultivation to reach the fifth stage. How could someone who just died reach it instantly, he thinks. Usually the dead mostly turn into Ying spirits, if they're filled with resentment, like Lin Wan, who died so unjustly and suffered so much. Even with Su He's help, she only became a second-stage resentful spirit. Zhao Butu keeps going. According to the surviving bailiffs from the Yamen, before she died, the woman looked up at the sky in agony and shouted, the kind suffer poverty and die young, while the wicked live long and prosper. Earth, are you really earth if you can't tell right from wrong? Heaven, if you mistake the virtuous for the vile, you're a disgrace. Hearing those words, Li Mu's stunned, his pupils shrink in shock. He thinks those are lines from Snow in Midsummer. How does she know them? Is she from the same world as me? No, wait. I told the story of Snow in Midsummer once at Yunyan Tower. Could it be? He holds his suspicion. Turns to Zhao Butu. Was that wronged woman the beggar we met in Yang County? Zhao Butu replies gravely. We haven't confirmed that yet. Li Mu keeps mumbling. It has to be. He clenches his teeth. This world has forces beyond explanation. Those two lines must have one clause that's similar to a Daoist incantation, enough power to communicate with heaven and earth, leading to a resonance between heaven and earth, allowing the yin spirit to be born and advance to the fifth stage. Li Mu asks, are we going to Yang County to exterminate that vengeful spirit? Zhao Butu quickly says, who exterminates who is still up in the air? The one we need to watch out for is King Chujiang. A vengeful spirit like that being born, King Chujiang will definitely try to recruit her. Once he subdues her, it'll be a disaster for Northern County. Li Mu suddenly remembers the happy smile on the beggar girl's tired face. He can't help but think, the kind suffer poverty and die young, while the wicked live long and prosper. This seemingly bright world always hides darkness. Li Mu's hand clenches tighter with anger. Ting Xin, who's been listening the whole time, pokes her head out of the room and says, going to Yang County, I want to go too. Li Mu earnestly tries to dissuade her. Just stay put at the yamen. This isn't a joyride. It could get you killed. As he says this, he gently pats her head. Ting Xin suddenly acts super obedient. She grabs Li Mu's wrist and asks, didn't you promise my dad you'd protect me? Seeing her glistening eyes, Li Mu sighs helplessly, thinking, there's just no reasoning with her. He gently pats Ting Xin's head and says, okay. If we really get into danger, I can only protect your life. If you lose an arm or a leg, don't come crying to me. The group heads to Yang County. The scene inside the yamen is brutal, corpses everywhere. Lead the way, he said. My lord, all the victims are here. The prefect is shocked at the sight. He stares inside and orders, tell me everything that happened. From beginning to end, the bailiff beside him obeys. He starts to explain, "My lord, that Wang family, father and son, were always in contact with the county magistrate. Yesterday, the Wang family's son kidnapped a peasant girl and a beggar back home. He tried to force himself on the peasant girl but accidentally beat her to death. The peasant girl's family filed a complaint, but the magistrate took a bribe. The peasant girl's death was blamed on the beggar. They beat her father to death and buried him in a mass grave. Then they tried to make the beggar look like he committed suicide out of guilt." The prefect grows increasingly angry. He frowns and tells him to continue. The bailiff, feeling the prefect's pressure, sweats and continues. "Before she died, that beggar girl pointed at the sky and cried out her injustice. After her death, thunder rumbled and it started snowing heavily. Then she transformed into an evil spirit, seeking vengeance. The magistrate's entire family, the Wang family, and several bailiffs all died by her hand." Ting Xin, hearing this unjust story, frowns and says, "They deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Li Mu is so angry he can't even speak. Suddenly, a bailiff runs in from outside and urgently announces, "My lord, this is bad. A lot of commoners are rushing in." The people outside are agitated, pushing and shoving. "Let us in, we need to see them, my lord." The bailiffs keep stopping them. You can't come in." Suddenly, a magic barrier appears, separating the commoners outside. At the same time, the vice prefect appears. He asks sternly, "I am the vice prefect of Northern County. What is the meaning of storming in here in broad daylight? What do you want?" The people all kneel down and say, "My lord, we've been wronged. My lord, I've also been wronged. Please do us justice." Moments later, at Yayang County's courthouse, accusations from the common folk echoed throughout the hall. This humble citizen accuses the wife of Chen Chuan, the magistrate of Yang County. This humble citizen accuses the daughter of Chen Chuan, the magistrate of Yang County. This humble citizen accuses the son of Chen Chuan, the magistrate of Yang County. This humble citizen accuses Wei Peng, the constable of Yang County. This humble citizen accuses Qin Yud, the head constable of Yang County. Li Muzia and Ting Xin, standing outside, heard everything. The girl quietly said, "You humans are terrifying. I don't dare suck human yang energy anymore." Li Musha also gave his 2 cents. "This Yang County magistrate did so many evil deeds. Death isn't enough to atone for his sins. Dying at the hands of an evil spirit, from any angle you could say it's divine retribution." He silently mused. The power of vengeful spirits comes from resentment. If that resentment resonates with the heavens and earth, transforming into an unparalleled fierce spirit soon after death, the probability is extremely low. Furthermore, in recent days, there have been increasingly more disturbances caused by vengeful spirits. Seems like there's someone backing this, wanting to completely disrupt the situation in Yang County, even the entire northern prefecture. While he was lost in thought, Ting Xin suddenly spoke up. "Li Mu, what do you think? That fierce spirit killed so many bad people and drained the power from all the cultivators who harmed her. I used to suck yang energy too. Will she kill me?" Nilamushi tilted his head and replied, "Don't worry. Although you also made mistakes, you're not evil. Your crimes aren't punishable by death." Hearing this, Ting Xin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Li Mu smiled and continued. "But how does she know who the bad people are and who the good people are? Those who have harmed lives are surrounded by murderous aura, resentment, and bloodlust. They definitely lack righteousness," Ting Xin curiously asked. "Then what about that night in the bamboo room?" Li Mu tilted his head and looked at her. She gave a meaningful smile and asked back, "What do you think?" Recalling the thunder that night, Ting Xin couldn't help but tremble. She tiptoed away and stammered, "I have something to do. I'll go first." After she left, Li Mu leaned against the wall again, deep in thought. If that beggar woman transformed into a fierce spirit, washed away the deep-seated blood sea, and then left Yang County, whether heading to a remote place or somewhere no one could find her, she could continue to exist in another form. But she chose to cross the line of the imperial court, killing those evil people. How will the imperial court deal with this? Cut to 5 days later, at the Great Tang Courthouse in Yayang County, a constable stood in the middle of the hall and announced loudly, "The imperial court has decreed that anyone from the Great Zhou who can eliminate this evil spirit can receive either a heaven-grade talisman or a low-grade pill. They can also choose a earth-grade magical artifact." The county magistrate frowned upon hearing the announcement and thought to himself, "This kind of reward is enough to drive countless cultivators in the northern prefecture, even in neighboring prefectures, into a frenzy. For cultivators to madly hunt down the fierce spirit, what exactly does the imperial court want to do?" The county commandant also asked in confusion, "Is it to push that fierce spirit towards King Chujiang?" King Chujiang's ghost generals are also searching for that evil spirit. By doing this, is the imperial court. The official from the imperial court smugly said, "A mere fifth realm fierce spirit dares to call herself a king. No matter what the reason for that woman, killing an official of the court and washing the county office in blood has offended the dignity of the imperial court. She must be completely annihilated." Just then, a constable rushed in from outside and hurriedly announced, "My lord, 15 bodies of cultivators who surrounded the fierce spirit have been discovered outside." Everyone in the hall was shocked and turned around. The imperial court official slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "Look, this is the fierce spirit you sympathize with. Don't think I don't know. When besieging that fierce spirit, you didn't want to contribute at all. Now that fierce spirit has killed 15 people. Are you satisfied now?" The county magistrate pondered and said, "The resentment on her body is too heavy. She's killed too many. I fear she's lost her mind." The county commandant also added, "If that's the case, then we must capture her as soon as possible." The imperial court official pointed at the two of them and arrogantly ordered, "I'll give you 3 days. If you still haven't captured the fierce spirit after 3 days, I'll report everything here to the imperial court." At this moment, a voice echoed from outside the door, "Amitabha." Li Muha looked at the newcomer in surprise and asked, "Master Xuan Du Kai, why are you here?" Xuan Du calmly said, "This poor monk witnessed it with his own eyes. That fierce spirit only drained the power of the 15 people. The one who harmed them must be someone else." Upon hearing this, the official turned his head and asked, "On what basis should this official believe the words of someone like you?" Xuan Due righteously said, "This poor monk can swear in the name of Buddha." The imperial court official scornfully said, "Spare me the tricks. This official doesn't believe in Buddha. Your swearing to Buddha is useless." Xuandu is still very accommodating. "From what time is it that evil is punished? That fierce spirit is indeed powerful, if she can be converted." The official interrupted rudely, "The affairs of the imperial court are not for you to interfere in." Xuandu began to show signs of impatience and said, "This poor monk is reasoning with you. I hope the benefactor will not interrupt this poor monk." The official was still very arrogant and said, "This official has no reason to speak with you." And then what was coming would inevitably come. Xuan Dukai said in a cold voice, "This poor monk hates people who don't listen to reason the most." He turned to Li Muket and handed him the staff. "Benefactor Li, please hold this staff for this poor monk for a moment." He was already used to it and took it. He handed the alms bowl to Ting Xin and asked, "Snake demon girl, please hold this bowl for me for a moment." "Thank you." Ting Xin blankly reached out and took it, curiously asking, "Master, what do you want to do?" Seeing that familiar sleeve-rolling scene, Li Mu chuckled inwardly. "When he wanted to reason with you, you didn't listen. Now, he will use his fists to tell you what true reason is." Seeing Xuanduken's unusual expression, the imperial court official paled in fear and stammered, "What are you doing? What do you want to do?" Immediately, a scene of teaching reason through physical methods began. Xuandu slapped him directly in the face with reason and gritted his teeth. "Giving you face but you don't want it, huh? Motherfucker, I've been putting up with you for a long time." The imperial court this and the imperial court that. What about the imperial court? Can the imperial court disregard the lives of its people? Can the imperial court disregard right and wrong? The official screams echoed throughout the room. Li Mu, seeing the smoky scene in front of him, was already used to it and only smiled gently. Ting Xin, on the other hand, was completely shocked. After a round of teaching reason that left the official's face battered and bruised, Xuandua stood up, put his palms together, and calmly said, "Amitabha, one cannot not listen to reason." He turned to look at Li Muhe, gave a kind smile, and said, "Thank you, young benefactor, for helping me hold the Dharma staff." Li Muhe forced a smile, thinking in his heart, his temper is still the same. He said amiably, "Master, there's no need to be so polite." Ting Xin was still staring wide-eyed at Xuan Dumai. In a moment of inattention, the golden bowl in her hand fell straight onto her foot. The terrifying weight caused Ting Xin to cry out in pain, "My foot! Cut to the duty room!" Ting Xin painfully huddled in a corner, sobbing. Li Mu was speechless and said as he wrote, "Can you go somewhere else to cry? With you like this, I can't work." Ting Xin resentfully pouted and said, "Li Mu, you're not human." Saying that, she cried even harder than before. Li Mu gave in, went over, sat down, lifted her foot, and said, "I'm afraid of you already." He carefully turned her foot around to examine the bone on the instep. The girl blushed shyly and exclaimed, I'm already like this and you're still bullying me. Li Mujie was silently using Buddhist light to heal her injury. Ting Xin finally realized something and thought, oh. When his hand touched it, it felt so comfortable. After healing her, Li Mujie stood up, dusted off his hands, and said, I'm human, you're not. The girl gently moved her foot, thinking, it doesn't hurt anymore. Ting Xin inadvertently blushed with fondness, thinking, but the comfortable feeling is gone. Without thinking too much, she hugged Li Mu and cried out, my lord, no, it still hurts a lot, treat me again. That familiar trick made Li Mu slap his forehead helplessly, thinking, these two sisters may have different personalities, but they have the exact same habit of using Buddhist treasures. Zhao Biu Tao entered and knocked on the door, saying, luckily, Li Mu, King Chujiang's people have started causing trouble in this Yang County. The 15 cultivators were King Chujiang's people. The Yamen must quickly eliminate those evil spirits causing chaos. You and girl Ting Xin go to the villages in the north of Yang County. This order stunned Li Mu, thinking, why do I have to go with her again? Ting Xin, on the other hand, seemed very excited. Cut to a mountain valley in Yang County's northern prefecture, where the mist lingered, making it look very mysterious. Li Mu walked into it alone, thinking, it took a whole hour of using Buddhist light to coax Ting Xin back. Only then can I focus on killing ghosts and seizing souls. He touched the green-white sword and asked Madame Chu, you said you recognize those people? Where are King Chujiang's 18 ghost generals distributed? Madame Chu crawled out of the sword and said, young master, King Chujiang's 14th ghost general, red-haired devil, is here. Li Mu was pleased and delighted. Indeed, a place to hide. Madame Chu stood forward in a battle-ready stance and said to Li Mu, young master, hide first. This red-haired devil is a soul transformation realm ghost cultivator. I only entered the soul transformation realm not long ago. My strength is not as good as his. I'll go out to make him lower his guard first, then you make your move. Li Mu found it reasonable and agreed. I know, be careful. Li Mu hid behind a big tree nearby, while Madame Chu let out a loud shout to make some noise and then charged forward. Just then, a figure walked out from deep within the forest, along with a surprised voice. Madame Chu? You're not dead yet? Not only are you not dead, but you've also broken through to the soul realm. What's up? Did you come looking for me because you've thought it through and agreed to dual cultivate your soul with me? That red-haired devil dude appeared, looking all short, stubby, and sloppy. Madame Chu growled and charged. You're asking for it. Her sword attack made him lose some hair. Red-haired devil was shocked and asked, are you crazy? You dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid of being punished by His Highness? Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, he stabbed his hand into his chest, saying as he did so, if you want to play, then I'll play with you. After finishing speaking, he pulled out a huge pestle from his chest, and then the two charged at each other again, whacking each other enthusiastically. Li Mu hid at the base of the tree and secretly observed the situation. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mu immediately formed a hand seal and shouted a word, Lin. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning struck straight down from the sky at him. This strike left red-haired devil immobile. He said in disbelief, you're colluding with humans. His Highness won't let you off. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle breeze blew past, causing his physical body to dissolve and disappear with the wind. Madame Chu didn't stop, but continued to use her magic power to condense a large amount of power in her hand. She